officials.
Newly released surveillance video shows a Georgia fake elector escorting operatives into an election office before an alleged data breach.
Our Morgan Chesky reports from Uvalde, where parents and students were faced with a return to school just months after the mass shooting that claimed 21 lives.
A deadly shark attack off the coast of the Bahamas claims the life of a woman snorkeling after coming off of a cruise ship.
And the on-air health scare for a news anchor. It happened during a live broadcast. The symptoms and warning for others. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for being with us this morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, a new reporting into why the Justice Department took the extraordinary step of sending FBI agents into Mar-a-Lago to recover top-secret documents. According to the Washington Post, the materials seized from former President Trump's Florida home included highly classified information about a foreign government's nuclear program. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. What else did we learn?
Good morning, Philip. Well, the Washington Post reports that some of the documents detail top secret U.S. operations, and they were, quote, so closely held only the president, a cabinet level or near cabinet level official could authorize others to know about them, according to people familiar with the search. These documents were not just top secret. They were on a need to know basis. Fewer than a dozen or so people would have access to these sorts of records. One of the reporters who broke the story spoke with MSNBC about their finding.
We don't know how much. We don't know which foreign government is involved. We have some theories, but we published what we can establish with great certainty, and that is that among the records seized, there were details so classified, so concerning, that it was covered by this classification, material that relates to a foreign government's nuclear capacity.
And she added that no one in Mar-a-Lago should have been allowed anywhere near them. The Post cited people familiar with the matter. NBC News is working to confirm the reporting, but the DOJ declined to comment. The paper says the FBI have not commented, but we did hear from a Trump spokesperson on Twitter who accused the Post of serving as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration and colluding to leak information. Now, this all comes as the DOJ mulls whether to appeal a federal judge's ruling to grant Mr. Trump's request for a special master in the case. Meanwhile, a former top Trump advisor is reportedly facing state charges in New York. The Washington Post reports that Steve Bannon will turn himself in tomorrow. Last year, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office opened an investigation into his connection to a group that was supposed to use private funds to build a border wall. Federal prosecutors had pursued similar charges, alleging he and several others defrauded thousands of donors in the We Build the Wall campaign. But he was pardoned by former President Trump. That only covers federal charges, so this would be state. Bannon confirmed the case to NBC News, saying in part, "I am never going to stop fighting. In fact, I have not yet begun to fight. They will have to kill me first." We reached out for the Manhattan DA for a comment and have yet to hear back. Back to you.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off this morning. Bree, thank you.
NBC News has obtained new surveillance video from a Georgia elections office. The video was taken the day after the January 6th Capitol riot. It shows several Trump-linked technology consultants who are looking for evidence that Mr. Trump's 2020 defeat was fraudulent. They are given access to the elections office by a local Republican official. State officials are looking into an alleged breach of the voting system from that same day. The Republican official, Kathy Latham, is also under investigation as part of a fake elector scheme. Her lawyer did not respond to a request for comment, but she previously denied that Trump supporters were given access to election equipment.
A dire warning from the IAEA about a Russian-held nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Nuclear experts say ongoing shelling near the Zaporizhzhia plant may lead to severe consequences, including the release of radioactive materials. The IAEA report urgently called for a security protection zone around the plant, saying the situation surrounding the plant is unprecedented and a potential nuclear accident would be a disaster, both in Ukraine and throughout Europe.
Let's turn now to an emotional day for Uvalde, Texas. Students back in classrooms 3 months after 19 children and 2 teachers were murdered at Robb Elementary. The district reported 88% attendance for the first day, which is up 3% from last year. The process of going back to school a very difficult one for many. Our Morgan Chesky is in Uvalde.
In Uvalde, after months of anticipation, a cautious first step.
I was nervous at first, but then my friend Devin came.
The first day of school now behind this community, shattered by the massacre last May.
Hopefully it's a better, blessed year for all the children.
As buses rolled in, parents walked alongside their children, the trauma still fresh.
Drilled them on if anything happened again, try to make it out the window, run, don't scream, call me.
Those first day nerves hitting some harder than others.
I told all of my kids that I loved them and we'd pick them up after school. It's the same thing I told Lexi, same thing I promised her.
Kimberly and Felix Rubio brought their children to school, remembering their daughter Lexi, who last year was among those who didn't come home.
Do you feel safer dropping them off today, more so than 3 months ago?
When my children aren't with me, I don't feel like they're safe. I don't want my daughter to just be remembered for what happened to her. I want her to be remembered for change.
Schools remembering Uvalde statewide as students, teachers, even police officers donned coyote maroon. Everyone showing support for the town, forever honoring those 21 lives lost. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Uvalde.
We have a heartbreaking development in the kidnapping case of Eliza Fletcher. Memphis police confirming the body found near the crime scene did belong to the mother of two. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has more.
More than 4 days after Eliza Fletcher vanished, the desperate search for that Memphis mother of two ending in tragedy. Police finding Fletcher's body late Monday behind an empty home roughly half a mile from where court documents say her alleged killer tried covering up his crime.
You're not able to afford a lawyer, is that correct?
Standing before a Shelby County judge, 38-year-old Cleotha Abston faced multiple charges, including especially aggravated kidnapping. He'll be arraigned on 2 more charges, including first-degree murder. He has not yet entered a plea.
While the outcome of this investigation is not what we hoped for, we are nonetheless pleased to remove this dangerous predator off the streets of Memphis.
Authorities say Abston abducted the 34-year-old teacher on her morning run early Friday, forced her into this SUV, and ultimately killed someone he did not know.
To lose someone so young and so vital is a tragedy in and of itself, but to have it happen in this way with a senseless act of violence, it's unimaginable.
Evidence eventually leading to Abston, even as Fletcher remained missing.
Did the suspect ultimately help you find this victim?
We have not gotten very much information from that individual.
Now memorials grow near the University of Memphis where Fletcher disappeared. Her church and school reeling as her family suffers immeasurable loss. Saying in a statement they're heartbroken and devastated, asking for privacy, saying Liza was such a joy to so many.
We've also obtained court records from more than 20 years ago showing Abston pled guilty to kidnapping a lawyer at gunpoint. That crime when he was just 16 years old. He's back behind bars.
It's a heartbreaking story, but our thanks to Jesse for bringing us that report.
Now to California, where dangerous record-breaking heat is adding fuel to deadly wildfires across the state. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
It exploded out of control so quickly, authorities say at least 2 people were unable to escape the flames. Another burn victim narrowly made it out alive during evacuations. The Southern California blaze destroying homes near the town of Hemet, fueled by conditions that acted like a blowtorch.
The fire was in alignment with the canyon, with the wind and the topography, so everything lined up for a critical rate of spread.
The inferno blew through here so quickly, many of the homes that were destroyed were lost in minutes. Those that made it were protected by fire retardant dropped from the sky or random luck.
With California wildfires killing 4 people in just days, historic heat is still baking the West.
Horrible, it's just so hot.
The 46 million struggling through sweltering conditions that have lasted a week won't see relief for days. After shattering records, several cities will stay above or near triple digits through much of the week, the worst heat wave of its kind in 150 years.
We're melting.
As some cities record their hottest day today, the suffocating heat dome over the west has only intensified because of climate change. Fall temperatures increasing nearly 3 degrees across the country since 1970, making today's record temperatures 5 times more likely. The strain on California's fragile power grid could finally snap. With demand for power forecasted to outpace supply, the Golden State is again on the verge of plunging into the dark.
And our thanks to our Miguel Almaguer for that report.
All right, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's been tracking this excessive heat for what seems like weeks on end. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. I know it just keeps going on and on. That high pressure stuck in place, bringing us all this heat. And we saw so many records broken yesterday. We're going to see records broken once again today. So 50 million Americans under a heat alert in the West. We're looking at excessive heat warnings, also heat advisories. Temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. 105 in Salt Lake City. That's 22 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Same story as we go throughout our Thursday. No relief. Temperatures in the triple digits Thursday, Friday. Some relief coming on Saturday. This is going to add to the fire threat today. We have an extremely critical risk in portions of the northern high plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, clouds and some showers are going to keep the temperatures a little cooler in the northeast today, in the 70s, 75 in Philadelphia, 77 in Cleveland, looking really good in the upper Midwest. And it's hot once again in the northern plains, temperatures in the 90s in Bismarck. All right, we had a wet day yesterday in the Northeast. We have some lingering showers. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, we'll see you in a bit. The U.S. Open semifinals are taking shape as a pair of international stars took the spotlight on Tuesday. France's Caroline Garcia hadn't dropped a set heading into her quarterfinal match with Coco Gauff. Her hot streak continued. Garcia had the momentum and eliminated the 12th ranked American in straight sets, punching her ticket to her first career Grand Slam final. And check out this nifty shot through the legs of Norway's Casper Ruud. The 5th ranked Ruud beat Italy's Matteo Berrettini in straight sets.
We are back in a minute with details of a deadly shark attack involving an American tourist in the Bahamas.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
A tragic story out of the Bahamas. An American was killed in a shark attack Tuesday just north of Nassau while she was on a snorkeling excursion with her family at Rose Island. The 58-year-old woman was from Pennsylvania and had been sailing on Royal Caribbean's Harmony of the Seas ship. Tour boat operators rushed her to the dock, and after arriving at a local hospital for treatment, she died from her injuries.
Now to a medical scare on live TV. Anchor Julie Chin of our NBC affiliate in Tulsa suffered the beginnings of a stroke during her weekend broadcasts. Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today.
The first signs of trouble came during KJRH Tulsa's Saturday morning newscast.
At the event, the event features live.
Anchor Julie Chin suddenly struggled to read the words on the teleprompter.
I'm sorry, something is going on with me this morning, and I apologize to everybody.
Staffers called 911. On Facebook Sunday, Chin wrote, "I'm so glad to tell you I'm okay. Doctors believe I had the beginnings of a stroke live on the air." Chin says she first started to lose vision in one eye. Then her hand and arm went numb and she couldn't speak. She spoke with her station in Tulsa.
They did all sorts of extensive testing on me. And the good news is that everything came out great. But the bad news about that is that we don't know why it happened and if it could happen again.
NBC's Dr. John Torres, an ER doc, says it could have been a TIA, sometimes called a mini stroke.
It doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter your medical conditions, doesn't matter how athletic or non-athletic you are. Anybody can suffer a stroke at any time, and it always needs immediate attention.
To watch for possible stroke symptoms, remember be fast, balance or eyes that seem off, facial drooping, an arm that drops or drifts, slurred speech, time to call 911 to prevent permanent brain damage. Thankfully, Julie Chin's colleagues acted in time. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Great reminder. All right, when we return, these boots are made for buying. Balenciaga kicks up its purse game.
And Jason Momoa chops his iconic locks for a buzzworthy cause.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So please, anything you can do to eliminate single-use plastics in your life, help me. Help me.
Jason Momoa has shaved his trademark long locks in order to protest single-use plastics and its presence in our oceans. The Aquaman actor shared that video on Monday from Hawaii to draw attention to the issue, urging people to use recyclable aluminum cans for water instead of plastic bottles. He wrote, "Here is to new beginnings. We need to cut single-use plastics out of our lives and seas."
All right, you've heard the phrase and even the song, "These boots are made for walking." Well, these Balenciaga boots are not walking over anybody because, see the boot at the bottom? The whole thing is actually a bag. Balenciaga has taken their whole Le Cagole bag and boots and combined them into one. Can you see the strap there hanging over it? It's going to cost you, though, to have the boot bag, which you might see as a deal because you're getting a boot in a bag. But not really, because you can't wear it.
You can't?
It'll cost you $3,200. So this is just kind of the way Balenciaga is doing things these days, right? Where they're like trash bag too.
It's just so not practical there. What if your keys get dropped right in the pointy end?
The pointy end. Yeah,
how do you get them out? You have to dump the whole thing out to get anything in there.
Yeah, it could be a weapon, the stiletto or the point.
There you go. Looks like a lot of uses for that thing. $3,200 though. All right, coming up here on Early Today, much more to tell you about, including details on a $500 million settlement over teen vaping.
And also, all eyes on Apple. Within hours, the iPhone 14 and much more could be revealed. What we know about that launch.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. After a very wet Tuesday, we're going to see some lingering showers in the Northeast. Also developing thunderstorms this afternoon in the Southeast. That's going to continue on Wednesday. We're looking at the potential for some heavy downpours from the Gulf Coast to the Southeast. So generally rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches as we go throughout the next couple of days. But we could see locally higher amounts that could lead to locally flash flooding as well. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Michelle. Say it ain't so. Could snow days off from school for kids now be a thing of the past? That's next.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In today's News by the Numbers, Juul Labs agrees to pay nearly $440 million to settle a 2-year-long investigation into the company's marketing practices and the effects on teen vaping. Connecticut's Attorney General announced the terms of the agreement on behalf of the 33 states involved in the probe.
Top Gun Maverick soars to a higher altitude. The sequel is now the 5th highest grossing movie of all time at the U.S. box office, with over $701 million and growing.
And this Christmas Eve, the Pittsburgh Steelers will retire number 32 in honor of legendary running back Franco Harris. The celebration will be held during the team's Week 16 game against the Raiders to commemorate Harris's 1972 Immaculate Reception.
In today's top stories, a real-life Grinch has taken away snow days for kids in New York City. In an interview on Good Day New York, school chancellor David Banks said, "Sorry kids, there are no more days off. Instead, kids will now log in from home for remote learning if schools are closed due to weather." Wow, a real end of an era.
A new iPhone and more may be unveiled in just a few hours. Apple is gearing up for its September event later today. Experts say the iPhone 14 will be at the center of attention, but a new Apple Watch and even an update to the AirPods line could be on the schedule. The event will be live streamed on Apple's social media platforms starting at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Barack and Michelle Obama will be making their way back to the White House today. The former U.S. president and First Lady are in D.C. for the ceremony, which will finally reveal their portraits. After being delayed 2 years, the Bidens and Obamas will reunite to host the honorary tradition. This will be the former First Lady's first time visiting the White House since 2017, and Mr. Obama's second time since he officially left office.
Country singer Maren Morris is using her feud with Fox News' Tucker Carlson to advocate for trans rights. The Grammy winner, raising over $100,000 as of Sunday. Carlson had called her a, quote, lunatic country music person after she slammed transphobic comments made by Jason Aldean's wife. In response, Morris started selling the T-shirts, adopting the nickname, and donating the proceeds to organizations that support the transgender community.
All right, NASA says that a cosmic spider has been caught by its Webb. The billion-dollar James Webb Telescope capturing what's known as the Tarantula Nebula. NASA says this region, which is near our Milky Way, has long been used to study star formation, and the Webb makes that much easier. Here you can see the older image from the Hubble telescope on the left, and the Webb image much more detailed on the right. It even shows distant background galaxies. Much more discoveries brought to us by the Webb telescope. Just amazing. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
This morning, the United Nations nuclear watchdog is now urgently calling for a security protection zone around the Russian-held nuclear plant in Ukraine to prevent a catastrophe.
New reporting from the Washington Post surrounding the contents of those documents seized at Mar-a-Lago on August 8th, including top-secret information surrounding a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities and more.
New clues this morning in the hunt for a killer after a prominent Las Vegas investigative reporter was stabbed outside of his home.
With summer in the rear view, many bosses are pushing for workers to get back into the office, but not everybody's too happy about it.
And could a CO2 shortage leave beer drinkers flat just in time for tailgating season? Early today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking overnight, new reporting into why the Justice Department took the extraordinary step of sending FBI agents into Mar-a-Lago to recover top secret documents. According to the Washington Post, the materials seized from former President Trump's Florida home included highly classified information about a foreign government's nuclear program. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with the latest. And Bree, good morning. What else did we learn here?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the Washington Post reports that some of the documents detail top secret U.S. operations, and they were, quote, so closely held only the president, a cabinet level or near cabinet level official, could authorize others to know about them. That's according to people familiar with the search. These documents were not just top secret. They were on a need to know basis. Fewer than a dozen or so people would have access to these sort of records. One of the reporters who broke the story spoke with MSNBC about their findings.
We don't know how much. We don't know which foreign government is involved. We have some theories, but we published what we can establish with great certainty, and that is that among the records seized, there were details so classified, so concerning, that it was covered by this classification, material that relates to a foreign government's nuclear capacity.
She added that no one in Mar-a-Lago should have been allowed anywhere near them. The Post cited people familiar with the matter. NBC News is working to confirm the reporting, but the DOJ declined to comment. The paper says the FBI has not commented, but we did hear from a Trump spokesperson on Twitter who accused the Post of serving as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration and colluding to leak information. Now, this all comes as the DOJ mulls whether to appeal a federal judge's ruling to grant Mr. Trump's request for a special master in the case. Meanwhile, a former top Trump advisor is reportedly facing state charges in New York. The Washington Post reports that Steve Bannon will turn himself in tomorrow. Last year, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office opened an investigation into his connection to a group that was supposed to use private funds to build a border wall. Federal prosecutors had pursued similar charges, alleging he and several others defrauded thousands of donors in the We Build the Wall campaign. But he was pardoned by former President Trump. That only covers federal charges, while this will be state. Bannon confirmed the case to NBC News, saying in part, "I am never going to stop fighting. In fact, I have not yet begun to fight. They will have to kill me first." We've reached out to the Manhattan DA for comment and have yet to hear back. Back to you.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
NBC News has obtained new surveillance video from a Georgia elections office. The video was taken the day after the January 6th Capitol riot. It shows several Trump-linked technology consultants who were looking for evidence that Mr. Trump's 2020 defeat was fraudulent. They are given access to the elections office by a local Republican official. State officials are looking into an alleged breach of the voting system from that very same day. The Republican official, Kathy Latham, is also under investigation as part of a fake elector scheme. Her lawyer did not respond to a request for comment, but she previously denied that Trump supporters were given access to election equipment.
In Seattle, the first day of school for thousands of students has now been canceled. Classes were set to begin today, but the teachers are on strike. 95% of the Seattle Education Association voted to move forward with it. The teachers union is asking for higher pay and better support for special education and multilingual programs. They will continue negotiating with the school district.
The first day of school did go on as planned in Uvalde, Texas. The emotional return to classrooms comes 3 months after the community was shattered by a massacre. The district sharing these photos with us. They say the first day saw 88% attendance, about 3% higher than the first day last year. That decision to go back, a very difficult one for many. NBC's Wendy Woolfolk has more.
We're scared, but we're here.
First day nerves, but not just any first day of school.
She was in the restroom.
The restroom of Robb Elementary, where a gunman killed 19 students and 2 teachers, and now returning to a different Uvalde school.
Well, I spoke to my kids the whole week, drilled them on if anything happened again, try to make it out the window, run, don't scream.
Despite new security measures like high fencing around some of the campuses, there is a trust issue between families and law enforcement. So some opted for the district's online learning option.
When he told me that he was scared and that he felt like he was not going to be protected by these police officers, he said that they weren't going to be brave enough. I couldn't argue with them.
But many others took a step of faith, hoping the extra counselors and comfort dogs on campus are a step in the right direction.
We're leaving everything in God's hands, and hopefully it's a better, blessed year for all the children.
A new school year, another step for this grieving community. Wendy Woolfolk, NBC News, Uvalde, Texas.
A dire warning from the IAEA about a Russian-held nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Nuclear experts say ongoing shelling near the Zaporizhzhia plant may lead to severe consequences, including the release of radioactive materials. The report urgently called for a security protection zone around the plant, saying the situation surrounding it is unprecedented and a potential nuclear accident would be a disaster both in Ukraine and throughout Europe.
The search for 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher has come to a tragic end. Police have confirmed the body found near the crime scene was the mother of 2 who was kidnapped while jogging in Tennessee. On Sunday, Cleotha Abston was charged with kidnapping Fletcher and tampering with evidence. Additional charges have been filed since Fletcher's body was found, including first-degree murder. Abston is due in court today to be arraigned on those charges, and he has not yet entered a plea. The Shelby County District Attorney is calling the abduction an isolated attack by a stranger. The cause of death has not been released.
A post office worker is recovering after she was attacked during a $100,000 robbery. Police say this person rushed into the post office in New York shortly after it opened and struck the 56-year-old postal worker in the head with a gun. The worker was treated for her injuries at the scene. The FBI and NYPD are investigating the heist.
A tragic story out of the Bahamas. An American tourist was killed in a shark attack Tuesday just north of Nassau while on a snorkeling excursion with family members at a popular destination called Rose Island. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, was a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania who'd been sailing on Royal Caribbean's Harmony of the Seas ship. Tour boat operators rushed her to the dock, and after arriving at a local hospital for treatment, she sadly died from her injuries.
California's power grid just barely avoiding a shutdown as the punishing heat threatened to overwhelm it. California's independent system operator issued its highest level emergency alert, urging consumers to conserve power as the grid hit an all-time record for demand. The alert was downgraded overnight, with the company applauding its consumers for reducing electricity usage. But tens of thousands did still lose power due to the heat. This as sizzling temperatures shattered records, including in Sacramento, where it hit 116 degrees. And calls to conserve electricity have been extended today as the state continues to ride out this heat wave.
All right, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, she has been sweating this out with us, tracking all this for what seems like all summer, really. Michelle, good morning.
It sure does. Hi there, guys. And we're going to see this continuing at least the next few days. And then a little relief comes over the weekend. So many records broken yesterday. We have so many alerts this morning with 50 million Americans under a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. And that's because we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again well into the triple digits in so many spots. Boise today, 103, Billings, 101, 107 in Las Vegas. These temperatures are 10, 20, even 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. And then as we go throughout the rest of the week, triple digits Thursday and Friday in Fresno, near 100 degrees on Saturday. Same story for Las Vegas, 91 on Saturday. And these conditions, they are going to spark the chance for an extremely critical risk for wildfires in the northern plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures feeling pretty good in the Northeast this morning and this afternoon. Temperatures into the 70s, 73 in Scranton, 77 in Pittsburgh. A nice day in the upper Midwest, but it's hot in the Intermountain West, also the Northern Plains, 95 in Bismarck. All right, it was a wet day yesterday in the Northeast. We have some lingering showers this morning. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, want to hear about it. Thank you, Michelle. A new iPhone and more may be unveiled in just a few hours. Apple is gearing up for its September event later today. Experts say the iPhone 14 will be at the center of attention, but a new Apple Watch and even an update to the AirPods line could be on the schedule. The event will be live streamed on Apple's social media platforms starting at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Check your fridge. Early today is back in a minute with a new recall for a breakfast staple.
And the deepening mystery behind the murder of an investigative journalist in Las Vegas.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, before you open up that fridge this morning, we have an important consumer alert for you. More than 90 cases of smoked salmon are being recalled over listeria concerns. The brand is St. James Smokehouse, the Scotch Reserve Scottish smoked salmon. It's sold in 10 states around the nation. Customers should return it to the store for a refund. The affected products were sold from February through June 2022 and have a lot number of 123-172.
In Las Vegas, a manhunt is underway for a suspect who fatally stabbed a reporter who was known for his work covering organized crime and corruption. But was this a targeted hit? NBC's Gotti Schwartz is following the story for us.
The Las Vegas community in mourning after one of their own, a journalist, was killed. Police say award-winning investigative reporter Jeff German was stabbed to death on Saturday outside of his home after an altercation. Authorities now releasing these photos of a suspect who is still at large. German joined the Las Vegas Review-Journal in 2010 after more than 2 decades at the Las Vegas Sun, according to the paper, and he was known for breaking big stories about organized crime, corruption, and political scandals. The Committee to Protect Journalists writing that law enforcement should, quote, conduct a swift and thorough investigation into the killing of journalist Jeff German, determine whether he was targeted for his work, and hold those responsible to account. Our affiliate KSNV spoke with a columnist of the Review Journal who said German hadn't told leadership about any concerns for his safety.
Jeff did not convey that he was in any danger as far as sources who might, or contacts who might want to do him harm.
The photos of the suspect still leave much unanswered, showing someone wearing a bright orange jacket, large straw hat, and dark-colored pants carrying a blue duffel bag. In a press release, investigators say they think the suspect was possibly, quote, casing the area for other crimes before the deadly attack. And Las Vegas police now asking residents to check their video cameras for any additional footage of the suspect. News of German's death sending shockwaves around the community. Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak tweeting in part, "This is a tragic loss for our community. Jeff German was tough but fair and a great mentor to young reporters." And Las Vegas's Mayor Carolyn Goodman writing in part, "This was a senseless act of violence."
Well, thanks to Gotti for that report.
Back to the old grind, how to prepare for the return to the office as companies wind down work from home policies.
And on your marks, get set, bake. The next season of the Great British Bake Off is fresh out of the oven and heading your way.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Can you tell us about your flapjack place?
Started making it, had a breakdown. Bon appetit.
The bakers are heading back to the tent. Season 10 of the Great British Baking Show premieres next week on Netflix. New episodes will drop every Friday.
With summer heading into the rearview mirror, many companies, including our own, are requiring employees to come back to the office in person at least 3 days a week. NBC's Vicki Nguyen has some tips on how to help navigate that transition.
For millions of Americans, the end of summer could also be the end of working from home. But after 2.5 years away from the office, what will it look like now? It's a common theme on TikTok.
Come back to the office, they said. Experience our culture, they said.
And for many, a source of anxiety.
So great to see everyone. It's so great. I'm so relaxed. I recommend that everyone temper their expectations about going back to work, because one of the dangers is to think that you're going to go back to the way things were. You're not going back in time, right? You're going back to where we are now.
To reduce stress, experts say plan ahead. Talk to your boss about childcare and other accommodations you need, like flex hours. Map out your commute and parking. Choose your outfit and pack your work bag the night before. And bring food in case your favorite coffee or lunch spots have closed. Some companies like Airbnb have fully embraced remote work, while others have adopted a hybrid model. But there's a wide gap between what employees want and what some companies are pushing for. A recent study found more than 31% of workers who can do their jobs from home would prefer to avoid the office forever, while 27% of employers say that should rarely or never be the case. The key, experts say, is flexibility.
There really isn't a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to how and when to bring employees back.
There's no one-size-fits-all approach to bringing employees back. We are in an on-demand digital environment where customization is expected by the younger generation of workers already. So we need to really think about designing work for where they are. And the only way we're going to do that is to listen to them and to understand them and not impose old models onto them.
Thanks to Vicki for that. A shock to the system for so many. We
are living in a whole new world. All right, Michelle is tracking another rainy day for much of the country.
And the smoking gun that led to one of the biggest settlements in vaping history.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Well, NASA says that a cosmic spider has been caught by its Webb, the billion-dollar James Webb Telescope capturing what's known as the Tarantula Nebula. NASA says this region has long been used to study star formation, and the Webb makes that easier. On the left is an older image from the Hubble telescope. The Webb image on the right, much more detailed, and even shows distant background galaxies.
So cool. Okay, Michelle is back with a look at some rain in the forecast. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at not an all-day event, but we're looking at lingering showers, especially in the northeast, and then we're going to see showers developing from the mid-Atlantic to the Gulf Coast, the southeast as well, and that's going to continue tomorrow. So we were so wet yesterday, last week in the Gulf Coast, and we're going to start to see those showers and storms developing once again. That could lead to some flash flooding because any of these showers could have some really heavy downpours. So in terms of your rainfall forecast, we're looking generally 1 to 3 inches. The heaviest amounts in portions of northern and central Florida, but again, we could see heavier amounts locally, heavier amounts with some flash flooding. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Next on Early Today, the new CO2 trouble bubbling up for the brewing industry. You're watching Early Today on this Wednesday.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Following a 2-year-long investigation into their marketing practices, Juul Labs have agreed to pay a multi-million-dollar payout. The almost $440 million settlement comes after the probe alleged the e-cigarette company's advertising tactics increased teen vaping across the country. Connecticut's Attorney General announced the terms on behalf of the 33 states that will receive the payments over 6 to 10 years. The settlement also imposes restrictions on how Juul can market its products in the future.
Well, you've heard the phrase, these boots are made for walking, right? Well, these Balenciaga boots are not walking over anybody because it's a bag. They have taken their Le Cargo bag and boots and combined them into one, but strap in because it's going to cost you $3,200.
Yeah, I don't know about that. At least you get 2 of the boots, the entire pair, not just 1 boot on that bag.
And just saggy pants, it looks like attached, I guess.
Okay, the national CO2 shortage continues to have business owners scrambling the gases necessary to keep our drinks bubbly. Brendan Tierney with our Nashville affiliate spoke to a Tennessee brewery owner about how they are managing to keep afloat.
There's a lot of steps that go into pouring the perfect beer. From preparing a glass to holding it at the perfect angle. But brewing a beer is even more complicated.
This is how we connect on the CO2 to a tank.
Tailgate owner Wes Keegan says the gas CO2 is critical in the brewing process. It creates the frothy head on the top of a beer and prevents it from being spoiled by oxygen in a can or keg.
Everything here is creating CO2 or receiving CO2.
The ongoing CO2 shortage could possibly make your beer flat. And it's just the latest supply chain issue since the pandemic started.
We like to talk about water, hops, yeast, grain, those types of ingredients, but CO2 has just kind of been something that we've always assumed was going to be there.
Wes says they've been doing multiple things to make sure this main CO2 tank here at Tailgate Brewing Company is regularly filled because they can't let it get empty and risk having to shut down production.
So far, Tailgate has been proactive to avoid completely running out. Wes says that's come with a cost of higher prices and is something that's being felt across the area.
You still need CO2 as a restaurant to help deliver that through the draft system. So it is definitely a critical component for something even like your local sports bar or favorite restaurant.
Hoping this issue can be sorted out to ensure they can keep brewing some of your favorite beers.
Thanks to Brendan for that report. I couldn't even get any seltzer that I normally do from our dispenser out here at work.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing worse if you're looking for a cold beer than, if it's flat. So don't take any of those draft beers that you have for granted, suds and all.
Yeah, we've hoarded a lot of other things in the past couple years. Now time to hoard that beer, too.
Don't take our beer.
Yeah, thanks for watching early today. Have a great one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, out of control. Extreme heat and wildfires are taking over the West Coast this morning. In California, thousands are without power, with officials warning more blackouts are likely. And on the East Coast, millions are cleaning up after downpours, flooded roadways, and travel disruptions. We're tracking what's ahead this morning. Legal battle. Right now, the Justice Department is deciding whether to fight a ruling from a federal judge allowing a third party to review the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The next steps in the investigation. Plus, the new reports this morning about sensitive information FBI agents allegedly found in those documents. Paying up. The future of the e-cigarette industry up in the air this morning after one of the biggest names, Juul, settles a multi-state lawsuit claiming its marketing and sales practices targeted teens directly. The restrictions the company is now facing as they're forced to pay up more than $400 million. And on-air scare. A local news anchor suffers a stroke during a live broadcast. What happened during those frightening moments in front of the camera and how she's doing this morning. She is okay. That's the headline. But she's sharing a message that could hopefully help some people.
And we're going to hear from her both hours, actually, this morning. So we'll have complete coverage of that story.
Absolutely a little later this morning. But we begin with the extreme weather we're seeing in both the east and out west.
Yeah, in the Northeast, summer storms unleashed torrential rain, stranding motorists in Philadelphia, collapsing roofs in Rhode Island. While in the west, brutally hot and dry conditions are smashing records and fueling deadly wildfires. With most of California under a heat alert, officials there are urging people to reduce their power use, warning that the power grid cannot withstand the demand. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have the latest forecast for us in a moment, but we want to start with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, who is in Burbank, California. Steve, good morning. I mean, this heat wave in California has gone on for more than a week now, and there is real concern over the power grid there. What's the latest?
Yeah, Joe, the first thing I have to say is that by no means is this over. These emergency alerts, this extreme weather expected to last at least the remainder of the week, with the alerts not expiring until about Friday night. But the next thing I have to say is that if there was a decisive battle in Alamo, Helms Deep, it would have been the late hours of last night. And by and large, California officials say, thanks almost primarily to the conservation of its citizens, we avoided rolling blackouts last night. But man, were we close. We were at an emergency alert 3 sometime around 6 o'clock or so last night. And emergency alert 3 is when the demand outstrips the supply of the grid. Had we made an emergency alert 4, that would have been a total capsation of the system. That would have meant rolling blackouts across the state, which you can imagine would be its own dangerous situation. But we got one of those alerts on your phone phone, almost like, getting an Amber Alert where it just takes over your whole phone sometime around 6 o'clock last night as well. That was from California officials. Those officials say almost immediately after that, they saw the numbers drop. Those conservation numbers went up. The numbers of energy usage came down immediately. That saved us. That saved us from those rolling blackouts. The citizens listened to the demand, listened to what was going on, and they made a change. I wish I could say that would mean it's not going to be hot again today and tomorrow and the next day. It's still a very, very dangerous situation, but we made it out of one of the worst scenarios possible.
Yeah,
So.
if only Californians could actually control the temperature by their energy use.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those times when you need air conditioning, you need energy.
Yes.
So what are officials saying about how to stay safe while also reducing their energy use?
Well, I mean, obviously, you don't want to be out in this whatsoever for any length of time. And if you are, you have to stay hydrated. It is so, so crucial. And if you feel anything, if the sweat that it normally is just pouring down at all times stops, that means you're in an early phase of heat stroke and they tell you to get indoors. Conservation, though, is really the big deal here. This is not over. I have to say it over and over again. So using your appliances in those crucial hours, anytime between 4 and 10 p.m. It's called a flex alert. They're telling people just to help us out. You have to stop that because, if you keep doing that, the grid will get overloaded. We'll get to a situation in which, they could think about rolling blackouts. That's not good for anybody. I want to tell you, we broke the record for energy usage despite all of this last night. 52,000 megawatts. That's never happened before in California history. We did it, and we did it without, a huge disaster.
And Steve, it's hard to imagine being a firefighter in this heat. They're facing multiple wildfires, including one in SoCal. It's called the Fairview Fire. It's killed 2 people. Quickly, what's the latest on that one?
Yeah, we expect another briefing this morning, maybe in about an hour and a half or so. But, it remains still only 5% contained or so, 2,400 acres. That number will go up. 7 homes destroyed. That number inevitably will go up. We're expecting to learn a little bit more about how this happened and the 2 people that became trapped and unfortunately lost their lives in that fire.
All right, Steve Patterson reporting from California. Steve, thank you.
And now our weather coverage continues with your Morning News Now weather check.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see those temperatures continuing, as Steve said, once again today, also tomorrow, Friday, and then a little relief comes over the weekend. Still well above normal for this time of year, but not well into the triple digits. So today, 50 million impacted by a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. The excessive heat warning is in the pink. That includes Redding, Sacramento, Fresno, Los Angeles, San Diego, Phoenix, and also Las Vegas. We're going to see those temperatures really soaring once again. So sizzling still out west. We're looking at temperatures 105 in Salt Lake City, and these temperatures are 10, 20, even 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Denver near 100 degrees at 16 degrees above average. Fresno 109, Sacramento 109. Yesterday they made it to a high of 116. Still today 18 degrees above what is average for this time of year. Now notice Thursday and Friday still into the triple digits in so many spots. Bakersfield 107 on Thursday, 106 on Friday, but there's that small relief. They'll take any relief. So by Saturday, we're looking at 97 degrees. Palm Springs, 86. That's going to feel a lot better. And Las Vegas into the low 90s. Now, we're worried about the wildfire risk. Once again, we're at an extremely critical risk. I'll show you that graphic in just a minute. But we're looking at 65 large fires burning. Lots of smoke. It's impacting the air quality, and this smoke is being carried as far as the Midwest. So we're going to continue to watch that story because that's going to be a big one as we go throughout time here. The winds are blowing today, and we're also looking at the chance for some severe storms. So we do expect some dry lightning. That's when the rain evaporates when it reaches the ground. We're looking at winds gusting to 60 miles per hour at times, and that's why we're particularly concerned about this fire threat. Where you see that hot pink, that's an extreme critical risk. That's in the northern plains, the high plains, and we're looking at those winds blowing. It's so hot, it's so dry, so conditions are ripe for wildfires. As we go throughout the rest of today, guys, we're looking at showers and storms in portions of the southeast. And could see some lingering showers in the northeast as well. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, busy morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
This morning, there are new developments in the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
Citing people familiar with the matter, the Washington Post is reporting that one of the documents seized by the FBI, quote, describes a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities. It adds that some of the top secret documents are so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are even, quote, kept in the dark about them. NBC News has not confirmed the Post report, and the Department of Justice declined to comment. We've got NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley here on set for more on this. Julia, great to have you with us in studio. Good to see you. So first, just walk us through some of the key details of this report. What is Trump's camp saying about it? And if confirmed, what implications does this have for the broader investigation?
Yeah, it's so good to be with you guys talking this through in person. So, like you said, we haven't confirmed the details of this yet, but the Washington Post is reporting that this is about key details of a foreign government's nuclear program. We don't know what government that is, but you could see how not only would those details be important, but if it reveals sources of information, that's where people like the Director of National Intelligence would get really nervous. If you have to pull someone out of the field because all of a sudden they've become compromised, the person or people who are able to give that information to the United States, that's highly sensitive. Again, so sensitive, only a small number of people were supposed to see it. And we have already seen Trump's camp comment on this. Today, his director of communications started commenting on this on Twitter, saying that this was just another piece of the Washington Post continuing to serve as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration. Instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the FBI and DOJ. Obviously, Trump not missing the chance here to go after the FBI, the Justice Department, and the Washington Post, which he would want to say are conspiring against him. But honestly, you know, the more we see reporting on this, the more critical it becomes just how sensitive these documents were and how high the bar was for the Justice Department to take the step in the first place to conduct that search in August.
Why we are where we are right now.
Exactly.
So the DOJ right now is still deciding whether to appeal that controversial decision by the judge to appoint a special master, a third party, to review the documents. Where does that stand? Are they going to do it?
Well, their deadline to put forward a candidate is Friday. So either they decide to appeal it in this very narrow window, or they have to put forward a candidate on Friday that the judge would hear. I thought it was interesting. Former Attorney General under Trump, Bill Barr, said that he didn't agree with the special master decision by that judge, and he thinks DOJ should appeal.
And Julia, while we have you, Hillary Clinton made some news. She had this interview with CBS. She commented on this, but also what's kind of making even more headlines here are some comments on Trump's alleged role in the Capitol riot, also comments herself about her losing the election. Tell us about what she said.
Right. She's basically saying that even in the position she was in, losing the election to Donald Trump, which made her unhappy, she would have never gone forward with something like what she says Donald Trump is responsible for, that being the insurrection on the Capitol. Here's what she had to say to CBS.
I would not be honest if I didn't say I think there was a seditious conspiracy against the government of the United States, and that's a crime.
Led by Donald Trump.
Led by Donald Trump. Was I happy when I beat Donald Trump by nearly 3 million votes but lost the Electoral College? No, I was not happy. Did I even for a nanosecond think I'm going to claim victory and try to get the Democrats to refuse to certify the election? No.
So a very candid exchange there from the former Secretary of State and former opponent of Trump. We haven't seen Trump comment yet on this, but something we're looking out for. He doesn't usually miss an opportunity to comment, especially when Hillary Clinton's involved.
Tell me that is to come.
All right, Julia, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Again,
it's
so
good
great
to
to have
be
you
here.
with us. Yeah. Come back to 30 Rock more.
Let's move on to the governor's race in Massachusetts. In one of the final primaries before the November midterms, Republicans there chose Jeff Deal, a former state representative endorsed by Trump, over businessman Chris Doty, who was considered the more moderate pick. Deal's win is the latest victory for a Trump-backed candidate in a GOP primary, but he'll face a stiff challenge in one of the nation's most liberal states. Only 10% of Bay State voters are registered Republicans.
Deal will face Attorney General Maura Healey, who handily won the Democratic primary in the general election this fall. If Healey were to win that contest, she would become the state's first openly gay and first woman to serve as governor. The two candidates are vying to fill the vacancy left by the current governor, Republican Charlie Baker, who chose not to seek a third term.
The pivotal Senate race in Pennsylvania is ramping up. Dr. Mehmet Oz is on the attack against Democrat John Fetterman, who has refused to debate since suffering a stroke in May. And both candidates are getting presidential-level support, with President Biden and Mr. Trump on the ground in the battleground state over the weekend. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more.
The critical state of Pennsylvania is at the center of the political universe this week.
He's going to work and fight for Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Dr. Mehmet Oz facing an uphill battle to win his Senate race, a loss being a critical blow to Republicans' chances of winning back the Senate.
Doctors fix things. I would actively work to change us for the better.
Polls are showing Oz trailing Democrat John Fetterman, who campaigned alongside President Biden on Monday night in Pittsburgh, slamming Oz as an outsider.
How many homes does Dr. Oz have? 9, 10, 11?
But Fetterman so far refusing to debate Oz after suffering a stroke in May.
John Fetterman is either healthy and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick to participate in the debate.
Can you even imagine that if you had a doctor that was mocking your illness? Ridiculing that? Well, here we are.
Oz, in a state that Joe Biden won, walking a tightrope.
If you had been in the U.S. Senate on January 6th of 2021, would you have objected to the certification of the 2020 election and Joe Biden's win?
I would not have objected to it. By the time the delegates and those reports were sent to the U.S. Senate, our job was to approve it, which is what I would have done.
But also appealing to Trump loyal voters.
I believe in each and every one of you, and so should you. God bless you.
This November, we're going to stand up to this rising tyranny of sickness, lawlessness, and death, and we are going to take back our country.
President Biden with his own attacks aimed at Trump.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
One of those MAGA Republicans, Doug Mastriano, running for governor of Pennsylvania. He was outside the Capitol on January 6th and has said he would not have certified Biden's win in the state. His Democratic opponent running this ad against him.
Body my choice is ridiculous nonsense.
Candidate Josh Shapiro telling NBC's Mike Memoli,
I'm running against the most extreme and dangerous candidate in the nation. Someone who talks openly about denying women the ability to make decisions over their own bodies. Someone who's talked about rigging the 2024 election already.
Now, as these two Republicans, Mastriano and Oz, try to forge their own paths forward, Oz was asked whether he will support his fellow Republican. He said, notably, that yes, he will support Mastriano in the full slate of Republican candidates, but stopped short of saying whether he would actually campaign alongside him or not. For Democrats, this U.S. Senate race is perhaps their best pickup opportunity here, and it's important to note that early voting begins in just a few weeks.
Coming quickly, thank you, Vaughn.
Now, a settlement has been reached between e-cigarette maker Juul and nearly 36 states in an investigation into its marketing and sales practices. The states argue that Juul intentionally targeted teens with its ads and marketing strategies, which they say created a vaping crisis among the nation's youth. Juul agreed to pay nearly $439 million, but the company is not acknowledging any wrongdoing in the settlement. They say they're trying to, quote, resolve issues from the past, and that the settlement agreement was, quote, aligned with our current business practices, which we started to implement after our company-wide reset in the fall of 2019. Mark Gottlieb, a public health and research attorney who has worked in the field of commercial tobacco control for nearly 30 years, joins us now. Mark, thanks for being here. So let's walk through this. Tell us about the terms of this settlement first and how the money is going to be paid out to these states and who's going to benefit.
Well, it's, as you mentioned, just under $439 million. It's unclear on the schedule for payment. It's going to be probably over the next 4 to 6 years, and it's going to go to the states, much like the master settlement agreement money went to the states in the late 1990s when all those attorney general settled with the cigarette companies. Many of the states hopefully will use some of this money for cessation efforts to help many of those teens, millions of them, in fact, who are addicted to Juul and to nicotine from using Juul.
Now, people might remember some of kind of this back and forth and drama here that surrounded Juul, even apart from this particular settlement. Just in June, the FDA ordered Juul to stop selling its products, full stop. But then a court banned that. The court blocked the FDA ban. So the products are still now for sale in the United States, temporarily at least. That's pending the FDA's scientific review of the company's technology as a whole. What will that review be looking at, and what are potential outcomes from that?
Well, the review is supposedly going to take a closer look at the chemical compositions of the products and what their impact on public health could be. I suspect part of the motivation for the settlement was, in fact, if Juul is on the hook to pay to more than half the states millions and millions of dollars a year, I think that puts some pressure on the FDA not to ban the products from the U.S. market entirely, because if they do that, then I don't think that Juul will necessarily be able to make those payments. So that may be part of Juul's strategy here.
That's an interesting point. All right, Mark, quickly before I let you go, this settlement, while it might be reached, Juul is still involved in several other legal battles. Give us a quick rundown on those.
Yeah, there's thousands of claims pending against Juul. Some of the states that haven't settled include California, New York, and Massachusetts, where I'm based. There are class actions. There are thousands of individual personal injury cases, and there are cases brought by school systems that lost time and resources because of what Juul had done, addicting basically a generation of teens from 2016 really through 2019. So there's quite a reckoning still to come for Juul.
Mark Gottlieb, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, class is back in session across the country.
And school safety is a bigger concern than ever, especially after the Uvalde shooting. The worries parents have about the new year and the new steps some schools are taking to try to keep kids safe. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As children head back to the classroom, fears over school shootings are weighing on the minds of American families.
Now, parents and school districts are taking steps to try to prevent another tragedy. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the story.
At this school in northern New Jersey, seniors begin another year comfortable in these hallways. But a familiar fear also lurks around this school, like so many others across the country.
I know that there was a threat last year, and it was taken with the utmost importance.
It is scary thinking about how somebody could come into your school and do something like that, but I try not to think about negatives.
Just 4 months after the Uvalde massacre, parents and school districts are taking action to keep their children safe.
Now show me how you use your bulletproof backpack.
One Oklahoma mom going viral last week.
The shooter is in there. You do not say a word.
Cassie Walton running active shooter drills with her 5-year-old son before his first day of school. And it's not just children and parents reacting. A district in Oxford, Michigan introducing new tech, biometric scanners that can detect weapons, new locks that make the doors impossible to open, in addition to demanding clear backpacks and hiring more armed personnel. All coming after a November 2021 shooting at Oxford High School that left 4 students dead and 7 injured. In Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine announcing funding for schools to implement upgrades like security cameras, automatic door locks, and visitor badges, while also allowing teachers to carry guns after less than 24 hours of training. Back here in New Jersey, the state's spending millions of dollars on digital maps like these. They show both public and private schools, and they're designed to give to first responders in the event of an emergency like a school shooting. Stuck between the schools and the politics are the parents.
With the shootings happening, it's just a fear. It's I think the ideology of raising a child in the United States, that's what's become the fear.
Some with children as young as 4, forced to have conversations about mass shootings.
When the Uvalde shooting happened, we didn't go into specifics with her. We did say that a lot of kids had gotten hurt and some of them were no longer with us. These are conversations I don't remember having as a child with my parents.
And for the students, excitement.
We have prom and homecoming, and I know it's super cliche, but it's a part of high school, and I'm really excited for that.
And concern.
It's scary for everyone in high schools everywhere.
As America begins a new school year.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And about 1,500 schools in New Jersey have already been digitally mapped, and the state's goal is to eventually map all its schools. Local law enforcement will conduct annual walkthroughs to make sure the maps are accurate.
International headlines now, and the latest on that devastating earthquake in western China.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing with that and more. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Good morning. Imagine your home shaking from a 6.8 magnitude earthquake and not being able to run outside because of a strict COVID lockdown. That is what's happening for 21 million people in the city of Chengdu. They're dealing with a lot of frustration. We're seeing videos all over social media. The lockdown and mass testing there have been extended. Authorities aren't saying when it's going to be over, and this is all over a few hundred cases. Meanwhile, the death toll from the quake that struck about 110 miles southwest of Chengdu is now rising at 74 people. The strongest cyclonic storm of the season continues to hit Asia hard. Typhoon Hinnamnor has triggered huge surf, gale force winds, and heavy rain. In South Korea, 7 people died in an underground parking lot when it filled with torrents of water. The typhoon is disrupting shipping. It's closed ports all over the region as it now heads northeast toward Japan. And heads up, carnivores. This Dutch city of Haarlem is banning meat ads because of the industry's impact on the climate. Now, beef production, as we know, generates a lot of greenhouse gases. The meat industry, though, says that the ban is a violation of freedom of speech. The law wouldn't take effect until 2024, but there is precedent. The cities of Amsterdam and The Hague have also banned ads for the aviation and fossil fuel industries. And that's a look at your headlines this morning.
Interesting, while we're talking about banning them, we're showing pictures of burgers, making people want to go.
Well, the news is not an advertisement, so there you go. Right, thank you, Janice.
Thanks. All right, coming up, schools are hoping COVID disruptions will be a thing of the past. We've got the latest on the COVID booster rollout for kids as classrooms prepare for potential outbreaks.
And what about the flu shot? What doctors are saying right now about this upcoming flu season and the best time for you to get that shot. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Updated COVID booster shots are now available for millions of kids returning to the classroom. But with changing CDC guidelines and a stubborn Omicron variant capable of spreading rapidly, school officials are worried disruptions in the classroom will be significant.
But not all children qualify for the new booster shot. Pfizer's the only booster shot available for children, and they have to be over the age of 12. Kids under 12 still don't have access to the booster targeting Omicron subvariants.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry joins us now from the Children's National Hospital in Washington, where the updated boosters are being delivered today. Cal, good to see you. So with most kids still not eligible for a booster shot, what are health officials' biggest concerns about the return to school?
Well, look, I think the concern is as it was a year ago, right? The weather's getting colder, people are going to be inside more, and kids are going to be clustered in that school, and the mask mandates are pretty infrequent around the country, right? I'm joined now by Executive Vice President for Community and Population Health, Dr. Nathaniel Beers. I just wanted to start by asking you again, here we are again, right? I was here outside Children's Hospital a year ago telling people it's going to get colder. Where are we sort of a year ago? Give me a big picture where we are now.
Yeah, so we are definitely able to say that we now can vaccinate all children ages 6 months and up, which is great for us because certainly we know that vaccines do a great job at helping us prevent disease and also preventing serious consequences. So that is wonderful. We're also seeing some slowdown in rates in certain communities as we come back from summer vacations and certainly start school. We want to continue to see that. But know that we still have lots of disease in our communities, and certainly with the variants and the Omicron variants that we've seen, the capacity of those to spread quickly is still impacting the work and school environment.
And with that, how important is this booster that is designed to attack the Omicron variant?
Right, so the new booster for kids ages 12 and up is an important part of making sure that we continue to protect ourselves. We know that immunity wanes with time, and so whether you've gotten your primary series or your primary series and your booster, we know that having a booster that is more specific for the Omicron variant is going to help us do a better job of protecting kids and families and adults.
CDC Dr. Fauci yesterday was saying he would like people to think about maybe having their kids get it with the flu vaccine. Is that something people should think about?
They definitely should. It's very safe to get both vaccines together, and we know that we saw lots of flu last year and expect to continue to see that again this year. We want to make sure that kids are protected from the flu vaccine and COVID vaccine as well as other childhood illnesses.
And for parents who are concerned maybe their child recently had COVID, should they wait to get that booster or should they go ahead and get it?
We are still recommending that they go ahead and get the booster, certainly working with your pediatrician to talking about the timing of that booster. You may not want to get it the day after you got over your COVID, but certainly within a couple weeks to a month or two after you've had a COVID infection, it is completely fine and recommended to go ahead and get that disease as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Beers. I appreciate you doing it, especially in rush hour traffic.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Guys, back to you as we head back to school. Parents are going to be taking their children, and you can, again, 12 and over, you can take your kids this week in cities like DC and get that booster.
Yeah, hey, Cal, quickly before we let you go, I mean, aside from vaccines, with the goal being to get schools through the year without being disrupted by outbreaks, what else should parents be keeping in mind, should teachers be keeping in mind to keep kids safe?
You know, one of the things Dr. Beers and I were talking about is masks, right? It works. Masks work. People didn't get so much the cold and the flu last year, even if there isn't a mask mandate in your school. If you have that outbreak, it's a tool that you can use. It's something to think about. It's not necessarily something you have to do. Masks are optional, but it is something you can do to protect yourself.
Cal Perry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And staying on the subject of vaccines, the American Academy of Pediatrics is updating its advice on when you should get your child's flu vaccine.
Yeah, perfect segue from Cal there. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us here on set with that and the rest of the health headlines that you might have missed this week, a segment we all know and love. All right, so tell us, what are these new guidelines when it comes to the flu shot?
Well, you know, so the AAP came out with this because of the concern last year only about 55% of kids got their flu shots, which is actually on par with the national average. And not surprisingly, that number was even about 8% lower in children of color. So it's a concern, number one. The recommendation is actually not that different from years past, but especially now because we're concerned about having a bad flu season. You know, we talked a lot about a twindemic the last couple of years. This year, we'll see if it actually materializes. The Southern Hemisphere had a really bad flu season, and that usually portends what we're going to have. But for the American Academy of Pediatrics, they're recommending 2 shots for children between the ages of 6 months and 8 years if they've never had a flu shot before or if they've only ever had 1 shot before. So that's important. So folks, parents out there, talk to your pediatrician about whether your child under the age of 9 needs 1 shot or 2 shots. Very, very important. Recommendations, doctor's orders for the general public, including kids, if you don't need 2 shots, we really recommend to get the shot before the end of October. You don't want to get it too early because immunity can wane and you don't want to get stuck in spring when flu season peaks and you haven't been vaccinated. Also, pregnant women in their 3rd trimester should get it now so your kids are protected when they're born. And 2 for 1, as you guys heard in the piece, okay to get the flu shot and the COVID vaccine on the same day so your little ones don't have to scream and cry twice.
Just get all those needles in at once.
Exactly. Just maybe one big screaming and cry.
Exactly.
Let's move on from vaccines and talk about a study. This one's from Harvard and Tufts. It shows a link between eating ultra-processed food and colorectal cancer in men. So what types of food are we talking about and how much greater is the risk?
I know, you guys. Well, the risk is about 29% greater for men who ate a lot of ultra-processed food, and they didn't find this association in women, which is interesting. Probably invoking
more to say about that.
some effect of estrogen, not surprisingly. But why is this so important? Have we not been talking for the last number of years about how the incidence of colorectal cancer has been increasing staggeringly in younger populations? And for a long time, we haven't really known why. So the experts who responded to this study have said, wow, this is really interesting because this is kind of giving us a little bit of, sort of an explanation for why this could be. And just to sort of identify or define what ultra-processed is, these are foods that are made in an industrial setting with ingredients that are usually lab-made. So think everything like sugary beverages, high processed meats, hot dogs, even things like, energy bars and things like that, which I know many of us consume. But the men in this study consumed like 8 to 9 servings a day of that. I mean, it was predominantly their diet, where the national average is around 3 to 4 servings a day. So my recommendations, doctor's orders, obviously, get your colon cancer screening. The age dropped for everybody from 50 to 45 a couple of years ago.
Wow.
You may even need to start earlier if you have certain risk factors. And remember, whole versus processed food. I always explain to my patients when they say, what's an anti-inflammatory diet? What's a healthy diet? Think of whole foods. Anything that's packaged, processed, all those additives, flavors, colorings, bad for you. Bad for you.
Yeah, bad for you. Tough to focus on that, but it's
easy
good
to eat, right?
Yeah.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
It lasts long on
Yeah.
the shelf.
Right.
Absolutely.
So we have to obviously, make a comment about that, because for people with a lower socioeconomic status, of course, they're going to be eating more of that food, and that is tough. And that's
Such
why
an
we
important
see
point.
that inequity.
Yeah. Quickly before we let you go, we've got this news, some productivity news as we head back into fall, maybe back into the office. A review of 22 studies. Researchers found taking short breaks during the workday is actually good for everybody's well-being, for getting things done. Tell us about this.
So this is good. So I want you guys to think of this concept of a micro break. So it doesn't need to be like 30 minutes. It can be 10 minutes or less. The number of times throughout the day doesn't actually matter. Basically, take it whenever you need it. The longer the break, the better the performance. If you do a short little break, it doesn't necessarily improve your productivity, but it improves your well-being. So my doctor's orders are switch it up. So maybe do some jumping jacks, watch a video, do something that relaxes you, get creative. It does not include, by the way, if you're doing work, then checking your emails. Like you have to do something that's completely separate from what you were doing at work. What's that?
Put your phone away.
Exactly. Like that's just, like now, I need to catch up on this. No. You want to do something that's completely different from the task that you're doing, and that'll help you feel better.
Gonna catch Joe and I in our offices doing jumping.
Yes, exactly.
I already do.
Yeah.
This is different from quiet quitting too, which is There you go.
All right, Dr. Azar, always great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, a news anchor is recovering this morning after suffering a stroke on air.
Next, the moment she realized something was wrong and the warning signs you should watch out for after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're back with an update on a story NBC News first brought you in April about a team of cold case investigators here in New York. After seeing our report, one family finally got answers to a mystery that's haunted them for more than 3 decades. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has this story.
She was missing.
1990 was a long time ago.
You never know when it's the last opportunity you're going to see someone.
Ebony was 12 the last time she saw her mom, Myrtle Brown.
She was kind of going to New York to get away.
Myrtle's brother Robert was living in California. They had always been close.
I had a message on my answering machine. All she said was, "I'm trying to get a hold of you."
That's it.
Yeah. And back in those days, she didn't have a cell phone, so I was not able to call her.
She had called my grandmother to let her know someone stole her purse, her money, and it included some medication because she was epileptic. So she talked about going to the hospital so she could get a refill. And then that was the last moment, we ever heard from her.
The family checked the hospitals. They called the police, but nothing. Weeks and months with no answers turned into years and decades.
It was very hard, when you have your prom and just, becoming a young woman. It was hard.
She wasn't there for it.
No.
And you thought, because you didn't have an answer, that maybe she didn't want to be there.
Right.
Robert worried that she had suffered.
They found the pocketbook. How did they get the pocketbook? Did they beat her up?
Right.
Or was she raped?
Then this spring, he watched nightly news.
Who were they? People whose bodies were found but whose names were not. Cold cases.
Our story profiled an all-woman team in the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, trying to identify remains stretching back decades.
I saw a young lady, and I said to myself, wow, I wonder if that could be her.
Maybe a day or two after the piece ran, a family member ended up calling our office. I took a look at the reconstruction and noticed, okay, I'm probably looking for a middle-aged black woman.
The recreation wasn't a match, but Dr. Soler had all she needed.
And we were also informed that she went missing in May of 1990, so I knew exactly where to start my search.
Dr. Soler called me.
And what did she say?
She says, Robert, I think we found your sister.
I said, well, I have a photograph that I can show you that will help us confirm this is her.
It gives you a chill a little bit, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
It took me a second to realize that's her.
Yeah, instantly. As soon as I saw the photo, like all 30 years, just, you know it. I knew it was her.
The family learned that Myrtle died from a seizure in an emergency room at a Brooklyn hospital. She didn't have ID. She was never formally registered.
When someone's in your mind missing, you don't close the chapter.
Yeah.
So we were able to do that.
You had a chance to say goodbye.
Yes.
Which is why Dr. Soler and her team take the calls. And they never give up. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Thank you, Stephanie. Now to some financial headlines, starting with what's expected from Apple's annual event today.
NBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Got Apple holding its annual product event this afternoon. It's expected to unveil the new iPhone 14. The new device may not be all that different from the iPhone 13, except for one big change. Some analysts expect Apple will raise the price of the Pro models quite a bit, due partly from pressure from supply costs and the strong U.S. dollar. Now, the standard models are expected to stay at the same starting price, though. The iPhone is Apple's biggest business. It generates nearly 60% of the company's revenue. And Mark Zuckerberg announcing Meta Platforms will hold its annual virtual reality conference on October 11th. In a post on his Facebook page, Zuckerberg appears to be wearing a new VR headset. It's likely Meta's highly anticipated mixed reality device, codenamed Project Cambria. Meta has spent as much as $10 billion a year to make Zuckerberg's vision of a new software platform a reality. The headset is expected to cost about $800. Apple's reportedly set to launch its own VR headset next year. And are you heading back to the office this fall? Well, you can impress your colleagues with Lego people literally at your fingertips. A company called Mel Geek has created a customizable Lego mechanical keyboard. That's a type of keyboard where you can switch out all the keys. In this case, you can switch out the key switches and the entire case with Lego bricks. Keyboard called the Pixel is not officially licensed by Lego. You can reserve one now for just $1, and that will lock in a lower price of $199 when it does go on sale. And I'm told even though it's heavy and mechanical, they will have a wireless version. So
looks cool.
Joe,
Yeah,
I can see this on your desk.
Yeah, I may want one. All right, thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
An Oklahoma news anchor at our NBC affiliate in Tulsa is recovering this morning after suffering stroke-like symptoms during a live broadcast. Anchor Julie Chin said that she felt great at the top of her Saturday newscast, but within minutes lost partial vision in one eye, felt numbness, and stumbled over her words. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello tells us how her colleagues jumped into action.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today.
The first signs of trouble came during KJRH Tulsa's Saturday morning newscast.
At the event, the event features live.
Anchor Julie Chin suddenly struggled to read the words on the teleprompter.
I'm sorry, something is going on with me this morning, and I apologize to everybody.
Staffers called 911. On Facebook Sunday, Chin wrote, "I'm so glad to tell you I'm okay. Doctors believe I had the beginnings of a stroke live on the air." Chin says she first started to lose vision in one eye. Then her hand and arm went numb and she couldn't speak. She spoke with her station in Tulsa.
They did all sorts of extensive testing on me. And the good news is that everything came out great. But the bad news about that is that we don't know why it happens and if it could happen again.
NBC's Dr. John Torres, an ER doc, says it could have been a TIA, sometimes called a mini stroke.
It doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter your medical conditions, doesn't matter how athletic or non-athletic you are. Anybody can suffer a stroke at any time, and it always needs immediate attention.
To watch for possible stroke symptoms, remember, be fast. Balance or eyes that seem off, facial drooping, an arm that drops or drifts, slurred speech, time to call 911 to prevent permanent brain damage. Thankfully, Julie Chin's colleagues acted in time. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Thank goodness for those colleagues, and glad she's doing okay.
Yeah.
In fact, Julie joined the Today Show this morning to talk more about her symptoms, how she's doing now. We're going to share some of that interview coming up in our next hour.
Yeah, I'm so glad she's okay. All right, coming up, students return to school for the first time after the deadly shooting in Uvalde.
And a library is helping provide comfort to some kids who are anxious about returning. We're going to show you the help that they're offering next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Actress Lea Michele made her highly anticipated return to Broadway last night as Fanny Brice in the revival of the musical Funny Girl. The crowd sang her praises with several standing ovations, with 4 of them reportedly happening before intermission. Some of Michelle's famous friends joined the audience for her debut, including Glee creator Ryan Murphy and actress Drew Barrymore. New York Governor Kathy Hochul was also there, so I think it's safe to say nothing can rain on Lea Michele's parade. I know a couple people who were there last night. One described it as simply spectacular. Another, Frank Delella, who's been on our show before, simply said, wow, said 7 standing ovations in all for her.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, that's fun. I bet it was fun to be in that audience. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you'll be there soon, Joe.
Yeah, we'll check it out at some point.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, it's back to school season, which means college football is here. This season, there's a greater focus on mental health among players. As part of our Kids Under Pressure series, Stephanie Gosk sat down with University of Alabama head coach Nick Saban and Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young for an exclusive interview about the mental health struggles our college athletes are facing.
We're all going to have bad things that happen, but our ability to overcome those negatives is going to go a long way in helping us be successful.
Coach Nick Saban knows what it takes to be a champion.
His 7th national championship.
Throughout his historic 42-year college coaching career, 16 seasons at Alabama, he's produced more NFL first-round draft picks than any other college coach.
Nose tackle, Alabama.
But to get his players to that level, the work doesn't just take place on the field.
All college athletes face pressure. How do you have a conversation with them in managing that pressure?
Pressure is kind of self-inflicted, and it's self-inflicted because you're focused on results. We want to focus on winning a championship. Or do you want to focus on what do I have to do each day to be able to be a champion so we'll have a chance to win a championship?
Quarterback Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore. With the accolades came the expectations, and it can get intense. Fans are looking to him to deliver another championship.
I feel like a lot of times athletes can be put on this pedestal, and as athletes we can internalize that. And we can feel like we're looked at as a certain way. We should be great at everything. Everything should come easy. And that's just not the case.
Do you worry sometimes about letting people down? It's a natural thing to feel.
Yeah, I care immensely for the people I play with, for my teammates, my brothers. I have great parents who have sacrificed a bunch. This school has supported me a lot, and I want to make everyone proud.
Regardless of the game's outcome, Coach Saban enforces his 24-hour rule. 24 hours to dwell on the game just played, the good and the bad. Then they have to let it go.
You're a player for this team. When something goes bad on the field, it's not just a couple of people. I mean, they have hundreds or thousands of people in their DMs telling them pretty hateful things. What effect does that have?
You have to go back to being technical. Okay, why did this happen, and what can I do to fix it? Rather than being so focused on the criticism or what everybody else thinks, because you control your thoughts, you control your feelings.
Is it tough to get these big, tough, super successful football players to talk about touchy-feely stuff?
I don't think it's as difficult now as it used to be, because I don't think the players really look at it as I have something wrong with me. They look at it more like, maybe I could use the help. And it's always good to emphasize with people, take help when help is there to be given. It's not a bad thing.
Senior defensive lineman DJ Dale asked for help after experiencing a season-ending knee injury.
I was depressed and I didn't even know it.
Well, I knew it, but I didn't want to admit it to myself.
Dale went to Coach Saban.
He told me that he appreciated me and that he knew I was a tough player, and I didn't want him to think that I was weak or turning my back against the team, but it was the complete opposite.
He's back on the field now, but studies show injuries can trigger depression and other emotional responses, like changes in appetite and lack of motivation in athletes. Dr. Brett McCabe worked with Dale. He's the university's sports psychologist. He's part of a team of more than 20 trained behavioral health professionals at Alabama.
An injury for the first time in an athlete's career is the first time that they realize they may be a mortal athlete. All of a sudden it's hard. And so while they're cheering for the team, there's still that self-loss sometimes of, oh my gosh, they're going on without me.
Our society, he says, has put a premium on perfection in athletics and in class. It can be unfair and hard for students to manage.
Our kids are coming in with more pressure, more standards to perform, and more expectations from the world around them. We don't give people grace and time to grow into things as a society.
Support, he says, needs to come from home as well.
When you have tough conversations with athletes and they talk about their parents, what are you hearing from them?
They don't want to disappoint them. Every kid that's out here knows where their parents are sitting or their family is sitting. At the end of the day, they want approval. And as parents, we need to let them know it's okay to not be okay. And sometimes all you have to do is send a text to your kid and just say, thinking of you, love you. And that goes a long way.
Our thanks to Stephanie Goss for that important report. And according to an NCAA survey, the rates of mental exhaustion, anxiety, and depression in student athletes are nearly 2 times higher than before the pandemic.
We're going to end this hour in Uvalde, Texas, where the grieving community has found a place to gather and to heal.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson visited a Uvalde library that's celebrating the lives of those lost in the Robb Elementary School shooting while helping the survivors process the tragedy.
Balloon eats. Now wait, I need these.
It's a place where children are normally told to be quiet. But here at El Progreso Memorial Library in Uvalde, joy. Third grader Alana De Leon, her mom, and other families have been coming all summer.
I brought her because this is a positive distraction from everything that's kind of been going on.
Alana lost her friend Annabelle Rodriguez in the Robb Elementary shooting.
She is the one with that wonderful dress.
Does anybody know what this story is?
For the kids, fun activities help them process their loss.
The balloons are really fun, and sometimes when the balloons pop, it gets rid of bad memories of mine.
Art therapy, grief counseling, even conga lines weaving through bookshelves.
What do you think families are looking for when they come here?
Peace and normalcy.
Library Director Mendel Morgan has filled the entryway with tributes from around the country.
This was done by children in Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
The newest addition, a bench honoring the 21 victims.
When a child sits on this bench, what do you hope they think about?
Well, I hope that they will think of the children that were victims of this terrible event, but I hope that it will also mean to them that there is life beyond the despair.
A source of hope and healing as the community moves forward. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Uvalde, Texas.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Mar-a-Lago bombshell. Overnight, new reporting from the Washington Post alleging some of those documents seized at the former president's Florida estate contain classified information on foreign powers' nuclear capabilities, among other materials on high-level U.S. operations. We'll dig deeper into this latest reporting, plus how former President Trump's team is reacting this morning. Unrelenting, a bi-coastal battering from 2 weather extremes. As the East Coast dries out from torrential rains and dangerous flash floods, across the West, it's a different story. Tens of millions of Californians now under the looming threat of rolling blackouts as days of record-breaking heat take a toll on the power grid when the West could finally see some relief. Also this morning, a new cyber warning. Kids nationwide are heading back to the classroom. Now the FBI and Department of Homeland Security say criminal hackers are targeting some of the nation's largest school districts. We'll tell you what they're after and what you need to know this fall. Plus, the big reveal, another highly anticipated Apple event expected to give us our first look at the tech giant's latest iPhone model and more. Just a few hours. We'll get you ready for the big announcement. I'm due for a new iPhone. I currently have an iPhone 7 as my personal phone.
Oh, I was going to say me too, but it's not that bad.
Which might explode at any moment here.
Yeah.
It does still work.
Is it making calls? Okay, well, hey,
I'll be paying attention.
We'll get you the new one.
Exactly.
We should send you when there's that crazy line, like with a camera.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I refuse. All right. We're going to begin this hour with a major development in the search of former President Trump's Florida estate.
According to a report in the Washington Post not confirmed by NBC News, one of the hundreds of highly sensitive documents FBI agents seized included information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has details.
Good day to you. Intelligence officials say this new revelation is alarming because the documents in question are usually kept under lock and key. And yet, according to the Washington Post, the highly classified materials were among the more than 11,000 government documents the FBI recovered in their search at Mar-a-Lago. All of it raising new questions, whether the former president put national security at risk.
Overnight, a stunning new twist after last month's search at Mar-a-Lago. According to the Washington Post, but not confirmed by NBC News, a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities, was among the classified documents seized by FBI agents. The Post, citing people familiar with the matter, also reports the documents detail top-secret U.S. operations so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are kept in the dark about them. The report says the documents contain information about such highly classified operations they require special clearances on a need-to-know basis, not just top-secret clearance, and are often kept under lock and key.
This, in turn, is, as I say, the holiest of holiest of secrets, which nations strive very hard to protect and to restrict access to, as we do in this country.
The Justice Department and FBI declined to comment, but overnight a spokesperson for former President Trump tweeting, "The Washington Post continues to serve as the propaganda arm of the Biden administration, and instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the integrity of the FBI and DOJ." For his part, former President Trump has dismissed as a hoax previous reporting that the FBI seized documents containing nuclear information.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
It comes as the Justice Department is deciding whether it will appeal a decision by a federal judge in Florida to allow an independent observer to review the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The ruling, a win for Mr. Trump, could delay the government's investigation by weeks, if not longer.
Now, the number of countries with nuclear capabilities is small. We're just talking about 9. In addition to the United States, the list includes Israel, China, Russia, and North Korea. And the concerns are twofold. One, if the country is an adversary, exposing this type of information could put lives at risk and even potentially compromise the sources and methods for obtaining it. And if the country is an ally, well, that could jeopardize the trust that country has in the U.S. All of it, intelligence officials say, intensifying concerns there could be real damage to national security. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
Now to the weather extremes stretching from coast to coast. Here in the Northeast, strong summer storms led to flash flooding, while out west, a record-breaking heat wave is fueling deadly wildfires and pushing power grids to the limit. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest from California.
California just can't seem to catch a break. The excessive heat warning across so much of this area has now been extended all the way until Friday. That means the strain on the power grid, like what you see behind me, will last a few more days.
This morning, California continues to brace for blackouts. Some cities in the Golden State, including parts of Silicon Valley, were briefly plunged into darkness, but the vast majority of the state kept the lights on, even as energy demand hit an all-time record high overnight.
The risk for outages is real and it's immediate.
If blackouts are ordered, cities lose power. That means no AC as sweltering temperatures hover in the triple digits. Nearly all of California and much of the West dealing with historic heat. Several cities across the region above or near 100 degrees for the rest of the week. 50 million under heat alerts today.
Bringing water, keep hydrated.
California now facing a double threat. Amid the sweltering heat, a deadly fast-moving wildfire tore through the city of Hemet.
Everything lined up for a critical rate of spread.
2 were killed as thousands scrambled to escape the flames.
The inferno blew through here so quickly, many of the homes that were destroyed were lost in minutes. Those that made it were protected by fire retardant dropped from the sky or random luck.
From one extreme to another, the Northeast drying out after drenching downpours.
Oh my goodness!
New video from inside a building in Providence showing the terrifying moment a roof caved in after heavy rain.
My heart was like pacing for sure, but I'm thankfully okay.
Nearly a foot of rain falling in Rhode Island.
Oh.
Wait, let me see.
Flooding dorm rooms at Brown University.
Clothes and like bags and everything, we just like piled it all up on the bed.
This morning, dangerous extremes, floods, fires, historic heat, and now the looming threat of blackouts.
Those blackouts that happened overnight were mostly in smaller cities and only lasted about an hour. Today will be yet another major test, though, for California's power grid. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Let's get more now on the extreme heat out west and also the flooding in the east.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both, and we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again, not only today, but Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, some relief comes. I call it some because we're still going to be into the 80s and 90s, still above normal for this time of year, but better than well into the triple digits. So today, we're still looking at 50 million people impacted from the Intermountain West into the Southwest. Excessive heat warning, that's in your pink, and that includes Los Angeles, also Sacramento. We broke so many records yesterday. We're going to break some more records today, some daily, monthly, all-time records. So this is what it looks like in terms of the forecasted highs. That West Coast sizzle, 101 today in Reno, 109 in Fresno, 110 in Burbank. The record there is 106. Salt Lake City, your record is 99, forecasting a high of 104 today. Grand Junction, you're into the triple digits as well. Rapid City, 102, and Denver into the upper 90s. Then as we go throughout the rest of this work week, we're looking at temperatures once again well into the 100s in Sacramento, 111 on Thursday, 109 Friday, and then back into the 90s. Still really warm though on Saturday. Fresno, same story. We have some relief in Palm Springs, so desert Southwest looking better by Saturday into the 80s, and that's because we could see some moisture there from Hurricane K. Las Vegas, 101 on Friday, 91 on Saturday. Phoenix, you're going to keep it warm with triple digits on Thursday as well. On top of that, in Montana, also Idaho, and that could cause some fires because we're going to have dry thunderstorms. The water's going to evaporate. And then we're going to have that lightning hit the ground. The brush is so dry. We have gusty winds. We have really low humidity, those hot conditions. So the fire danger really is high today. A red flag warning. That's where you see the pink stretching from portions of Montana into Wyoming, Idaho, also Washington, Oregon into Northern California. Now, on the flip side, we're so much cooler in the Northeast. We're below normal for this time of year with that jet stream dip so far to the south. Philadelphia today, 7 degrees below normal at 75 and just 69 in Boston. And then as we go throughout the day here, we're looking at some showers, some lingering showers from that system that brought all that rain yesterday. It's creeping slowly off the coast, so still throwing back some showers. And we could see some heavy downpours later on this afternoon, you guys, in portions of the southeast and also the Gulf Coast. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Lots going on.
Sure.
Now, this morning, a top Ukrainian nuclear official says his country is considering shutting down the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant over safety concerns. It comes as the UN called for a demilitarized zone around the facility after a team of inspectors found extensive damage at the plant in a report presented to the Security Council. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. One of the biggest concerns for these inspectors is communication in and outside of this plant. Right now, that's being done by mobile devices. But the issue is if shelling hits a cell tower, knocking off the cellular power to the area, that could mean that there's no way of notifying the world immediately of a nuclear accident. This morning, there are fears the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine is accelerating towards a potential disaster. After 5 days inside the plant, a report just released by a team of UN watchdog inspectors found 7 pillars of nuclear safety have been significantly compromised, including physical integrity of the plant, safety and security systems not fully functioning, and urgent concerns about an off-site power supply.
A nuclear power plant without external power supply may lose crucial functionalities, including the cooling of the reactors and the spent fuel. Without this, we could have a very serious nuclear accident.
Artillery strikes on Monday caused a fire at the plant, forcing the only working reactor to be disconnected from the grid. Ukraine and Russia have traded blame for the intense shelling around the facility.
We are playing with fire, and something very, very catastrophic could take place.
Meanwhile, a senior U.S. defense official tells NBC News Moscow is also in the process of buying millions of rockets and artillery shells from North Korea, a move the White House says shows desperation as Russia's weapons supply shortage intensifies. While UK intelligence suggests Russian morale is deteriorating. We spoke with Pavel Filatov, a former Russian paratrooper who fled. He says the Kremlin didn't tell the truth about the invasion. So for me, he said, just as for many others, the reason for this war did not correspond to my moral worldviews. And just breaking, Ukrainian energy officials say they are considering shutting the entire plant down as opposed to using these backup generators that run on diesel. They believe that could be a safer option. But that's a big decision here because this facility gives power to some 4 million Ukrainians. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, stay safe and thank you so much.
School districts are facing a growing threat this year. Both the FBI and Department of Homeland Security are warning about a new cyber criminal group targeting schools with widespread ransomware attacks. The warning comes just days after one of the country's largest districts was targeted. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us with more on these extensive attacks. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, and attention everybody, listen up and spread the word. The school district in Los Angeles open as expected today. That's the nation's second largest district. But authorities say it's not yet clear who was behind a sweeping ransomware attack. That remains under investigation. The FBI and Homeland Security are this morning warning attacks like this are going to escalate as the school year gets underway, putting districts with even the most robust cybersecurity measures at risk. This morning, a new urgent warning from the federal government about the rising cyber threat against the nation's schools. The FBI and U.S. cybersecurity say a ransomware gang known as Vice Society has been disproportionately targeting the education sector with ransomware attacks. The government says the group uses various techniques to break into networks and withdraw data. Ransomware attacks use technology that encrypts information and then isn't released until a ransom is paid. The government warning comes after a cyber attack on the nation's second largest school district over the weekend. Los Angeles school authorities say they thwarted the ransomware attack that was likely criminal in nature.
LAUSD was attacked with a ransomware tool that temporarily disabled systems.
The school district notified law enforcement, then took their system offline.
By shutting down all of the systems, we were able to stop the propagation of this event and restricting its potential damage.
While the attack was carried out with a ransomware tool, the superintendent says the district has not received a ransom demand. And it's not clear who was responsible for the breach, which is still under investigation. School officials say the attack disrupted access to email, computer systems, and applications, forcing students and staff to reset their passwords. Still, authorities say based on their preliminary review, the attack did not impact employee health care or payroll information, and safety and emergency mechanisms in schools were also unaffected. The FBI says the district's readiness for such an attack made all the difference.
The quick response from the LA Unified School District, both in their preparation and in their notification, bringing law enforcement in to solve this problem together is the key to success.
Yeah, but smaller school districts simply don't have the budgets in many cases to pay for cybersecurity defenses or a staff, and many have lost a lot of their data in mega breaches already. It's one reason why the U.S. Cybersecurity Agency offers extensive help online. Any school district, hospital, business that needs help, go to CISA.gov, CISA.gov. That's cybersecurity and infrastructure, and there's a lot of resources available for anybody at all. Joe?
I bet a lot of school districts are going to be looking into that. Tom, thank you.
Now, this morning, a popular beach in the Bahamas is closed after an American tourist was attacked and killed by a shark while snorkeling. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Miami with more. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. Bahamian authorities say the 58-year-old victim was a woman from Pennsylvania. She and her family were on a 7-day cruise that had left Florida. They were in the Bahamas and decided to go snorkeling, and that is when the bull shark attacked. We should warn you, some viewers may find the images of her attempted rescue disturbing. In the crystal clear waters just north of Nassau in the Bahamas, a deadly shark attack. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, is a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania. She had been snorkeling with family members in a popular area usually considered safe. Tour boat operators rushed the victim to a dock in Nassau, where a crew member appeared to perform CPR, a woman on the dock pleading for someone to bring fluids.
I need IV fluids right now.
The victim and her family had arrived in the Bahamas as part of a 7-day cruise on board the Harmony of the Seas. Royal Caribbean saying the family was on an independent shore excursion, not arranged by the cruise line, adding Royal Caribbean is providing support and assistance to the guests' loved ones during this difficult time. Bull sharks are among the most aggressive sharks in the sea. There have been as many as 6 reported fatal shark attacks this year. Bull sharks have been identified in several of those cases, including one that left 17-year-old Addison Bethea of Florida so badly injured her leg had to be amputated. 5 years ago, also in the Bahamas, Tiffany Johnson was attacked by what was believed to be a bull shark. She, like the most recent victim, was also snorkeling. At the time, she told me,
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here.
Now, 5 years later, Tiffany, a mother of 3, tells us she recently went back into the water. But not all shark attacks have that kind of survivor's happy ending. And now, one grieving family is left wondering if there was anything they could have done to prevent this tragedy at sea. Experts say it's really unlikely that this woman could have done anything to protect herself when a bull shark is acting on instincts. Meantime, the Bahamian Coast Guard now has closed the beach there on Green Key indefinitely. Savannah?
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
Coming up, a new shot at COVID prevention as we head into fall and winter.
Yeah, what you need to know about Pfizer and Moderna's latest booster shot targeting the Omicron subvariant. You're watching Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Biden administration has started shipping the updated COVID booster shot, which targets the Omicron subvariant currently dominating the U.S. The vaccines come as fall and winter approach, meaning we're all going to be spending more time indoors, increasing infection risks. Health officials say the new booster could help curb another winter surge, assuming folks get it. To hear more on the vaccine rollout on the ground, let's bring in Dr. Kevin Ban, the Chief Medical Officer at Walgreens. Dr. Ban, good to have you with us. So you began offering Pfizer and Moderna's new booster on Friday, I understand. When do you think you're going to get the booster at all your locations? And what do you expect the demand to be? Is it going to be easy or hard to keep up with the demand for this, do you think?
Hey, well, good morning, Joe. What I would say about it is, like, this program is an extension of the vaccine program. So this is exactly what we've been doing throughout the rollout. Specifically, we get an allocation, this time over 2 million vaccines from the federal government, and then we distribute them throughout our stores. Really, the best thing to do here, Joe, is you want to go and sign up in advance, whether that be online, whether it be through our app, or even calling 1-800-WALGREENS, book in advance.
How is it when folks make the appointment and then actually show up to the appointment? Do they make sure that they are actually getting the updated booster?
Yeah, without question. So there are really two safeguards there. The first is that we have technology. When you're signing up online, it's going to offer only this new bivalent vaccine. That's the one that's going to cover BA4 and BA5. And then when you go to the store, the pharmacist is going to be sure to check that it's right. But there's another opportunity here, Joe. We're all talking about COVID, and we have to remember it's flu season as well. When you go online, you're going to get the opportunity to book your COVID booster, but you're also going to get a chance to book your flu shot, really important, and other vaccines you may need. So this is a good opportunity to get up to date on all of your vaccines.
And a reminder, we were talking about this last hour, but if people are asking, can I get the COVID and the flu shot at the same time? The answer is?
Absolutely, yes. Great question. It's been studied. Perfectly safe to get COVID and flu at the same time. It's really important to do so. We're looking at the Southern Hemisphere. Specifically, we're looking at Australia, and we're seeing that they're having the worst flu season they've seen in the last 5 years. Not only, it's severe in terms of the number and also the severity of illness. So this is a time that you really want to jump on it. In Australia, the season started early. They usually start in June. This year, it started in April. So let's get on top of this. It's a great time right now. Make sure you book that vaccine. I did mine yesterday. I booked it yesterday. Do it now so that you can be sure to be vaccinated.
We've seen over the last year and a half, several online appointment websites have had glitches. You had issues with scheduling appointments on your site during the initial rollout of the COVID vaccines last year. What did you learn from that, and what are you doing to try and prevent similar issues now with this new rollout?
Well, you hit it right on the nail, right on the head there. We learned a lot from the rollout, and we've been able to improve our technology. In fact, like I said, not only are we getting rid of the glitches, and from my understanding, we're not really having any major problems right now, but we've actually added more functionality. I got to be honest with you, I frequently forget to get my vaccines. And the other day I got an email from Walgreens, and that prompted me to go and schedule. I'm like anyone else. And it also prompted me to think about the other vaccines I may need. So I would say not only are we seeing a nice smooth rollout so far, but we've increased the capability.
And real quickly, for those who want to book an appointment for this new booster now, can't get one in their area, what's the advice?
Well, we get vaccine allocations from the federal government through HHS every week. So every week we're going to be increasing our touch points. If you go online, if you go to the app, if you call 1-800-WALGREENS, we'll help you figure out where the closest vaccine site is to where you live.
All right, Dr. Kevin Ban, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Now let's turn to some international headlines, and concerns are growing over recent missile launches from North Korea.
NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us from Beijing with that and more. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. North Korea is always welcome at the negotiating table, according to Japan's nuclear envoy, ahead of meeting his U.S. and South Korean counterparts. That meeting is happening in Tokyo amid months of percolating speculation that North Korea may be preparing to test another nuclear device, something Kim Jong-un hasn't done since 2017. The White House has also said that Russia may be preparing to buy artillery shells and rockets from Pyongyang, presumably for the war in Ukraine. In Canada, the prime suspect in a manhunt in Saskatchewan, he remains at large. The manhunt for Miles Sanderson is spanning across hundreds of miles and entering its fourth day. He's 30 years old. Investigators found the body of his brother, Damien. The two men are accused of carrying out a stabbing spree that left 10 people dead, several wounded, and communities across the Canadian prairies in shock. And a landmark labor ruling being celebrated in Spain. Unemployment benefits and job protection, finally, for carers and cleaners. Now, this is impacting hundreds of thousands of people. This is a first. A vast majority of them benefiting are women, and a third are over the age of 50. Now, rights lawyers have long argued that these are people who are putting in 60-hour work weeks. They're getting fired with no notice. So this is seen as a real breakthrough. It takes effect in October, and to quote the Prime Minister, it will put an end to unacceptable injustice. So certainly a breakthrough being celebrated today in Spain.
All right, Janice, thank you so much.
Coming up, heartbreak in Memphis this morning.
And the body of missing jogger Eliza Fletcher has now been identified, and her alleged killer is back in court today. The additional charges he now faces after this.
Choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds that Larry both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. More pass them by.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are new developments in the probe into the police response during the mass shooting at Robb Elementary. This morning, we're learning that at least 5 Texas Department of Public Safety law enforcement officers are now under investigation. According to a statement from the Texas Department of Public Safety to NBC News, 2 of those 5 officers have been suspended with pay pending the outcome of the investigation. It all comes as a result of the department's internal committee to review its response to the attack. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Uvalde, Texas, with the latest on this. Hey, Antonia, good to see you. So what can we expect from some of these investigations here? The investigation specifically from the Office of the Inspector General. What are they looking for, and what kind of actions can they take pending what they determine?
That's right, Savannah. So the Office of the Inspector General is going to be looking for signs of inaction, essentially, signs that these officers may have violated policies or training, and that day when they were here at Robb Elementary, they essentially should have known better or taken a different set of steps and action than what was taken that day. Of course, as we all know now, about 77 minutes went by, and much of the attention has been placed on former Chief Pete Arredondo, on the officers from Uvalde, but there were a number of DPS officers here on the scene, and people have argued that they should have essentially overridden the other officers here and taken action much quicker and treated the gunman that day, you know, as an active a scene and not have barricaded as a barricaded subject. So what we can expect now is for them to be looking for those signs of inaction. They can potentially recommend them to the district attorney, and even if the Inspector General does not decide that any disciplinary action is necessary, you know, the director of DPS, Stephen McGraw, can actually take internal action himself. And so that's what people in this community are going to be looking for, Savannah.
And the Department of Public Safety has yet to release the policies that they actually had in place before the Uvalde massacre, despite several requests to have those documents released. First, tell us why that's important. Why are people wanting to see that? And then what are people saying? What are local leaders saying about the fact that they haven't seen them?
Well, the reason why leaders and community members here in Uvalde have pushed to have those policies made public is because, of course, it would help us understand what should they have known to do that day? What were they expected to do? What had they been trained to do? And if we had a clear outline of what that looked like, you could better compare that side by side with what we saw take place that day. And so that's why we've seen so many of these pushes for accountability from DPS and, of course, other agencies involved that day on the ground. You know, as you mentioned, Senator Roland Gutierrez, who has been here on the community, meeting with families and consistently pushing for more information, more transparency to be out there, has released a statement saying that, you know, transparency is a key part of all of this. And he's laid the blame at the feet of Governor Greg Abbott and at DPS. And he is really looking to see what kind of accountability, what kinds of actions can be taken once we know more from this investigation. But right now, there is not a precise timeline on this, on when we're going to hear the results of what the Office of the Inspector General finds now, Savannah.
Antonia, all this comes as students in Uvalde head back to school for the first time since that mass shooting. Is this the type of accountability that families are looking for their kids who are scared, for these families who have been so disappointed in every step that they've learned here about the police and the official response here? Does this help at all?
Look, my guess would be that absolutely. You know, of course, this came out just hours after the first day of school yesterday. And so some families weren't aware of this as this came out at first. People are still processing this news. But look, parents have said that accountability, someone really stepping up and saying, hey, we made a mistake, and this is at least partially our fault, is a key part of healing and of moving forward for them. And, you know, I can tell you, I was on the ground in front of Flores Elementary, where many of the kids were coming for their first day of school yesterday. And people were, in some cases, Savannah, grieving, crying in their cars. You know, parents comforting their kids before they went into the first day of school. This is, of course, not your typical first day of school where kids are supposed to be running around, seeing their friends they haven't seen all summer and having, you know, a really exciting, fun time. For many people in the community, that was not what yesterday represented. And I'm sure it's not what today, their second day, feels like necessarily. And so, of course, you know, this accountability piece is such an important part of the story, and I think we'll soon see parents saying that they are looking forward to the results of all this as well.
Just heartbreaking. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Now to Memphis, where authorities have confirmed the death of a beloved mother of two. She was abducted while jogging and had been missing for days. Now the man accused of killing her is in custody and facing several charges. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us from Memphis with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The suspect is expected back in court today facing more charges, including for first-degree murder. Prosecutors believe this was an isolated attack, with the suspect allegedly killing someone he didn't even know.
From the scene of Eliza Fletcher's abduction to the abandoned yard where her body was discovered, this morning memorials across Memphis paying tribute to a mother of two who authorities say was violently kidnapped and murdered.
We repeatedly saw police searching this area because court documents say the suspect was seen nearby, and then on Monday night in this same neighborhood, an affidavit says investigators on the other side of that building found the victim on the ground, unresponsive.
The latest filing says officers noticed vehicle tracks in the grass and smelled an odor of decay, finding Fletcher's remains behind the rundown home before a detective blocks away found a discarded trash bag that contained purple Lululemon running shorts like the ones Eliza Fletcher was last seen wearing. These revelations coming as new video obtained by CBS affiliate WREG appears to show suspect Cleotha Abston cleaning his alleged getaway vehicle outside his brother's home. Disturbing new details revealed Tuesday as Abston appeared in court on multiple charges, including especially aggravated kidnapping. He'll appear before a judge again today, facing more charges, including first-degree murder.
And you're not able to afford a lawyer, is that correct?
Also this morning, growing scrutiny surrounding why Cleotha Abston wasn't already locked up. Court records show a 16-year-old Abston kidnapped a lawyer at gunpoint and pleaded guilty. Our affiliate, WMC, reporting his criminal history dates back even further, information NBC News has not verified.
Any kind of violence, of course, is unacceptable, but repeat violent offenders particularly deserve a strong response.
In a statement, Fletcher's prominent Memphis family saying in part, "We are heartbroken and devastated by this senseless loss. Liza was such a joy to so many. Now it's time to remember and celebrate how special she was."
We've reached out to the District Attorney General's office for comment on Abston's criminal history, but have not heard back. Tennessee's Lieutenant Governor also weighing in on the case, saying he believes Eliza Fletcher would be alive today if the suspect accused in her killing had served the full sentence for previous wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Fletcher's family is asking for privacy as they grieve. Joe?
All right, Jesse, thank you so much.
And coming up, Apple lovers, this one is for you. We're just hours away from getting our first look at the latest iPhone.
But the tech giant isn't stopping there at today's reveal. We've got a preview of what we might see after this.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're just hours away from Apple revealing its latest gears and gadgets.
Yeah, this is always exciting. Today, the tech giant is expected to unveil the new iPhone lineup alongside the Apple Watch 8 and the new AirPods Pro in an online streaming event called Far Out.
Joining us now is Mark Saltzman, the host of the podcast Tech It Out. Mark, good to have you with us. So what exactly can we expect to see during this live event? Will Apple perhaps have any surprises in store?
Well, you know, Apple is a company that holds their cards very close to their chest, but the rumor mill has been churning, of course, as it does every year at this time. So here's what many of us are predicting today. Yes, an iPhone 14 family of devices, and not much improvement or upgrades in the standard iPhone 14, but the iPhone 14 Pro family is looking to be super impressive with a huge camera improvement, 48 megapixels, and up from 12 from last year, which, you know, just screams more detail in your photos. We're talking 8K video recording, even though many TVs are barely 4K in the country. They're obviously looking to leapfrog. We're talking no notch, you know, the much maligned little notch that cut out at the top of the iPhone may be gone in favor of a pill, or I like to say a Tic Tac shaped cutout for that front facing camera and various sensors. Of course, a better processor. There's rumors of an always-on display, which would be new. You know, earlier this year, they talked about their new lock screen and how there's so much more information you can see now at a glance. Wouldn't it be great if the iPhone wasn't dark until you woke it up? So, yeah, that's going to be the star of the show, the new iPhone 14 family, especially on the upper end of that family.
Mark, I would just love for you to come hang out with Joe and see. Joe has the iPhone 7.
It's a 7 Plus.
Oh, no.
iPhone 7
Well
Plus.
done. Well done. Oh, and also, by the way, you mentioned like what most TVs don't even have 4K. I wonder what Joe's TV has.
Well, we have a nice TV. We have a big Samsung, and then my other TV is from 2005.
He has a TV from 2005.
And it works great. It's got a great picture. It's a Sony. It's a kudos to Sony for making
Joe,
good TV.
if it works for you, it works for you. The problem with these higher resolutions are people like us in broadcast. We have to really up our makeup game, right?
Yeah, see?
Extra detail.
See, everyone looks the same on my TV.
Yeah. The one benefit. All right, Mark, so how soon will people be able to actually buy these products after they're unveiled today? And also, do we have any clue what they're going to cost people?
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first. Yeah, so the rumor is that on the higher-end iPhone 14s, they could be as much as $100 more than last year's version, which puts that in the camp of a MacBook Air, you know, sort of family area. That's a little bit on the higher end, or $1,100 perhaps. As far as availability, usually it's very short after these fall events. Apple will say, okay, we're ready. You know, within a week you can order them, kind of thing. And let's just keep in mind the significance of this. promise. The iPhone is the #1 phone in the country. Apple Watch, extremely popular. AirPods Pro, the wireless earbuds, we're all expecting something new because it's been a bit quiet on that front. So it's a big deal. This is kind of like the Super Bowl of tech, but often there's a lot of hype. We'll see if the products actually live up to its promise.
Yes, we shall.
See, I will never be in one of those lines, by the way. Never. Ever be in one of those lines.
Maybe we'll just drop a GoPro and just for the sake of the show.
Yeah, that would be the only reason I would do that. But maybe it's time to upgrade my iPhone. We'll see. Mark Seltzman, thank you for putting up with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. All right, let's get you other financial headlines now. The electronic cigarette maker Juul has agreed to a multi-state settlement.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Juul Labs will pay nearly $440 million to settle an investigation by several states into its e-cigarette products, which have been blamed for an increase in teen vaping. Connecticut's Attorney General announced that deal yesterday on behalf of 33 states and Puerto Rico. The probe, which began in 2020, focused on Juul's early promotions, which included product parties, viral marketing, and social media influencers. Juul still faces separate lawsuits from other states and individuals, and the FDA is considering whether to ban its products altogether. Teamsters Union has launched a new division that is dedicated to, quote, uniting Amazon employees. Amazon has long discouraged attempts by its U.S. employees to unionize, showing managers how to identify union activity and warning that union dues would cut into pays. But the Teamsters had a big win when employees at Amazon's warehouse in Staten Island voted in April to form the company's first union. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer, so it's a big target for the unions. Meantime, Instagram is planning to scale back its shopping features, shifting the focus of its e-commerce efforts to those that directly drive advertising. The information, citing an internal memo, reports that Instagram's existing shopping page will eventually disappear. Instagram won't drop shopping entirely, but it does plan to test a simpler, less personalized version of the shopping page. Instagram, which is owned by Meta Platforms, launched its shopping feature back in 2017, which I think was when the iPhone 7 was still up to date, right?
No, I think that, well...
God, I love when Bertha gets in on the burn.
Back, yeah.
Love it, love it, love it.
We're going to have a big party when I get my new phone. Big party.
We should. We'll actually take pictures where we can see ourselves.
Right. I mean, my dad just got rid of his flip phone, so that was a step there, too. So,
Is that the track you're on?
Wow.
Basically, yeah, I'm going to
keep it out of the landfill. That's a good thing.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Bertha.
That's the good part.
Thanks, Bertha. All right, now an app is giving healthcare workers a way to make extra money through flexible work while also helping with the critical shortage in the medical industry. It's been compared to Uber, but for nurses. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with an exclusive look at a new approach to healthcare. Hey, Vicki, this sounds so cool. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'm not sure if Joe's phone would support this app, but for the rest of us, we all know that since the pandemic, medical professionals have been leaving the industry in record numbers. But when it comes to finding nurses, part of that answer may be in an app. Hospitals and clinics can request the help they need. Nurses who answer the call get the flexibility and choices they want. We followed some healthcare professionals to show you how this service works.
A newly released workplace survey of more than 11,000 nurses found more than half said they are stressed, frustrated, exhausted, and overwhelmed. A record number of healthcare workers left their jobs during the pandemic.
We do have a staffing crisis.
Katie Boston Leary is a nurse with almost 30 years of experience. She's now the director of nursing programs for the American Nurses Association.
How is this nursing staffing shortage affecting patients?
Oh, it's a public health issue. We're seeing a slow deterioration of how care is delivered. You're seeing services that are being temporarily suspended because they don't have nurses to cover units.
But an app, ShiftMed, is helping to alleviate some of those staffing shortages. It connects screened and verified medical professionals with temporary jobs.
They're a leader in a growing industry of app-based work for medical professionals. Jessica Constantine's workday starts like this, on her phone, looking for a shift to pick up. She's a certified nursing assistant who works when she wants and where she wants using ShiftMed.
I'm a mother as well, so I can look on the app and pick whatever I like and match it with my kid's schedule.
Jessica started working full-time with ShiftMed in March after years working a traditional schedule. She says she gets paid the same, sometimes more, through the app, and it's a lot more flexible.
I can work 16 hours on Sunday, I can work 16 hours on Saturday, work 8 hours on Monday, and I'm done. Hi, I'm Jessica from ShiftMed.
Today, she's working at Insight Memory Care, a facility in Fairfax, Virginia that specializes in patients with Alzheimer's.
Let me walk you around a little bit.
This is her first time at the facility, so it begins with an orientation.
This is the nurse's station.
She's quickly up to speed and helping the patients.
It's 117 over 77. You go, girl.
She says gigs where she gets to work with the elderly are her favorite.
What are you reading today?
Daily Chronicle.
Morning, Patricia.
As the executive director for Insight Memory Care, Anita Irvin is Jessica's boss for the day.
Good job, buddy.
She says the staffing flexibility from this service helped them stay open during the pandemic.
Even if it was like at 5 o'clock that afternoon and I needed somebody the next morning, they were able to fill that last-minute gap for me.
ShiftMed also connects home healthcare aides like Travis Graham with patients outside of a nursing home or hospital. Today, Travis is at the home of Kate Partain.
The fresh air.
Yep.
Is wonderful.
Because of a stroke, she needs daily assistance with medical care and basic tasks.
Here you are.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis logs in every morning and chooses his shift.
You can work where you want, when you want, what state you want, how many hours you want.
And for Kate, it means having someone there every day, even when Travis takes a day off.
How are these technologies helping with this crisis?
Well, it does help. It's one tool that does help with some of the situations that nurses have, because nurses more than ever want to determine when they work and where they're working.
Boston Leary says anything that gives nurses flexibility and, most importantly, an incentive to stay in the industry is a positive. But she warns this doesn't solve the underlying problem.
It does create a stopgap, but it's not a long-term fix. We have to look at the pipeline versus looking at tools to move nurses around, because it is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation.
Well, right now, the company says it is growing fast with more than 100,000 medical professionals signing up for shifts at more than 2,000 facilities. Right now, they are in 23 states, and they hope to be in every state by the end of the year. So employees they're contract workers. They don't get full benefits, but this company is going to start offering some health benefits to their employees coming up this fall, guys.
So, Vicki, how much does it cost hospitals and nursing employees to bring in one of these ShiftMed employees?
So this is going to depend on where you live. It is really based on the demand there. So if these hospitals are setting their rates well and attracting the nurses, that's who they're going to get. But it's really interesting because some of them actually will even pay for your ride share to get you there. That's how competitive it is. And as we see them expand to all 50 states, the idea is the demand really is there. So check it out. If this is a place where you live, it may be the way to fill a stopgap need in your community.
Pretty amazing. Also, Vicki, I believe that our mics have been closed, but first of all, I cackled at your joke about Joe's phone not supporting the app, and I will tell you, as soon as it got to your bag, she said, yeah, stuff like that's not working very well. It's true.
Some days are better than others.
It's all right, Joe. It's all right. I'm like that. I'm not a real early adopter of things, but I think we're on 14 now, and you have the 7, so maybe we can get an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
You know,
Step by step. Step by step. It's like rungs on a ladder. All right.
Step by step.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thanks, Vicki.
Coming up, an on-air scare that left one veteran news anchor hospitalized after suffering the beginning stages of a stroke live on television.
Now she's speaking out about what happened and her recovery. We'll have that next.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Sue Bird retired from basketball last night after a 21-year career. Bird's team, the Seattle Storm, lost to the Las Vegas Aces in a WNBA playoff game on their home court. She leaves behind an incredible legacy, holding the record for the most regular season assists in WNBA history. Bird had an emotional moment in front of fans after the game. Despite the loss, the crowd cheered and chanted, "Thank you, Sue," which is just so cool.
An absolute icon there.
Yeah.
She was in Seattle back when I worked there.
Oh, wow.
People loved her.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. Oh, I bet the crowd just loves her so much. All right, now, a beloved news anchor had an on-air health scare, which doctors said was likely the beginnings of a stroke. In a moment, we'll hear from her. First, here's the moment at the top of her Saturday newscast when she suddenly struggled to speak.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today at the event.
Fortunately for Julie Chin, her co-workers at our NBC affiliate in Tulsa recognized that she was suffering a medical emergency and immediately called 911. She joined the Today Show earlier this morning to discuss what happened and how she's feeling now.
First of all, let's figure out what the doctors are saying. I'm glad you feel great, but what did the doctors say happened? What was the prognosis?
The doctors right now, and we're doing more tests, but they think it was the beginning of a stroke. They think maybe my body corrected itself midway, so I didn't have a full stroke. But that's what they're saying right now. Of course, they wanted to make sure all the major things were okay. So we did MRIs and CAT scans and blood tests and all sorts of things. And they were able to let me out of the hospital. And so now I'm just seeing more specialists and more doctors and getting more opinions because we really don't know what caused this. And of course, I want to know what caused it. So, maybe we can prevent it from happening again.
Well, you're in your 40s, but do you have any family history, anything that would make you think this was even possible?
No family history. I think I handle stress well. No. And I felt great that morning. I had a good night's sleep, which y'all know on a morning show you don't always have. I felt good. And that section that everybody's seen me struggling with, I wrote that little section. I knew what I was trying to say, like the back of my hand, but it just obviously wouldn't come out of my mouth.
Well, you have a husband and an 8-year-old son, neither of whom were watching that morning. Right. But when you were off the air, you did text your husband, and we have a verbate. And this is, I guess, it'll show you exactly what your state of mind was. You say, "I need help. Something is not run today. My work won't work is working. My help, my." That's what you sent him. What did he think, or what did he say afterwards?
I never send messages like that, obviously. My dad lives nearby, so my dad was able to watch our son, and my husband just hopped in the car and came, and he met us at the hospital. But yeah, that just shows my state of mind that morning. I just couldn't put any words together as hard as I tried. There's so much bad stuff in the world, but there's so much good, because here's my little video clip that's gone all around the world, and it's maybe not my proudest professional moment, but people have been so kind, and they've been cheering me on and praying for me, and our family couldn't be more grateful.
Oh, wow, what an amazing message there at the end. And our thanks to our friends at the Today Show for bringing us that update to that story that she's doing okay.
So glad she's doing okay. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, out of control. Extreme heat and wildfires are taking over the West Coast this morning. In California, thousands are without power, with officials warning more blackouts are likely. And on the East Coast, millions are cleaning up after downpours, flooded roadways, and travel disruptions. We're tracking what's ahead this morning. Legal battle. Right now, the Justice Department is deciding whether to fight a ruling from a federal judge allowing a third party to review the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The next steps in the investigation. Plus, the new reports this morning about sensitive information FBI agents allegedly found in those documents. Paying up. The future of the e-cigarette industry up in the air this morning after one of the biggest names, Juul, settles a multi-state lawsuit claiming its marketing and sales practices targeted teens directly. The restrictions the company is now facing as they're forced to pay up more than $400 million. And on-air scare. A local news anchor suffers a stroke during a live broadcast. What happened during those frightening moments in front of the camera and how she's doing this morning. She is okay. That's the headline. But she's sharing a message that could hopefully help some people.
And we're going to hear from her both hours, actually, this morning. So we'll have complete coverage of that story.
Absolutely, a little later this morning. But we begin with the extreme weather we're seeing in both the east and out west.
Yeah, in the Northeast, summer storms unleashed torrential rain, stranding motorists in Philadelphia, collapsing roofs in Rhode Island. While in the west, brutally hot and dry conditions are smashing records and fueling deadly wildfires. With most of California under a heat alert, officials there are urging people to reduce their power use, warning that the power grid cannot withstand the demand. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have the latest forecast for us in a moment, but we want to start with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, who is in Burbank, California. Steve, good morning. I mean, this heat wave in California has gone on for more than a week now, and there is real concern over the power grid there. What's the latest?
Yeah, Joe, you know, the first thing I have to say is that by no means is this over. These emergency alerts, this extreme weather expected to last at least the remainder of the week, with the alerts not expiring until about Friday night. But the next thing I have to say is that if there was a decisive battle in Alamo, Helms Deep, it would have been the late hours of last night. And by and large, California officials say thanks almost primarily to the conservation of its citizens, we avoided rolling blackouts last night. But man, were we close. We were at an emergency alert 3 sometime around 6 o'clock or so last night. And emergency alert 3 is when the demand outstrips the supply of the grid. Had we made an emergency alert 4, that would have been a total capsation of the system. That would have meant rolling blackouts across the state, which you can imagine would be its own dangerous situation. But we got one of those alerts on your phone, almost like getting an Amber Alert, where it just takes over your whole phone. Sometime around 6 o'clock last night as well. That was from California officials. Those officials say almost immediately after that, they saw the numbers drop. Those conservation numbers went up. The numbers of energy usage came down immediately. That saved us. That saved us from those rolling blackouts. The citizens listened to the demand, listened to what was going on, and they made a change. I wish I could say that would mean it's not going to be hot again today and tomorrow and the next day. It's still a very, very dangerous situation, but we made it out of one of the worst scenarios possible.
Yeah, if only Californians could actually control the temperature by their energy use. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those times when you need air conditioning, you need energy. Yes. So what are officials saying about how to stay safe while also reducing their energy use?
Well, I mean, obviously, you don't want to be out in this whatsoever for any length of time. And if you are, you have to stay hydrated. It is so, so crucial. And if you feel anything, if the sweat that normally is just pouring down at all times stops, that means you're in an early phase of heat stroke, and they tell you to get indoors. Conservation, though, is really the big deal here. This is not over. I have to say it over and over again. So using your appliances in those crucial hours, anytime between 4 and 10 p.m. It's called a flex alert. They're telling people just to help us out. You have to stop that because, you know, if you keep doing that, the grid will get overloaded. We'll get to a situation in which, you know, they could think about rolling blackouts. That's not good for anybody. I want to tell you, we broke the record for energy usage despite all of this last night. 52,000 megawatts. That's never happened before in California history. We did it, and we did it without, you know, a huge disaster.
And Steve, it's hard to imagine being a firefighter in this heat. They're facing multiple wildfires, including one in SoCal. It's called the Fairview Fire. It's killed 2 people. Quickly, what's the latest on that one?
Yeah, we expect another briefing this morning, maybe in about an hour and a half or so. But, you know, it remains still only 5% contained or so, 2,400 acres. That number will go up. 7 homes destroyed. That number inevitably will go up. We're expecting to learn a little bit more about how this happened and the 2 people that became trapped and unfortunately lost their lives in that fire.
All right, Steve Patterson reporting from California. Steve, thank you.
And now our weather coverage continues with your Morning News Now weather check.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're going to see those temperatures continuing, as Steve said, once again today, also tomorrow, Friday, and then a little relief comes over the weekend. Still well above normal for this time of year, but not well into the triple digits. So today, 50 million impacted by a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. The excessive heat warning is in the pink. That includes Redding, Sacramento, Fresno, Los Angeles, San Diego, Phoenix, and also Las Vegas. We're going to see those temperatures really soaring once again. So sizzling still out west. We're looking at temperatures 105 in Salt Lake City, and these temperatures are 10, 20, even 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Denver near 100 degrees at 16 degrees above average. Fresno 109, Sacramento 109. Yesterday they made it to a high of 116. Still today 18 degrees above what is average for this time of year. Now notice Thursday and Friday still into the triple digits in so many spots. Bakersfield 107 on Thursday, 106 on Friday, but there's that small relief. They'll take any relief. So by Saturday, we're looking at 97 degrees. Palm Springs, 86. That's going to feel a lot better. And Las Vegas into the low 90s. Now, we're worried about the wildfire risk. Once again, we're at an extremely critical risk. I'll show you that graphic in just a minute. But we're looking at 65 large fires burning. Lots of smoke. It's impacting the air quality, and this smoke is being carried as far as the Midwest. So we're going to continue to watch that story because that's going to be a big one as we go throughout time here. The winds are blowing today. We're also looking at the chance for some severe storms. So we do expect some dry lightning. That's when the rain evaporates when it reaches the ground. We're looking at winds gusting to 60 miles per hour at times, and that's why we're particularly concerned about this fire threat. Where you see that hot pink, that's an extreme critical risk. That's in the northern plains, the high plains, and we're looking at those winds blowing. It's so hot, it's so dry, so conditions are ripe for wildfires. As we go throughout the rest of today, guys, we're looking at showers and storms in portions of the southeast. And could see some lingering showers in the northeast as well. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, busy morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
This morning, there are new developments in the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence.
Citing people familiar with the matter, the Washington Post is reporting that one of the documents seized by the FBI, quote, describes a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities. It adds that some of the top secret documents are so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are even, quote, kept in the dark about them. NBC News has not confirmed the Post report, and the Department of Justice declined to comment. We've got NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley here on set for more on this. Julia, great to have you with us in studio. Good to see you. So first, just walk us through some of the key details of this report. What is Trump's camp saying about it? And have confirmed what implications does this have for the broader investigation?
Yeah, it's so good to be with you guys talking this through in person. So, like you said, we haven't confirmed the details of this yet, but the Washington Post is reporting that this is about key details of a foreign government's nuclear program. We don't know what government that is, but you could see how not only would those details be important, but if it reveals sources of information, that's where people like the Director of National Intelligence would get really nervous. If you have to pull someone out of the field because all of a sudden they've become compromised, the person or people who are able to give that information to the United States, that's highly sensitive. Again, so sensitive, only a small number of people were supposed to see it. And we have already seen Trump's camp comment on this. Today, his director of communications started commenting on this on Twitter, saying that this was just another piece of the Washington Post continuing to serve as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration. Instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the FBI and DOJ. Obviously, Trump not missing the chance here to go after the FBI, the Justice Department, and the Washington Post, which he would want to say are conspiring against him. But honestly, you know, the more we see reporting on this, the more critical it becomes just how sensitive these documents were and how high the bar was for the Justice Department to take the step in the first place to conduct that search in August.
Why we are where we are right now.
Exactly.
So the DOJ right now is still deciding whether to appeal that controversial decision by the judge to appoint a special master, a third party, to review the documents. Where does that stand? Are they going to do it?
Well, their deadline to put forward a candidate is Friday. So either they decide to appeal it in this very narrow window, or they have to put forward a candidate on Friday that the judge would hear. I thought it was interesting. Former Attorney General under Trump, Bill Barr, said that he didn't agree with the special master decision by that judge, and he thinks DOJ should appeal.
And Julia, while we have you, Hillary Clinton made some news. She had this interview with CBS. She commented on this, but also what's kind of making even more headlines here, some comments on Trump's alleged role in the Capitol riot, also comments herself about her losing the election. Tell us about what she said.
Right. She's basically saying that even in the position she was in, losing the election to Donald Trump, which made her unhappy, she would have never gone forward with something like what she says Donald Trump is responsible for, that being the insurrection on the Capitol. Here's what she had to say to CBS.
I would not be honest if I didn't say I think there was a seditious conspiracy against the government of the United States, and that's a crime.
Led by Donald Trump.
Led by Donald Trump. Was I happy when I beat Donald Trump by nearly 3 million votes but lost the Electoral College? No, I was not happy. Did I even for a nanosecond think I'm going to claim victory and try to get the Democrats to refuse to certify the election? No.
So a very candid exchange there from the former Secretary of State and former opponent of Trump. We haven't seen Trump comment yet on this, but something we're looking out for. He doesn't usually miss an opportunity to comment, especially when Hillary Clinton's involved.
Tell me that is to come.
All right, Julia, thank you so much. And again,
Thanks,
so
it's
great
good
to
to be
have you
here.
with us. Yeah. Come back to 30 Rock more.
Let's move on to the governor's race in Massachusetts. In one of the final primaries before the November midterms, Republicans there chose Jeff Deal, a former state representative endorsed by Trump, over businessman Chris Doty, who was considered the more moderate pick. Deal's win is the latest victory for a Trump-backed candidate in a GOP primary, but he'll face a stiff challenge in one of the nation's most liberal states. Only 10% of Bay State voters are registered Republicans.
Deal will face Attorney General Maura Healey, who handily won the Democratic primary in the general election this fall. If Healey were to win that contest, she would become the state's first openly gay and first woman to serve as governor. The two candidates are vying to fill the vacancy left by the current governor, Republican Charlie Baker, who chose not to seek a third term.
The pivotal Senate race in Pennsylvania is ramping up. Dr. Mehmet Oz is on the attack against Democrat John Fetterman, who has refused to debate since suffering a stroke in May. And both candidates are getting presidential-level support, with President Biden and Mr. Trump on the ground in the battleground state over the weekend. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more.
The critical state of Pennsylvania is at the center of the political universe this week.
He's going to work and fight for Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Dr. Mehmet Oz facing an uphill battle to win his Senate race, a loss being a critical blow to Republicans' chances of winning back the Senate.
Doctors fix things. I would actively work to change us for the better.
Polls are showing Oz trailing Democrat John Fetterman, who campaigned alongside President Biden on Monday night in Pittsburgh, slamming Oz as an outsider.
How many homes does Dr. Oz have? 9, 10, 11?
But Fetterman so far refusing to debate Oz after suffering a stroke in May.
John Fetterman is either healthy and he's dodging the debates because he does not want to answer for his radical left positions, or he's too sick to participate in the debate.
Can you even imagine that if you had a doctor that was mocking your illness? Or ridiculing that? Well, here we are.
Oz in a state that Joe Biden won, walking a tightrope.
If you had been in the U.S. Senate on January 6th of 2021, would you have objected to the certification of the 2020 election and Joe Biden's win?
I would not have objected to it. By the time the delegates and those reports were sent to the U.S. Senate, our job was to approve it, which is what I would have done.
But also appealing to Trump loyal voters.
I believe in each and every one of you, and so should you. God bless you. This November, we're going to stand up to this rising tyranny of sickness, lawlessness, and death, and we are going to take back our country.
President Biden with his own attacks aimed at Trump.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
One of those MAGA Republicans, Doug Mastriano, running for governor of Pennsylvania. He was outside the Capitol on January 6 and has said he would not have certified Biden's win in the state. His Democratic opponent running this ad against him.
Body my choice is ridiculous nonsense.
Candidate Josh Shapiro telling NBC's Mike Memoli,
I'm running against the most extreme and dangerous candidate in the nation. Someone who talks openly about denying women the ability to make decisions over their own bodies. Someone who's talked about rigging the 2024 election already.
Now, as these two Republicans, Mastriano and Oz, try to forge their own paths forward, Oz was asked whether he will support his fellow Republican. He said, notably, that yes, he will support Mastriano in the full slate of Republican candidates, but stopped short of saying whether he would actually campaign alongside him or not. For Democrats, this U.S. Senate race is perhaps their best pickup opportunity here. And it's important to note that early voting begins in just a few weeks.
Coming quickly. Thank you, Vaughn.
Now, a settlement has been reached between e-cigarette maker Juul and nearly 36 states in an investigation into its marketing and sales practices. The states argue that Juul intentionally targeted teens with its ads and marketing strategies, which they say created a vaping crisis among the nation's youth. Juul agreed to pay nearly $439 million, but the company is not acknowledging any wrongdoing in the settlement. They say they're trying to, quote, resolve issues from the past, and that the settlement agreement was, quote, aligned with our current business practices, which we started to implement after our company-wide reset in the fall of 2019. Mark Gottlieb, a public health and research attorney who has worked in the field of commercial tobacco control for nearly 30 years, joins us now. Mark, thanks for being here. So let's walk through this. Tell us about the terms of this settlement first and how the money is going to be paid out to these states and who's going to benefit.
Well, it's, as you mentioned, just under $439 million. It's unclear on the schedule for payment. It's going to be probably over the next 4 to 6 years, and it's going to go to the states, much like the master settlement agreement money went to the states in the late 1990s when all those attorneys general settled with the cigarette companies. And many of the states hopefully will use some of this money for cessation efforts to help many of those teens, millions of them, in fact, who are addicted to Juul and to nicotine from using Juul.
Now, people might remember some of kind of this back and forth and drama here that surrounded Juul, even apart from this particular settlement. Just in June, the FDA ordered Juul to stop selling its products, full stop. But then a court banned that. The court blocked the FDA ban. So the products are still now for sale in the United States, temporarily at least. That's pending the FDA's scientific review of the company's technology as a whole. What will that review be looking at, and what are potential outcomes from that?
Well, the review is supposedly going to take a closer look at the chemical compositions of the products and what their impact on public health could be. I suspect part of the motivation for the settlement was, in fact, if Juul is on the hook to pay to more than half the states millions and millions of dollars a year, I think that puts some pressure on the FDA not to ban the products from the U.S. market entirely, because if they do that, then I don't think that Juul will necessarily be able to make those payments. So that may be part of Juul's strategy here.
That's an interesting point. All right, Mark, quickly before I let you go, this settlement, while it might be reached, Juul is still involved in several other legal battles. Give us a quick rundown on those.
Yeah, there's thousands of claims pending against Juul. Some of the states that haven't settled include California, New York, and Massachusetts, where I'm based. There are class actions. There are thousands of individual personal injury cases, and there are cases brought by school systems that lost time and resources because of what Juul had done, addicting basically a generation of teens from 2016 really through 2019. So there's quite a reckoning still to come for Juul.
Mark Gottlieb, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, class is back in session across the country.
And school safety is a bigger concern than ever, especially after the Uvalde shooting. The worries parents have about the new year and the new steps some schools are taking to try to keep kids safe. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As children head back to the classroom, fears over school shootings are weighing on the minds of American families.
Now, parents and school districts are taking steps to try to prevent another tragedy. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the story.
At this school in northern New Jersey, seniors begin another year comfortable in these hallways. But a familiar fear also lurks around this school, like so many others across the country.
I know that there was a threat last year, and it was taken with the utmost importance.
It is scary thinking about how somebody could come into your school and do something like that, but I try not to think about negatives.
Just 4 months after the Uvalde massacre, parents and school districts are taking action to keep their children safe.
Now show me how you use your bulletproof backpack.
One Oklahoma mom going viral last week.
The shooter is in there. You do not say a word.
Cassie Walton running active shooter drills with her 5-year-old son before his first day of school. And it's not just children and parents reacting. A district in Oxford, Michigan, introducing new tech, biometric scanners that can detect weapons, new locks that make the doors impossible to open, in addition to demanding clear backpacks and hiring more armed personnel. all coming after a November 2021 shooting at Oxford High School that left 4 students dead and 7 injured. In Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine announcing funding for schools to implement upgrades like security cameras, automatic door locks, and visitor badges, while also allowing teachers to carry guns after less than 24 hours of training. Back here in New Jersey, the state's spending millions of dollars on digital maps like these. They show both public and private schools, and they're designed to give to first responders in the event of an emergency like a school shooting. Stuck between the schools and the politics are the parents.
With the shootings happening, it's just a fear. It's I think the ideology of raising a child in the United States, that's what's become the fear.
Some with children as young as 4, forced to have conversations about mass shootings.
When the Uvalde shooting happened, we didn't go into specifics with her. We did say that a lot of kids had gotten hurt and some of them were no longer with us. These are conversations I don't remember having as a child with my parents.
And for the students, excitement.
We have prom and homecoming, and I know it's super cliche, but it's a part of high school, and I'm really excited for that.
And concern.
It's scary for everyone in high schools everywhere.
As America begins a new school year.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And about 1,500 schools in New Jersey have already been digitally mapped, and the state's goal is to eventually map all its schools. Local law enforcement will conduct annual walkthroughs to make sure the maps are accurate.
International headlines now, and the latest on that devastating earthquake in western China.
Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing with that and more. Hey, Janice, good morning.
Good morning. Imagine your home shaking from a 6.8 magnitude earthquake and not being able to run outside because of a strict COVID lockdown. That is what's happening for 21 million people in the city of Chengdu. They're dealing with a lot of frustration. We're seeing videos all over social media. The lockdown and mass testing there have been extended. Authorities aren't saying when it's going to be over, and this is all over a few hundred cases. Meanwhile, the death toll from the quake that struck about 110 miles southwest of Chengdu is now rising at 74 people. The strongest cyclonic storm of the season continues to hit Asia hard. Typhoon Hinnamnor has triggered huge surf, gale force winds, and heavy rain. In South Korea, 7 people died in an underground parking lot when it filled with torrents of water. The typhoon is disrupting shipping. It's closed ports all over the region as it now heads northeast toward Japan. And heads up, carnivores. This Dutch city of Haarlem is banning meat ads because of the industry's impact on the climate. Now, beef production, as we know, generates a lot of greenhouse gases. The meat industry, though, says that the ban is a violation of freedom of speech. The law wouldn't take effect until 2024, but there is precedent. The cities of Amsterdam and The Hague have also banned ads for the aviation and fossil fuel industries. And that's a look at your headlines this morning.
Interesting, while we're talking about banning them, we're showing pictures of burgers, making people want to go.
Well, the news is not an advertisement, so there you go. All right, thank you, Janice.
Thanks. All right, coming up, schools are hoping COVID disruptions will be a thing of the past. We've got the latest on the COVID booster rollout for kids as classrooms prepare for potential outbreaks.
And what about the flu shot? What doctors are saying right now about this upcoming flu season and the best time for you to get that shot. Next.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Updated COVID booster shots are now available for millions of kids returning to the classroom. But with changing CDC guidelines and a stubborn Omicron variant capable of spreading rapidly, school officials are worried disruptions in the classroom will be significant.
But not all children qualify for the new booster shot. Pfizer's the only booster shot available for children, and they have to be over the age of 12. Kids under 12 still don't have access to the booster targeting Omicron subvariants.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry joins us now from the Children's National Hospital in Washington, where the updated boosters are being delivered today. Cal, good to see you. So with most kids still not eligible for a booster shot, what are health officials' biggest concerns about the return to school?
Well, look, I think the concern is as it was a year ago, right? The weather's getting colder, people are going to be inside more, and kids are going to be clustered in that school, and the mask mandates are pretty infrequent around the country, right? I'm joined now by Executive Vice President for Community and Population Health, Dr. Nathaniel Beers. I just wanted to start by asking you again, here we are again, right? I was here outside Children's Hospital a year ago telling people it's going to get colder. Where are we sort of a year ago? Give me a big picture where we are now.
Yeah, so we are definitely able to say that we now can vaccinate all children ages 6 months and up, which is great for us because certainly we know that vaccines do a great job at helping us prevent disease and also preventing serious consequences. So that is wonderful. We're also seeing some slowdown in rates in certain communities as we come back from summer vacations and certainly start school. We want to continue to see that. But know that we still have lots of disease in our communities, and certainly with the variants and the Omicron variants that we've seen, the capacity of those to spread quickly is still impacting the work and school environment.
And with that, how important is this booster that is designed to attack the Omicron variant?
Right, so the new booster for kids ages 12 and up is an important part of making sure that we continue to protect ourselves. We know that immunity wanes with time, and so whether you've gotten your primary series or your primary series and your booster, we know that having a booster that is more specific for the Omicron variant is going to help us do a better job of protecting kids and families and adults.
CDC Dr. Fauci yesterday was saying he would like people to think about maybe having their kids get it with the flu vaccine. Is that something people should think about?
They definitely should. It's very safe to get both vaccines together, and we know that we saw lots of flu last year and expect to continue to see that again this year. We want to make sure that kids are protected from the flu vaccine and COVID vaccine as well as other childhood illnesses.
And for parents who are concerned maybe their child recently had COVID, should they wait to get that booster or should they go ahead and get it?
We are still recommending that they go ahead and get the booster, certainly working with your pediatrician to talking about the timing of that booster. You may not want to get it the day after you got over your COVID, but certainly within a couple weeks to a month or two after you've had a COVID infection, it is completely fine and recommended to go ahead and get that disease as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Beers. I appreciate you doing it, especially in rush hour traffic.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Guys, back to you as we head back to school. Parents are going to be taking their children, and you can, again, 12 and over, you can take your kids this week in cities like DC and get that booster.
Yeah, hey, Cal, quickly before we let you go, I mean, aside from vaccines, with the goal being to get schools through the year without being disrupted by outbreaks, what else should parents be keeping in mind, should teachers be keeping in mind to keep kids safe?
You know, one of the things Dr. Beers and I were talking about is masks, right? It works. Masks work. People didn't get so much the cold and the flu last year, even if there isn't a mask mandate in your school. If you have that outbreak, it's a tool that you can use. It's something to think about. It's not necessarily something you have to do. Masks are optional, but it is something you can do to protect yourself.
Cal Perry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And staying on the subject of vaccines, the American Academy of Pediatrics is updating its advice on when you should get your child's flu vaccine.
Yeah, perfect segue from Cal there. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us here on set with that and the rest of the health headlines that you might have missed this week, a segment we all know and love. All right, so tell us, what are these new guidelines when it comes to the flu shot?
Well, so the AAP came out with this because of the concern last year. Only about 55% of kids got their flu shots, which is actually on par with the national average. And not surprisingly, that number was even about 8% lower in children of color. So it's a concern, number one. The recommendation is actually not that different from years past, but especially now because we're concerned about having a bad flu season. We talked a lot about a twindemic the last couple of years. This year, we'll see if it actually materializes. The Southern Hemisphere had a really bad flu season, and that usually portends what we're going to have. But for the American Academy of Pediatrics, they're recommending 2 shots for children between the ages of 6 months and 8 years if they've never had a flu shot before or if they've only ever had 1 shot before. So that's important. So folks, parents out there, talk to your pediatrician about whether your child under the age of 9 needs 1 shot or 2 shots. Very, very important. Recommendations, doctor's orders for the general public, including kids. If you don't need 2 shots, we really recommend to get the shot before the end of October. You don't want to get it too early because immunity can wane and you don't want to get stuck in spring when flu season peaks and you haven't been vaccinated. Also, pregnant women in their 3rd trimester should get it now so your kids are protected when they're born. And 2 for 1, as you guys heard in the piece, okay to get the flu shot and the COVID vaccine on the same day so your little ones don't have to scream and cry twice.
Just get all those needles in at once.
Just maybe one big screaming and cry.
Exactly. Let's move on from vaccines and talk about a study. This one's from Harvard and Tufts. It shows a link between eating ultra-processed food and colorectal cancer in men. So what types of food are we talking about and how much greater is the risk?
I know, you guys. The risk is about 29% greater for men who ate a lot of ultra-processed food, and they didn't find this association in women, which is interesting. Probably invoking
more to say about that.
some effect of estrogen, not surprisingly. But why is this so important? Have we not been talking for the last number of years about how the incidence of colorectal cancer has been increasing staggeringly in younger populations? And for a long time, we haven't really known why. So the experts who responded to this study have said, wow, this is really interesting because this is kind of giving us a little bit of, sort of an explanation for why this could be. And just to sort of identify or define what ultra-processed is, these are foods that are made in an industrial setting with ingredients that are usually lab-made. So think everything like sugary beverages, high processed meats, hot dogs, even things like, energy bars and things like that, which I know many of us consume. But the men in this study consumed like 8 to 9 servings a day of that. I mean, it was predominantly their diet, where the national average is around 3 to 4 servings a day. So my recommendations, doctor's orders, obviously, get your colon cancer screening. The age dropped for everybody from 50 to 45 a couple of years ago. You may even need to start earlier if you have certain risk factors. And remember, whole versus processed food. I always explain to my patients when they say, what's an anti-inflammatory diet? What's a healthy diet? Think of whole foods. Anything that's packaged, processed, all those additives, flavors, colorings, bad for you. Bad for you.
Yeah, bad for you. Tough to focus on that, but it's
easy to eat, right?
Yeah.
It's cheap. It lasts long on the shelf.
Right.
Absolutely. So we have to obviously, make a comment about that because for people with a lower socioeconomic status, of course, they're going to be eating more of that food, and that is tough. And that's why we see that inequity.
Yeah. Quickly before we let you go, we've got this news, some productivity news as we head back into fall, maybe back into the office. A review of 22 studies. Researchers found taking short breaks during the workday is actually good for everybody's well-being, for getting things done. Tell us about this.
So this is good. So I want you guys to think of this concept of a micro break. So it doesn't need to be like 30 minutes. It can be 10 minutes or less. The number of times throughout the day doesn't actually matter. Basically, take it whenever you need it. The longer the break, the better the performance. If you do a short little break, it doesn't necessarily improve your productivity, but it improves your well-being. So my doctor's orders are switch it up. So maybe do some jumping jacks, watch a video, do something that relaxes you, get creative. It does not include, by the way, if you're doing work, then checking your emails. Like you have to do something that's completely separate from what you were doing
away.
at work. What's that?
Put your phone away.
Exactly. Like that's just, like now, I need to catch up on this. No. You want to do something that's completely different from the task that you're doing, and that'll help you feel better.
Gonna catch Joe and I in our offices doing jumping.
Yes, exactly.
I already do.
Yeah.
This is different from quiet quitting too, which is there you go.
All right, Dr. Azar, always great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, a news anchor is recovering this morning after suffering a stroke on air.
Next, the moment she realized something was wrong and the warning signs you should watch out for after the break.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We're back with an update on a story NBC News first brought you in April about a team of cold case investigators here in New York. After seeing our report, one family finally got answers to a mystery that's haunted them for more than 3 decades. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has this story.
She was missing.
1990 was a long time ago.
You never know when it's the last opportunity you're going to see someone.
Ebony was 12 the last time she saw her mom, Myrtle Brown.
She was kind of going to New York to get away.
Myrtle's brother Robert was living in California. They had always been close.
I had a message on my answering machine. All she said was, "I'm trying to get a hold of you."
That's it.
Yeah. Back in those days, she didn't have a cell phone, so I was not able to call her.
She had called my grandmother to let her know someone stole her purse, her money, and it included some medication because she was epileptic. So she talked about going to the hospital so she could get a refill. And then that was the last moment, we ever heard from her.
The family checked the hospitals. They called the police, but nothing. Weeks and months with no answers turned into years and decades.
It was very hard, when you have your prom and just, becoming a young woman. It was hard.
She wasn't there for it.
No.
And you thought, because you didn't have an answer, that maybe she didn't want to be there.
Right.
Robert worried that she had suffered.
They found the pocketbook. How did they get the pocketbook? Did they beat her up?
Right.
Or was she raped?
Then this spring, he watched nightly news.
Who were they? People whose bodies were found but whose names were not. Cold cases.
Our story profiled an all-woman team in the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, trying to identify remains stretching back decades.
I saw a young lady and I said to myself, wow, I wonder if that could be her.
Maybe a day or two after the piece ran, a family member ended up calling our office. I took a look at the reconstruction and noticed, okay, I'm probably looking for a middle-aged black woman.
The recreation wasn't a match, but Dr. Soler had all she needed.
And we were also informed that she went missing in May of 1990, so I knew exactly where to start my search.
Dr. Soler called me.
And what did she say?
She says, Robert, I think we found your sister.
I said, well, I have a photograph that I can show you that will help us confirm this is her.
It gives you a chill a little bit, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
It took me a second to realize that's her.
Yeah, instantly. As soon as I saw the photo, like all 30 years, just, you know it. I knew it was her.
The family learned that Myrtle died from a seizure in an emergency room at a Brooklyn hospital. She didn't have ID. She was never formally registered.
When someone's in your mind missing, you don't close the chapter.
Yeah.
So we were able to do that.
You had a chance to say goodbye.
Yes.
Which is why Dr. Soler and her team take the calls. And they never give up. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Thank you, Stephanie. Now to some financial headlines, starting with what's expected from Apple's annual event today.
NBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Got Apple holding its annual product event this afternoon. It's expected to unveil the new iPhone 14. The new device may not be all that different from the iPhone 13, except for one big change. Some analysts expect Apple will raise the price of the Pro models quite a bit, due partly from pressure from supply costs and the strong U.S. dollar. Now, the standard models are expected to stay at the same starting price, though. The iPhone is Apple's biggest business. It generates nearly 60% of the company's revenue. And Mark Zuckerberg announcing Meta Platforms will hold its annual virtual reality conference on October 11th. In a post on his Facebook page, Zuckerberg appears to be wearing a new VR headset. It's likely Meta's highly anticipated mixed reality device, codenamed Project Cambria. Meta has spent as much as $10 billion a year to make Zuckerberg's vision of a new software platform a reality. The headset is expected to cost about $800. Apple's reportedly set to launch its own VR headset next year. And are you heading back to the office this fall? Well, you can impress your colleagues with Lego people literally at your fingertips. A company called Mel Geek has created a customizable Lego mechanical keyboard. That's a type of keyboard where you can switch out all the keys. In this case, you can switch out the key switches and the entire case with Lego bricks. Keyboard called the Pixel is not officially licensed by Lego. You can reserve one now for just $1, and that will lock in a lower price of $199 when it does go on sale. And I'm told even though it's heavy and mechanical, they will have a wireless version. So.
Looks cool.
Joe,
yeah,
I can see this on your desk.
Yeah, I may want one. All right, thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
An Oklahoma news anchor at our NBC affiliate in Tulsa is recovering this morning after suffering stroke-like symptoms during a live broadcast. Anchor Julie Chin said that she felt great at the top of her Saturday newscast, but within minutes lost partial vision in one eye, felt numbness, and stumbled over her words. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello tells us how her colleagues jumped into action.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today.
The first signs of trouble came during KJRH Tulsa's Saturday morning newscast.
At the event, the event features live.
Anchor Julie Chin suddenly struggled to read the words on the teleprompter.
I'm sorry. Something is going on with me this morning, and I apologize to everybody.
Staffers called 911. On Facebook Sunday, Chin wrote, "I'm so glad to tell you I'm okay. Doctors believe I had the beginnings of a stroke live on the air." Chin says she first started to lose vision in one eye. Then her hand and arm went numb and she couldn't speak. She spoke with her station in Tulsa.
They did all sorts of extensive testing on me.
And the good news is that everything came out great. But the bad news about that is that we don't know why it happens and if it could happen again.
NBC's Dr. John Torres, an ER doc, says it could have been a TIA, sometimes called a mini stroke.
It doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter your medical conditions, doesn't matter how athletic or non-athletic you are. Anybody can suffer a stroke at any time, and it always needs immediate attention.
To watch for possible stroke symptoms, remember be fast, balance or eyes that seem off, facial drooping, an arm that drops or drifts, slurred speech, time to call 911 to prevent permanent brain damage. Thankfully, Julie Chen's colleagues acted in time. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Thank goodness for those colleagues, and glad she's doing okay.
Yeah.
In fact, Julie joined the Today Show this morning to talk more about her symptoms, how she's doing now. We're going to share some of that interview coming up in our next hour.
Yeah, I'm so glad she's okay. All right, coming up, students return to school for the first time after the deadly shooting in Uvalde.
And a library is helping provide comfort to some kids who are anxious about returning. We're going to show you the help that they're offering next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Actress Lea Michele made her highly anticipated return to Broadway last night as Fanny Brice in the revival of the musical Funny Girl. The crowd sang her praises with several standing ovations, with 4 of them reportedly happening before intermission. Some of Michelle's famous friends joined the audience for her debut, including Glee creator Ryan Murphy and actress Drew Barrymore. New York Governor Kathy Hochul was also there, so I think it's safe to say nothing can rain on Lea Michele's parade. I know a couple people who were there last night. One described it as simply spectacular. Another, Frank Delella, who's been on our show before, simply said, wow, said 7 standing ovations in all for her.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, that's fun. I bet it was fun to be in that audience. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you'll be there soon, Joe.
Yeah, we'll check it out at some point.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, it's back to school season, which means college football is here. This season, there's a greater focus on mental health among players. As part of our Kids Under Pressure series, Stephanie Gosk sat down with University of Alabama head coach Nick Saban and Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young for an exclusive interview about the mental health struggles our college athletes are facing.
We're all going to have bad things that happen, but our ability to overcome those negatives is going to go a long way in helping us be successful.
Coach Nick Saban knows what it takes to be a champion.
His 7th national championship.
Throughout his historic 42-year college coaching career, 16 seasons at Alabama, he's produced more NFL first-round draft picks than any other college coach.
Nose tackle, Alabama.
But to get his players to that level, work doesn't just take place on the field.
All college athletes face pressure. How do you have a conversation with them in managing that pressure?
Pressure is kind of self-inflicted, and it's self-inflicted because you're focused on results. We want to focus on winning a championship. Or do you want to focus on what do I have to do each day to be able to be a champion so we'll have a chance to win a championship?
Quarterback Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore. With the accolades came the expectations, and it can get intense. Fans are looking to him to deliver another championship.
I feel like a lot of times athletes can be put on this pedestal, and as athletes we can internalize that. And we can feel like we're looked at as a certain way. We should be great at everything. Everything should come easy. And that's just not the case.
Do you worry sometimes about letting people down? It's a natural thing to feel.
Yeah, I care immensely for the people I play with, for my teammates, my brothers. I have great parents who have sacrificed a bunch. This school has supported me a lot, and I want to make everyone proud.
Regardless of the game's outcome, Coach Saban enforces his 24-hour rule. 24 hours to dwell on the game just played, the good and the bad. Then they have to let it go.
You're a player for this team. When something goes bad on the field, it's not just a couple of people. I mean, they have hundreds or thousands of people in their DMs telling them pretty hateful things. What effect does that have?
You have to go back to being technical. Okay, why did this happen, and what can I do to fix it? Rather than being so focused on the criticism or what everybody else thinks, because you control your thoughts, you control your feelings.
Is it tough to get these big, tough, super successful football players to talk about touchy-feely stuff?
I don't think it's as difficult now as it used to be, because I don't think the players really look at it as I have something wrong with me. They look at it more like, maybe I could use the help. And it's always good to emphasize with people, take help when help is there to be given. It's not a bad thing.
Senior defensive lineman DJ Dale asked for help after experiencing a season-ending knee injury.
I was depressed and I didn't even know it. Well, I knew it, but I didn't want to admit it to myself.
Dale went to Coach Saban.
He told me that he appreciated me and that he knew I was a tough player, and I didn't want him to think that I was weak or turning my back against the team, but it was the complete opposite.
He's back on the field now, but studies show injuries can trigger depression and other emotional responses, like changes in appetite and lack of motivation in athletes. Dr. Brett McCabe worked with Dale. He's the university's sports psychologist. He's part of a team of more than 20 trained behavioral health professionals at Alabama.
An injury for the first time in an athlete's career is the first time that they realize they may be a mortal athlete. All of a sudden it's hard. And so while they're cheering for the team, there's still that self-loss sometimes of, oh my gosh, they're going on without me.
Our society, he says, has put a premium on perfection in athletics and in class. It can be unfair and hard for students to manage.
Our kids are coming in with more pressure, more standards to perform, and more expectations from the world around them. We don't give people grace and time to grow into things as a society.
Support, he says, needs to come from home as well.
When you have tough conversations with athletes and they talk about their parents, what are you hearing from them?
They don't want to disappoint them. Every kid that's out here knows where their parents are sitting or their family is sitting. At the end of the day, they want approval. And as parents, we need to let them know it's okay to not be okay. And sometimes all you have to do is send a text to your kid and just say, thinking of you, love you. And that goes a long way.
Our thanks to Stephanie Goss for that important report. And according to an NCAA survey, the rates of mental exhaustion, anxiety, and depression in student athletes are nearly 2 times higher than before the pandemic.
We're going to end this hour in Uvalde, Texas, where the grieving community has found a place to gather and to heal.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson visited a Uvalde library that's celebrating the lives of those lost in the Robb Elementary School shooting while helping the survivors process the tragedy.
Balloon eats. Now wait, I need these.
It's a place where children are normally told to be quiet. But here at El Progreso Memorial Library in Uvalde, joy. Third grader Alana De Leon, her mom, and other families have been coming all summer.
I brought her because this is a positive distraction from everything that's kind of been going on.
Alana lost her friend Annabelle Rodriguez in the Robb Elementary shooting.
She is the one with that wonderful dress.
Does anybody know what this story is?
For the kids, fun activities help them process their loss.
The balloons are really fun, and sometimes when the balloons pop, it gets rid of bad memories of mine.
Art therapy, grief counseling, even conga lines weaving through bookshelves. What do you think families are looking for when they come here?
Peace and normalcy.
Library Director Mendel Morgan has filled the entryway with tributes from around the country.
This was done by children in Pittsfield, Massachusetts.
The newest addition, a bench honoring the 21 victims. When a child sits on this bench, what do you hope they think about?
Well, I hope that they will think of the children that were victims of this terrible event, but I hope that it will also mean to them that there is life beyond the despair.
A source of hope and healing as the community moves forward. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Uvalde, Texas.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Mar-a-Lago bombshell. Overnight, new reporting from the Washington Post alleging some of those documents seized at the former president's Florida estate contain classified information on foreign powers' nuclear capabilities, among other materials on high-level U.S. operations. We'll dig deeper into this latest reporting, plus how former President Trump's team is reacting this morning. Unrelenting, a bi-coastal battering from two weather extremes. As the East Coast dries out from torrential rains and dangerous flash floods, across the West, it's a different story. Tens of millions of Californians now under the looming threat of rolling blackouts as days of record-breaking heat take a toll on the power grid when the West could finally see some relief. Also this morning, a new cyber warning. Kids nationwide are heading back to the classroom. Now the FBI and Department of Homeland Security say criminal hackers are targeting some of the nation's largest school districts. We'll tell you what they're after and what you need to know this fall. Plus, the big reveal, another highly anticipated Apple event expected to give us our first look at the tech giant's latest iPhone model and more. Just a few hours. We'll get you ready for the big announcement. I'm due for a new iPhone. I currently have an iPhone 7 as my personal phone.
Oh, I was going to say me too, but it's not that bad.
Which might explode at any moment here.
Yeah.
It does still work.
Is it making calls? Okay, hey,
I'll be paying attention.
We'll get you the new one.
Exactly.
We should send you when there's that crazy line, like with a camera. You
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I refuse. All right. We're going to begin this hour with a major development in the search of former President Trump's Florida estate.
According to a report in the Washington Post not confirmed by NBC News, one of the hundreds of highly sensitive documents FBI agents seized included information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has details.
Good day to you. Intelligence officials say this new revelation is alarming because the documents in question are usually kept under lock and key. And yet, according to the Washington Post, the highly classified materials were among the more than 11,000 government documents the FBI recovered in their search at Mar-a-Lago. All of it raising new questions, whether the former president put national security at risk.
Overnight, a stunning new twist after last month's search at Mar-a-Lago. According to the Washington Post, but not confirmed by NBC News, a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities, was among the classified documents seized by FBI agents. The Post, citing people familiar with the matter, also reports the documents detail top-secret U.S. operations so closely guarded that many senior national security officials are kept in the dark about them. The report says the documents contain information about such highly classified operations they require special clearances on a need-to-know basis, not just top-secret clearance, and are often kept under lock and key.
This, in turn, is, as I say, the holiest of holiest of secrets, which nations strive very hard to protect and to restrict access to, as we do in this country.
The Justice Department and FBI declined to comment, but overnight a spokesperson for former President Trump tweeting, "The Washington Post continues to serve as the propaganda arm of the Biden administration, and instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the integrity of the FBI and DOJ." For his part, former President Trump has dismissed as a hoax previous reporting that the FBI seized documents containing nuclear information.
The shameful raid and break-in of my home, Mar-a-Lago, was a travesty of justice.
It comes as the Justice Department is deciding whether it will appeal a decision by a federal judge in Florida to allow an independent observer to review the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. The ruling, a win for Mr. Trump, could delay the government's investigation by weeks, if not longer.
Now, the number of countries with nuclear capabilities is small. We're just talking about 9. In addition to the United States, the list includes Israel, China, Russia, and North Korea. And the concerns are twofold. One, if the country is an adversary, exposing this type of information could put lives at risk and even potentially compromise the sources and methods for obtaining it. And if the country is an ally, well, that could jeopardize the trust that country has in the U.S. All of it, intelligence officials say, intensifying concerns there could be real damage to national security. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
Now to the weather extremes stretching from coast to coast. Here in the Northeast, strong summer storms led to flash flooding, while out west, a record-breaking heat wave is fueling deadly wildfires and pushing power grids to the limit. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest from California.
California just can't seem to catch a break. The excessive heat warning across so much of this area has now been extended all the way until Friday. That means the strain on the power grid, like what you see behind me, will last a few more days.
This morning, California continues to brace for blackouts. Some cities in the Golden State, including parts of Silicon Valley, were briefly plunged into darkness. But the vast majority of the state kept the lights on, even as energy demand hit an all-time record high overnight.
The risk for outages is real, and it's immediate.
If blackouts are ordered, cities lose power. That means no AC as sweltering temperatures hover in the triple digits. Nearly all of California and much of the West dealing with historic heat. Several cities across the region above or near 100 degrees for the rest of the week. 50 million under heat alerts today.
Bring water, keep hydrated.
California now facing a double threat. Amid the sweltering heat, a deadly, fast-moving wildfire tore through the city of Hemet.
Everything lined up for a critical rate of spread.
2 were killed as thousands scrambled to escape the flames.
The inferno blew through here so quickly, many of the homes that were destroyed were lost in minutes. Those that made it were protected by fire retardant dropped from the sky or random luck.
From one extreme to another, the Northeast drying out after drenching downpours.
Oh my goodness!
New video from inside a building in Providence showing the terrifying moment a roof caved in after heavy rain.
My heart was like pacing for sure, but I'm thankfully okay.
Nearly a foot of rain falling in Rhode Island.
Oh.
Wait, let me see.
Flooding dorm rooms at Brown University.
Clothes and like bags and everything, we just like piled it all up on the bed.
This morning, dangerous extremes, floods, fires, historic heat, and now the looming threat of blackouts.
Those blackouts that happened overnight were mostly in smaller cities and only lasted about an hour. Today will be yet another major test, though, for California's power grid. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
Let's get more now on the extreme heat out west and also the flooding in the east.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's tracking it all for us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both, and we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again, not only today, but Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, some relief comes. I call it some because we're still going to be into the 80s and 90s, still above normal for this time of year, but better than well into the triple digits. So today, we're still looking at 50 million people impacted from the Intermountain West into the Southwest, excessive heat warning. That's in your pink, and that includes Los Angeles, also Sacramento. We broke so many records yesterday. We're going to break some more records today, some daily, monthly, all-time records. records. So this is what it looks like in terms of the forecasted highs. That West Coast sizzle, 101 today in Reno, 109 in Fresno, 110 in Burbank. The record there is 106. Salt Lake City, your record is 99, forecasting a high of 104 today. Grand Junction, you're into the triple digits as well. Rapid City, 102, and Denver into the upper 90s. Then as we go throughout the rest of this work week, we're looking at temperatures once again well into the 100s in Sacramento, 111 on Thursday, 109 Friday, and then back into the 90s. Still really warm, though, on Saturday. Fresno, same story. We have some relief in Palm Springs, so desert Southwest looking better by Saturday into the 80s, and that's because we could see some moisture there from Hurricane K. Las Vegas, 101 on Friday, 91 on Saturday. Phoenix, you're going to keep it warm with triple digits on Thursday as well. On top of that, we do have a severe weather threat. We're looking at some severe weather possible in portions of Montana, also Idaho, and that could cause some fires because we're going to have dry thunderstorms. The water's going to evaporate. And then we're going to have that lightning hit the ground. The brush is so dry. We have gusty winds. We have really low humidity, those hot conditions. So the fire danger really is high today. A red flag warning. That's where you see the pink stretching from portions of Montana into Wyoming, Idaho, also Washington, Oregon into Northern California. Now, on the flip side, we're so much cooler in the Northeast. We're below normal for this time of year with that jet stream dip so far to the south. Philadelphia today, 7 degrees below normal at 75 and just 69 in Boston. And then as we go throughout the day here, we're looking at some showers, some lingering showers from that system that brought all that rain yesterday. It's creeping slowly off the coast, so still throwing back some showers. And we could see some heavy downpours later on this afternoon, you guys, in portions of the southeast and also the Gulf Coast. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Lots going on.
Sure.
Now, this morning, a top Ukrainian nuclear official says his country is considering shutting down the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant over safety concerns. It comes as the UN called for a demilitarized zone around the facility after a team of inspectors found extensive damage at the plant in a report presented to the Security Council. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. One of the biggest concerns for these inspectors is communication in and outside of this plant. Right now, that's being done by mobile devices. But the issue is if shelling hits a cell tower, knocking off the cellular power to the area, that could mean that there's no way of notifying the world immediately of a nuclear accident. This morning, there are fears the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southern Ukraine is accelerating towards a potential disaster. After 5 days inside the plant, a report just released by a team of UN watchdog inspectors found 7 pillars of nuclear safety have been significantly compromised, including physical integrity of the plant, safety and security systems not fully functioning, and urgent concerns about an off-site power supply.
A nuclear power plant without external power supply may lose crucial functionalities, including the cooling of the reactors and the spent fuel. Without this, we could have a very serious nuclear accident.
Artillery strikes on Monday caused a fire at the plant, forcing the only working reactor to be disconnected from the grid. Ukraine and Russia have traded blame for the intense shelling around the facility.
We are playing with fire, and something very, very catastrophic could take place.
Meanwhile, a senior U.S. defense official tells NBC News Moscow is also in the process of buying millions of rockets and artillery shells from North Korea, a move the White House says shows desperation as Russia's weapons supply shortage intensifies. While UK intelligence suggests Russian morale is deteriorating. We spoke with Pavel Filatov, a former Russian paratrooper who fled. He says the Kremlin didn't tell the truth about the invasion. So for me, he said, just as for many others, the reason for this war did not correspond to my moral worldviews. And just breaking, Ukrainian energy officials say they are considering shutting the entire plant down as opposed to using these backup generators that run on diesel. They believe that could be a safer option. But that's a big decision here because this facility gives power to some 4 million Ukrainians. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, stay safe and thank you so much.
School districts are facing a growing threat this year. Both the FBI and Department of Homeland Security are warning about a new cyber criminal group targeting schools with widespread ransomware attacks. The warning comes just days after one of the country's largest districts was targeted. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us with more on these extensive attacks. Tom, good morning.
Good morning and attention everybody, listen up and spread the word. The school district in Los Angeles open as expected today. That's the nation's second largest district. But authorities say it's not yet clear who was behind a sweeping ransomware attack. That remains under investigation. The FBI and Homeland Security are this morning warning attacks like this are going to escalate as the school year gets underway, putting districts with even the most robust cybersecurity measures at risk. This morning, a new urgent warning from the federal government about the rising cyber threat against the nation's schools. The FBI and U.S. cybersecurity say a ransomware gang known as Vice Society has been disproportionately targeting the education sector with ransomware attacks. The government says the group uses various techniques to break into networks and withdraw data. Ransomware attacks use technology that encrypts information and then isn't released until a ransom is paid. The government warning comes after a cyber attack on the nation's second largest school district over the weekend. Los Angeles school authorities say they thwarted the ransomware attack that was likely criminal in nature.
LAUSD was attacked with a ransomware tool that temporarily disabled systems.
The school district notified law enforcement, then took their system offline.
By shutting down all of the systems, we were able to stop the propagation of this event and restricting its potential damage.
While the attack was carried out with a ransomware tool, the superintendent says the district has not received a ransom demand. And it's not clear who was responsible for the breach, which is still under investigation. School officials say the attack disrupted access to email, computer systems, and applications, forcing students and staff to reset their passwords. Still, authorities say based on their preliminary review, the attack did not impact employee health care or payroll information, and safety and emergency mechanisms in schools were also unaffected. The FBI says the district's readiness for such an attack made all the difference.
The quick response from the LA Unified School District, both in their preparation and in their notification, bringing law enforcement in to solve this problem together, is the key to success.
Yeah, but smaller school districts simply don't have the budgets in many cases to pay for cybersecurity defenses or staff, and many have lost a lot of their data in mega breaches already. It's one reason why the U.S. Cybersecurity Agency offers extensive help online. Any school district, hospital, business that needs help, go to CISA.gov, CISA.gov. That's cybersecurity and infrastructure, and there's a lot of resources available for anybody at all. Joe?
I bet a lot of school districts are going to be looking into that. Tom, thank you.
Now, this morning, a popular beach in the Bahamas is closed after an American tourist was attacked and killed by a shark while snorkeling. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Miami with more. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. Bahamian authorities say the 58-year-old victim was a woman from Pennsylvania. She and her family were on a 7-day cruise that had left Florida. They were in the Bahamas and decided to go snorkeling, and that is when the bull shark attacked. We should warn you, some viewers may find the images of her attempted rescue disturbing.
In the crystal clear waters just north of Nassau in the Bahamas, a deadly shark attack. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, is a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania. She had been snorkeling with family members in a popular area usually considered safe. Tour boat operators rushed the victim to a dock in Nassau, where a crew member appeared to perform CPR, a woman on the dock pleading for someone to bring fluids.
I need IV fluids right now.
The victim and her family had arrived in the Bahamas as part of a 7-day cruise on board the Harmony of the Seas. Royal Caribbean saying the family was on an independent shore excursion, not arranged by the cruise line, adding Royal Caribbean is providing support and assistance to the guests' loved ones during this difficult time. Bull sharks are among the most aggressive sharks in the sea. There have been as many as 6 reported fatal shark attacks this year. Bull sharks have been identified in several of those cases, including one that left 17-year-old Addison Bethea of Florida so badly injured her leg had to be amputated. 5 years ago, also in the Bahamas, Tiffany Johnson was attacked by what was believed to be a bull shark. She, like the most recent victim, was also snorkeling. At the time, she told me,
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here.
Now, 5 years later, Tiffany, a mother of three, tells us she recently went back into the water. But not all shark attacks have that kind of survivor's happy ending. And now, one grieving family is left wondering if there was anything they could have done to prevent this tragedy at sea.
Experts say it's really unlikely that this woman could have done anything to protect herself when a bull shark is acting on instincts. Meantime, the Bahamian Coast Guard now has closed the beach there on Green Key indefinitely. Savannah?
All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much.
Coming up, a new shot at COVID prevention as we head into fall and winter.
Yeah, what you need to know about Pfizer and Moderna's latest booster shot targeting the Omicron subvariant. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Biden administration has started shipping the updated COVID booster shot, which targets the Omicron subvariant currently dominating the U.S. The vaccines come as fall and winter approach, meaning we're all going to be spending more time indoors, increasing infection risks. Health officials say the new booster could help curb another winter surge, assuming folks get it. To hear more on the vaccine rollout on the ground, let's bring in Dr. Kevin Ban, the Chief Medical Officer at Walgreens. Dr. Ban, good to have you with us. So you began offering Pfizer and Moderna's new booster on Friday, I understand. When do you think you're going to get the booster at all your locations? And what do you expect the demand to be? Is it going to be easy or hard to keep up with the demand for this, do you think?
Hey, well, good morning, Joe. What I would say about it is, like, this program is an extension of the vaccine program. So this is exactly what we've been doing throughout the rollout. Specifically, we get an allocation, this time over 2 million vaccines from the federal government. Then we distribute them throughout our stores. Really, the best thing to do here, Joe, is you want to go and sign up in advance, whether that be online, whether it be through our app, or even calling 1-800-WALGREENS, book in advance.
How is it when folks make the appointment and then actually show up to the appointment? Do they make sure that they are actually getting the updated booster?
Yeah, without question. So there are really two safeguards there. The first is that we have technology. When you're signing up online, it's going to offer only this new bivalent vaccine. That's the one that's going to cover BA4 and BA5. And then when you go to the store, the pharmacist is going to be sure to check that it's right. But there's another opportunity here, Joe. We're all talking about COVID, and we have to remember it's flu season as well. When you go online, you're going to get the opportunity to book your COVID booster, but you're also going to get a chance to book your flu shot, really important, and other vaccines you may need. So this is a good opportunity to get up to date on all of your vaccines.
And a reminder, we were talking about this last hour, but if people are asking, can I get the COVID and the flu shot at the same time? The answer is?
Absolutely, yes. Great question. It's been studied. Perfectly safe to get COVID and flu at the same time. It's really important to do so. We're looking at the Southern Hemisphere. Specifically, we're looking at Australia, and we're seeing that they're having the worst flu season they've seen in the last 5 years. Not only, it's severe in terms of the number and also the severity of illness. So this is a time that you really want to jump on it. In Australia, the season started early. They usually start in June. This year, it started in April. So let's get on top of this. It's a great time right now. Make sure you book that vaccine. I did mine yesterday. I booked it yesterday. Do it now so that you can be sure to be vaccinated.
We've seen over the last year and a half, several online appointment websites have had glitches. You had issues with scheduling appointments on your site during the initial rollout of the COVID vaccines last year. What did you learn from that, and what are you doing to try and prevent similar issues now with this new rollout?
Well, you hit it right on the nail, right on the head there. We learned a lot from the rollout, and we've been able to improve our technology. In fact, like I said, not only are we getting rid of the glitches, and from my understanding, we're not really having any major problems right now, but we've actually added more functionality. I got to be honest with you, I frequently forget to get my vaccines. And the other day I got an email from Walgreens, and that prompted me to go and schedule. I'm like anyone else. And it also prompted me to think about the other vaccines I may need. So I would say not only are we seeing a nice smooth rollout so far, but we've increased the capability.
And real quickly, for those who want to book an appointment for this new booster now, can't get one in their area, what's the advice?
Well, we get vaccine allocations from the federal government through HHS every week. So every week we're going to be increasing our touch points. If you go online, if you go to the app, if you call 1-800-WALGREENS, we'll help you figure out where the closest vaccine site is to where you live.
All right, Dr. Kevin Ban, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Now let's turn to some international headlines, and concerns are growing over recent missile launches from North Korea.
NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us from Beijing with that and more. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. North Korea is always welcome at the negotiating table, according to Japan's nuclear envoy, ahead of meeting his U.S. and South Korean counterparts. That meeting is happening in Tokyo amid months of percolating speculation that North Korea may be preparing to test another nuclear device, something Kim Jong-un hasn't done since 2017. The White House has also said that Russia may be preparing to buy artillery shells and rockets from Pyongyang, presumably for the war in Ukraine. In Canada, the prime suspect in a manhunt in Saskatchewan, he remains at large. The manhunt for Miles Sanderson is spanning across hundreds of miles and entering its fourth day. He's 30 years old. Investigators found the body of his brother, Damien. The two men are accused of carrying out a stabbing spree that left 10 people dead, several wounded, and communities across the Canadian prairies in shock. And a landmark labor ruling being celebrated in Spain. Unemployment benefits and job protection finally for carers and cleaners. Now, this is impacting hundreds of thousands of people. This is a first. A vast majority of them benefiting are women, and a third are over the age of 50. Now, rights lawyers have long argued that these are people who are putting in 60-hour work weeks. They're getting fired with no notice. So this is seen as a real breakthrough. It takes effect in October, and to quote the Prime Minister, it will put an end to unacceptable injustice. So certainly a breakthrough being celebrated today in Spain.
All right, Janice, thank you so much.
Coming up, heartbreak in Memphis this morning.
The body of missing jogger Eliza Fletcher has now been identified, and her alleged killer is back in court today. The additional charges he now faces after this.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are new developments in the probe into the police response during the mass shooting at Robb Elementary. This morning, we're learning that at least 5 Texas Department of Public Safety law enforcement officers are now under investigation. According to a statement from the Texas Department of Public Safety to NBC News, 2 of those 5 officers have been suspended with pay pending the outcome of the investigation. It all comes as a result of the department's internal committee to review its response to the attack. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Uvalde, Texas, with the latest on this. Hey, Antonia, good to see you. So what can we expect from some of these investigations here? The investigation specifically from the Office of the Inspector General. What are they looking for, and what kind of actions can they take pending what they determine?
That's right, Savannah. So the Office of the Inspector General is going to be looking for signs of inaction, essentially, signs that these officers may have violated policies or training, and that day when they were here at Robb Elementary, they essentially should have known better or taken a different set of steps and action than what was taken that day. Of course, as we all know now, about 77 minutes went by, and much of the attention has been placed on former Chief Pete Arredondo, on the officers from Uvalde, but there were a number of DPS officers here on the scene, and people have argued that they should have essentially overridden the other officers here and taken action much quicker and treated the gunman that day, as an active scene and not have as a barricaded subject. So what we can expect now is for them to be looking for those signs of inaction. They can potentially recommend them to the district attorney, and even if the Inspector General does not decide that any disciplinary action is necessary, the director of DPS, Stephen McGraw, can actually actually take internal action himself. And so that's what people in this community are going to be looking for, Savannah.
And the Department of Public Safety has yet to release the policies that they actually had in place before the Uvalde massacre, despite several requests to have those documents released. First, tell us why that's important. Why are people wanting to see that? And then what are people saying? What are local leaders saying about the fact that they haven't seen them?
Well, the reason why leaders and community members here in Uvalde have pushed to have those policies made public is because, of course, it would help us understand what should they have known to do that day? What were they expected to do? What had they been trained to do? And if we had a clear outline of what that looked like, you could better compare that side by side with what we saw take place that day. And so that's why we've seen so many of these pushes for accountability from DPS and, of course, other agencies involved that day on the ground. You know, as you mentioned, Senator Roland Gutierrez, who has been here on the community, meeting with families and consistently pushing for more information, more transparency to be out there, has released a statement saying that, you know, transparency is a key part of all of this. And he's laid the blame at the feet of Governor Greg Abbott and at DPS. And he is really looking to see what kind of accountability, what kinds of actions can be taken once we know more from this investigation. But right now, there is not a precise timeline on this, on when we're going to hear the results of what the Office of the Inspector General finds now, Savannah.
Antonia, all this comes as students in Uvalde head back to school for the first time since that mass shooting. Is this the type of accountability that families are looking for their kids who are scared, for these families who have been so disappointed in every step that they've learned here about the police and the official response here? Does this help at all?
Look, my guess would be that absolutely. You know, of course, this came out just hours after the first day of school yesterday. And so some families weren't aware of this as this came out at first. People are still processing this news. But look, parents have said that accountability, someone really stepping up and saying, hey, we made a mistake, and this is at least partially our fault, is a key part of healing and of moving forward for them. And, you know, I can tell you, I was on the ground in front of Flores Elementary, where many of the kids were coming for their first day of school yesterday. And people were, in some cases, Savannah, grieving, crying in their cars. You know, parents comforting their kids before they went into the first day of school. This is, of course, not your typical first day of school where kids are supposed to be running around, seeing their friends they haven't seen all summer and having, you know, a really exciting, fun time. For many people in the community, that was not what yesterday represented. And I'm sure it's not what today, their second day, feels like necessarily. And so, of course, you know, this accountability piece is such an important part of the story. And I think we'll soon see parents saying that they are looking forward to the results of all this as well.
Just heartbreaking. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Now to Memphis, where authorities have confirmed the death of a beloved mother of two. She was abducted while jogging and had been missing for days. Now the man accused of killing her is in custody and facing several charges. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us from Memphis with the latest. Jesse, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The suspect is expected back in court today facing more charges, including for first-degree murder. Prosecutors believe this was an isolated attack, with the suspect allegedly killing someone he didn't even know.
From the scene of Eliza Fletcher's abduction to the abandoned yard where her body was discovered, this morning memorials across Memphis paying tribute to a mother of two who authorities say was violently kidnapped and murdered.
We repeatedly saw police searching this area because court documents say the suspect was seen nearby, and then on Monday night in this same neighborhood, an affidavit says investigators on the other side of that building found the victim on the ground, unresponsive.
The latest filing says officers noticed vehicle tracks in the grass and smelled an odor of decay, finding Fletcher's remains behind the rundown home before a detective blocks away found a discarded trash bag that contained purple Lululemon running shorts like the ones Eliza Fletcher was last seen wearing. These revelations coming as new video obtained by CBS affiliate WREG appears to show suspect Cleotha Abston cleaning his alleged getaway vehicle outside his brother's home. Disturbing new details revealed Tuesday as Abston appeared in court on multiple charges, including especially aggravated kidnapping. He'll appear before a judge again today, facing more charges, including first-degree murder.
And you're not able to afford a lawyer, is that correct?
Also this morning, growing scrutiny surrounding why Cleotha Abston wasn't already locked up. Court records show a 16-year-old Abston kidnapped a lawyer at gunpoint and pleaded guilty. Our affiliate, WMC, reporting his criminal history dates back even further, information NBC News has not verified.
Any kind of violence, of course, is unacceptable, but repeat violent offenders particularly deserve a strong response.
In a statement, Fletcher's prominent Memphis family saying in part, "We are heartbroken and devastated by this senseless loss. Liza was such a joy to so many. Now it's time to remember and celebrate how special she was."
We've reached out to the District Attorney General's office for comment on Abstin's criminal history, but have not heard back. Tennessee's Lieutenant Governor also weighing in on the case, saying he believes Eliza Fletcher would be alive today if the suspect accused of in her killing had served the full sentence for previous wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Fletcher's family is asking for privacy as they grieve. Joe?
All right, Jesse, thank you so much.
And coming up, Apple lovers, this one is for you. We're just hours away from getting our first look at the latest iPhone.
But the tech giant isn't stopping there at today's reveal. We've got a preview of what we might see after this.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. We're just hours away from Apple revealing its latest gears and gadgets.
Yeah, this is always exciting. Today, the tech giant is expected to unveil the new iPhone lineup alongside the Apple Watch 8 and the new AirPods Pro in an online streaming event called Far Out.
Joining us now is Mark Saltzman, the host of the podcast Tech It Out. Mark, good to have you with us. So what exactly can we expect to see during this live event? Will Apple perhaps have any surprises in store?
Well, you know, Apple is a company that holds their cards very close to their chest, but the rumor mill has been churning, of course, as it does every year at this time. So here's what many of us are predicting today. Yes, an iPhone 14 family of devices, and not much improvement or upgrades in the standard iPhone 14, but the iPhone 14 Pro family is looking to be super impressive with a huge camera improvement, 48 megapixels, and up from 12 from last year, which, you know, just screams more detail in your photos. We're talking 8K video recording, even though many TVs are barely 4K in the country, they're obviously looking to leapfrog. We're talking no notch, you know, the much maligned little notch that cut out at the top of the iPhone may be gone in favor of a pill, or I like to say a Tic Tac shaped cutout for that front facing camera and various sensors. Of course, a better processor. There's rumors of an always-on display, which would be new. You know, earlier this year, they talked about their new lock screen and how there's so much more information you can see now at a glance. Wouldn't it be great if the iPhone wasn't dark until you woke it up? So, yeah, that's going to be the star of the show, the new iPhone 14 family, especially on the upper end of that family.
Mark, I would just love for you to come hang out with Joe and see. Joe has the iPhone 7.
It's a 7 Plus.
Oh, no.
iPhone 7
Well
Plus.
then. Well then. Oh, and also, by the way, you mentioned like what most TVs don't even have 4K. I wonder what Joe's TV has.
Well, we have a nice TV. We have a big Samsung, and then my other TV is from 2005.
He has a TV from 2005.
And it works great. It's got a great picture. It's a Sony. It's a kudos to Sony for making
Joe,
a good TV.
If it works for you, it works for you. The problem with these higher resolutions are people like us in broadcast. We have to really up our makeup game, right?
Yeah, see?
Extra detail.
See, everyone looks the same on my TV.
Yeah. The one benefit. All right, Mark, so how soon will people be able to actually buy these products after they're unveiled today? And also, do we have any clue what they're going to cost people?
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first. Yeah, so the rumor is that on the higher-end iPhone 14s, they could be as much as $100 more than last year's version, which puts that in the camp of a MacBook Air, you know, sort of family area. That's a little bit on the higher end, about $1,100 perhaps. As far as availability, usually it's very short after these fall events. Apple will say, okay, we're ready. You know, within a week you can order them, kind of thing. And let's just keep in mind the significance of this. The iPhone is the #1 phone in the country. Apple Watch, extremely popular. AirPods Pro, the wireless earbuds, we're all expecting something new because it's been a bit quiet on that front. So it's a big deal. This is kind of like the Super Bowl of tech, but often there's a lot of hype. We'll see if the products actually live up to its promise.
Yes, we shall.
See, I will never be in one of those lines, by the way. Never. Ever be in one of those lines.
Maybe we'll just drop a GoPro and just for the sake of the show.
Yeah, that would be the only reason I would do that. But maybe it's time to upgrade my iPhone. We'll see. Mark Seltzman, thank you for putting up with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. All right, let's get you other financial headlines now. The electronic cigarette maker Juul has agreed to a multi-state settlement.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. Juul Labs will pay nearly $440 million to settle an investigation by several states into its e-cigarette products, which have been blamed for an increase in teen vaping. Connecticut's Attorney General announced that deal yesterday on behalf of 33 states and Puerto Rico. The probe, which began in 2020, focused on Juul's early promotions, which included product parties, viral marketing, and social media influencers. Juul still faces separate lawsuits from other states and individuals, and the FDA is considering whether to ban its products altogether. Teamsters Union has launched a new division that is dedicated to, quote, uniting Amazon employees. Amazon has long discouraged attempts by its U.S. employees to unionize, showing managers how to identify union activity and warning that union dues would cut into pays. But the Teamsters had a big win when employees at Amazon's warehouse in Staten Island voted in April to form the company's first union. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer, so it's a big target for the unions. Meantime, Instagram is planning to scale back its shopping features, shifting the focus of its e-commerce efforts to those that directly drive advertising. The information, citing an internal memo, reports that Instagram's existing shopping page will eventually disappear. Instagram won't drop shopping entirely, but it does plan to test a simpler, less personalized version of the shopping page. Instagram, which is owned by Meta Platforms, launched its shopping feature back in 2017, which I think was when the iPhone 7 was still up to date, right?
No, I think that, well...
God, I love when Bertha gets in on the burn.
Back, yeah.
Love it, love it, love it.
We're going to have a big party when I get my new phone. Big party.
We should. We should. We'll actually take pictures where we can see ourselves.
Right. I mean, my dad just got rid of his flip phone, so that was a step there, too. So, you know.
Is that the track you're on?
Wow.
Basically, yeah, I'm going to degrade.
Keep it out of the landfill. That's a good thing.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Bertha.
That's the good part.
Thanks, Bertha. All right, now an app is giving healthcare workers a way to make extra money through flexible work while also helping with the critical shortage in the medical industry. It's been compared to Uber, but for nurses. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here with an exclusive look at a new approach to healthcare. Hey, Vicki, this sounds so cool. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'm not sure if Joe's phone would support this app, but for the rest of us, we all know that since the pandemic, medical professionals have been leaving the industry in record numbers. But when it comes to finding nurses, part of that answer may be in an app. Hospitals and clinics can request the help they need. Nurses who answer the call get the flexibility and choices they want. We followed some healthcare professionals to show you how this service works. A newly released workplace survey of more than 11,000 nurses found more than half said they are stressed, frustrated, exhausted, and overwhelmed. A record number of healthcare workers left their jobs during the pandemic.
We do have a staffing crisis.
Katie Boston Leary is a nurse with almost 30 years of experience. She's now the director of nursing programs for the American Nurses Association. How is this nursing staffing shortage affecting patients?
Oh, it's a public health issue. We're seeing a slow deterioration of how care is delivered. You're seeing services that are being temporarily suspended because they don't have nurses to cover units.
But an app, ShiftMed, is helping to alleviate some of those staffing shortages. It connects screened and verified medical professionals with temporary jobs. They're a leader in a growing industry of app-based work for medical professionals. Jessica Constantine's workday starts like this, on her phone, looking for a shift to pick up. She's a certified nursing assistant who works when she wants and where she wants using ShiftMed.
I'm a mother as well, so I can look on the app and pick whatever I like and match it with my kid's schedule.
Jessica started working full-time with ShiftMed in March after years working a traditional schedule. She says she gets paid the same, sometimes more, through the app, and it's a lot more flexible.
I can work 16 hours on Sunday, I can work 16 hours on Saturday, work 8 hours on Monday, and I'm done. Hi, Jessica from ShiftMed.
Today, she's working at Insight Memory Care, a facility in Fairfax, Virginia that specializes in patients with Alzheimer's.
Let me walk you around a little bit.
This is her first time at the facility, so it begins with an orientation.
This is the nurse's station.
She's quickly up to speed and helping the patients.
It's 117 over 77. You go, girl.
She says gigs where she gets to work with the elderly are her favorite.
What are you reading today?
Daily Chronicle.
Morning, Patricia.
As the executive director for Insight Memory Care, Anita Irvin is Jessica's boss for the day.
Good job, buddy.
She says the staffing flexibility from this service helped them stay open during the pandemic.
Even if it was like at 5 o'clock that afternoon and I needed somebody the next morning, they were able to fill that last-minute gap for me.
ShiftMed also connects home healthcare aides like Travis Graham with patients outside of a nursing home or hospital. Today, Travis is at the home of Kate Partain.
The fresh air is wonderful.
Because of a stroke, she needs daily assistance with medical care and basic tasks.
Here you are. Oh, yay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis logs in every morning and chooses his shift.
You can work where you want, when you want, what state you want, how many hours you want.
And for Kate, it means having someone there every day, even when Travis takes a day off. How are these technologies helping with this crisis?
Well, it does help. It's one tool that does help with some of the situations that nurses have, because nurses more than ever want to determine when they work and where they're working.
Boston Leary says anything that gives nurses flexibility and, most importantly, an incentive to stay in the industry is a positive. But she warns this doesn't solve the underlying problem.
It does create a stopgap, but it's not a long-term fix. We have to look at the pipeline versus looking at tools to move nurses around, because it is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation.
Well, right now, the company says it is growing fast, with more than 100,000 medical professionals signing up for shifts at more than 2,000 facilities. Right now, they are in 23 states, and they hope to be in every state by the end of the year. So employees they're contract workers. They don't get full benefits, but this company is going to start offering some health benefits to their employees coming up this fall, guys.
So, Vicki, how much does it cost hospitals and nursing employees to bring in one of these shift med employees?
So this is going to depend on where you live. It is really based on the demand there. So if these hospitals are setting their rates well and attracting the nurses, that's who they're going to get. But it's really interesting because some of them actually will even pay for your ride share to get you there. That's how competitive it is. And as we see them expand to all 50 states, the idea is the demand really is there. So check it out. If this is a place where you live, it may be the way to fill a stopgap need in your community.
Pretty amazing. Also, Vicki, I believe that our mics have been closed, but first of all, I cackled at your joke about Joe's phone not supporting the app. And I will tell you, as soon as it got to your bag, she said, yeah, stuff like that's not working very well. It's true.
Some days are better than others.
It's all right, Joe. It's all right. I'm like that. I'm not a real early adopter of things, but I think we're on 14 now, and you have the 7, so maybe we can get an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
You know,
step by step. Step by step. It's like rungs on a ladder. All right.
Step by step.
Thanks, Vicki.
Coming up, an on-air scare that left one veteran news anchor hospitalized after suffering the beginning stages of a stroke live on television.
Now she's speaking out about what happened and her recovery. We'll have that next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Sue Bird retired from basketball last night after a 21-year career. Bird's team, the Seattle Storm, lost to the Las Vegas Aces in a WNBA playoff game on their home court. She leaves behind an incredible legacy, holding the record for the most regular season assists in WNBA history. Bird had an emotional moment in front of fans after the game. Despite the loss, the crowd cheered and chanted, "Thank you, Sue," which is just so cool.
An absolute icon there.
Yeah.
She was in Seattle back when I worked there.
Oh, wow.
Loved her
Yeah.
then, so.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. Oh, I bet the crowd just loves her so much. All right, now, a beloved news anchor had an on-air health scare, which doctors said was likely the beginnings of a stroke. In a moment, we'll hear from her. First, here's the moment at the top of her Saturday newscast when she suddenly struggled to speak.
The Tulsa
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today at the event.
Fortunately for Julie Chin, her co-workers at our NBC affiliate in Tulsa recognized that she was suffering a medical emergency and immediately called 911. She joined the Today Show earlier this morning to discuss what happened and how she's feeling now.
First of all, let's figure out what the doctors are saying. I'm glad you feel great, but what did the doctors say happened? What was the prognosis?
The doctors right now, and we're doing more tests, but they think it was the beginning of a stroke. They think maybe my body corrected itself midway, so I didn't have a full stroke. But that's what they're saying right now. Of course, you know, they wanted to make sure all the major things were okay. So we did MRIs and CAT scans and blood tests and all sorts of things. And they were able to let me out of the hospital. And so now I'm just seeing more specialists and more doctors and getting more opinions because we really don't know what caused this. And of course, I mean, I want to know what caused it. So, you know, maybe we can prevent it from happening again.
Well, you're in your 40s, but do you have any family history, anything that would make you think this was even possible?
No family history. I think I handle stress well. I mean, no. And I felt great that morning. I had a good night's sleep, which y'all know on a morning show you don't always have. I mean, I felt good. And that section that everybody's seen me struggling with, I wrote that little section. I knew what I was trying to say, like the back of my hand, but it just obviously wouldn't come out of my mouth.
Well, you have a husband and an 8-year-old son, neither of whom were watching that morning. Right. But when you were off the air, you did text your husband, and we have a verbate. And this is, I guess it'll show you exactly what your state of mind was. You say, I need help. Something is not run today. My work won't work is working. My help, my. That's what you sent him. What did he think, or what did he say afterwards?
I never send messages like that, obviously. My dad lives nearby, so my dad was able to watch our son, and my husband just hopped in the car and came, and he met us at the hospital. But yeah, that just shows my state of mind that morning. I just couldn't put any words together as hard as I tried. There's so much bad stuff in the world, but there's so much good, because here's my little video clip that's gone all around the world, and it's maybe not my proudest professional moment, but people have been so kind, and they've been cheering me on and praying for me, and our family couldn't be more grateful.
Oh, wow, what an amazing message there at the end. And our thanks to our friends at the Today Show for bringing us that update to that story that she's doing okay.
So glad she's doing okay. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Right now on NBC News Now, school cyber threat. The U.S. government has issued an urgent warning after a ransomware attack on one of the country's largest school systems, and officials are warning that more could be on the way. Just ahead, what parents and schools can do to keep kids' private information safe.
Nuclear secrets bombshell. The Washington Post is reporting that among the items seized in the raid on Mar-a-Lago was a document describing a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities, some of the most closely guarded secrets the U.S. has. We'll bring you the details.
California on edge as the brutal heat wave continues. The state has managed to avoid blackouts by getting consumers to curb energy use. We'll take you straight there.
And COVID vaccine concern as booster shots begin to roll out across the country. New worries that the packaging may create confusion. We'll help you sort it all out.
We begin this hour with a disturbing and growing trend. Escalating ransomware attacks are targeting schools. The federal government is issuing an urgent warning to school districts all across the country, really encouraging them to beef up their cybersecurity capabilities right now.
Yeah, and this alert warned that attacks may increase as the new school year begins, and criminal ransomware groups are perceiving opportunities for successful attacks. At least 26 school districts across the country have been infected with ransomware just this year. NBC News correspondent
Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, this alert comes after one of the largest school districts in the U.S. said it was hit this week with a ransomware attack. Walk us through the new warning, and do we know yet who's responsible for the attack earlier this week?
So let's start with that attack that you mentioned over the weekend in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles School District was hit by an attack, a ransomware attack. That's the nation's second biggest, of course, behind New York. The good news is the LA Unified School District has a pretty robust cybersecurity defense system up. They've also got a very professional cyber defense group of professionals. So they thwarted the attack, and the Los Angeles School District says they quickly took their system offline, ensured that, in fact, no personal data from students or employees was compromised before bringing it back up. The FBI crediting the school district with really having that kind of robust techniques or defense capabilities, I should say, that protected them. But here's the problem. Of course, the LA School District has the pockets, the resources to afford that. A lot of school districts around the country simply can't, whether that's a small community, in an underprivileged area, whatever the case may be. And as a result, there's the note there from cybersecurity. School districts with limited cybersecurity capabilities and constrained resources are often the most vulnerable to ransomware attacks. Let's remind the audience what that means, because maybe it hasn't been in the news as much for the last 6 months. Quite literally, it means that hackers somewhere in the world get into your computer system and they hold everything ransom until you pay up. And that means you may not have access to your emails or your financial information or kids' personal information, whatever the case may be. And so that is why this urgent note now from the FBI and Homeland Security, Cyber Security, CISA is the name of the organization. They have put this warning out. We should also remind the audience that there is on the CISA website, CISA.gov, CISA.gov, a very good, really portfolio of resources available to help anybody defend themselves from a cyber attack. School districts, small businesses, whatever the case may be, a lot of people, a lot of these school districts simply can't afford that kind of cyber defense, and so you can get that for free at CISA.org. But there are some of the tips to prevent an attack, right? Update and patch your networks. Don't ever click on suspicious emails. We've said that forever. Open emails with extreme caution. Verify senders. Use, maintain preventive software. You know, I got to say, I've talked to many, many cybersecurity experts over the years, FBI experts, and they say the same thing. You would be amazed how often somebody in the organization simply clicks on an email they shouldn't, and that is what starts to infect the entire network, even after so many years of warnings, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Tom Costello for us there. Tom, as always, thank you so much.
Well, new details are emerging about what the FBI seized last month from former President Trump's Florida home. The Washington Post reports agents found documents at Mar-a-Lago describing another nation's nuclear capabilities. The Post cites people familiar with the matter. NBC News is working to confirm that reporting. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, help put this into context for us. How big of a deal is this that now other countries know this information was potentially compromised? It was in the personal home of a president.
Well, the compromise itself of all these classified documents is a huge deal. In terms of this particular document that the Post describes, it's hard to know because the Post doesn't say whether it was a classified document. It says it was a document describing another country's defenses, including potential nuclear defenses. Generally, stuff about nuclear weapons is highly classified, and it's alarming that anything related to nuclear capabilities was outside of a secure facility. And the Post article also goes into some detail about sort of what we already knew about just how secret some of these documents were. Special access programs are those that are created by a certain number of cabinet secretaries, and only a tiny number of people within the U.S. government are even allowed to know about them. And some of those documents were marked with that designation.
Anyway, sort of damage our relationships with other countries, especially when it comes to intelligence information sharing.
I think it's hard to say it doesn't, Morgan. I mean, people, allies are alarmed when they see that we just can't keep our secrets. And it's not the first time this has happened, obviously, but when it involves a president and all the kind of secrets that he has access to, and now we see that some of it has spilled over and was kept at a private home and golf club, yeah, there's a lot of alarm across our allies.
Ken, what about the former president? What is he and his camp saying about this and about the Post reporting?
Well, he is saying that the Post is a tool of the government, which is leaking information about him. And, we're journalists. We understand, this is, I sincerely doubt this was an official leak. People are asking questions of their sources, and somebody knew something here. I don't think it was intentional on the part of the Justice Department, but nonetheless, it's some of my sources are saying this is a disconcerting leak because this is the contents of these classified documents is a big secret, and it plays right into Trump's hands if people are talking about it to journalists.
All right. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, thanks for shedding some light on that.
You bet.
As the West Coast sizzles under a very late summer heat wave, Californians are racing for a potential power outage. The state's electrical grid operator says it came close to initiating rolling blackouts on Tuesday. Meanwhile, excessive heat warnings have been extended through Friday, which means that the state is actually still in jeopardy of those lights going out. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Burbank, California. Steve, it's good to see you. We know that Governor Newsom is saying that the risk for outages is real and immediate. But what are officials really telling people ultimately to do in order to avoid this massive statewide blackout?
Well, thankfully, what they did last night, which is conserve energy in those key moments when the grid is at its least powerful, and that heat wave was just so oppressive that everybody is using their appliances. They're telling people to conserve energy. We can talk about that, but first, we were on the brink, the very brink of going into rolling blackouts last night, like buttons on fingers close to that. And one of the tools that they used was this guy right here. Almost came out like an Amber Alert. They were telling us almost moment by moment on Twitter, on Facebook, on all the social media platforms. But then they buzzed each phone, both in this county and really around the state, just to say, hey, you got to stop it. You got to conserve energy. That's what they're going to do probably again tonight and on into Friday. And so, we've had these flux alerts for basically the last week straight or so. It is from the hours from 4 until 10 o'clock again when the grid is waning and the heat is still so intense that everybody gets home from work. They want to blast that air conditioning on. You can't do that. So, they're telling people to leave the thermostat on a little bit higher, maybe 78 degrees or more. Don't run all your appliances at once. Maybe unplug some of the stuff from your wall. If you have an electric car, unplug that too. It all helps. Every little bit helps. As we saw last night, we were essentially at DEFCON 4, EEA 3, which is the designation when the demand outstrips the supply. If that happens again, we will be dangerously close again, and those alerts will blast out. But people here are heeding the warnings. That's the good news. No rolling blackouts in the state of California. But again, we're not out of the woods yet. Back to you.
That is the good news. It sounds like people reacted pretty quickly. Let's talk about the wildfires, Steve. We know at least 2 people were killed in one wildfire. What is CAL FIRE saying right now about containment efforts and the threat of more fires starting as we continue to see temperatures hitting triple digits?
So we only have time, when we do one of these segments to talk about the major fires. If we were talking about every fire that has sprung up since, let's say, Sunday, we'd be talking about dozens and dozens and dozens of fires. And we've seen a cluster of new ones pop up. The Mosquito Fire near Tahoe, the Radford Fire near Big Bear, those fires, minimal containment firefighters on the front lines. There's still about 4,000 firefighters battling more than a dozen large fires. One of them is that Fairview Fire where 2 people tragically lost their lives. We heard a briefing earlier this morning describing kind of what they were going through. They were trapped in their car trying to escape the flames. That fire still has about 3,500 people displaced from their homes as firefighters tried to put more containment on it. It's only about 5% contained. It's been burning for a while now. So it just tells you the threat of these fires because of what I'm feeling right now. This heat is so intense. It is fueling the flames. And not only that, it has a fresh canvas of essentially, I'm standing on basically a matchstick right now. The ground is so dry in this state. Any amount of wind that picks up and then that spark, and you have a whole new fire, a whole new front that firefighters have to spend resources to try to get out. It's happening all over the state. It's not going to end for any time soon. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson there on the ground for us. Steve, thank you.
Well, the housing market is cooling down further as we say goodbye to the busy summer season.
That's right. Mortgage applications for home purchases actually fell 23% last week, and that's just compared to the same time a year earlier. Rising mortgage rates are sending prices even higher, which, of course, is scaring off some home buyers. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now with our Wednesday business headlines. Dom, it's great to see you. Look, if you are a home buyer or a home seller, what should you be doing in this market?
So Morgan, Vicky, the first thing you got to think about as a potential home buyer or seller is have an honest conversation with yourself about the expectations that you have. From a bigger picture standpoint or macro level, prices are still very high compared to where they were just a few years ago. Now, there are already signs of cooling, and especially in prices in certain markets around the country. And interest rates, you mentioned, key for that. 30-year fixed-rate home loans are now pushing towards 6%, and that's a lot higher than they were a year ago. So the cost of owning a home is getting more expensive, even though prices may be moderating in some cases. That means taking stock of your current job, your income situation, and what you think you'll likely be doing professionally from an income perspective in the next 2, 3, or 5 years from now. Also, how long do you plan to stay in your home? Big question there. And sellers, by the way, they have to try to come to terms with the prices they are willing to accept for their homes in this market, given this new reality of higher rates, lower affordability, and of course we know the Federal Reserve, ladies, likely to continue raising interest rates into the near and medium term to battle inflation.
Dom, let me turn you to cryptocurrency now. They're not doing so well. The entire market fell today below $1 trillion. That's still a lot of money, but if you have crypto in your own portfolio, what should you be doing right now?
So you got to be thinking about how much you're willing to make and or lose in this environment, right? And generally, just be honest with yourself about how much risk you're willing to take for these investments. Any kind of investment. The same is true for all of them, and certainly for crypto. So nobody knows exactly what's going to happen, right? We don't have crystal balls in the coming days, weeks, and months. But what we do have seen and have witnessed is a cryptocurrency market that has seen euphoric highs and stunning lows all in the span of just a few months. So Bitcoin in particular is now near the lowest levels in the year, having lost over 70% of its value from its peak to where we are now. So this is very much an environment where knowing one's risk tolerance, guys, is key.
And Dom, I do want to ask just very briefly about Google. I know that the company is actually considering making some changes that could include layoffs. Can you tell us a little bit more there?
Sure. So Google and its parent company, Alphabet, want to get more efficient. That's what CEO Sundar Pichai says. He wants to make the internet advertising, search, and streaming content giant more nimble, able to run on fewer resources. He spoke at the Code Conference out in Beverly Hills, California. During those remarks, he also hinted at possible job cuts when he said, quote, "Sometimes there are areas to make progress where you have 3 people making decisions, understanding that and bringing it down to 1 or 2 improves efficiency by 20%. So when you have comments coming from a big high-profile CEO like that, it does lend to some questions about whether technology companies, and Google in particular, could be looking at more job cuts, guys.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you. New COVID boosters are rolling out across the nation.
That's right. Coming up next, new concerns from healthcare providers that some people may be getting the wrong shot. We'll explain why just after this short break. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
New concerns right now over the COVID booster shots. Experts are worried that healthcare providers could administer the wrong vaccine if they're not actually careful.
Yeah, this is wild. Updated booster shots have capped vials that look similar to older COVID vaccines. And while experts are advising companies to change those cap colors, some of those shots have started rolling out. With us now is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, good to be with you. What can we do to make sure that we're getting the right shot when we go in for that booster?
And Vicki, one of the best things you can do is simply tell the person giving you the shot, hey, can I watch you draw the shot and can I look at the vial just to make sure, for the majority of times, this is not going to be an issue. They're very good about making sure that they're looking at the right vials, they're giving the right vaccine, but at the same time, if you want to be sure, just ask them, hey, can you draw it in front of me and can I look at the vial, please?
Okay.
And Dr. John, federal officials are also saying that these COVID boosters will actually last us a whole year, just like the flu shot, for example. So what does that say about the way that we should be approaching COVID-19 infections at this point?
And I think what that's telling us, Morgan, is that this virus seems to be stabilizing to a certain extent. If you think about the big leaps in the virus, it went from the original virus to the alpha strain, then it went from alpha to delta, and then it went from delta to Omicron. Those are big leaps. And now it's settled down in the Omicron subvariants. And so it's not leaping quite as much to these new variants or subvariants. And once that starts stabilizing, then we can start looking at vaccines that we could think will keep going for a year and possibly even more. And so I think what you're going to see is, yearly shots for the next few years and possibly spacing that out as time goes on and maybe making it 3, 5, even 10 years further down the road.
Dr. Torres, according to the Centers for Disease Control, only 43% of U.S. adults ages 18 to 64 got the flu shot during the 2020 to 2021 flu season. So talk to us about who needs the flu shot and what is the best time? When's the best time to get it?
So everybody needs a flu shot 6 months and above. And the reason it's important this year is because we think this might be a bad flu season, looking at what's happening in the southern hemisphere, particularly in Australia. And then number two, getting flu shots on an annual basis, it kind of builds up your reserves. It exercises your immune system to be able to fight it off. And the best time to get it is essentially starting now, looking forward. If you can wait till October to get it, that's probably the best time to get it. If you're going on a trip or something and think you need it beforehand, certainly get it now. But you want to get it before the end of October, before Halloween, because that's when the flu season can start. And in Australia, it started a couple months early. Could be similar here. We don't know, but you want to be protected through the flu season, Vicki.
We sure do. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres for us there. Dr. John, thank you.
Thank you. And new numbers out today show a slight increase in the number of Americans tackling mental health issues. The National Center for Health Statistics' latest study reveals 1 in 5 Americans received mental health treatment from 2019 to 2021. That's up 2% from previous years.
But see, when you actually break it down, the numbers are a bit higher for 18 to 44-year-olds. In fact, last year, nearly 1 in 4 adults in this age range received mental health treatment, and that's up 5%. Experts say the coronavirus pandemic played a really big role in that rise.
Coming up, Oklahoma City police have now released body cam footage from a dramatic car chase and arrest. The wild exchange unfolding after a man allegedly shot multiple police officers who were attempting to serve him an eviction notice. We'll have more on this after the break.
On air, online, on the go, we are everywhere you want to be. Here's where you can catch NBC News Now, streaming for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Come join us. We'd love to hear from you.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting.
for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Newly released body cam footage shows the dramatic moments a man was taken into police custody after car chase in Oklahoma. The driver allegedly shooting 2 police officers, leaving 1 dead. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
Everybody back off and cover that front car. Let's give him a chance.
Bullets whizzing down an Oklahoma freeway. A squad car ramming an accused killer's boat. And an officer taking aim at a speeding truck. All of it, including the dramatic arrest. Hey. Captured on body and dash cam video just released by Oklahoma City Police, the agency investigating the murder of Oklahoma County Sheriff Sergeant Bobby Schwartz and the shooting of Deputy Mark Johns, who survived. It happened just over 2 weeks ago on August 22nd, when authorities say the pair, along with a third deputy, came to this Oklahoma City house to serve eviction papers to 35-year-old Benjamin Plank. NBC affiliate KFOR reporting the eviction came at the request of Plank's mother, who had filed a protective order against him, according to court documents. Police say Plank refused to come out, moments later firing at deputies,
Shots fired.
hitting both Schwartz and Johns. Authorities say Plank then took off in this gray truck, a boat attached to the back.
The suspect refused to stop for the officers, initiating a pursuit.
Oklahoma City Police releasing a narrated montage of the chase video, pointing out Plank appearing to fire at officers. Officers firing back. One even shooting through his windshield.
It's just a reminder that police work is very, very dangerous. An eviction notice, of all things, you're just going there to ask somebody to please vacate a premise, and it winds up with the loss of life.
Investigators say no one was injured during the chase. Authorities say the officers who fired are on paid leave per protocol.
Move everybody! Get everybody out!
Eventually, hands in the air, Plank appears to surrender. Officers arrest and tase him.
Get on your stomach! Get on your stomach! Get on your stomach!
Investigators say they later found a number of weapons in his vehicle. Efforts by NBC News to contact Plank and his mother have been unsuccessful. Now, Sergeant Schwartz's family mourning an unthinkable loss. The local sheriff breaking down in tears.
Law enforcement it's a tight community, and I'm so thankful. They were screaming across the state for my guys. Like,
and that was Maggie Vespa reporting for us. In Las Vegas, there is an ongoing manhunt for a man wanted in connection with the fatal stabbing of renowned journalist Jeff German. Prior to his death, German was well known for covering organized crime and corruption. Here's NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz with more on the investigation.
The Las Vegas community in mourning after one of their own, a journalist, was killed. Police say award-winning investigative reporter Jeff German was stabbed to death on Saturday outside of his home after an altercation. Authorities now releasing these photos of a suspect who is still at large. German joined the Las Vegas Review-Journal in 2010 after more than 2 decades at the Las Vegas Sun, according to the paper, and he was known for breaking big stories about organized crime, corruption, and political scandals. The Committee to Protect Journalists writing that law enforcement should, quote, conduct a swift and thorough investigation into the killing of journalist Jeff German, determine whether he was targeted for his work, and hold those responsible to account. Our affiliate KSNV spoke with a columnist of the Review-Journal who said German hadn't told leadership about any concerns for his safety.
Jeff did not convey that he was in any danger as far as sources who might, or contacts who might want to do him harm.
The photos of the suspect still leave much unanswered, showing someone wearing a bright orange jacket, large straw hat, and dark-colored pants carrying a blue duffel bag. In a press release, investigators say they think the suspect was possibly, quote, casing the area for other crimes before the deadly attack. And Las Vegas police now asking residents to check their video cameras for any additional footage of the suspect. News of German's death sending shockwaves around the community. Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak tweeting in part, "This is a tragic loss for our community. Jeff German was tough but fair and a great mentor to young reporters." And Las Vegas's Mayor Carolyn Goodman writing in part, "This was a senseless act of violence."
A TV anchor is recovering after suffering a serious medical episode live on the air.
Yeah, just ahead, why doctors think it was the beginning of a stroke and what you need to know to prevent significant harm. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a growing trend of ransomware attacks targeting schools around the country. At least 26 school districts have been hit with ransomware attacks just this year. The federal government is urging districts to beef up their cybersecurity now. They warn of criminal ransomware groups increasing attacks as the school year goes on. A strike is delaying the first day of school for the Seattle Public School District. Teachers will begin their planned strike today after their union members voted 95% in favor of the strike Tuesday. The state of Washington now has both of its largest and fourth largest school districts facing authorized strikes. Catastrophic flooding has caused thousands of patients to overwhelm a local hospital in Pakistan. The staff there are saying over 72,000 patients have sought treatment in recent days. Most are suffering with diarrhea and gastric illness from the lack of clean water. The floods have affected 33 million people and killed more than 1,300. Well, Florida schools have been back in session for about a month now.
And there are 2 new laws replacing the normal start of the year excitement with confusion. This as teachers and staff really figure out how to navigate classroom content and conversations. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the story.
The school year in Florida is 1 month in, a time usually filled with excitement among families and teachers. But for some, now filled with hesitation and fear.
This year in particular has been kind of a watershed year for the signing and potential implementation of legislation that really impacts just about everybody who is in or near a classroom in Florida.
Peter Lake is an education law professor at Stanton Law School.
It appears to me that the state of Florida is actually testing legal boundaries that were somewhat established in the 20th century.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed 2 bills into law on July 1st. Both allegedly aim at removing certain ideologies from schools. The Stop Woke Act, keeping critical race theory out of classrooms, and the Parental Rights in Education Act, widely referred to as the Don't Say Gay bill by critics.
It never was part of the curriculum for K through 3. I really don't know where they got the idea that this was being taught to children, that we were trying to change their gender identity and roles.
Paula Stevens is a first-grade teacher at Eisenhower Elementary School in Pinellas County. Under these new laws, every single book she uses in her classroom has to be reviewed by the district's media specialist.
It just seems that we're not focusing on what the real needs are for our kids.
Teachers say they still need specific guidance from the state about the appropriate way to handle these conversations if students bring it up.
The moment you tell me that these kids cannot feel comfortable or safe, or I'm supposed to watch what I say, that to me, I can't.
Octavio Hernandez is an algebra teacher at Davenport High School. He says his students are the only ones that matter.
They're not numbers. They're not statistics. They're actual human beings.
There's confusion among many teachers, especially with the potential legal ramifications they could face if they violate these policies.
One of the lawsuits that has been filed deals with the what they call the parental rights. And in responding to that lawsuit, in their motion to dismiss, the state said that conversations can occur around some of the topics related to the LGBTQ community if it's in an age-appropriate way.
Andrew Spar is president of Florida's largest teachers union. He says the lack of clarity is a big issue.
What we don't want to see by any stretch of the imagination is this idea that kids can't be themselves.
The state says school districts can expect some additional guidance on some of these new rules in January, according to Spar. But some teachers feel like they have to be more careful.
Am I saying something wrong? Is this book okay? You know, it's like you're questioning yourself more and more.
Others refuse to be filtered.
I'm not telling my students whether being gay is right or whether being gay is wrong. What I tell my students is you have every right to be whoever the hell you want to be.
Alex Lanfranconi, head of communications for the Florida Department of Education, tells NBC News in part, these laws are meant to prioritize the rights of parents, not limit teachers, adding, quote, parents deserve transparency about their child's school curriculum, instructional materials, and services.
Teachers are afraid to say something. Parents are too busy to get involved. So who do the kids have? Who do the kids have to turn to if they can't even talk in the classroom?
A member of our extended NBC News family is recovering today after experiencing what doctors say was likely the beginnings of a stroke on air.
It happened while anchor Julie Chin was in the middle of her Saturday morning broadcast for our Tulsa, Oklahoma affiliate KJRH. Chin says the health scare, quote, came out of nowhere. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following this story for us. Sam, good to see you. What more are we learning about Julie's medical episode, and also what is she saying about how she's doing today?
Vicki Morgan, good morning. She said she's doing much better right now. The tests have all come back. They are great thus far. But the scariest part about this, when you're discussing a stroke, is the fact that it can happen at any time, any place to anyone, and there doesn't necessarily need to be a warning, which was the case with Julie Chin, who had no medical history whatsoever in her family of strokes. She felt great that morning, no symptoms. She said she got a great night's sleep, got out there, started the show, and it was over the course of the newscast that she started experiencing some symptoms. First, it was her vision. She even said that she took out her contact lens in the break of the newscast and figured that must be the problem. Put it back in, sat down again, still had a hard time seeing. Then she started experiencing numbness in her hands and in her face and other parts of her body, and ultimately difficulty reading from the teleprompter words, guys, that she wrote herself when it comes to the script, but they could not come out right. So Julie was immediately rushed to the hospital. Here's what she found out when she got there.
They think maybe my body corrected itself midway, so I didn't have a full stroke. But that's what they're saying right now. Of course, you know, they wanted to make sure all the major things were okay. So we did MRIs and CAT scans and blood tests and all sorts of things. And they were able to let me out of the hospital. And so now I'm just seeing more specialists and more doctors and getting more opinions because we really don't know what caused this.
And doctors say it's possible she started to have a stroke and that it self-corrected as it was going on. Hard to believe that's even possible. As far as some of the folks that helped her out, they rushed right in. Time is of the essence. You need to certainly call the hospital ahead of time, let them know you're experiencing issues, because if you get there and you haven't reported it ahead of time, the delay would be critical seconds where physicians could be treating you.
And the truth is, Sam, I really think there's something in here that's instructive for us all. You mentioned people rushing in to help, and the reality of it is that she didn't have to do this alone. I mean, what did Chin's coworkers do to really step in and help while they were all in the middle of this live broadcast?
Right, and we all know what it's like to keep a newscast on the tracks, right? It's difficult. There's a lot of moving pieces going on, while at the same time, suddenly your talent is experiencing a health crisis in the middle of live television. But everybody jumped right in. The meteorologist, Annie Brown, took that handoff from Julian, finished the block, then as soon as they went to break, called 911 herself. This, as well as you had everyone in the control room also following up with medical experts and trying to find out what was going on. They got her to the hospital as soon as possible, and thankfully, she's okay today.
We are so glad to hear that.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC medical contributor Dr. Ebony Hilton. Dr. Hilton, there's a lot to unpack here. And as we mentioned, you know, a lot of sort of instructive moments for all of us here. I do want to pick up with those coworkers who are stepping in. What should bystanders do if we see someone who is possibly experiencing a stroke or stroke-like symptoms? I mean, what specifically are the signs that we should be on the lookout for?
Right. Well, there's an acronym we like to use in the medical field called Be Fast. So for one, if you see anyone acting differently, I would rather you call us than not call us because time is of the essence. But in this Be Fast acronym that we use, if you notice that someone is having an off in their balance, right, that's the B. E is they're having changes in their vision. F, if they're seeing any drooping of their face, if one side of their face is drooping while the other one is actually still active with their muscles. A is for arms, if they're having loss of functions of their limbs. S is for speech, if they're slurred in their speech, and then T stands for time. Time is of the essence, because if we can get those persons in our hospital, we may be able to actually stop there being permanent damage. We can go after those clots that's causing them to have a stroke.
That's such a great acronym to help us all remember. And we hear time is brain, right? Dr. Hilton, Chin said she was feeling fine right before the newscast. This came on very suddenly. Are there certain things that make some people more vulnerable than others to having a stroke? And also, how much does your family medical history factor in?
Right. You know, we have two different types of strokes. One stroke is where you have a brain bleed, right? And there's a hemorrhage that we have. And that can be from trauma. That can be from long-standing hypertension, right? High blood pressure. And then there's other strokes that come from blood clots, where a clot breaks off and it ends up within the brain. And those can be if you have any type of malignancy, any cancers. Women, unfortunately, when we're pregnant, we're more prone to develop blood clots. And then there's other disease processes, for one being COVID, that causes persons to develop blood clots more often than others, in addition to other kind of cardiac arrhythmias like AFib, A-flutter. So if you have those histories within your family history and or you yourself, then you just need to be hyper cautious. And again, if you have any sign or symptom where your body is just feeling a little off, call us. We're there to help.
Speaking of that, you know, Dr. Hilton, of course, we do not know whether Chin had COVID or not, but there are studies that sort of look at the association between COVID and strokes. What do those studies sort of indicate thus far?
Right. You know, since March of 2020, I kind of stress that COVID, we don't just have death as a consequence of COVID, but we know that long COVID exists. And with long COVID, we know there are signs and symptoms of persons who are developing blood clots and, unfortunately, young people who are having strokes. In studies, there's a study out of Sweden that showed that the median age of the persons that they found were having strokes was actually 48 years old. And that you were 3 to 7 times more likely to have a stroke if you actually had COVID versus not within that age. 3 to 7 times. So it is a substantial increase in risk, which again, we're going to learn more and more of how this comes about. But the most important thing is to protect yourself and understand that it's not just a severe COVID that has the consequence.
Dr. Ebony Hilton, MSNBC medical contributor. Thank you, Dr. Hilton. Appreciate it. We turn now to the midterm elections and the so-called election denialism that's spread across the country.
Yeah, according to 538, more than 1 in every 2 voters in America will have an election denier on the ballot this fall. And to be clear, this is not just congressional or even gubernatorial races. It's also happening with down-ballot races, which could have significant consequences in the elections to come. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now live from Phoenix, Arizona, where every Republican candidate in a statewide race is an election denier. I really want our viewers to understand the weight of that sentence and really what it means and sort of the pervasiveness of believing election lies and election denying. Vaughn, we focus a lot, of course, on the House and the Senate races and the midterm elections, but what does it mean to have this on the down ballot races? I mean, you know, they've taken on greater importance since 2020. So what are some of the key races you're looking at this cycle? And again, what does it mean?
Right. I mean, let's look at Secretary of State position, right? Not only are Secretary of States in charge of running the elections in their state, working with county officials to make sure that everybody has access to the ballot, that they are fairly counted, accurately counted, but also in several states, including here in Arizona, they are in charge of helping certify their state's election results. And you also look at attorney generals and take Arizona here. The attorney general, along with the governor and secretary of state, also has to certify the integrity and the accuracy of the state's election results. And so that is why these positions were so important in 2020 presidential election, despite pressure from Donald Trump and other allies to not certify election results. You saw Republicans, including like the likes of Governor Doug Ducey, including Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich here in Arizona. They certified the legitimacy of Joe Biden's win. But now you are looking at the realization that there are multiple Republicans who are running in 2022 to take on these positions in the likes of Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, Wisconsin, here in Arizona, who are election deniers, who say that they would not have certified the 2020 election, which calls into question whether they would certify the election in 2024. And that is why these races are getting so much extra, not only national attention, but money infused to their campaigns, these Democratic campaigns, because of the potential threat they pose to the democracy.
Yeah. Well, it's why they're so important, significant to watch. Vaughn, I want to zero in on Arizona, where you are. Beyond the fact that President Biden won a very close victory there, why should the rest of us pay attention to what's happening there in the Grand Canyon state?
Right, just take Arizona. Again, it's going to be the governor, secretary of state, and attorney general who have to certify the presidential results in 2024. Well, the Republicans that are running for each of those positions have called for the decertification of Joe Biden's 2020 win. Now, there's Abe Hamadeh is the Republican who is running for attorney general here, and he has been at the forefront of not only saying he would not certify the election, but even saying that elections officials who oversaw the election in 2020, that they should be in handcuffs. Of course, he has no such evidence or specific allegations of fraud or impropriety by these elections officials, yet that is the serious nature of what the individual who would be the top law enforcement in the state, what we're talking about, the potential ramifications could be here. Guys?
We'll be watching, Vaughn. Thank you. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard for us in Phoenix.
And stay with us, because coming up just after the break, an Obama-Biden reunion.
Why the former president and first lady are returning to the White House this afternoon. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. That letter you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Obamas are returning to the White House.
It is the first time they will be there together since leaving office in 2017. The former president was back in April. They're coming for the official unveiling of their White House portraits. That is a tradition that looked to be in jeopardy in recent years. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now from Washington with all the details. Carol, these portrait unveiling ceremonies, they're typically held in the first term of the following administration. So, of course, we had the pandemic, but talk about the significance of this moment now being shared between the Obamas and the Bidens.
Well, this is really often a very symbolic event. It's usually a bipartisan event. We've seen Republican presidents and Democratic presidents both host and be hosted by each other, and it's something that it brings together former staff, and so it's a real kind of moment of excitement, and people share memories, and it's very lighthearted. Politics is typically set aside for this type of a moment that's held in the East Room, where these portraits are unveiled. Everyone sees them for the first time. We learn who the artist is who painted the portraits for the first time. And this was, as you said, delayed for some time for the Obamas because neither the Obamas or former President Trump had any interest in engaging in this type of ceremony while President Trump was in office. So now we're seeing President Biden host his former boss, former President Obama. We'll see the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, returning to the White House for the first time since 2017, Inauguration Day, since she left the White House. And we'll also hear from the current First Lady, Jill Biden. All 4 of them are supposed to speak. This is happening at a time when we're just 2 months from the midterms. We've got 2 of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party, former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, appearing here. I'm told that when former President Obama speaks, he will really give a boost to President Biden. So that's something that you could look out for. We're going to hear very sort of kind words from former President Obama. And genuinely, it's just a kind of moment where everybody gets together. These are staffs, both current White House staff and former White House staff, who really know each other well. We've seen some of them. We're expecting former Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel, who's now serving as ambassador to Japan, other big name figures in the Obama administration, all returning here for this moment, which has been years in the making.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee for us. Carol Lee, thank you. And stay with us. Grueling preseason workouts are hard enough for student athletes, but just imagine working up a sweat amid record-setting temperatures.
We'll take a look at how climate change is affecting college sports. That's coming up right after this. Stay right there.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting.
for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles! All right, in the news right now, the movie company linked to a deadly onset shooting last year is reportedly trying to distance itself from that case. The Hollywood Reporter says Rust Movie Productions lawyers filed new court papers in New Mexico saying the company is not at fault for that shooting. Now, the company contends it wasn't an employer and relied on contractors to actually make that movie. The Santa Fe District Attorney's Office is still deciding on whether to file criminal charges for the accidental shooting that killed the cinematographer and wounded the director.
Well, singer Justin Bieber is putting his health first by canceling the rest of the dates on his Justice World Tour. The pop superstar resumed touring in July after canceling a number of shows after he was diagnosed with a rare syndrome that caused part of his face to be paralyzed. Bieber told his legion of social media followers that continuing to perform was taking a toll and that he needs to take some time to rest.
Man, check this out. A dinner date with Brad Pitt over before it even started. Yeah, Global Green and Charity Buzz partnered to auction a chance to wine and dine with the Oscar winner, but it was quickly removed after just a few hours. It's still unclear why it's no longer actually being offered.
Keep an eye on that.
Poor guy or girl who was excited to go on that date with
Would have
Brad
raised some
Pitt.
money, I bet. All right.
All right, so when we think of climate change, college sports typically aren't, the first thing that come to mind, but they are intertwined more than a lot of people even realize.
Yeah, getting ready for fall sports happens in the summer. If football players are practicing on synthetic turf, well, the temperatures can feel like 120 degrees, even on the low end. This is without those bulky pads and helmets. Storyteller Ngozi Ekeledo from NBC LX takes a closer look at how the extreme heat can impact one of our favorite fall pastimes.
Climate change and global warming are quite literally cooking our planet.
On another day of 90-degree heat. In Texas, we've seen 25 days of 100-plus temperatures.
It's a heat wave across the world.
This summer's extreme heat in the U.S. and across the globe is impacting every facet of our lives, including sports. And while the pros get paid to suffer in the heat, what about the next generation of sports stars? Practicing under the grueling summer sun at sports camps or participating in taxing two-a-day workouts ahead of the school year? How exactly will our planet's rising temps impact student athletes in the future? I asked LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane that very question.
Gen Z is really focused on this, and I think in large part because they realize that
so much of their lives are going to be changed because of our warming planet. So every year in the United States, more than 67,000 people end up having to go to the emergency room because of heat. And certainly some of those are athletes. And so as our summers get hotter, as these heat waves happen more frequently and become more intense, we're only going to see those numbers increase, especially if we're not educating people and having conversations about when it's safe to be outside exercising or practicing and when it's not.
James Hillhouse is a high school football player, but he's noticed a difference during this summer's practices.
Especially with this last heat wave, it's really hard out there in pads and 95-degree weather. I mean, the past 4 years, I've never seen camps or temperatures like what we just saw the last week. For football, I know a lot of dads of some kids that are like, when they played football back in high school, they do a lot of two-a-days. I know that when we start to not have two-a-days, like the dads kind of always comment on it. And I think that now it's a lot different. Like maybe the global warming hasn't changed too much, but it's definitely changed enough to affect people and the students and athletes out on the field.
It's not just student athletes on the field for fall. We're just hours away from the kickoff of a new NFL season.
Yeah, QB Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams are on the hunt for a second straight Super Bowl win. Stafford relived that big Super Bowl win with Football Night in America host Maria Taylor. Take a look.
Confetti flies here at SoFi Stadium.
The last time I talked to you was before the Super Bowl. So I wanted to do something special just for you where we relive the Super Bowl in our interview, okay?
Perfect.
So I hope you like the setup.
I love it. I'll take the confetti all day. This is perfect. Wow. Good family memories for sure.
Since we're reliving the moment, we've got the confetti here. Just press play on that. That'd be great.
That was the best part of my night, to be honest with you. Really, that's all my kids wanted to do. They knew that there was going to be confetti if we won, so I was just excited to play with them in it. It was so fun. My girls were having a blast.
Oh, we won the Super Bowl. How's that?
What a sweet moment. The NFL season kicks off Thursday on NBC and Peacock. Stafford and the Rams face off against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Pre-game coverage starts at 7 Eastern.
Thanks so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. The news continues right now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Right now on NBC News Now, beyond top secret, the Washington Post reporting one of the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago contained information about foreign governments' nuclear capabilities. We have the very latest from this blockbuster report.
And Golden State heat will check in on California, where it's the 9th straight day of heat alerts that are bringing the energy grid to the brink of blackouts.
Vacation tragedy. A deadly shark attack has taken the life of a Pennsylvania woman in the Bahamas. We have the story.
Shortage solution across the healthcare sector. Many left the professionals after COVID, and staffing shortfalls can impact care. We'll take a look at one app that's looking to fill the void and give caregivers the flexibility they are now looking for.
We are diving into new reporting from the Washington Post on what exactly was seized from Mr. Trump's Florida home.
People familiar with the matter tell the paper that some of the documents found last month are normally kept under lock and key. Well, instead, they were inside former President Trump's Florida home. Now, that reporting keys in on information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. NBC News is working to confirm all of those details. Jamil Jaffer, founder and executive director of the National Security Institute at George Mason University, is here to tell us some of those broader implications at play. But I do want to begin with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, this report sort of uses these strong words to describe what was found, but we already knew from court filings that dozens of classified documents were seized. So what are the biggest takeaways, from this report when we look at what's new?
It's really the nuclear capabilities of that foreign country. We don't know what country that is. And also, we should say NBC has not independently confirmed this. But according to the Washington Post, there was some very sensitive secret information so closely held that it would have had to be approved by someone at the cabinet level or near cabinet level to be seen about a foreign country's nuclear capabilities. What I'm most interested in here, and what I think we would think the National Intelligence, Director of National Intelligence would be interested in, is whether or not the sources of those information were also disclosed, because that could put real people in danger who are risking their lives to give the American government that information. The information itself may be able to be found in other places. It may not just be in that document, but could this damage U.S. intelligence abroad and put real lives at stake? That's a question here. And I think that's probably something that was on the minds of the Justice Department when they approved this unprecedented search in August.
So it's not just the documents, it's not what's in the documents necessarily, but it's also the people who may have been behind providing that information.
Right, and we haven't seen it ourselves, so it's unclear exactly what was disclosed. But oftentimes, when you're presenting information, such as in a presidential daily briefing, you're not only showing what information they have, but there also could be keys to U.S. intelligence sources in those materials.
Julia, we've heard a lot from former President Trump on Truth Social, his social network, in response to the FBI raid and search. What is he saying now in response to this report?
Well, a communications director for the Trump team did say that this is just the latest in how the Washington Post continues to serve as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration. And instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the integrity of the FBI and DOJ. This is really just like a prime target right here for Trump's team. They love going after the media, the FBI, the Justice Department. They're getting 3 in 1 here. We're going to see more and more Trump trying to defend what was in these materials and that they weren't sensitive, because this report from the Washington Post totally drives a truck through what he's been saying.
Which is interesting because, given now how sensitive we understand these documents to be, the Trump team has asked for the so-called independent special master. How would you even pick someone who is qualified, independent enough, even has the clearance necessary to review all of these documents?
Well, we may see the Justice Department making that argument. We're still waiting to see if they're going to appeal that decision from the Trump-appointed judge to grant that request for a special master. Now, if they don't appeal it, they have until Friday to propose their candidate. It may be someone who has to get read in, who has to have their security clearance increased to see this top secret information.
Wow. Julie Ainsley. That was incredible.
Good to be here with you guys in person.
Thank you for joining us live in studio. We really appreciate it, Julia.
Thanks, Julia.
Let's go ahead and bring in Jamil Jaffer. He's the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute at George Mason University. Jamil, it's good to see you on this Wednesday. Look, only a handful of countries actually have nuclear capabilities. Let's just sort of start there. So what are some of the larger concerns that this reporting actually brings to the forefront when it comes to trust, when it comes to those nuclear capabilities?
That's a great question, Morgan. I mean, one of the challenges in this space is it's not just the information we have about these foreign countries and their nuclear capabilities, it's how we got it. Did we get it from a human source? Did it come from sensitive signals intelligence? Did it come from some other kind of sensing capability? And the fear is that if these documents are stored improperly, if a foreign nation gets their hands on them, they may know more about how we got the information, not just the information itself, but how we got it.
Jamil, one key line of the report is this, quote, that only the president, some members of his cabinet, or a near cabinet level official could authorize other government officials to know details of these special access programs. Julia touched on it as well. This is, again, according to people who are familiar with what happened. So knowing what you know now at this point, how big of a deal is it for a former president to hold on to a document like this in their private home, if indeed this did happen?
Well, I think it's unprecedented. I mean, the idea of special access programs or special access required material for a president to have that material in their homes in an insecure setting would be unheard of. They might have it temporarily, typically in a secure compartment information facility to read, and then you put it in its own safe in that SCIF. You wouldn't have it sitting mixed in with other papers and the like in a storage room at a place like Mar-a-Lago. And that's, I think, what the real concern is, that protecting those sources of methods, protecting the information that we have on these foreign government military capabilities and potentially nuclear capabilities.
Jamil Jaffer for us there. Jamil, as always, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate your expertise.
Well, it is now day 9 of the historic heat wave hitting the West Coast from California to Montana. Nearly 50 million people are seeing intense temperatures. The heat is believed to be linked to the death of a 59-year-old woman. She was hiking a trail at the Grand Canyon. The temperature at the time was 115 degrees. Meanwhile, in California, residents barely avoided rolling blackouts. Temperatures today are expected to be slightly cooler, but not by much. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Burbank, California. And Steve, this heat wave is making this particular September the hottest one on record there. Many cities in California also had records broken during this brutal past few days. What are residents there saying to you as this continues on?
Yeah, it was 116 in Sacramento, the all-time record shattered since 1925. I've got a producer friend there who lives there. And I've got friends in Livermore, California, 115 yesterday. Basically, that you can't function. The same thing I would tell you right now, that nobody should be standing where I am for any prolonged period of time because it's just so hot. It's so dangerous. One thing I want to say, you know, there's so many unhoused people in this region, about 60,000. There's only about 150 cooling stations in Los Angeles, for example. So it can be very, very dangerous, especially if we get into a situation with rolling blackouts, which is why we want to try to avoid that, which is why there's so much focus on getting the messaging out to turn off appliances during those crucial hours that could lead to a disaster situation. It's brutal, it's dangerous, it's terrible. Vicky?
And Steve, I know that we sort of know the heat wave peaked on Tuesday, but California is still at risk of these sort of rolling blackouts. So what are the power companies ultimately looking at to determine whether or not they have to shut off power?
Yeah, so it's a flexible system, which is good. Essentially, the grid managers contact those utility companies. The grid managers are basically telling them, hey, we've got a deficit of this many megawatts of power, right? So if they need X amount of megawatts, they're going to tell X amount of customers in those local areas, we need to shut off this amount of homes. And they do that, they try to do that in waves, hence the term rolling blackouts, right? So ideally, those customers would get notified anywhere from about an hour to 2 hours beforehand. The power would shut off, but then it would rotate neighborhood by neighborhood. Ideally, also, you'd want to avoid places where there's more danger, right? So you don't want to turn off power to a hospital or a section of town that is, you know, much more at risk than another section. That's the idea. It doesn't always work like that, of course, and, you know, you want to avoid it at all costs.
And Steve, quickly before we let you go, with heat waves becoming more common in California, there's actually a bipartisan effort there to start ranking the heat waves. So why and what would that look like?
Well, first of all, I mean, if you add up all the wildfires and floods and hurricanes, it still would not equate to the amount of death inherent in heat wave. These are very, very dangerous things. And the people's perception of it does not equate to how dangerous it is. So this would just elevate the profile, right? Instead of like Hurricane Andrew, you'd have heat wave Andrew, essentially. Just letting people know this is a big deal. That in turn triggers sort of the government alarm systems that let people know more methodically, more efficiently that they need to be safe and also that they need to turn appliances off in a situation just like this one. Vicky?
So it's an interesting messaging play. All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Thank you, Steve. Hope you get inside and cool off soon.
Meanwhile, e-cigarette giant Juul Labs is settling the 2-year-long probe into their marketing practices.
The company agrees to pay nearly $440 million to 34 states and territories, led by the attorneys generals of Texas, Connecticut, and Oregon. The investigation alleges Juul targeted underage users. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now. Kate, how does this ruling affect the e-cigarette industry as a whole and also how it markets these products going forward?
Yeah, good to see you both. A lot of changes set to come. So as you mentioned, Juul is set to pay this massive fine, nearly $440 million, to settle this suit with 34 states and territories. It'll be paid out over the next 6 to 10 years. The company also faces hundreds of personal suits from younger consumers. Juul was blamed for this surge in teen vaping we all remember from several years ago. The investigation found that Juul was marketing to underage teens with launch parties, product giveaways, and these social media posts that features younger models. The future here really certainly in limbo for Juul and other e-cigarette makers. The FDA is reviewing product safety after moving to ban all e-cigs from the market earlier this summer. Juul has now pulled some ads in the U.S. over the last 2 years. It also kind of pivoted from focusing on younger consumers with these fruity flavors that it was marketing, now looking to older users to market to them. In a statement, the company said, quote, "We remain focused on our future as we fulfill our mission to transition adult smokers away from cigarettes, the #1 cause of preventable death, while combating underage use." So we'll have to see what happens, but certainly a massive fine there for Juul.
And Kate, just switching gears for a moment, I do want to ask you about Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of the defunct blood testing startup Theranos, and the subject of the miniseries, The Dropout. We've been talking a lot about her over the past few months, and she was convicted of 4 counts of criminal fraud for deceiving her investors. She's now asking for a new trial. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, this is certainly one we didn't see coming. So as mentioned, Elizabeth Holmes convicted of fraud. She's asking for this new trial after she said one of the biggest witnesses for the prosecution came to her home and said that he regretted his role in the trial. This all came out in a court filing. Holmes said that Adam Rosendorf, who worked as a lab director at Theranos, came to her home and said that the government wound up twisting around the words he used in his testimony. He said he felt, quote, guilty to the point where he had difficulty sleeping, and shared this with Holmes' partner. She feels that that now qualifies her for a new trial to discuss this evidence. She was convicted on those 4 counts of criminal fraud for misleading investors at Theranos. This fraud, as we all know, went on for years. It's really been a huge white-collar crime case that's gained notoriety with a podcast, book, TV show. She's requesting an acquittal here. Her former partner, Sunny Balwani, who she was in business with and romantically involved with, remember, was also convicted on 12 counts of fraud in July.
And Kate, before we let you go, United Airlines is taking on the FAA. They're threatening to stop flights to New York's JFK Airport. What? The what?
Yeah, this certainly is not good for all of the travel drama we've been watching over this summer. United is threatening, as you said, to halt its operations at JFK unless it's given more slots at the airport. The airline's been leasing its slots to Delta when it left in 2015, then returned to JFK in 2021. It was consolidating its flights in Newark, which is a major hub for the airline. It doesn't have a ton of flights right now to JFK. It's about 4 a day, so they're asking for more slots now. They are threatening to drop service there at the end of October if the FAA doesn't give it more slots to take off and land there, according to Reuters. The company says it wants to grow and be more competitive, but the FAA also limits those slots to avoid airline congestion, which is a whole another issue. So we'll see if they actually make good on that threat to pull out.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you so much. And stay with us because straight ahead, it's back to school and back to a minefield of COVID disruptions yet again.
Oh, we will tell you how you can keep your family safe right after this.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The new COVID boosters are bringing relief to adults, but some uncertainty to kids.
That's right. The boosters are only available to those older than 12, but health experts say vaccines are the best way to avoid outbreaks at schools. At almost all districts have dropped masking and other precautions. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is joining us live from just outside the Children's National Hospital there in Washington, D.C. Cal, it's good to see you this Wednesday. We understand the majority of kids between 2 and 11 remain unvaccinated, or they have yet to at least complete the full 2-shot vaccination schedule. So as this cold weather approaches, winter around the corner, how can parents ultimately keep their kids safe as they head back to school?
Absolutely. Look, this is the third year, right? We've been standing outside hospitals during back to school time and talking about vaccines. This, however, is the first time that doctors say they have a vaccine that will protect against the Omicron variant. This is the first time that a booster has been made to specifically protect against these variants. Again, only for folks over the age of 12. So what you can do over the age of 12 is you can have your child vaccinated. The vast majority of folks who are ending up in hospital or are dying from COVID are people who are still unvaccinated. So doctors will say, number one, most important, get your children vaccinated. Secondly, from that, as you said, the mask mandate has gone away in most parts around the country. So if there is an outbreak at your school, doctors reminding folks masks is a good way to stop those outbreaks. Even if you're not vaccinated, it is a way that you can at least stem it in the classroom, guys.
Cal, you had a great conversation with the Executive Vice President of Community and Population Health there at Children's National. Let's take a listen.
It's super important for us to continue to think about normal childhood vaccines. We've seen dips in vaccine rates across the country during the pandemic, and so we want to make sure that parents are going in to see their pediatricians, getting their normal childhood vaccines.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about the COVID vaccine and parents who may have questions or hesitation, but why the dip in overall childhood vaccinations, and what's the public health message here?
Pandemic, fewer folks were actually seeing their doctor in person. This country went through quite the debate about science that I think we can all sort of live without. The bottom line is vaccines are preventing deaths and hospitalizations. And we're talking about things like MMR, your measles and rubella viruses. And it's worth reminding parents that this is usually state law. I mean, by law, most children have to have these basic vaccines to end up certainly in public school classrooms. So, you know, the advice from the CDC is check the CDC website, see what's needed, and get to your doctor.
And Cal, I mean, what should the White House ultimately be doing to help speed along boosters for kids under the age of 12? What can be done from their vantage point?
So they're looking at the dosage and they're looking at the numbers, and they're going to study the data as it comes out now from this new booster. We hear about early October. They should be sort of green lighting this booster for those that are 12 and under. I think they want to give it a little bit of time. And of course, you have those usual supply chain issues that everybody is trying to avoid, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. Thank you, Cal.
All right, so when it comes to reducing the risk for dementia, it may be important to get off on the right foot. In fact, according to a new study, people between the ages of 40 and 70 who walked nearly 10,000 steps per day were 50% less likely to develop dementia within 7 years.
That's really promising. And if you don't want to walk that much, you can actually get away with just speeding up. Walking just over 6,000 steps a day at 40 steps per minute cuts the risk by 57%. And at a minimum, 3,000 steps at any speed can really cut the risk by 25%. Well, a trip to paradise turns tragic for an American tourist.
Still ahead, we have the details on a shark attack that left a Pennsylvania woman dead while vacationing with her family. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
An American tourist is dead after being attacked by a bull shark while on vacation in the Bahamas.
Bahamian officials say the 58-year-old woman was from Pennsylvania. We're told that she was attacked while snorkeling at a popular beach. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has more on this tragic vacation trip.
In the crystal clear waters just north of Nassau in the Bahamas, a deadly shark attack. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, is a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania. She had been snorkeling with family members in a popular area usually considered safe. Tour boat operators rushed the victim to a dock in Nassau, where a crew member appeared to perform CPR, a woman on the dock pleading for someone to bring fluids.
I need IV fluids right now.
now!
The victim and her family had arrived in the Bahamas as part of a 7-day cruise on board the Harmony of the Seas. Royal Caribbean saying the family was on an independent shore excursion, not arranged by the cruise line, adding Royal Caribbean is providing support and assistance to the guests' loved ones during this difficult time. Bull sharks are among the most aggressive sharks in the sea. There have been as many as 6 reported fatal shark attacks this year. Bull sharks have been identified in several of those cases, including one that left 17-year-old Addison Bethea of Florida so badly injured her leg had to be amputated. 5 years ago, also in the Bahamas, Tiffany Johnson was attacked by what was believed to be a bull shark. She, like the most recent victim, was also snorkeling. At the time, she told me,
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here.
Now, 5 years later, Tiffany, a mother of 3, tells us she recently went back into the water. But not all shark attacks have that kind of survivor's happy ending. And now, one grieving family is left wondering if there was anything they could have done to prevent this tragedy at sea.
That was our Carrie Sanders reporting.
Well, the suspect in the kidnapping of Eliza Fletcher was in court again today, this time for murder charges.
After 10 days of searching, authorities found and identified the body of the 34-year-old teacher on Tuesday. One state official said he thinks she'd still be alive if the suspect had served his full sentence for previous crimes. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Memphis. Jesse, this was just sort of a harrowing story. What is the latest right now in the investigation? What are authorities ultimately saying about the discovery?
Yeah, so obviously police, prosecutors are being fairly tight-lipped. This is what we see with many court cases, right? Once they get to this phase, what they've released either through the media or by affidavit, that's pretty much the extent of what we get of the facts as they build the case and get prepared for a potential trial. So we don't know much more beyond what has already been released, but one of the more significant updates in an affidavit that we saw yesterday was describing how authorities came upon the remains of Eliza Fletcher. And what was outlined in an affidavit is that, according to that court document, authorities were canvassing an area looking for this missing mother of 2 and noticed car tracks in the grass of an abandoned property. They then smelled an odor of decay, according to this affidavit, and that's when police apparently came upon a body unresponsive, and that was later found to be confirmed to be the body of Eliza Fletcher, according to police. So that's what we know from the investigation standpoint. And then the headline out of court today is that the suspect has been temporarily denied bond. We know yesterday he acknowledged in court that when the judge asked him if he could afford bond, he said he could not. So yesterday he could have bonded out, but didn't have the money to do so. Now he doesn't even have that option. He is being temporarily held without bond. He still has not been arraigned on the first-degree murder charge. There appears to be some kind of issue, something with a motion, potentially from the defense, some details that I think we are not privy to at this point, Morgan and Vicky. So we are working with what information we have, but we know for certain that the suspect, whose name, by the way, we're now told is Cleotha Henderson. So the last name is actually Henderson, according to the judge. That suspect is in custody and will not be getting out for the time being.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch, thank you for that update. Well, thanks to a new app, hospitals have a new resource to fight the ongoing shortage of doctors and nurses that is plaguing medical facilities across the country. Coming up after the break, we are taking a deep dive into the new tech.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it!
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Making news right now, a new report from the Washington Post detailing what was seized from Mar-a-Lago. NBC News is working to confirm all of the details, but sources familiar with the matter tell the Post some of the documents found are normally kept under lock and key. Well, these documents include information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. Former Trump presidential advisor Steve Bannon expected to surrender Thursday in New York on state charges that he diverted money into his own pocket from his fundraising effort to build a border wall. Bannon was charged with similar crimes by the Department of Justice back in 2020, which President Trump pardoned him for. However, pardons only apply to federal charges, not to state investigations. A lawyer for Bannon declined to comment. A Delaware court has denied Elon Musk his request to delay the trial over his attempt to bail on his buyout deal with Twitter. The court did approve Musk's request to add whistleblower claims to his countersuit, and that trial is set to begin on October 17th, earlier than mid-November, which Musk's team had originally requested. Speaking of this fall, as we look toward November's midterm elections, Georgia is once again on, well, all of our minds.
I like it. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
The state Senate race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker is one of the tightest of this cycle. With 9 weeks to go, the two candidates are locked in a heated debate over debates. NBC News senior national political reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now from Washington with more on this. John, a lot of back and forth between Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker on whether or not they're going to hold a debate. How did we get here?
How did we get here, Vicki? How did we get here?
Often. I ask that every day, right?
Every day.
Where do things stand now, John?
There is nothing at all that voters care more about in their daily personal lives than whether two candidates will debate themselves. And when I say that, I'm kidding. Look, these two candidates have been going back and forth for weeks now about whether or not they're going to debate. They're basically playing chicken with each other and calling each other chicken. The latest turn is that Herschel Walker, who had been avoiding committing to a debate, has said that he would participate in one debate in Savannah, a debate where the topics would be put in ahead of time. Raphael Warnock responded, said he'll only agree to that if Walker agrees not to get the topics ahead of time and agrees to a second debate at one of the places and on one of the dates that Warnock wanted. And then Herschel Walker came back and said, according to our friends at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, came back and said that he didn't need to get the topics ahead of time. So where are we? In the same place. They're still not debating.
Speaking of that, John, I mean, this is, as we said, one of the closest Senate races of this election cycle. The polls show that it was a toss-up, but there's also this gubernatorial race this year where Republican Governor Brian Kemp is so far favored to beat Stacey Abrams. Why are these two races so far apart at this point?
Such a great question. I mean, obviously the candidates themselves and the offices that they're running for have something to do with voter preference, right? It's not just a straight Democratic versus Republican question, whether you're talking about the governor's race or the Senate race. There's also a fascinating divide between the two Democratic candidates that we're talking about, Raphael Warnock for the Senate, Stacey Abrams in the gubernatorial race. Stacey Abrams believes that it is important for Democrats, vital for Democrats to expand the electorate and to try to find people who agree with them and get them out to vote who were not previously voting, where Warnock is spending a little bit more time of his time concentrating on the existing electorate and trying to sway some Republicans in his direction.
Have we seen, John, just briefly, one strategy work more than another? Have we heard, even just, I know you spent a lot of time in Atlanta, have you heard one of those strategies gaining traction over the other?
It comes down to a race by race. Over time, what I would just say is the best candidates usually can do both.
All right. Jonathan Allen for us there. John, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're also following new developments in the investigation into the deadly mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Just over 3 months since the attack left 21 people dead. We're now learning 5 Texas Department of Public Safety officers are under investigation for their actions on that day. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Texas. Antonia, there's been this widespread criticism around the law enforcement response that tragic day, especially as we all saw the videos and the footage come out. The Inspector General's office is handling this particular investigation. But what more do we know, Antonia, about what exactly they're looking into and really what is the potential disciplinary action that could come down the pipeline?
Well, Morgan, the Inspector General is really going to be looking to see if any of the actions or lack of action contributed to the failures that we saw here at Robb Elementary that day. They're going to be looking to see, did these 5 officers, did they do something in opposition to their training, in opposition to the rules and policies of the agency that they serve? And then, the action after that could look like a couple different things. It could look like sending those findings to the district attorney. It could look like taking or recommending some kind of disciplinary action on those officers. And even if they don't make those recommendations, in fact, the director of DPS, Stephen McCraw, could take action on his own. There's no timeline on any of this right now, but there's certainly local pressure now that people know about this. And, so much of the attention for a while, right, was on, former Chief Pete Arredondo and the Uvalde-based police department. But, that day, there were dozens more DPS officers on the scene, and they had, a lot more resources and a lot more experience with these kinds of shootings than the department here at this school. And so there are a lot of questions now, especially after people have seen the footage from that day.
Right.
Why did they not override the officers here? Why didn't they do more, Morgan?
And, Antonia, of course, as you mentioned, there's these questions swirling, not just from people there where you are on the ground, but really nationwide. So how are local and state officials reacting to the level of accountability that we have seen thus far for the response to that shooting?
Well, there's incredible disappointment, really. I think that people wanted to see this state agency lead the way in terms of transparency. For example, there is frustration on the part of leaders and on locals here that DPS hasn't released still, a formal sort of rundown of what its policies were at the time, so that people could make a side-by-side comparison. What were the policies? What were the expectations? Let's compare them to what actually happened. They still haven't released that. And so there's this feeling that they could have done more. State Senator Roland Gutierrez immediately released a statement last night, condemning all of this. Take a listen to some of his recent remarks.
A lot of questions left unanswered. We've got the Department of Public Safety that has failed to show any accountability here, failed to give us the transmissions that we've asked for, the body cam footage that we've asked for. We had enough ammunition, enough training, enough people there on scene for the Texas Rangers and Department of Public Safety to go in and do this job appropriately, and that never happened. And so where we are today is we've got a frustrated community that's asking for accountability, certainly asking for added safety measures.
There is just so much hurt here, and I was at Flores Elementary, not far from where I am right now, yesterday for their first day of school. And you could see that the anger, the frustration is still there for most of these families. I mean, some of the families were actively still grieving. They were crying in the cars. They were dropping some of their kids off. And so I think you're going to see parents join voices like State Senator Gutierrez right there in wanting to see more of this and wanting to get, better answers, frankly.
Speaking of which, it does sound like we're finally getting sort of a slow drip of answers to so many questions that have been swirling for now 3 months, especially as those kids head back to school. Antonia Hilton there on the ground for us. Antonia, thank you.
Medical professionals have been leaving their industry in record numbers since the start of the pandemic. But now the answer to filling those vital roles may be in a new phone app. Hospitals and medical clinics can now request the help they need digitally, and nursing professionals can work where and when they want. Here's a look at how it all works.
A newly released workplace survey of more than 11,000 nurses found more than half said they are stressed, frustrated, exhausted, and overwhelmed. A record number of healthcare workers left their jobs during the pandemic.
We do have a staffing crisis.
Katie Boston Leary is a nurse with almost 30 years of experience. She's now the director of nursing programs for the American Nurses Association.
How is this nursing staffing shortage affecting patients?
Oh, it's a public health issue. We're seeing a slow deterioration of how care is delivered. You're seeing services that are being temporarily suspended because they don't have nurses to cover units.
But an app, ShiftMed, is helping to alleviate some of those staffing shortages. It connects screened and verified medical professionals with temporary jobs.
They're a leader in a growing industry of app-based work for medical professionals. Jessica Constantine's workday starts like this, on her phone, looking for a shift to pick up. She's a certified nursing assistant who works when she wants and where she wants using ShiftMed.
I'm a mother as well, so I can look on the app and pick whatever I like and match it with my kid's schedule.
Jessica started working full-time with ShiftMed in March after years working a traditional schedule. She says she gets paid the same, sometimes more, through the app, and it's a lot more flexible.
I can work 16 hours on Sunday, I can work 16 hours on Saturday, work 8 hours on Monday, and I'm done. Hi, Jessica from ShiftMed.
Today, she's working at Insight Memory Care, a facility in Fairfax, Virginia that specializes in patients with Alzheimer's.
Let me walk you around a little bit.
This is her first time at the facility, so it begins with an orientation.
This is the nurse's station.
She's quickly up to speed and helping the patients.
It's 117 over 77. You go, girl.
She says gigs where she gets to work with the elderly are her favorite.
What are you reading today?
Daily Chronicle.
Morning, Patricia.
As the executive director for Insight Memory Care, Anita Irvin is Jessica's boss for the day.
Good job, buddy.
She says the staffing flexibility from this service helped them stay open during the pandemic.
Even if it was like at 5 o'clock that afternoon and I needed somebody the next morning, they were able to fill that last-minute gap for me.
ShiftMed also connects home healthcare aides like Travis Graham with patients outside of a nursing home or hospital. Today, Travis is at the home of Kate Partain.
The fresh air is wonderful.
Because of a stroke, she needs daily assistance with medical care and basic tasks.
Here you are.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis logs in every morning and chooses his shift.
You can work where you want, when you want, what state you want, how many hours you want.
And for Kate, it means having someone there every day, even when Travis takes a day off.
How are these technologies helping with this crisis?
Well, it does help. It's one tool that does help with some of the situations that nurses have, because nurses more than ever want to determine when they work and where they're working.
Boston Leary says anything that gives nurses flexibility and, most importantly, an incentive to stay in the industry is a positive. But she warns this doesn't solve the underlying problem.
It does create a stopgap, but it's not a long-term fix. We have to look at the pipeline versus looking at tools to move nurses around, because it is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation.
Well, the company says it is growing fast, with more than 100,000 medical professionals signing up for shifts at more than 2,000 facilities in 23 states. They say they hope to be in every state by the end of this year. ShiftMed says it is going to start offering health benefits to all of its employees in the fall.
Coming up, President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan may face some hurdles. Republican states are considering challenging it, saying the White House does not have the authority for such a broad initiative. Borrowers making less than $125,000 per year are set to get up to $20,000 of their student loans canceled. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. Sharon, I know that you spoke to an attorney general who's actually considering suing the White House because of this initiative. What did they say?
Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich is looking into bringing a lawsuit against the Biden administration for this student loan forgiveness plan, saying that they do not have the authority to have this type of plan. The question is, when will this happen? Will it happen before applications are made available on the Education Department website, supposedly in October? Or even now, many people are said to be able to automatically qualify for student loan forgiveness. The question is, when will it happen? And he says he doesn't want to wait too long. Listen.
People's expectations are starting to get set. And so you want to make sure that there's that consistency and certainty. And I think that means that if we can file a lawsuit, we should file it sooner rather than later. But it also means we have to have sound legal theories in order to move forward.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing right now, is looking at the various legal theories to see if they will actually be able to bring this suit soon.
And to that point, Sharon, a key part of this is who can actually bring a lawsuit against the Education Department. You actually have to have something called legal standing. So what did the Attorney General say about that?
Well, many people are wondering, will it be an individual borrower? Some are saying, could it be a student loan financing company, a lender? Could it be a collection agency? But he says this.
We have programs in the state of Arizona where people can actually, if they come work for the state, reduce the amount of student loans they own. So there are all sorts of different, I think, legal theories as to how you get to standing. But the big question will be, which is the best one? And if there is more than one, so be it.
So it sounds like it could even be a state bringing the challenge. So we'll see what happens here and keep you posted as it goes along. Back to you guys.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Good to see you. Thank you, Sharon.
An internet hosting provider took down a site featuring hate speech as well as threats, but now it's right back online.
Just after the break, how it got a new life and the website's link to potential political violence. Stay with us.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Kiwi Farms, a website known for harassment of transgender people, is back online after it was briefly shut down.
Yeah, the controversial internet hosting and security services provider Cloudflare blocked the site on Saturday. It said, quote, threat to human life led to that decision. NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins has been closely following Kiwi Farms, and he joins us now. Ben, a lot of us have never heard of either of these companies and their connection. So get us up to speed on Kiwi Farms and Cloudflare.
Sure. So Kiwi Farms is dedicated to harassing and doxing and swatting their political enemies. Recently, that's been trans people. 3 people who were harassed into hiding by Kiwi Farms eventually killed themselves. 2 of those people were trans people. And that's just all we know on record. There have been literally thousands of people who have been stalked and harassed by this company. Kiwi Farms, the user base, went after the wrong person recently. Clara Sorrenti, who's a Twitch streamer, trans woman, they swatted her out of her home, and then they swatted her out of her hotel room, which they found by identifying the bed sheets in the background of a picture she took. So then she flew to Belfast, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and that's where she was swatted again. So she fought back against these people, and she got them taken down from the services company called Cloudflare. Cloudflare provides protection against massive numbers of traffic that come into your website. If you don't have them, it's really hard to run a website. But they found a way. Kiwi Farms, in the last couple of days, found Russian hosting, and they found a Chinese domain provider, and they're back online.
You know, it's interesting, Ben, because it does seem like there are always these workarounds that a lot of these companies find. And so can you just sort of walk us through the bigger picture here? Because critics have, of course, called out social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, the ones that we have all heard of in recent years, over not doing more to stop hate speech online. But what about internet service companies like Cloudflare? I mean, what would it actually take to ultimately stop virtual threats from turning into real-world violence? Because that's where this often leads.
Yeah, it's going to be a holistic solution across both the government, what we can do personally, and what these companies can do. Basically, this company was protecting an anti-trans online gang who was responsible for several deaths over the last few years. They were protecting them, and they didn't really fully realize it until the reporting came out, or they chose to be with them, which would be much worse. People need to understand what these websites do. They prohibit trans people, or in some cases, on this website, disabled people who were targeted from having an online life. So they are choosing, in these cases, the gangs over regular people.
All right, NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins for us there. Ben, as always, thanks for reporting and for really following this. Meanwhile, today is the big day for Apple. Just after this short break, we're going to take a look at what industry insiders are expecting to be announced at the big product event. Stay with us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you. We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
All right, here's what's poppin' now. Rapper Redman announces he can now fly in the sky. In fact, he took to Twitter to share with fans that he is now a licensed skydiver. Check that out. Redman said it took 27 jumps and finally passed his exam on yesterday. Have you done skydiving?
Not real skydiving, but just this weekend I did the indoor skydiving. Have you done that? It was cool. When you get the baby going, you know what? We'll do it.
Now's not the time.
Yeah, now's not the time. Mila Kunis is back starring in a new Netflix movie. The film is titled Luckiest Girl Alive, and it's a drama about a woman who has to confront her dark high school past. I've watched the trailer. It looks very good. Yeah, it looks really good. You'll have to wait a little bit. The movie premieres October 7th on Netflix.
And Stand Up for Heroes has announced the new star-studded lineup for this year's event. We're talking Jon Stewart, Bruce Springsteen, many others performing in the 16th annual celebration to raise money for veterans and the military community. That event kicks off on November 7th in Lincoln Center right here in New York.
All right, well, today is the big day for Apple and anyone who loves Apple products. The tech giant is hosting its highly anticipated fall product preview.
Well, Apple's new lineup is still a secret at the moment, but tech insiders expect the new iPhone 14, at least one new Apple Watch, and new Apple AirPods to be showcased in today's live-streamed event.
CNET's editor-at-large Brian Cooley joins us now to help lay out what we can expect from Apple today. Brian, I know Apple is a very secretive company, and tech fans really are awaiting today's big event. It's a big event every year. So what do you expect?
Well, first of all, we're back in person, and we have a team there, as do journalists from all over the world, at the Apple campus. That's an interesting indicator alongside everything else going on around the pandemic. What we expect, of course, the main thing people look for is a new iPhone. iPhone 14 is widely expected. You can expect that to come in 6.1 and 6.7-inch sizes, and in what's called the 14 and the 14 Pro. None of that is terribly new or different. This will probably be a very evolutionary change in the iPhone, not so much revolutionary, but for a lot of people who are saying, you know what, I'm going to wait to buy the next one and have been waiting, there's probably a lot of pent-up demand.
And give us a sense, I mean, when we look sort of the past couple of years, there was this global computer chip shortage throughout the pandemic, and the shortage delayed everything from manufacturing and production of cars to cell phones. So is the rollout of Apple products expected to be impacted by that shortage? I mean, what could that possibly look like?
Yeah, I mean, look what it's done to the automotive market.
Right.
You can't even find a car these days. Well, two words are the answer to that. Tim Cook. Tim, before Steve Jobs handed him the reins and passed on, was the master of supply chain. A lot of folks don't remember this. That's what he did at Apple. He has built a company for many years, before he was CEO, that has the very best connections with chip makers and other component makers, the deepest roots at the Chinese fabs, the fabricating places that make all these components. Apple has been able to sell more phones than ever before in its history in 2021, in the jaws of the supply chain problem. So we don't worry about them much compared to other companies.
So talk to us about when people can get these new products and also prices. Are we looking at sky-high price changes?
Well, new iPhone, new Apple Watch will be coming, including one called the Pro, which should be bigger, as expected anyway, and very rugged. And also maybe some new earbuds that don't have the little dangly things anymore, which may be good or bad, depending on how much you want people to know you're wearing Apple AirPods. But what we're having here is a question about pricing that is at an inflationary time. Apple's always cagey about this. There are some rumors that they may pull some prices down compared to the previous equivalent models. That's not very Apple-like. They really are averse to lowering prices. They prefer to do a discount by saying you get more for the same price. That feels better to me. Or frankly, even raising prices, because Apple has been incredibly successful in the last few years at selling more high-end phones as a greater part of its overall sales. No one else has been able to pull that off. So I'm leaning toward mid to maybe a price range. The discount thing doesn't sound too likely to me.
All right, CNET's editor-at-large, Brian Cooley. Brian, thank you so much for your time and your expertise.
Thank
we
you.
really appreciate it.
Thanks,
and
Brian.
to all of our viewers, thank you so much for joining us this hour. It's really been our pleasure to be with you this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. The news continues right after this.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Right now on NBC News Now, beyond top secret, the Washington Post reporting one of the documents seized from Mar-a-Lago contained information about foreign governments' nuclear capabilities. We have the very latest from this blockbuster report.
And Golden State heat, we'll check it on California, where it's the 9th straight day of heat alerts that are bringing the energy grid to the brink of blackouts.
Vacation tragedy. A deadly shark attack has taken the life of a Pennsylvania woman in the Bahamas. We have the story.
Shortage solution across the healthcare sector. Many left the professionals after COVID, and staffing shortfalls can impact care. We'll take a look at one app that's looking to fill the void and give caregivers the flexibility they are now looking for.
We are diving into new reporting from the Washington Post on what exactly was seized from Mr. Trump's Florida home.
People familiar with the matter tell the paper that some of the documents found last month are normally kept under lock and key. Well, instead, they were inside former President Trump's Florida home. Now, that reporting keys in on information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. NBC News is working to confirm all of those details. Jamil Jaffer, founder and executive director of the National Security Institute at George Mason University, is here to tell us some of those broader implications at play. But I do want to begin with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, this report sort of uses these strong words to describe what was found, but we already knew from court filings that dozens of classified documents were seized. So what are the biggest takeaways, from this report when we look at what's new?
It's really the nuclear capabilities of that foreign country. We don't know what country that is. And also, we should say NBC has not independently confirmed this. But according to the Washington Post, there was some very sensitive secret information so closely held that it would have had to be approved by someone at the cabinet level or near cabinet level to be seen about a foreign country's nuclear capabilities. What I'm most interested in here, and what I think we would think the National Intelligence, Director of National Intelligence would be interested in, is whether or not the sources of this information were also disclosed, because that could put real people in danger who are risking their lives to give the American government that information. The information itself may be able to be found in other places. It may not just be in that document, but could this damage U.S. intelligence abroad and put real lives at stake? That's a question here. And I think that's probably something that was on the minds of the Justice Department when they approved this unprecedented search in August.
So it's not just the documents, it's not what's in the documents necessarily, but it's also the people who may have been behind providing that information.
Right, and we haven't seen it ourselves, so it's unclear exactly what was disclosed. But oftentimes, when you're presenting information, such as in a presidential daily briefing, you're not only showing what information they have, but there also could be keys to U.S. intelligence sources in those materials.
Julia, we've heard a lot from former President Trump on Truth Social, his social network, in response to the FBI raid and search. What is he saying now in response to this report?
Well, a communications director for the Trump team did say that this is just the latest in how the Washington Post continues to serve as a propaganda arm of the Biden administration. And instead of operating openly and honestly, they collude in never-ending leaks and lies at the expense of the integrity of the FBI and DOJ. This is really just like a prime target right here for Trump's team. They love going after the media, the FBI, the Justice Department. They're getting 3 in 1 here. We're going to see more and more Trump trying to defend what was in these materials and that they weren't sensitive, because this report from the Washington Post totally drives a truck through what he's been saying.
Which is interesting because, given now how sensitive we understand these documents to be, the Trump team has asked for the so-called independent special master. How would you even pick someone who is qualified, independent enough, even has the clearance necessary to review all of these documents?
Well, we may see the Justice Department making that argument. We're still waiting to see if they're going to appeal that decision from the Trump-appointed judge to grant that request for a special master. Now, if they don't appeal it, they have until Friday to propose their candidate. It may be someone who has to get read in, who has to have their security clearance increased to see this top secret information.
Wow. Julie Ainsley. That was incredible.
Good to be here with you guys in person.
Thank you for joining us live in studio. We really appreciate it, Julia.
Thanks, Julia.
Let's go ahead and bring in Jamil Jaffer. He's the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute at George Mason University. Jamil, it's good to see you on this Wednesday. Look, only a handful of countries actually have nuclear capabilities. Let's just sort of start there. So what are some of the larger concerns that this reporting actually brings to the forefront when it comes to trust, when it comes to those nuclear capabilities?
That's a great question, Morgan. I mean, one of the challenges in this space is it's not just the information we have about these foreign countries and their nuclear capabilities, it's how we got it. Do we get it from a human source? Did it come from sensitive signals intelligence? Did it come from some other kind of sensing capability? And the fear is that if these documents are stored improperly, if a foreign nation gets their hands on them, they may know more about how we got the information, not just the information itself, but how we got it.
Jamil, one key line of the report is this, quote, that only the president, some members of his cabinet, or a near cabinet level official could authorize other government officials to know details of these special access programs. Julia touched on it as well. This is, again, according to people who are familiar with what happened. So knowing what you know now at this point, how big of a deal is it for a former president to hold on to a document like this in their private home, if indeed this did happen?
Well, I think it's unprecedented. I mean, the idea of special access programs or special access required material for a president to have that material in their homes in an insecure setting would be unheard of. They might have it temporarily, typically in a secure compartment information facility to read, and then you put it in its own safe in that SCIF. You wouldn't have it sitting mixed in with other papers and the like in a storage room at a place like Mar-a-Lago. And that's, I think, what the real concern is, that protecting those sources of methods, protecting the information that we have on these foreign government military capabilities and potentially nuclear capabilities.
Jamil Jaffer for us there. Jamil, as always, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate your expertise.
Well, it is now day 9 of the historic heat wave hitting the West Coast from California to Montana. Nearly 50 million people are seeing intense temperatures. The heat is believed to be linked to the death of a 59-year-old woman. She was hiking a trail at the Grand Canyon. The temperature at the time was 115 degrees. Meanwhile, in California, residents barely avoided rolling blackouts. Temperatures today are expected to be slightly cooler, but not by much. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Burbank, California. And Steve, this heat wave is making this particular September the hottest one on record there. Many cities in California also had records broken during this brutal past few days. What are residents there saying to you as this continues on?
Yeah, it was 116 in Sacramento, the all-time record shattered since 1925. I've got a producer friend there who lives there. I've got friends in Livermore, California, 115 yesterday. Basically, that you can't function. The same thing I would tell you right now, that nobody should be standing where I am for any prolonged period of time because it's just so hot. It's so dangerous. One thing I want to say, you know, there's so many unhoused people in this region, about 60,000. There's only about 150 cooling stations in Los Angeles, for example. So it can be very, very dangerous, especially if we get into a situation with rolling blackouts, which is why we want to try to avoid that, which is why there's so much focus on getting the messaging out to turn off appliances during those crucial hours that could lead to a disastrous situation. It's brutal, it's dangerous, it's terrible. Vicki?
And Steve, I know that we sort of know the heat wave peaked on Tuesday, but California is still at risk of these sort of rolling blackouts. So what are the power companies ultimately looking at to determine whether or not they have to shut off power?
Yeah, so it's a flexible system, which is good. Essentially, the grid managers contact those utility companies. The grid managers are basically telling them, hey, we've got a deficit of this many megawatts of power, right? So if they need X amount of megawatts, they're going to tell X amount of customers in those local areas, we need to shut off this amount of homes. And they do that. They try to do that in waves, hence the term rolling blackouts, right? So ideally, those customers would get notified anywhere from about an hour to 2 hours beforehand. The power would shut off, but then it would rotate neighborhood by neighborhood. Ideally, also, you'd want to avoid places where there's more danger, right? So you don't want to turn off power to a hospital or a section of town that is, you know, much more at risk than another section. That's the idea. It doesn't always work like that, of course, and, you know, you want to avoid it at all costs.
And Steve, quickly before we let you go, with heat waves becoming more common in California, there's actually a bipartisan effort there to start ranking the heat waves. So why and what would that look like?
Well, first of all, I mean, if you add up all the wildfires and floods and hurricanes, it still would not equate to the amount of death inherent in heat wave. These are very, very dangerous things. And the people's perception of it it does not equate to how dangerous it is. So this would just elevate the profile, right? Instead of like Hurricane Andrew, you'd have Heat Wave Andrew, essentially. Just letting people know this is a big deal. That in turn triggers sort of the government alarm systems that let people know more methodically, more efficiently that they need to be safe, and also that they need to turn appliances off in a situation just like this one. Vicki?
So it's an interesting messaging play. All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Thank you, Steve. Hope you get inside and cool off soon.
Meanwhile, e-cigarette giant Juul Labs is settling the 2-year-long probe into their marketing practices.
The company agrees to pay nearly $440 million to 34 states and territories, led by the attorneys generals of Texas, Connecticut, and Oregon. The investigation alleges Juul targeted underage users. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now. Kate, how does this ruling affect the e-cigarette industry as a whole, and also how it markets these products going forward?
Yeah, good to see you both. A lot of changes set to come. So as you mentioned, Juul is set to pay this massive fine, nearly $440 million, to settle this suit with 34 states and territories. It'll be paid out over the next 6 to 10 years. The company also faces hundreds of personal suits from younger consumers. Juul was blamed for this surge in teen vaping we all remember from several years ago. The investigation found that Juul was marketing to underage teens with launch parties, product giveaways, and these social media posts that features younger models. The future here really certainly in limbo for Juul and other e-cigarette makers. The FDA is reviewing product safety after moving to ban all e-cigs from the market earlier this summer. Juul has now pulled some ads in the U.S. over the last 2 years. It also kind of pivoted from focusing on younger consumers with these fruity flavors that it was marketing, now looking to older users to market to them. In a statement, the company said, quote, "We remain focused on our future as we fulfill our mission to transition adult smokers away from cigarettes, the #1 cause of preventable death, while combating underage use." So we'll have to see what happens, but certainly a massive fine there for Juul.
And Kate, just switching gears for a moment, I do want to ask you about Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of the defunct blood testing startup Theranos, and the subject of the miniseries, The Dropout. We've been talking a lot about her over the past few months, and she was convicted of 4 counts of criminal fraud for deceiving her investors. She's now asking for a new trial. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, this is certainly one we didn't see coming. So as mentioned, Elizabeth Holmes convicted of fraud. She's asking for this new trial after she said one of the biggest witnesses for the prosecution came to her home and said that he regretted his role in the trial. This all came out in a court filing. Holmes said that Adam Rosendorf, who worked as a lab director at Theranos, came to her home and said that the government wound up twisting around the words he used in his testimony. He said he felt, quote, guilty to the point where he had difficulty sleeping, and shared this with Holmes' partner. She feels that that now qualifies her for a new trial to discuss this evidence. She was convicted on those 4 counts of criminal fraud for misleading investors at Theranos. This fraud, as we all know, went on for years. It's really been a huge white-collar crime case that's gained notoriety with a podcast, book, TV show. She's requesting an acquittal here. Her former partner, Sunny Balwani, who she was in business with and romantically involved with, remember, was also convicted on 12 counts of fraud in July.
And Kate, before we let you go, United Airlines is taking on the FAA. They're threatening to stop flights to New York's JFK airport. What? The what?
Yeah, this certainly is not good for all of the travel drama we've been watching over this summer. United is threatening, as you said, to halt its operations at JFK unless it's given more slots at the airport. The airline's been leasing its slots to Delta when it left in 2015, then returned to JFK in 2021. It was consolidating its flights in Newark, which is a major hub for the airline. It doesn't have a ton of flights right now to JFK. It's about 4 a day, so they're asking for more slots now. They are threatening to drop service there at the end of October if the FAA doesn't give it more slots to take off and land there, according to Reuters. The company says it wants to grow and be more competitive, but the FAA also limits those slots to avoid airline congestion, which is a whole another issue. So we'll see if they actually make good on that threat to pull out.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you so much. And stay with us because straight ahead, it's back to school and back to a minefield of COVID disruptions yet again.
Oh, we will tell you how you can keep your family safe right after this.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The new COVID boosters are bringing relief to adults, but some uncertainty to kids.
That's right. The boosters are only available to those older than 12, but health experts say vaccines are the best way to avoid outbreaks at schools. At almost all districts have dropped masking and other precautions. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is joining us live from just outside the Children's National Hospital there in Washington, D.C. Cal, it's good to see you this Wednesday. We understand the majority of kids between 2 and 11 remain unvaccinated, or they have yet to at least complete the full 2-shot vaccination schedule. So as this cold weather approaches, winter around the corner, how can parents ultimately keep their kids safe as they head back to school?
Absolutely. Look, this is the third year, right? We've been standing outside hospitals during back to school time and talking about vaccines. This, however, is the first time that doctors say they have a vaccine that will protect against the Omicron variant. This is the first time that a booster has been made to specifically protect against these variants. Again, only for folks over the age of 12. So what you can do over the age of 12 is you can have your child vaccinated. The vast majority of folks who are ending up in hospital or are dying from COVID are people who are still unvaccinated. So doctors will say, number one, most important, get your children vaccinated. Secondly, from that, as you said, the mask mandate has gone away in most parts around the country. So if there is an outbreak at your school, doctors reminding folks masks is a good way to stop those outbreaks. Even if you're not vaccinated, it is a way that you can at least stem it in the classroom, guys.
Cal, you had a great conversation with the Executive Vice President of Community and Population Health there at Children's National. Let's take a listen.
It's super important for us to continue to think about normal childhood vaccines. We've seen dips in vaccine rates across the country during the pandemic, and so we want to make sure that parents are going in to see their pediatricians, getting their normal childhood vaccines.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about the COVID vaccine and parents who may have questions or hesitation, but why the dip in overall childhood vaccinations, and what's the public health message here?
Pandemic, fewer folks were actually seeing their doctor in person. This country went through quite the debate about science that I think we can all sort of live without. The bottom line is vaccines are preventing deaths and hospitalizations. And we're talking about things like MMR, your measles and rubella viruses. And it's worth reminding parents that this is usually state law. I mean, by law, most children have to have these basic vaccines to end up certainly in public school classrooms. So, you know, the advice from the CDC is check the CDC website, see what's needed, and get to your doctor.
And Cal, I mean, what should the White House ultimately be doing to help speed along boosters for kids under the age of 12? What can be done from their vantage point?
So they're looking at the dosage and they're looking at the numbers, and they're going to study the data as it comes out now from this new booster. We hear about early October. They should be sort of green lighting this booster for those that are 12 and under. I think they want to give it a little bit of time. And of course, you have those usual supply chain issues that everybody is trying to avoid, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. Thank you, Cal.
All right, so when it comes to reducing the risk for dementia, it may be important to get off on the right foot. In fact, according to a new study, people between the ages of 40 and 70 who walked nearly 10,000 steps per day were 50% less likely to develop dementia within 7 years.
That's really promising. And if you don't want to walk that much, you can actually get away with just speeding up. Walking just over 6,000 steps a day at 40 steps per minute cuts the risk by 57%. And at a minimum, 3,000 steps at any speed can really cut the risk by 25%. Well, a trip to paradise turns tragic for an American tourist.
Still ahead, we have the details on a shark attack that left a Pennsylvania woman dead while vacationing with her family. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
An American tourist is dead after being attacked by a bull shark while on vacation in the Bahamas.
Bahamian officials say the 58-year-old woman was from Pennsylvania. We're told that she was attacked while snorkeling at a popular beach. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has more on this tragic vacation trip.
In the crystal clear waters just north of Nassau in the Bahamas, a deadly shark attack. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, is a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania. She had been snorkeling with family members in a popular area usually considered safe. Tour boat operators rushed the victim to a dock in Nassau, where a crew member appeared to perform CPR, a woman on the dock pleading for someone to bring fluids.
I need IV fluids right now.
The victim and her family had arrived in the Bahamas as part of a 7-day cruise on board the harmony of the seas. Royal Caribbean saying the family was on an independent shore excursion, not arranged by the cruise line, adding Royal Caribbean is providing support and assistance to the guests' loved ones during this difficult time. Bull sharks are among the most aggressive sharks in the sea. There have been as many as 6 reported fatal shark attacks this year. Bull sharks have been identified in several of those cases, including one that left 17-year-old Addison Bethea of Florida so badly injured her leg had to be amputated. 5 years ago, also in the Bahamas, Tiffany Johnson was attacked by what was believed to be a bull shark. She, like the most recent victim, was also snorkeling. At the time, she told me,
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here.
Now, 5 years later, Tiffany, a mother of 3, tells us she recently went back into the water. But not all shark attacks have that kind of survivor's happy ending. And now, one grieving family is left wondering if there was anything they could have done to prevent this tragedy at sea.
That was our Carrie Sanders reporting.
Well, the suspect in the kidnapping of Eliza Fletcher was in court again today, this time for murder charges.
After 10 days of searching, authorities found and identified the body of the 34-year-old teacher on Tuesday. One state official said he thinks she'd still be alive if the suspect had served his full sentence for previous crimes. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Memphis. Jesse, this was just sort of a harrowing story. What is the latest right now in the investigation? What are authorities ultimately saying about the discovery?
Yeah, so obviously police, prosecutors are being fairly tight-lipped. This is what we see with many court cases, right? Once they get to this phase, what they've released either through the media or by affidavit, that's pretty much the extent of what we get of the facts as they build the case and get prepared for a potential trial. So we don't know much more beyond what has already been released, but one of the more significant updates in an affidavit that we saw yesterday was describing how authorities came upon the remains of Eliza Fletcher. And what was outlined in an affidavit is that, according to that court document, authorities were canvassing an area looking for this missing mother of 2 and noticed car tracks in the grass of an abandoned property. They then smelled an odor of decay, according to this affidavit, and that's when police apparently came upon a body unresponsive, and that was later found to be confirmed to be the body of Eliza Fletcher, according to police. So that's what we know from the investigation standpoint. And then the headline out of court today is that the suspect has been temporarily denied bond. We know yesterday he acknowledged in court that when the judge asked him if he could afford bond, he said he could not. So yesterday he could have bonded out, but didn't have the money to do so. Now he doesn't even have that option. He is being temporarily held without bond. He still has not been arraigned on the first-degree murder charge. There appears to be some kind of issue, something with a motion, potentially from the defense, some details that I think we are not privy to at this point, Morgan and Vicky. So we are working with what information we have, but we know for certain that the suspect, whose name, by the way, we're now told is Cleotha Henderson. So the last name is actually Henderson, according to the judge. That suspect is in custody and will not be getting out for the time being.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch, thank you for that update. Well, thanks to a new app, hospitals have a new resource to fight the ongoing shortage of doctors and nurses that is plaguing medical facilities across the country. Coming up after the break, we are taking a deep dive into the new tech.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a new report from the Washington Post detailing what was seized from Mar-a-Lago. NBC News is working to confirm all of the details, but sources familiar with the matter tell the Post some of the documents found are normally kept under lock and key. Well, these documents include information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. Former Trump presidential advisor Steve Bannon expected to surrender Thursday in New York on state charges that he diverted money into his own pocket from his fundraising effort to build a border wall. Bannon was charged with similar crimes by the Department of Justice back in 2020, which President Trump pardoned him for. However, pardons only apply to federal charges, not to state investigations. A lawyer for Bannon declined to comment. A Delaware court has denied Elon Musk his request to delay the trial over his attempt to bail on his buyout deal with Twitter. The court did approve Musk's request to add whistleblower claims to his countersuit, and that trial is set to begin on October 17th, earlier than mid-November, which Musk's team had originally requested. Speaking of this fall, as we look toward November's midterm elections, Georgia is once again on, well, all of our minds.
I like it. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
The state Senate race between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker is one of the tightest of this cycle. With 9 weeks to go, the two candidates are locked in a heated debate over debates. NBC News senior national political reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now from Washington with more on this. John, a lot of back and forth between Senator Warnock and Herschel Walker on whether or not they're going to hold a debate. How did we get here?
How did we get here, Vicki? How did we get here?
Often. I ask that every day, right?
Every day.
Where do things stand now, John?
There is nothing at all that voters care more about in their daily personal lives than whether two candidates will debate themselves. And when I say that, I'm kidding. Look, these two candidates have been going back and forth for weeks now about whether or not they're going to debate. They're basically playing chicken with each other and calling each other chicken. The latest turn is that Herschel Walker, who had been avoiding committing to a debate, has said that he would participate in one debate in Savannah, a debate where the topics would be put in ahead of time. Raphael Warnock responded and said he'll only agree to that if Walker agrees not to get the topics ahead of time and agrees to a second debate at one of the places and on one of the dates that Warnock wanted. And then Herschel Walker came back and said, according to our friends at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, came back and said that he didn't need to get the topics ahead of time. So where are we? In the same place. They're still not debating.
Speaking of that, John, I mean, this is, as we said, one of the closest Senate races of this election cycle. The polls show that it was a toss-up, but there's also this gubernatorial race this year where Republican Governor Brian Kemp is so far favored to beat Stacey Abrams. Why are these two races so far apart at this point?
Such a great question. I mean, obviously the candidates themselves and the offices that they're running for have something to do with voter preference, right? It's not just a straight Democratic versus Republican question, whether you're talking about the governor's race or the Senate race. There's also a fascinating divide between the two Democratic candidates that we're talking about, Raphael Warnock for the Senate, Stacey Abrams in the gubernatorial race. Stacey Abrams believes that it is important for Democrats, vital for Democrats to expand the electorate and to try to find people who agree with them and get them out to vote who were not previously voting, where Warnock is spending a little bit more time of his time concentrating on the existing electorate and trying to sway some Republicans in his direction.
Have we seen, John, just briefly, one strategy work more than another? Have we heard, even just, I know you spent a lot of time in Atlanta, have you heard one of those strategies gaining traction over the other?
It comes down to a race by race. Over time, what I would just say is the best candidates usually can do both.
All right. Jonathan Allen Forrest there. John, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're also following new developments in the investigation into the deadly mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Just over 3 months since the attack left 21 people dead. We're now learning 5 Texas Department of Public Safety officers are under investigation for their actions on that day. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Texas. Antonia, there's been this widespread criticism around the law enforcement response to that tragic day, especially as we all saw the videos and the footage come out. The Inspector General's office is handling this particular investigation. But what more do we know, Antonia, about what exactly they're looking into and really what is the potential disciplinary action that could come down the pipeline?
Well, Morgan, the Inspector General is really going to be looking to see if any of the actions or lack of action contributed to the failures that we saw here at Robb Elementary that day. They're going to be looking to see, did these 5 officers, did they do something in opposition to their training, in opposition to the rules and policies of the agency that they serve? And then, the action after that could look like a couple different things. It could look like sending those findings to the district attorney. It could look like taking or recommending some kind of disciplinary action on those officers. And even if they don't make those recommendations, in fact, the director of DPS, Stephen McCraw, could take action on his own. There's no timeline on any of this right now, but there's certainly local pressure now that people know about this. And, so much of the attention for a while, right, was on, former Chief Pete Arredondo and the Uvalde-based police department. But, that day, there were dozens more DPS officers on the scene, and they had, a lot more resources and a lot more experience with these kinds of shootings than the department here at this school. And so there are a lot of questions now, especially after people have seen the footage from that day.
Right.
Why did they not override the officers here? Why didn't they do more, Morgan?
And, Antonia, of course, as you mentioned, there's these questions swirling, not just from people there where you are on the ground, but really nationwide. So how are local and state officials reacting to the level of accountability that we have seen thus far for the response to that shooting?
Well, there's incredible disappointment, really. I think that people wanted to see this state agency lead the way in terms of transparency. For example, there is frustration on the part of leaders and on locals here that DPS hasn't released still, a formal sort of rundown of what its policies were at the time so that people could make a side-by-side comparison. What were the policies? What were the expectations? Let's compare them to what actually happened. They still haven't released that. And so there's this feeling that they could have done more. State Senator Roland Gutierrez immediately released a statement last night, condemning all of this. Take a listen to some of his recent remarks.
A lot of questions left unanswered. We've got the Department of Public Safety that has failed to show any accountability here, failed to give us the transmissions that we've asked for, the body cam footage that we've asked for. We had enough ammunition, enough training, enough people there on scene for the Texas Rangers and Department of Public Safety to go in and do this job appropriately, and that never happened. And so where we are today is we've got a frustrated community that's asking for accountability, certainly asking for added safety measures.
You know, there is just so much hurt here, and I was at Flores Elementary, not far from where I am right now, yesterday for their first day of school. And you could see that the anger, the frustration is still there for most of these families. I mean, some of the families were actively still grieving. They were crying in the cars. They were dropping some of their kids off. And so I think you're going to see parents join voices like State Senator Gutierrez right there in wanting to see more of this and wanting to get, you know, better answers, frankly.
Speaking of which, I mean, it does sound like we're finally getting sort of a slow drip of answers to so many questions that have been swirling for now 3 months, especially as those kids head back to school. Antonia Hilton there on the ground for us. Antonia, thank you.
Medical professionals have been leaving their industry in record numbers since the start of the pandemic. But now the answer to filling those vital roles may be in a new phone app. Hospitals and medical clinics can now request the help they need digitally, and nursing professionals can work where and when they want. Here's a look at how it all works. A newly released workplace survey of more than 11,000 nurses found more than half said they are stressed, frustrated, exhausted, and overwhelmed. A record number of healthcare workers left their jobs during the pandemic.
We do have a staffing crisis.
Katie Boston Leary is a nurse with almost 30 years of experience. She's now the director of nursing programs for the American Nurses Association. How is this nursing staffing shortage affecting patients?
Oh, it's a public health issue. We're seeing a slow deterioration of how care is delivered. You're seeing services that are being temporarily suspended because they don't have nurses to cover units.
But an app, ShiftMed, is helping to alleviate some of those staffing shortages. It connects screened and verified medical professionals with temporary jobs. They're a leader in a growing industry of app-based work for medical professionals. Jessica Constantine's workday starts like this, on her phone, looking for a shift to pick up. She's a certified nursing assistant who works when she wants and where she wants using ShiftMed.
I'm a mother as well, so I can look on the app and pick whatever I like and match it with my kid's schedule.
Jessica started working full-time with ShiftMed in March after years working a traditional schedule. She says she gets paid the same, sometimes more, through the app, and it's a lot more flexible.
I can work 16 hours on Sunday, I can work 16 hours on Saturday, work 8 hours on Monday, and I'm done. Hi, Jessica from ShiftMed.
Today, she's working at Insight Memory Care, a facility in Fairfax, Virginia that specializes in patients with Alzheimer's.
Let me walk you around a little bit.
This is her first time at the facility, so it begins with an orientation.
This is the nurse's station.
She's quickly up to speed and helping the patients.
It's 117 over 77. You go, girl.
She says gigs where she gets to work with the elderly are her favorite.
What are you reading today?
Daily Chronicle.
Morning, Patricia.
As the executive director for Insight Memory Care, Anita Irvin is Jessica's boss for the day.
Good job, buddy.
She says the staffing flexibility from this service helped them stay open during the pandemic.
Even if it was like at 5 o'clock that afternoon and I needed somebody the next morning, they were able to fill that last-minute gap for me.
ShiftMed also connects home healthcare aides like Travis Graham with patients outside of a nursing home or hospital. Today, Travis is at the home of Kate Partain.
The fresh air.
Yep.
Is wonderful.
Because of a stroke, she needs daily assistance with medical care and basic tasks.
Here you are.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis logs in every morning and chooses his shift.
You can work where you want, when you want, what state you want, how many hours you want.
And for Kate, it means having someone there every day, even when Travis takes a day off. How are these technologies helping with this crisis?
Well, it does help. It's one tool that does help with some of the situations that nurses have, because nurses more than ever want to determine when they work and where they're working.
Boston Leary says anything that gives nurses flexibility and, most importantly, an incentive to stay in the industry is a positive. But she warns this doesn't solve the underlying problem.
It does create a stopgap, but it's not a long-term fix. We have to look at the pipeline versus looking at tools to move nurses around, because it is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation.
Well, the company says it is growing fast, with more than 100,000 medical professionals signing up for shifts at more than 2,000 facilities in 23 states. They say they hope to be in every state by the end of this year. ShiftMed says it is going to start offering health benefits to all of its employees in the fall.
Coming up, President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan may face some hurdles. Republican states are considering challenging it, saying the White House does not have the authority for such a broad initiative. Borrowers making less than $125,000 per year are set to get up to $20,000 of their student loans canceled. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. Sharon, I know that you spoke to an attorney general who's actually considering suing the White House because of this initiative. What did they say?
Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich is looking into bringing a lawsuit against the Biden administration for this student loan forgiveness plan, saying that they do not have the authority to have this type of plan. The question is, when will this happen? Will it happen before applications are made available on the Education Department website, supposedly in October? Or even now, many people are said to be able to automatically qualify for student loan forgiveness. The question is, when will it happen? And he says he doesn't want to wait too long. Listen.
People's expectations are starting to get set. And so you want to make sure that there's that consistency and certainty. And I think that means that if we can file a lawsuit, we should file it sooner rather than later. But it also means we have to have sound legal theories in order to move forward.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing right now, is looking at the various legal theories to see if they will actually be able to bring this suit soon.
And to that point, Sharon, a key part of this is who can actually bring a lawsuit against the Education Department. You actually have to have something called legal standing. So what did the Attorney General say about that?
Well, many people are wondering, will it be an individual borrower? Some are saying, could it be a student loan financing company, a lender? Could it be a collection agency? But he says this.
We have programs in the state of Arizona where people can actually, if they come work for the state, reduce the amount of student loans they own. So there are all sorts of different, I think, legal theories as to how you get to standing. But the big question will be, which is the best one? And if there's more than one, so be it.
So it sounds like it could even be a state bringing the challenge. So we'll see what happens here and keep you posted as it goes along. Back to you guys.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Good to see you. Thank you, Sharon.
An internet hosting provider took down a site featuring hate speech as well as threats, but now it's right back online.
Just after the break, how it got a new life and the website's link to potential political violence. Stay with us.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, President Obama, Mrs. Obama, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this ceremony. I'm John Rogers, the chairman of the White House Historical Association, and on behalf of the women and men of the association, I'm thrilled to celebrate with all of you the presentation of two magnificent American portraits today to honor and commemorate the indelible legacy of our 44th President and First Lady. Mrs. Obama, President Obama, it is a privilege to be able to carry forward this time-honored tradition of unveiling the official portraits and welcome them to the White House to be forever accessible and viewed by the public on these historic walls. Since its founding in 1961 by First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy, the White House Historical Association has been of service and our privilege to be able to acquire official portraits of those who previously were missing from the White House collection and to commission all of the portraits on record of each president and first lady since our founding. Surviving the modern era of photography and film and technology, few mediums can transport us with such immediacy and intimacy than the American portrait, capturing at once the power, the restraint, the courage, and the beauty of the human spirit. The portraits of our first family stand apart, each a painstaking exploration of a singular person, a human life conveyed in still, otherwise ever in motion and fulfilling the obligations to their oath. More than just the unveiling of our assemblage today, it's integral to the broader set of symbols and rituals and emblematic gestures distinctly American that sustain the spirit and the standing of our republic, bridging one presidency to the next the way we do one generation to the next, honoring the past as much as we look to the future. As we become more culturally and demographically diverse with ideas that are both molten and disparate pertaining to the future of our nation, our work to ensure the promise of what President Obama once called the unlikely story that is America. It's never been more intertwined with preserving what has been symbolically and foundationally at the heart of our storied resilience as a nation. And in this way, today is a reminder that America is governed not by a disconnected series of presidents, but rather by the enduring presidency. And within the greater story that's told by the 43 other portraits, we boldly celebrate their contrast and their confluence, certainly artistically, but also as distinguished chapters in the American narrative. And notably today, as the first Black American first family at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and with whom we shared the joy of watching your wonderful daughters grow up here and come of age. Mrs. Obama, we thank you for your advocacy on behalf of this House and for making it possible for visitors to take pictures of these magnificent portraits among the other historic artifacts throughout the White House. I had the personal privilege of being with you and your mom when we inducted your inaugural gown into the Smithsonian collection. And may I say that the beauty of that white chiffon gown is only exceeded by the woman who wore it. And whose spirit is captured in this portrait. The tradition of service continues with Dr. Biden. She's our steward. We are honored that you were with us when we celebrated our 60th anniversary, and we look forward to our continued work with you on the educational mission of our association. And we are ever thankful to you and you, Mr. President, for hosting this wonderful ceremony today. And to our artists, Robert McCurdy and Sharon Sprung, we are grateful for your artisanship and dedication to your own craft. Together, these portraits fulfill a beautiful collaboration and are a testament to what's possible when we serve one another in an effort to give voice to one another. And I suspect that beginning tomorrow, these two portraits will be the most photographed by visitors from across the United States and the world. And it's now my pleasure to introduce an admirer of great institutions and national treasures, the President of the United States of America.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That was great. Thank you all very much, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you, John Rogers and the White House Historical Society. Barack and Michelle, welcome home. Welcome home. Jill and I and Kamala and Doug are honored to host you and so many friends who have been part of this incredible journey. It includes members of your cabinet and staff, some of whom were foolish enough to come work with me. And there's someone else that I'd like to acknowledge tonight, Mrs. Robinson. This is your house as well. It's good to see you again, Mom. It really is. It's also good to see Miss Wilson, who known affectionately as Mama Kay. One of your best friends and Malia and Sasha's godmother. And as they say in Southern Delhi, you've done good, kid. And President Kennedy once observed that every president must endure the gap between what he would like and what is possible. He was right. The history books are full of stories about presidents trying to bridge that gap. Stories that include the burdens of the office, the difficult decisions, how the work is always serious and often solemn. And all of that's true, but so is this. With Barack as our president, we got up every day and went to work full of hope, for real, full of purpose, and excited about the possibility before us. There are few people I've ever known with more integrity, decency, and moral courage than Barack Obama. Mr. President, nothing could have prepared me better or more to become President of the United States than be at your side for 8 years. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You know, no matter what the issue was, no matter how difficult, no matter what it was about, doing it, you never did it with just the easy way, what the easy way out was. It was never about doing it that way. It was always about doing what was right, literally. You know, just go down the list of historic presidencies. He never gave up on the simple truth that health care was a right for all Americans. When so many were telling him, including me at one point, take the compromise, take a compromise. We weren't sure we could get anything done on ACA. Think about the compromise. You refused. You went big. And now the Affordable Care Act is there permanently, and it's even being improved on. I remember what you told me. So how can I look those people in the eye and leave anybody behind? You weren't about to do that. You know, his Recovery Act brought America back from a Great Recession. The auto rescue protected an iconic industry that represents the nation's heart and soul. And there were a whole lot of people, some maybe even in this room, that were telling you we should let the industry go bankrupt. We should let it go. But you wouldn't. You persisted. You insisted. And I remember our conversations, and I'm proud. I'm proud we stood together and wouldn't let that happen. You bet on the American worker. You believed in the American worker. Even though we knew it would be controversial, you stood up for hundreds of thousands of dreamers who only know America as their home. It always boggles my mind that I always can't understand that a 3-year-old kid's going to say, no, Mom, leave me on this side of the Rio Grande. You go ahead and go. I'm serious. So they could stay and contribute, and they've contributed incredibly. Their talents, and it's a great generation they represent. I can go on and defend that you've done, expanding civil rights, issue the clarion call on the climate crisis, helped us find that amazing grace, even in darkness. In countless hours, over countless meetings, under intense pressure, we always knew Barack Obama. We always knew what you'd do, what you thought was right, even if it was going to cost you politically. You know, we trusted him, all of you in this room. We believed in him, and we counted on him. And I still do. And I still do. President, that's why the country elected you twice. It's why you'll be considered one of the most consequential presidents in our history, along with one of the most consequential first ladies. You know, Michelle, he knows, we all know, he couldn't have done it without you. I know I couldn't. In fact, during our week, we had lunch once a week, every week, come hell or high water. And everybody wondered all the important things we talked about. Probably 40% of the time we talked about family. We most talked about our girls and my grandchildren and my children. You embodied dignity beyond measure, Michelle. And together, you and Barack made history. You both generated hope for millions of people who were left behind for so long. And it matters. You both did it with such grace and such class. You know, you dreamed big and secured lasting wins for the American people, helping lift their burden with the blessing of hope. It was so underestimated, the notion of just having hope. This is a gift of the Obama presidency to the country and to history. It's a gift I felt personally. And as we used to say in the Senate, Mr. President, excuse the point of personal privilege, you were always there. I remember I remember how you were with me when our son was passing. And I remember the eulogy you gave in his behalf. You'll never fully understand just how much it meant to Jill and me and the entire family. I always remember that night we accepted the nomination in Denver. My granddaughter Finnegan, who's a great friend of your daughter's, came up to our room, and said, "Pop, can we move the beds out of my room?" And I said, "Why do you want to move the beds out of your room?" He said, "Well, so her two sisters and Malia and Sasha, we could all get sleeping bags and lie on the floor and sleep together and watch the convention on the floor." That image of them all together will stay with me forever. And I think it melded our families in ways that it's hard for other people to understand. For 8 years, we grew to be a family for each other and through our highs and our lows. Family from different backgrounds, brought together by a shared value set. And all the things that the families have done together. I imagine there may have been other relationships like this, the president and vice president, but I can't think, none comes to mind. Jill and I have been waiting to host events at the White House for a long time, coming out of the pandemic. And it's fitting that we can do that now by unveiling the portraits of two dear friends and two great Americans who are still held very tightly in the hearts of the American people. Portraits that are going to hang on the walls of this sacred place, the People's House, forever. And a reminder of all here and now for those to come to power that hope and change matters. Barack and Michelle, it's my honor to invite you both to the stage for the unveiling of your official portraits. Come on up.
Yes? Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, everybody have a seat. Have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sit down, everybody. Thank you very much. It is great to be back. President and Dr. Biden, Vice President Harris, and Second Gentleman Emhoff, thank you so much for your hospitality. Thanks for letting us invite a few friends to the White House. We will try not to tear up the place. Someone once said that if you're looking for a friend in Washington, get a dog. Our family was lucky enough to have two wonderful dogs. But I was even luckier to have a chance to spend 8 years working day and night with a man who became a true partner and a true friend. Joe, it is now America's good fortune to have you as president. You've guided us.
You have guided us through some perilous times. You've built on and gone beyond the work we all did together to expand health care, to fight climate change, to advance social justice, and to promote economic fairness. Thanks to your decency and thanks to your strength, maybe most of all thanks to your faith in our democracy and the American people. The country's better off than when you took office, and we should all be deeply grateful for that. So thank you so much. To all the former Obama-Biden staffers who are here in person, some of you are watching at home, thank you for being a part of this. When people ask me what I miss most about the White House years, it is not Air Force One that I talk about, although I miss Air Force One. It's the chance that I had to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you. To have a chance to witness so many talented, selfless, idealistic, good people working tirelessly every day to make the world better. And for 8 years, and even longer for some of you, I drew on your energy and your dedication and your goodness. You inspired me, and I never wanted to disappoint you. And I tried to reflect the same heart and character that you displayed every day. Even during the toughest times, it was all of you that kept me going. So it's good to be back to have a chance to see all of you and to once again say thank you. Now, as much as I miss our work together, what's been a special joy is to see what's happened since. Because so many of you are doing amazing things, whether it's in government, in the private sector, in academia, or nonprofits. And I'm especially glad to see so many of you serving President Biden as well as you served me. Although now some of you who, let's face it, you were kids back then, are now in charge and running the show, which is a little shocking. And may also explain some of the gray hairs I'm seeing on some of you. But it validates what I had always hoped, which was that our time together would only be the beginning of incredibly impactful careers. And some of you who I've had a chance to stay in touch with, I'm thrilled to see that you've started families of your own. I am a little disappointed that I haven't heard of anyone naming a kid Barack yet. Or Michelle. But there is still time. Finally, I want to say a special thanks to the White House staff. We had a chance to see them all beforehand. You took incredible care of our family for 8 years, and along the way, you became a part of it. And we have not ever forgotten the kindness that you showed us. Now, when Michelle and I had our portraits unveiled at the National Portrait Gallery a few years back, I said that as far as I could tell, no one in my family tree had ever sat for a portrait before. I certainly had not. And now all of a sudden we've done it twice. But these portraits have a special significance because, as Joe mentioned, they will hang in the White House alongside portraits of other presidents and first ladies dating back to George and Martha. So it was important to find the right people to paint them. I want to thank Sharon sprung for capturing everything I love about Michelle. Her grace, her intelligence, and the fact that she's fine. She is. Her portrait is stunning. And I want to thank Robert McCurdy for taking on a much more difficult subject and doing a fantastic job with mine. Robert is known for his paintings of public figures: Toni Morrison, the Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Muhammad Ali. But what I love about Robert's work is that he paints people exactly the way they are, for better or worse. He captures every wrinkle on your face, every crease in your shirt. You'll note that he refused to hide any of my gray hairs, refused my request to make my ears smaller. He also talked me out of wearing a tan suit, by the way. His work is so precise that at first glance it looks like a photograph. And Robert also paints his subjects looking straight ahead. So it feels like you're face to face, forming a connection. And that appealed to me, in part because presidents so often get airbrushed, even take on a mythical status, especially after you've gone, and people forget all the stuff they didn't like about you. But what you realize when you're sitting behind that desk, and what I want people to remember about Michelle and me, is that presidents and first ladies are human beings like everyone else. We have our gifts, we have our flaws. You've all experienced mine. We have good days and bad days. We feel the same joy and sadness, frustration and hope. And while it takes a certain amount of self-confidence to be president, there are nights where we lie awake wondering if this or that decision was the right one. I've always described the presidency as a relay race. You take the baton from someone, you run your leg as hard and as well as you can, and then you hand it off to someone else, knowing that your work will be incomplete. The portraits hanging in the White House chronicle the runners in that race, each of us tasked with trying to bring the country we love closer to its highest aspirations. And when future generations walk these halls and look up at these portraits, I hope they get a better, honest sense of who Michelle and I were. And I hope they leave with a deeper understanding that if we could make it here, maybe they can too. They can do remarkable things too. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction. Michelle was the best thing about living in the White House, and let me tell you, the pastry chefs here deliver delicious pies on request. So that is saying something. I could not ask for a better life partner, and in my humble opinion, America could not have asked for a better First Lady. Please give it up for Michelle Obama.
Oh, well, let me thank my husband, first of all, for such spicy remarks. And of course, thank you to Joe and Jill, President Biden, and First Lady Jill Biden. Thank you for inviting us back. This means so much to us. We were saying at lunch that the girls have lived in this house longer than they've lived anywhere. And so this, as odd of a home as this can be, as wonderful as it can be, it is a special place because we raised our girls here. And it means so much to come back to friends and to be able to spend time talking about our girls. And so I am grateful to both of you for the work that you're doing, the love that you're showing us, our staff, and the work that you're doing for this country. Thank you so much. And of course to Vice President Harris, and I love to say this, second gentleman, Imhoff. Let's say it again, second gentleman. You're doing a great job. Thank you for joining us today. And I can't go any further without, of course, acknowledging all of the amazing staff, friends. You're more than staff, you're friends, you're family to us, particularly the people who've been part of my team over the years. I don't have time to name everyone, thank goodness. But you all know who you are, from the campaign to the White House to today. I would not be who I am without your passion and your faith. And all the love that you poured into everything that we accomplished together. And it was amazing, historic. What did Sam Cass used to say? Unprecedented. You all mean the world to me. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So thank you. Proud of you, proud of the work that you've done, proud of what you're doing. I also want to take the time to recognize the resident staff. As Barack said, you guys made this a home. We snatched up a few of you all and took you with us. But for those of you who we couldn't bring, we miss you so much. We miss you so much. The best part about this house was you all. So it's so good to see you, and you all look good, so good. I'd also like to recognize Stuart McLaurin, of course, John Rogers. It's been amazing working with you all over the years. I have to recognize Bill Allman, who has been fabulous to work with over the years. And of course, Thelma Golden and my dear friend Michael Smith for their we are where we are because of their comprehensive and rigorous work to identify these incredible artists. And that brings me to our artist, of course, Robert McCurdy, who, you did a good job. Did a good job. But I got to spend a lot of time with Sharon Sprung. And Sharon now joins a small but mighty group of women who've painted an official portrait here at the White House. And I'm thrilled that this extraordinary work is going to be enshrined forever as part of our nation's history. But Sharon, it was wonderful to work with you. You are a true spirit. That's one of the reasons why we connected. Your work is phenomenal, but it was your essence, your soul, the way you saw me, the way we interacted, and it shows in this beautiful work. So thank you for your brilliance, your artistry, and your patience in this process. I remember I went to see the work in Brooklyn, and poor Sharon, because no one is supposed to know who the artists are, so her studio is her home. And so she had this piece in her home. You couldn't have guests over. You were frightened that it would get out. You just wanted it out of your space. And every year I thought about, she must be going crazy. So thank you so much. Let's give them both a round of applause. Believe it or not, it is still a bit odd for me to stand in this historic space, see this big, beautiful painting staring back at me. Growing up on Euclid Avenue, Mommy, I never could have imagined that any of this would be part of my story. But even if it's all still a bit awkward for me, I do recognize why moments like these are important. Why all of this is absolutely necessary. Traditions like this matter, not just for those of us who hold these positions, but for everyone participating in and watching our democracy. You see, the people, they make their voices heard with their vote. We hold an inauguration to ensure a peaceful transition of power. Those of us lucky enough to serve, work, as Barack said, as hard as we can for as long as we can, as long as the people choose to keep us here. And once our time is up, we move on. And all that remains in this hallowed place are our good efforts and these portraits, portraits that connect our history to the present day, portraits that hang here as history continues to be made. So for me, this day is not just about what has happened, it's also about what could happen. Because a girl like me, she was never supposed to be up there next to Jacqueline Kennedy and Dolly Madison. She was never supposed to live in this house, and she definitely wasn't supposed to serve as First Lady.
We love you, Michelle.
But I've always wondered, where does that supposed to come from? Who determines it? And too often in this country, people feel like they have to look a certain way or act a certain way to fit in, that they have to make a lot of money or come from a certain group or class or faith in order to matter. But what we're looking at today, a portrait of a biracial kid with an unusual name and the daughter of a water pump operator and a stay-at-home mom. What we are seeing is a reminder that there's a place for everyone in this country. Because as Barack said, the two of us can end up on the walls of the most famous address in the world. Then again, it is so important for every young kid who is doubting themselves to believe that they can too. That is what this country is about. It's not about blood or pedigree or wealth. It's a place where everyone should have a fair shot. Whether you're a kid taking 2 buses and a train just to get to school, or a single mother who's working 2 jobs to put some food on the table, or an immigrant just arriving, getting your first apartment, forging a future for yourself in a place you dreamed of. That's why for me, this day isn't about me or Barack. It's not even about these beautiful paintings. It's about telling that fuller story, a story that includes every single American in every single corner of the country so that our kids and grandkids can see something more for themselves. And as much as some folks might want us to believe that that story has lost some of its shine, that division and discrimination and everything else might have dimmed its light, I still know, deep in my heart, that what we share, as my husband continues to say, is so much bigger than what we don't. Our democracy is so much stronger than our differences. And this little girl from the South Side is blessed beyond measure to have felt the truth of that fuller story throughout her entire life, never more so than today. So thank you to President Biden, to Sharon, and to all of you today for playing a part in this day and all the days that led to it. And now it is my privilege to introduce someone who is stepping in shoes and doing it well, someone who has devoted so much of her life to education, working to broaden the idea of whose story matters. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Joe, honestly, everybody stood but Joe. Thank you, Michelle, for a friendship I treasure. 14 years ago, Michelle, on a cold night in November, a sea of people gathered in Grant Park to be a part of history. There was laughter and music and dancing. There were tears as friends and strangers alike held each other, overwhelmed with the joy that hope and change had been realized. The crowd roared, radiating the sense that anything we could dream was within our reach. But at the heart of that enormous moment was a family. Two little girls who would grow up exploring the secret halls and hideaways of the White House. A mom who would bring her whole heart to serving the American people as First Lady, while still guiding and protecting her family with a ferocious devotion. A grandmother who would do absolutely anything for the family she loves, and even move to Washington, D.C. And a father who showed the world the meaning of yes, we can. For Joe and me and our entire family, standing on that stage next to you was like waking up in a new world, a place where, with hard work, anything was possible. And it wasn't just the Bidens. So many of you were also there. You remember how it felt. It was magic, wasn't it? That night, your family connected us all. And our family, the Obama-Biden team, every one of you who were fired up and ready to go, together, we changed the course of this country forever. And when I look at these portraits, I see family. Your family, the family we all built, and the families across America that we served together. I see love, joy, and fellowship, and we are honored to hang them today and share them with the world. So thank you for being with us. And now please join us in the State Dining Room for a reception. Thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats while the President and Dr. Biden, President and Mrs. Obama, and the Vice President and Second Gentleman depart.
All right, we've been watching President Biden visiting with the Obamas' first time back in the White House in years, unveiling their official portraits.
An occasion that's been a regular sight at the White House for the last couple of decades, as a matter of fact, when the official portraits are unveiled. You can see a close-up shot there of the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. We're looking at two portraits that are incredibly lifelike, I think, and the former president indicated it really captured the essence of his wife and the former First Lady of these United States.
And the former president speaking at length, but I think it will probably be the former First Lady that people are talking about for the next couple of days. It was quite a speech, very emotional, talking about her road to the White House and how unlikely it was based on her childhood and her dreams.
Setting an example for many in generations to come. We're going to have more on this story in our next hour. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, plunged into darkness. Parts of California could go without power as temperatures soar for yet another day. Why the state's grid is being stretched to the breaking point.
Nuclear secrets, new revelations about potentially classified information involving a foreign country found at Mar-a-Lago. What it could mean for the DOJ investigation.
COVID and the classroom. Children are headed back to school across America. What's being done to make sure coronavirus doesn't follow them there?
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. We begin with a dire emergency unfolding in California. The state's power grid there on the verge of reaching a breaking point. 50,000 homes and businesses plunged into darkness overnight after record-breaking temperatures damaged electrical equipment in San Francisco.
And just yesterday, California's power grid used more than 52,000 megawatts. In a state of nearly 40 million people, that is the highest power use number ever recorded there. People living there have been baking in the extreme heat for nearly 2 weeks now. That entire state now on high alert for potential rolling blackouts. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the extreme heat for us. We'll begin with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson on the ground in California. Steve, we saw some power outages overnight there. What's the power situation there today?
Yeah, still sporadic outages today, Aaron, but those are heat equipment related. Anytime it gets this hot, the equipment has a chance to just bake and break, and that's what we've really seen across the state today and last night. That threat should be expected to continue on into the week because 100-degree temperatures continue on into the week. So there's always that danger. The worst danger, though, comes between those 4 o'clock and 10 p.m. hours for the possibility of statewide rolling blackouts. Now, as the plane comes overhead above me, we avoided those rolling blackouts, thankfully, due to people conserving during those high-energy times. But those are still possible because, again, this danger isn't going anywhere for at least the rest of the week on into the weekend. Aaron?
Steve, talk to us about the impact on everyday folks there in California at this point. What specifically are people being asked to do to try to conserve power?
Well, I mean, the first is very tangible. It's very difficult to walk outside of your front door at this point. In several places across the state, Sacramento had 116 degrees last night, breaking a record that has been standing for nearly a century. So, I mean, people are just baking. The warnings, of course, if you step outside, you have to stay hydrated. It is not recommended you stay in this heat for any length of time. If you start sweating and then stop sweating, those are the early signs of heat stroke. You got to get inside. So that's, first of all, it's very difficult to do anything in the heat. Second of all, I mean, saving the power, especially during those key hours. I'll say it again, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's when the grid has the least amount of energy because the solar is dipping, the sun is going down, so it can't contain as much. And people are coming home from work at the same time, wanting to blast that air conditioning. It puts a high amount of stress in the grid. It's what we saw last night. It's why we went so high in the energy usage, but it's also why people listen to the messaging. And the messaging is very simple. Do not, if you can resist turning on appliances, Francis, if you can resist doing your laundry, running the dishwasher, cooking on the oven, that's great. If you can resist, cranking that air up so high that maybe you can keep it about 78 to 80 degrees or so, that's appreciated as well. And because people did that last night, we avoided that situation. But again, this threat is nowhere near over. This, we could see the same temperatures or somewhere close to it tonight, tomorrow, Friday night. So it's very recommended that people follow those guidelines because it is really saving the situation here in California.
I can resist doing the laundry, not to be flippant about it, but I understand that it's serious, Steve. Steve, can I also ask about the heat fueling the wildfires, right? Because that seems to be exploding too. What's the latest?
Ever since we've been in this period, this bout of sort of climate change fueled wildfires, these mega fires, essentially, it's been sort of the same pattern, right? The heat supercharges the ground, dries out the brush. The brush is basically the surface of a matchstick across the state. The wind picks up any ember, any spark. Most of these fires are man-made, carries it into communities. We saw it over the weekend with the Mill Fire killing 2 people, spreading thousands of acres. The Mountain Fire still burning now, well over 11,000 acres or so. The Fairview fire, that fire turning deadly as well. We learned this morning in a briefing that 2 people were trying to escape the fire. They got caught in their car. The wind's so erratic, it trapped them in a firestorm. But there's so many fires now popping up around the state, we can barely keep up. A mosquito fire has just popped up. The Radford fire in Big Bear also popping up as well. Firefighters are doing everything they can, but a new fire can start almost any second here. 4,000 firefighters on the front lines of nearly a dozen fires at this point. It is very dangerous in this state. Kate, Aaron.
All right, Steve Patterson for us in California. Thank you, Steve.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Now, Bill, give us the science, the meteorology here. What is causing these extreme temperatures and when do we get relief?
Normal heat wave. I mean, this is a once in a generation, once in a lifetime type of heat. We'll give you one example. San Jose hit 109 yesterday. They've been keeping records there since the late 1800s. It was the warmest day in the last 47,000 that they've been keeping track. So yes, this is not normal. Same with Sacramento, by the way. They broke their all-time record high by 2 degrees, which is almost unheard of. So today is not as hot as yesterday. So that's good news for the energy grid. Hopefully, if it survived yesterday, that was the absolute peak. Today, it'll be down just a tiny bit, but it's still brutally hot. I mean, we're not even at the lunch hour yet. It's already 102 in Bakersfield. Fresno's still at 100. Sacramento's at 97. And it is going to soar once again today. We still have the 50 million people under heat advisories or heat warnings. Notice the advisories are in the north, and all the warnings are in mostly California, around Vegas, also into areas around Phoenix. So we're going to break records today. Maybe not all-time records, that's not expected, or maybe not even September records, but a lot of daily record highs will be broken, including areas like Fresno. Reno should break theirs, Burbank too. Las Vegas will be close to that. And we mentioned, when will it finally cool off? It's not going to exactly get cool, but at least we'll go from Fresno from 108, 106 to the weekend dipping below 100 degrees. And that's kind of the general trend everywhere. In Salt Lake City, by the way, I mean, what a year you've had with over 30 100-degree days, 105 yesterday. You'll enjoy this as you drop into the 80s finally. So there is some relief out there. But guess what, guys? Next week, the forecast already is calling for well above average temperatures all through the west, very hot in areas of the northern Rockies. So there's not a lot of relief to come. We would like some moisture and some rain, and we are going to get that too. So that's hopeful. But the one thing we do have to worry about this time of year, dry-based thunderstorms. And that's a concern today, especially in the northern Rockies. Those are thunderstorms. They have no rain with them, but they do have lightning. And those are what causes a lot of wildfires this time of year.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you. There is some new detail this afternoon about classified material found at Mar-a-Lago.
The Washington Post reporting a document describing a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities was seized last month. The Post is citing people familiar with the matter. NBC News has not been able to confirm that reporting. The Justice Department has declined to comment.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, give us some context on the Post's reporting. What's in this report that's significant and new?
It's hard to know how significant this is, Kate, because the Post talks about this document relating to nuclear capabilities of a foreign nation, but doesn't say whether the document is classified. So it could be a lot of different things. It could be extremely sensitive. It could be rather mundane. The Post also talks about the very highly classified nature of the other documents it receives at Mar-a-Lago, which we've known for some time, including special access programs, which are some of the most highly classified documents there are, limited to a very small number of government officials. So if those were outside of a special facility, that's a really alarming development. But in terms of how significant this nuclear-related material is, the jury is out. And at NBC News, we've not been able to confirm any details about this document.
Has there been any sort of explanation? Has the Trump team, after this, a few hours have passed now since the reporting here, have they responded at all to what's been reported?
Not substantively. Of course, Donald Trump is accusing the Post of being a tool of the Justice Department, which is absurd. But I have to say, I've heard from my own sources in the intelligence community who are troubled by this leak because they say it plays right into the former president's hands when he's accusing the Justice Department of not playing fair and of leaking things. I don't think this was an intentional leak by the Justice Department, but someone is talking about some documents out of school here.
Ken Delanian, thank you.
You bet.
Well, tomorrow, longtime Trump ally Steve Bannon is expected to turn himself in to face a new state indictment in New York. Now, it's unclear what the case is about. Bannon is accusing the Manhattan DA of pursuing, quote, phony charges. He told NBC News in a statement, quote, "This is nothing more than a partisan political weaponization of the criminal justice system." The DA's office is not commenting. Well, millions of kids are heading back to school with the threat of COVID still looming.
A single outbreak could, of course, force an entire school into virtual learning again. It's something that a lot of us parents are trying to avoid. And with most school mask mandates now gone, experts say boosters are the best protection, but only if your child is old enough. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is live outside of Children's National Hospital in Washington, D.C. So, Cal, these new updated boosters just approved last week, but only for kids over 12. So what are parents supposed to do if their child isn't 12?
Well, I think what doctors are saying and what they have been saying is get that original vaccine if you haven't already for your children, for your small children. That original vaccine will protect against severe illness, against hospitalization, against going to the ICU, and those are all obviously very important things. The question that you're asking, though, is what about the booster, right? Should you wait and get this new booster that is directly going to protect against BA4, BA5, against the Omicron variant? And look, that is a decision that parents are going to have to discuss and they're going to have to make. I was surprised this morning. I spoke to a doctor and I asked him, I said, look, my son recently had COVID. He got it after being vaccinated. Should I get him the booster or is he covered? And the doctor said we would still like it if folks got that booster. Even if they had the virus, they should still get that booster. And we're expecting approval in the next month or two for small children and this booster. So it's a little bit of a wait, but hopefully not too long in one case.
And Cal, I know you spoke to a pediatrician as well about all this. What did you learn from him?
So we talked big picture. This is the third year that I've been standing outside a hospital in the fall talking about back to school and this virus, but this is the first time that we've been able to say that we have a tool in our arsenal to protect against these variants. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Boosters play a big role, right? We know that the immunity that we get from the initial series doesn't protect us forever. And we know that vaccine boosters can help us continue to have protection, reduce hospitalization rates, as well as reduce spread of the disease. We've seen dips in vaccine rates across the country during the pandemic. And so we want to make sure that parents are going in to see their pediatricians, getting their normal childhood vaccines so that we don't see spread of other pandemics or other diseases.
The other thing that we talked about in addition to the booster, to the vaccine, are the simple things that you can do for your children if they are in a school that doesn't require masks. That doesn't mean they shouldn't wear masks if there is an outbreak. I'm going to pause for just 1 second and not fight this ambulance. Masks can still be a way to prevent these outbreaks, as can social distancing, and that is something that doctors want people to remember. Even though we're 3 years into this pandemic, there are still roughly 500 to 600 people dying every day. It is still very much a part of our lives, guys.
Yeah, it's a good reminder. Cal, thank you. Good to see you. The November midterms right around the corner, and election deniers could pull off some major victories.
In fact, more than half of Americans will have a candidate on the ballot who denies the legitimacy of the 2020 election. That's according to a political data and analysis website.
NBC News correspondents Ellison Barber and Vaughn Hilliard join us now, along with deputy political editor Ben Kamzar. Vaughn, let me start with you. You're in Tempe, Arizona, right? Every Republican candidate down the ballot in Arizona either denies or has raised questions about the 2020 election results. If some of those Secretary of State and Attorney General candidates are able to pull off wins, what sort of impact could that have?
Right, Arizona is a perfect example of this. In Arizona, in order to certify an election, you've got to have the signature of the governor, the Secretary of State, and the Attorney General. The Republicans running for each of those positions are all individuals who say that they want to decertify the 2020 election, which calls into question whether they would certify a Democrat winning the presidential election here in 2024, like Joe Biden did in the 2020 election. But when you look beyond, it's not just here in Arizona. You see it in the likes of Michigan, in Minnesota, New Mexico, Secretary of State candidates who are election deniers who could really turn the election into chaos. In 2020, even Republicans who were in these positions all certified their state's election results. And that's why you've seen such a focus on these Trump loyalists running for these particular spots to try to get in there and potentially throw a kerfuffle into the election counting in the certification process, which could open up really a can of worms when it comes to how the Electoral College voting would go and how the courts would act. It could be really pose a serious circumstances.
Yeah, and Vaughn, I know you spoke with the Democratic Attorney General candidate out there, Chris Mays. Her opponent denies the presidential election results from 2020. What did Mays say when you caught up with her?
Right. Again, it's Attorney General's candidates, too. And you see election denier up in Michigan, or down in Florida as well. Chris Mays is the Democrat who is running against Abe Hamadeh, who has been out on the campaign trail with Donald Trump. And I just want to let you hear from Chris Mays herself when I asked her to what extent is this at the forefront of her race for Attorney General. Take a listen. How front and center to your campaign are you making the threats to democracy here in Arizona?
Absolutely front and center, Vaughn. I mean, I think it is not too much to say that American democracy runs through the state of Arizona in 2022, especially in the Attorney General's race. I mean, my opponent has said that he wants to decertify the 2020 election, would not have certified the 2020 election, and he wants to eliminate vote by mail, among other things. So it is absolutely central in these AG races, not just in Arizona, but all across this country.
And Kate, unlike any other election before, we are seeing millions of dollars infused into the Secretary of State and Attorney General, these down ballot races, not only here in Arizona, but across the country. Kate?
Vaughn Hilliard reporting for us. Vaughn, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar and correspondent Ellison Barber. They're keeping an eye on Georgia right now, another key battleground state. Ellison, a lot of eyes on the Senate race in that state and this back and forth that we're seeing about a possible debate there. Help us understand how all this is playing out.
Yeah, I mean, the candidates are debating debates right now, and it's been going on for quite a while. Essentially, you have this situation where earlier in the campaign, the Republican candidate Herschel Walker said that he was willing to debate the incumbent Democrat, Senator Raphael Warnock, at his time and place of choosing. Then you had Senator Warnock come out and say, OK, I have agreed to 3 debates, one in Atlanta, Georgia, one in Macon, Georgia, and one in Savannah, Georgia. Then shortly after that, you had Herschel Walker come out and say, OK, I have agreed to a different debate in Savannah, Georgia, this one hosted by Nexstar. They've gone back and forth, both criticizing the other for not agreeing to participate in the debates that they had already agreed to. Then this morning, you had Senator Warnock's campaign announce that he is willing to participate in the debate that Herschel Walker has already agreed to in Savannah, Georgia, but with some conditions. He says he will participate in that debate if the Walker campaign agrees that no topics will be given beforehand, and also if they agree to participate in one of the other 2 debates that Senator Warnock has already agreed to participate in Atlanta or Macon. So I have said debate a whole lot of times in this report because that is sort of the situation here in Georgia. To a lot of voters, this is probably minutia, not something that they're necessarily paying close attention to. But both sides are trying to make this a bigger campaign issue. And Senator Warnock has a new ad out today hitting Walker for not agreeing to the debates, or at least agreeing to a debate where topics would be given beforehand. Listen.
Herschel Walker refuses to debate unless he already knows the topics. Quit the games. Agree to debates. Show us if you're really ready to represent Georgia.
So Walker, for his part, tweeted a response writing, quote, "I don't need debate topics. I've accepted the Savannah debate without conditions. He should too, but he's playing games. Let's do this debate for the people." Both candidates have launched bus tours to try and reach as many voters as they can in kind of this home stretch of the election. Herschel Walker launched his today. Senator Raphael Warnock launched his about 3 weeks ago. I will remind you, this is an incredibly close race. Neither candidate is above 50% at this point. And in Georgia, in order to win on Election Day, a candidate has to have over 50% of the vote. Otherwise, it goes to a runoff. Aaron?
So, Ben, let me bring you in here. As Ellison said, a really close race here, but it's one that's also being closely watched all over the country. What are you keeping an eye on at this point?
Yeah, I want to see how much longer Raphael Warnock, the Democrat here, is able to outrun the rest of the Democratic statewide ticket. The poll after poll shows Republican Brian Kemp leading the governor's race, President Joe Biden underwater, but Warnock ahead or tied. So I want to see if that dynamic stays going on towards Election Day, or if Republicans are able to close the gap.
All right, Ben Camisar for us, Ellison Barber as well on the ground in Georgia today. Thank you both. And there is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Ukraine is considering shutting down a Russian-occupied nuclear power plant. The country's top nuclear inspector sending that warning today as shelling continues around the facility. The United Nations is calling for Ukraine and Russia to create a safety zone to prevent a catastrophe. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is live in Kyiv for us. And Jay, just this afternoon, we also heard from a top Ukrainian official saying they're considering asking people to leave the area, right? Evacuate?
Yeah, in fact, Kate, I can tell you that this evening, the vice prime minister here in Ukraine has urged anyone living in the area to evacuate immediately if possible, more so because of the heavy fighting in the area around that nuclear plant than any danger of a leak at this point, though that's still a very real concern. In fact, the country's top nuclear inspector has said that he's considering closing the plant down, though it's still not clear how exactly he could do that since it's under Russian control at this point. But he's very concerned with the damage that is in the area. We've talked about it. There's damage near the reactor buildings, but also damage to the buildings that house the fresh nuclear fuel as well as the spent fuel. And the radiation monitor has been damaged as well in that area. So a lot going on, and everyone looking at that situation very closely right now, Kate.
And in other news there, Jay, I'm told the Russian President Vladimir Putin criticized sanctions from the West, saying that his country, quote, hasn't lost anything. What else did he have to say today?
No, in fact, he says he's gained something from this war, sovereignty within his country. He also says that they will push on with what he calls a military action, not a war, and continued to say that he did not start this, but that he is there to help liberate those that are oppressed in Ukraine. He also mocked the Western sanctions, calling them at one point stupid and saying that they're not working at all. He also called the U.S. a dictatorship of foreign policy, saying that they're really leading Europe down a troubled road as far as diplomacy is concerned, and that they're doing all that just to better the United States. So he had some strong words for the U.S. today, speaking about the situation here in Ukraine.
Jay Gray following all of it for us in Kyiv. Jay, thank you.
The UK's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is getting straight to work today. She led her first cabinet meeting today. She also stopped by Parliament, where she faced a barrage of questioning over her domestic agenda. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is joining us now. So, Keir, Truss is inheriting an economy that's in crisis right now. Talk to us about her plan to try to turn things around there.
Well, cut taxes, Aaron. I mean, that's her fundamental bedrock plan, cut taxes. We have a limited amount of time, so we can't go into the complicated detail of what she called the economic headwinds she faces, inflation, rising energy prices, all those issues. But she carried that policy of cutting taxes, basically the idea that if you grow the economy, a rising tide lifts all boats, a policy that harks back to the Reagan-Thatcher era. She carried that into the mosh pit that is, frankly, the British House of Commons. Her first appearance there as Prime Minister, like a sword and a shield. Take a listen.
This country will not be able to tax its way to growth. The way we will grow our economy is by attracting investment, keeping taxes low, delivering the reforms to build projects quicker. That is the way that we will create jobs and opportunities across our country.
And here's an interesting aspect of it, Aaron, for people who like their politics, for students of politics. People are commenting that in the past few years, politics here in the UK, and I think people will recognise that from there in the US, got a little messed up. You have blue-collar workers voting for the Conservatives, the equivalent of the Republicans, and you had rich people, posh people voting for Labour, the equivalent of the Democrats. Where back, for example, in the Reagan-Thatcher era, it would have been much more divided in terms of social class. People are saying, well, we're going back now here in the UK towards a more familiar politics where the Conservatives are for cutting taxes and for economic Thatcherite policies, and Labour is, as they were accused today in the House of Commons, for raising taxes and helping people and ensuring that the economy works better that way. And that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out, because, of course, the Conservatives won the last election by being a bit of a chameleon. Perhaps they're showing their colours. Will it work for them? That's the question.
Will it right the ship? We will see. Keir Simmons for us in London today. Keir, thanks. Right now on NBC News Now, power struggle. California is barely keeping up with the energy demand as temperatures soar for a 9th straight day. Why tens of thousands are preparing for blackouts.
Failing to act, 5 Texas officers are facing a state investigation over what they did not do during the Uvalde school shooting, the punishments they could face.
A new trial. The disgraced CEO of failed blood test company Theranos says her case deserves to be heard again. Why she says there's new evidence that supports her.
And about face, New York ending its mandate for face coverings on subways and buses. Why some riders say they're staying covered up. Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. Good afternoon. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We start this hour with the expanding energy crisis in California. Take a look at some of the pictures here. This is Livermore, California, just north of San Jose. Homes, businesses plunged into darkness there after those triple-digit temperatures damaged critical electric equipment in that area. Now, this strain on the state's power grid is tremendous at this point. California used more than 52,000 megawatts. That's the highest level recorded in the state's history. If it goes any higher, California's governor warns blackouts are a real possibility.
We're going to talk with meteorologist Bill Cairns about what's behind the heat in just a moment, but let's begin with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
California's power grid is on the brink. A record-breaking heat wave is sweeping the state, and it's sending demand for electricity surging.
Low-key, we just bought like 2 ACs for the house because this heat is so bad and it's really not giving.
On Tuesday afternoon, the state's power grid reached a record demand of over 52,000 megawatts of power. California's maximum capacity, 56,000 megawatts.
I think a lot of people using the air conditioner, and using light, fans, everything just to try to keep, cool.
Tens of thousands of people across the state were without power throughout the day Tuesday due to heat-related damage to electrical equipment. But so far, the state has managed to avoid large-scale blackouts. Though the California Independent System Operator Corporation, a nonprofit tasked with overseeing the state's power grid, says they're on high alert for blackouts, and they're urging Californians to reduce their power usage when they can. California's Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted a message of hope overnight. We avoided emergency power outages tonight, and adding, we can do this. If we keep up, we can get through this unprecedented heat wave.
Steve Patterson there. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, help us understand what's happening here. Can you explain why California is seeing these extreme temperatures right now?
You've heard it before. We've called them, a heat dome. It's when a high-pressure system sits over the top of one area. Remember earlier in the summer when we talked about what was happening in the UK, when the areas like London were setting all-time record highs? This is comparable to that. I mean, yesterday was one of the warmest days ever recorded in California's history, and those records go back to the late 1800s. So, again, we're talking about 47,000 days worth of data, and it was the hottest they've ever seen. That was the case in San Jose, also the case in Sacramento, hottest day ever recorded in their history, and these were all the record highs. So we've been focusing on California, but these record highs are in Nevada, all of like Salt Lake City, 105 yesterday, 102 in southern portions of Idaho. I mean, occasionally in mid to late September, you can get snow in the mountains of the Rockies. I mean, we're far from that. And let's see who the hottest is right now at this hour. And it looks like we're tied here. It's warmer in Fresno and Bakersfield than it is in Phoenix. It just doesn't quite make sense. It doesn't typically Phoenix and Tucson and Vegas are all the hottest locations. It's the same throughout all areas of the West. Look at Salt Lake City at 98. Sacramento just jumped up to 100 degrees. And of course, with these hot temperatures continuing, you worry about the elderly, you worry about people with respiratory problems. So we still have the extreme heat warnings from Northern California all the way to Yuma, Phoenix included in that too, and then heat advisories throughout much of the Rockies. And it's not just that. We're also concerned with what's happening with the fires, because obviously it's been so hot, it's been so dry that now we're starting to watch these wildfires starting to spread, especially in the north. So we have a dry thunderstorm threat, and this pink is an extreme risk today. We're going to see windy conditions in a very dry, large area of Montana, and this is the smoke forecast. So right now we have 66 large fires burning across this country. Notice all these little fire icons on here? That's where they're located. Look how many are in northern Idaho, and all of that smoke plume is blowing through Montana. And if you look at your sunrise tomorrow morning or the sunset tomorrow through the Midwest, look at the smoke forecast across that region, guys. So it's not just the heat. We're also starting to watch an uptick in the fires across the country, too.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns today. Bill, thanks.
We're watching several developments this afternoon in the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago. The Washington Post, citing people familiar with the matter, reports a document describing a foreign nation's nuclear capability was found in that search last month. NBC News has not independently confirmed that reporting. And separately, the Justice Department is still deciding whether it will appeal a federal judge's ruling over the weekend in Mr. Trump's favor, in which they agreed to appoint a special master. That decision is now facing growing criticism from legal experts. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins me now. Ryan, let's just start with that Washington Post report overnight. What's the context here? What do we know about that document from a foreign country, and how's the Trump team reacting?
Well, we know some of these documents that they're obtained from Mar-a-Lago were of the highest classification level. These compartmentalized documents that were really closely held in the highest levels of government. Only certain really high-level authorities, cabinet members were able to see them. So it is very high-level stuff. I think that, this fact that we don't even get into specifics about, the country it had to deal with suggests that this is stuff that people, even when they're speaking on background to reporters, are being very careful about disclosing. And there's a now at this point, after the search has been done, there's a wider range of people who actually have that information. So this isn't necessarily definitively something we know that's coming from the Justice Department itself.
Oh, you mean in terms of the information about it?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so let's switch gears and talk about that federal judge's decision over the weekend that a special master would be appointed. Now there's some criticism of that. What are people telling you?
So, there's a lot of criticism. Every legal scholar, essentially, that we spoke to was very surprised by this decision. And they think it's really kind of unworkable because there's never been a special master before who has really gone into these questions of executive privilege. Executive privilege questions are really more dealt with in the D.C. court. That's where they're supposed to be dealt with under the law. And it's just an area of the law that isn't very well litigated. In addition to that, it's going to be really hard to find someone that the Trump folks and the Justice Department would agree upon to serve as that special master and take on this really challenging role where they're going to come under attack potentially from a lot of Trump supporters who, if they disagree with any of the decisions that are being made by the special master in this case, if that's the path they go forward with, Kate.
Yeah, they're supposed to put names forward by Friday. Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
5 Texas police officers are now facing a state investigation for their inaction during the Uvalde school shooting. The State Department of Public Safety says 2 of those officers have been suspended without pay. This comes after an internal review of the police response at Robb Elementary, where 19 students and 2 teachers died. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is tracking this developing story for us today. So, Morgan, walk us through the process here, if you can. What will investigators be looking for?
Yeah, Aaron, they're going to be looking at anything that could shed more insight into the actions of these 5 particular officers that have now been submitted to the Office of Inspector General for an internal review. And this is set for no set timeline. So we don't know how long this process is going to go. We do know that 2 of those 5 officers that have been submitted internally for review for this closer investigation are currently taking an administrative leave of absence. Those 3 remaining officers, we're told, are still working on the force. But of course, Aaron, we've already seen glimpses of that video evidence that came from inside the school. That, of course, is going to be something that is being taken a closer look at going forward as they examine specifically not the actions of everyone who responded, but these 5 officers in question. Aaron?
Morgan, folks who live in that community have been demanding accountability for what happened and didn't happen in Uvalde earlier this year. This investigation was announced just as kids were going back to school. How's the community reacting to all this?
Yeah, the timing's certainly interesting. I think, Aaron, that at least for the folks we spoke to yesterday, they were more concerned with how that first day of school went than this particular next step in the investigation, because for them it has been an ongoing hurdle almost daily to try to move on forward from this. They are aware. They did point to the fact that there are new fences going up at the schools. There's increased security at the schools. They do believe still more needs to be done on that front. But regarding this aspect of the investigation, a lot of the people we spoke to, Aaron, have simply resigned themselves to the fact that this isn't a week or a month-long process, but it will take years to get answers, and they may not know, if at all, what really happened inside Robb Elementary. Aaron?
Morgan Chesky in Texas for us today. Morgan, thank you.
Disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes wants a new trial. The former Silicon Valley executive says one of the key witnesses against her actually visited her and expressed regret for the role he played in her trial. Holmes was found guilty of defrauding investors in connection with her failed blood testing startup. She faces up to 20 years in prison. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. So, Danny, first, we should stress that this is a claim that she is making, that this witness expressed regret. But if that's true, is that grounds for a retrial?
I'm not seeing it in Holmes's motion. And look, it's up to her defense counsel to make any argument they can. But the theory here is that there's this newly discovered evidence. And the newly discovered evidence is supposedly that the government's star witness, a doctor who had worked with Holmes, visited her and was genuinely upset by the verdict or the way the government portrayed his testimony. But there are a couple problems with that. If Elizabeth Holmes is claiming that the witness had bias and in the motion describes the bias and how they raised that issue at the court, well, then that bias was known presumably during trial. So it's not really a discovery of new evidence that was previously unknown that might warrant a new trial. And her attorneys argue mightily in favor of a new trial and do a good job with what they have. But this seems like a long shot.
Hypothetically, if they were to grant a new trial, could Holmes's defense be different this time around?
I don't know that Holmes really had too many options for a defense ever, other than I didn't really know what was going on, which was the major theme of her defense. I was the boss, but because I was the boss, I was kind of removed from everything that was happening, and therefore it's excusable that I didn't know that the product didn't really work. So I would imagine even if she gets a new trial, which is a long shot for any defendant, including her, even if she gets a new trial, it's going to be the same defense with maybe the added bonus of knowing what the prior witnesses would be testifying to.
All right, Danny Savalos, thanks so much.
The lawsuit between Elon Musk and Twitter will go ahead as planned. A Delaware judge denied Musk's request to delay the trial over his attempt to abandon his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. The judge ruled separately that Musk can include information from a recent Twitter whistleblower in his countersuit against Twitter.
Former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama were back at the White House today for a very special honor.
You know, we trusted him, all of you in this room. We believed in him, and we counted on him. And I still do. And I still do.
President Biden and the First Lady unveiled the Obamas' official White House portraits. You see them there. It is Michelle Obama's first time back to the White House since her husband left office in 2017. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. Carol, we watched it here live. This has been a long time coming. It was quite a ceremony. It really felt like the first time we've heard from the Obamas in quite a while.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. And it was something that brought together staff from the Obama White House going back to the early days of the 2008 campaign all the way to now, where there's some staff who are currently working in the Biden White House who overlapped with former President Obama. It was a very warm event. It was packed in that East Room. And we heard a number of things from the current president and the former president, a lot of warm words exchanged there. We heard President Obama say that the country is better off now than it was when President Biden took office, so praising his time in office so far. And we heard from Michelle Obama, former First Lady, and the current First Lady, Jill Biden. And then they unveiled these portraits, which, as you showed on the screen, they're very different portraits. And we heard from President Obama about how they captured his wife in a way that he found very interesting. Take a listen to his comments.
It is great to be back. Thanks for letting us invite a few friends to the White House. We will try not to tear up the place. These portraits have a special significance because, as Joe mentioned, they will hang in the White House alongside portraits of other presidents and first ladies dating back to George and Martha. So it was important to find the right people to paint them. I want to thank Sharon Sprung for capturing everything I love about Michelle. Her grace, her intelligence, and the fact that she's fine.
Now, you heard Michelle Obama, when she took the podium, Kate, she said that she didn't expect her husband to have such spicy remarks about her portrait.
Exactly. And then Michelle Obama spoke. We were watching here. Talk about what she had to say about her journey.
Yeah, she had a very impassioned speech here, and it was a little more political than we heard from the former president or even the current president. She talked about the importance of democracy, the importance of inaugurations, peaceful transfer of power, addressing kind of the elephant in the room here, former President Donald Trump, and really just talked about her story and how unlikely it was for her to ultimately become First Lady, given the color of her skin and given where she came from, and really tried to put these portraits in a context context that's larger just than her and the former president. Take a listen.
For me, this day isn't about me or Barack. It's not even about these beautiful paintings. It's about telling that fuller story, a story that includes every single American in every single corner of the country, so that our kids and grandkids can see something more for themselves.
And she also said that the American dream is very much still alive, and regardless of what anyone says about its fading, and that her hope is that people will look at these portraits and feel like they too can achieve what she thought was potentially impossible.
It's a reminder of the history there. Carol Lee, thank you.
Much more to come today. The man accused of kidnapping and murdering a jogger faces a judge for a second straight day. What happened inside that courtroom? Next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The man accused of kidnapping and killing a Memphis teacher while she was out jogging appeared in court today for the second day in a row. Cleotha Abston was arraigned on murder charges this morning. The charges were added after police found the body of Eliza Fletcher on Monday. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is live in Memphis for us. Jesse, walk us through what happened in court today.
Yeah, so Kate, we actually have an update to what was planned. So we were expecting the suspect in this case to be arraigned on new charges, including first-degree murder, but there appears to be some kind of a delay. We don't have many specifics. The District Attorney General's office saying that there's not much they can share. It appears there's some kind of motion that is under seal from the defense at this point. So we've reached out to the defense team, have not heard back from them yet. But bottom line, the suspect has been denied bond. Yesterday, he could have bonded out, although he acknowledged to the judge he couldn't afford to do so. But now he has been denied bond by the judge. That is, for the moment, temporary, as some of these other logistical issues and other issues in the court are dealt with. And then there will eventually be a formal bond hearing as well. The suspect also apparently is now being referred to by a different name. So we knew him as Cleotha Abston. However, according to the judge, the suspect says his actual last name is Henderson. So the suspect in this case is now Cleotha Henderson, accused of kidnapping and murdering Eliza Fletcher, the mother of two, who had been missing since Friday before police say they found her body on Monday.
Okay, appreciate all those updates. Thank you. We had thought he would be there today. So this is a bureaucratic delay, or will he eventually be charged with these murder counts?
So he has been charged. He has been charged, right? So
Got it.
the arraignment is a formal reading of charges. So he has been charged, Kate. The hearing did happen. He was in court, but it was not, after all, an arraignment. That has been delayed because of issues that came up. And obviously, this is a very fluid situation. And he was originally charged in terms of kidnapping, but then murder charges were added because it was announced that Eliza Fletcher's body had been found and identified. So this is still an evolving situation, and authorities won't firmly say if there definitively will not be more charges eventually added as well.
Understood, and so devastating for that family. Jesse Kirsch, thank you.
The new COVID boosters look a lot like the old ones, and some doctors say that's cause for concern. How the CDC is working to prevent possible vaccine mix-ups. Next.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of the nation's largest labor unions is now offering its services to Amazon employees, and Instagram is scaling back on shopping. CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos is here with our Money Minute. So, Christina, let's start with Amazon here. Talk to us about what support it's offering employees now.
Well, the support is coming from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. That's the largest labor union you talked about. And they said that they're going to dedicate an entire division solely to helping Amazon employees unionize. Amazon, keep in mind, is the second largest U.S. private employer, so it could affect a lot of people across the country. And this comes after Amazon workers actually unionized successfully in Staten Island, so you could see possible momentum going forward. And if other workers across the country, Amazon workers that is, plan to unionize, they can use the resources like the trucks, the signs, et cetera, to mobilize and set up votes and possibly strikes.
So let's switch gears here a little bit, Christina, if we can. Talk to us about Instagram. Why is the social media platform rolling back on the shopping feature that so many of us see more than we maybe want to.
Yeah, because it's not as lucrative, and a lot of people have complained about the content in their Instagram feeds. I know we can all, well, not all, a lot of us can assume, but in the coming months, you may start to see a few changes when you're scrolling. And this is according to the website The Information. Instagram employees did get a notification yesterday that Instagram's shopping page would eventually disappear, and that Instagram would test a simpler, less personalized version of the shopping page called Tab Lite. And I already checked. It was supposed to, for some people, already rolled out today. It's not on my phone, maybe on yours, Aaron, but we'll see it in the coming months if not.
I haven't seen it on my phone, but I'm sure I've already spent $500.
We're not part of the elite, the elite small group of people, chosen ones.
Right. Let's wrap up with one other thing I want to ask you about. There are some countries that are asking Netflix to remove what they call offensive content. Help us understand what's happening there. Yeah,
this would be Saudi Arabia and other Gulf Arab countries like Qatar, Kuwait, and they want Netflix to remove content that they find offensive to Islamic and societal values. They haven't actually said which TV shows they don't like, but on Saudi state TV, they were talking about it in a segment, and then they put up a blurred out animation clip of two girls embracing. So you have to keep in mind same-sex relationships are criminalized in many Muslim-majority nations, and so Saudi's media regulator said they would take legal action against Netflix if they don't remove the content.
All right, Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
A lot of student athletes are well into the fall sports season now, and while they're hard at work, they're also enduring the impacts of climate change, rising temperatures, forcing athletes to practice in that grueling heat. Here's NBC LX News reporter Ngozi Ekeledo.
Climate change and global warming are quite literally cooking our planet.
On another day of 90-degree heat. In Texas, we've seen 25 days of 100-plus temperatures.
It's a heat wave across the world.
This summer's extreme heat in the U.S. and across the globe is impacting every facet of our lives, including sports. And while the pros get paid to suffer in the heat, what about the next generation of sports stars, practicing under the grueling summer sun at sports camps or participating in taxing two-a-day workouts ahead of the school year? How exactly will our planet's rising temps impact student athletes in the future? I asked LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane that very question.
Gen Z is really focused on this, and I think in large part because they realize that so much of their lives are going to be changed because of our warming planet. So every year in the United States, more than 67,000 people end up having to go to the emergency room because of heat. And certainly some of those are athletes. And so as our summers get hotter, as these heat waves happen more frequently and become more intense, we're only going to see those numbers increase, especially if we're not educating people and having conversations about when it's safe to be outside exercising or practicing and when it's not.
James Hillhouse is used to challenging practices as a high school football player, but he's noticed a difference during this summer's practices.
Especially with this last heat wave, it's really hard out there in pads and 95-degree weather. I mean, the past 4 years, I've never seen camps or temperatures like what we just saw the last week. For football, I know a lot of dads of some kids that are when they played football back in high school, they do a lot of two-a-days. I know that when we start to not have two-a-days, the dads kind of always comment on it. And I think that now it's a lot different. Maybe the global warming hasn't changed too much, but it's definitely changed enough to affect people and the students and athletes out on the field.
An urgent new warning for those living near Europe's largest nuclear plant. Why Ukraine says people in that area should leave immediately. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Bottom of the hour now, Maya Eaglin has a look at what we're watching. Maya?
Hey, Kate, investigators have identified the murderer of a woman who went missing almost 34 years ago using genealogy. Police connected Henry Frederick Weiss to the murder of Stacy Lynn Chahorsky, who was reported missing in 1989. Investigators tested DNA from the crime scene and compared it to DNA from relatives of Weiss. Weiss died in Myrtle Beach in 1999. Texas has spent more than $12 million busing migrants to sanctuary cities. That's according to a Texas Division of Emergency Management spokesperson. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has sent buses to New York, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. And former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama returned to the White House today for the unveiling of their official portraits. Traditionally, the event is hosted by the outgoing president's immediate successor, but that did not happen during the Trump administration. Kate.
All right, Maya, thanks so much.
Ukraine's deputy prime minister is urging people living around an occupied nuclear power plant to evacuate their homes. She claims Russia is holding residents hostage and is asking for a humanitarian corridor to get people out. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is live in Kyiv, Ukraine for us again tonight. So, Jay, what else can you tell us about the situation on the ground around this power plant tonight?
Yeah, clearly it's not good and getting worse, Aaron. And I can tell you that that area is likely the only one in the country right now that faces two very real threats. They've got the troops coming in from Russia trying to advance, and then you've got the possibility of a nuclear disaster there. Let's start with the fighting. It's been intense over the last few weeks there and continues to build. We know that it's had an effect on that plant, that there is significant damage there. And I can tell you that they have had some shells here near the reactor buildings. We know that the buildings that house both the fresh nuclear fuel and spent nuclear fuel have been damaged, especially the rooftops there. We know that some diesel fuel depots have been hit, and also the radiation monitoring system, the container that holds that, was hit as well. So that's very troubling for those in that area. Saying to get out and actually getting out, though, is a much different situation. It is so intense, the fighting, that there are few breaks and no real way to clear that area for the residents that are in harm's way. The independent investigators who spent several days inside the plant have said that there needs to be a demilitarization, a safe zone around the area. To this point, we haven't seen that happen.
NBC's Jay Gray in Ukraine today. Jay, thank you.
The United States is developing plans to open a new military testing facility in Saudi Arabia. According to an exclusive NBC News report, the site will test new technologies and develop new air defense systems to combat the growing threat of unmanned drones. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey joins us now. Courtney, you wrote this story. What do we know about the need for this new technology? What are they going to use it for?
So there's two major threats that are facing not just the U.S. military in the Central Command or Middle East region, but also facing the civilians populations in those areas. One of them is unmanned drones. This proliferation of, in many cases, off-the-shelf drones that can be used to really inflict a lot of damage on the ground. The second is rockets and missiles. So the U.S. military, U.S. Central Command, has decided that in a way, in order to try to combat these two threats in the region, they need to get together a whole bunch of allies and develop some new technologies and look at some new innovative ways that they can defend against these threats. What they've decided to do, they're in the very early stages of this, Kate, is to create a new testing facility. They're looking at Saudi Arabia for it. And the idea is that all these allies would come together, they would develop these new technologies, and then they'd be able to integrate them together. So it would potentially provide a defensive system and maybe some offensive systems in the area that they would all be able to use together against what is generally a pretty common threat.
The alliance between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia has been politically a little bit tricky lately. So why pick Saudi Arabia for that site?
Absolutely. And I think there will be some pushback particularly from some people up on Capitol Hill. But the reality is, logistically, the site makes sense. So it has wide open spaces in the desert without a lot of population centers around. So when you're talking about testing things like directed energy, it wouldn't bother local populations there. In addition, many of these wide open spaces are government owned. So the Saudi government, who is on board, according to the defense officials who I spoke with, they are on board with this idea. they're willing partners. They're also willing to put up some of the money and the personnel to help with this. The question is, who are the other allies in the area? So the defense officials said that there's been widespread approval and for this idea, other allies who want to sign on and be a part of this. The question is who? One of the ones that I'm really interested in is Israel. Israel has this threat as well. There have been more cooperation with some of the Gulf allies. Would they be a part of this? It's one of the questions that we just don't have answered yet, though, Kate.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thanks so much. The mask mandate on mass transit in New York City is officially over. New York Governor Kathy Hochul made the announcement just hours ago.
As COVID cases fall across much of the country, the CDC is now stressing the importance of getting the updated COVID booster and a flu shot as fall approaches. The latest booster rollout, though, is causing some confusion. NBC's Corey Coffin and medical reporter Erica Edwards joining us now to talk through this. So, Erica, I'll start with you. What's causing the confusion we're hearing about? What is the official recommendation from health providers to try to deal with this when it comes to vaccines?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, you're exactly right. So here is really where the confusion lies. These new updated booster shots look exactly like the old COVID-19 vaccines. So they're in the same vials with the same caps, usually like a dark gray or dark blue cap. So some worry that this could really lead to medical errors. People could be getting, the wrong vaccine or different doses. And, a lot of providers are saying, gosh, couldn't they give these new vaccines different color coding caps so physicians could easily distinguish between the two? Aaron?
And so, Erica, how is the CDC working to clarify the confusion from its perspective?
Yeah, the CDC, I just actually got off the phone with them. They're saying that they are really actively trying to clear up this confusion and have actually, set up calls between the CDC and providers, pharmacists, other, physicians to make sure that they're educated on the potential for this error. And to, give them some guidance, maybe storing older vaccines in different refrigeration systems from the newer vaccines. Meanwhile, it's not, there's nothing wrong with those of us who go in for our boosters to ask our providers, let's just look at that vial. Let's just make sure that we're getting the right thing. We don't want that error, and neither do those providers. Aaron.
Got to advocate for ourselves, for sure. Erica Edwards for us today. Erica, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC's Corey Coffin now. So, Corey, right now, millions are eligible to get both the flu shot and this updated COVID booster. Is it safe to get both at the same time?
Yeah, that's the first question you think of when you think of getting these shots this fall. It is safe, doctors say, to get both at the same time, Kate, for those who are eligible. The Moderna booster has been approved for people 18 and older. The Pfizer booster has been approved for those 12 and up. Now, with either booster, you must wait at least 2 months between shots, and doctors also recommend that anybody who has been recently infected should wait for 3 months before getting a booster. A version for children is expected later this fall. And when it comes to the flu, people 6 months and older should get the annual poke. Doctors urged parents to get their children vaccinated by the end of October. And if your child is under 8 and has never had the shot, doctors actually recommend getting 2 doses. Pregnant women are also highly recommended to get the shot as immunity is passed to the infant for up to 6 months. Kate.
So we saw flu cases go down, remember, during the pandemic because everybody was wearing masks and social distancing. Yeah. What can be done this winter to keep flu cases from spiking?
Yeah, going significantly down. And doctors do expect those flu numbers, unfortunately, to peak from December to February. But they also say to help keep the virus at bay, it is important to stay home if you're feeling sick. That social distancing of old. And they also say it's not a bad idea to keep the mask wearing up during that time. And, of course, get the annual vaccine, Kate.
All right. Corey Coffin, thank you for that. Did you sleep well last night? You were traveling, right? You're gonna. Right. Okay. So are you feeling nice and alert out there? And if not, it might be the fault of social media.
Yeah, the American Academy of Sleep Medicine has some new data on social media use at bedtime in particular. 80% of the people surveyed say they have lost sleep because of social media. Mm-hmm. And when you break it down to look at just Generation Z specifically, well, that number soars to 93%.
I feel like this is because people have their phones under their pillows. But we got to dig deeper now with NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Seriously, my 17-year-old, we battle over this. She's got the phone in the bed with the social media on the phone. Talk to us about what we learned from this study, what you're seeing.
Right. So first, guilty, right?
Yeah.
I think we all are. The big takeaway here, one, it's not just Gen Z, it's everybody. It's all ages across. We're seeing, some degree of loss of sleep from social media. And so there's some symptoms here we can look out for, especially parents who are of the Gen Z. And, it's trouble concentrating. Are they not acting themselves? Are they having trouble waking up? I have 2 Gen Z brothers. I know when we go home for the holidays, you think they're unconscious when they sleep because they're just so tired all the time. Yeah. And so these are really some things you want to look for here.
And it is serious, right? I mean, this is not, it's not a small thing to be sleep deprived.
No, and it's something, especially with the Gen Z, you don't want to start out building unhealthy sleep habits. If you're at that age and you're having trouble, it's likely only to get worse, and we really want to address this problem at the root.
And it affects so many other aspects of your health if you're not getting enough sleep. I do wonder, though, if there's a real difference between social media use and staying up and watching TV or even reading a book.
Yeah, so the easiest way to think about it is active versus passive. And is the screen changing based on me? Like, am I changing the screen, really? Yeah. And so there is a difference between, watching the new season of Stranger Things or commenting on someone's Instagram or TikTok post. So anytime the screen's changing, experts think that's more likely to affect sleep hygiene for the worse.
So when you're on social media and you're actively engaging and scrolling and responding, that's less good for your sleep.
That's what we think.
Less good, is that? You know what I meant. Okay, so what's the ideal routine? What do we do? How do we break our habits? Come on, give us all the answers.
No pressure.
There's this movement here called sleep hygiene. We think of hygiene, taking a shower, wearing deodorant, but there's also sleep hygiene, and that's making sure we get into a routine. So for me, 30 minutes, about an hour before, I like to turn off my screen, get in bed, floss, brush, put on moisturizer, whatever it is, that sort of thing. And you want to make sure you're doing that at the same time every night. You want to make sure you're trying to get up at the same time every night. I know people are busy, our lives are obviously very stressful, but this is an extremely important thing that we want to tackle.
Yeah, it matters for sure. We appreciate the advice. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thanks.
Thank you.
Cuba is being left in the dark, literally. Why that country's worsening energy crisis is driving a new wave of migration. Next.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The manhunt is intensifying for one of two suspects wanted in Canada's deadly stabbing spree. Authorities are searching for Miles Sanderson after 10 people were stabbed to death Sunday in a rural Indigenous community of Saskatchewan. The other suspect, Miles's brother, Damian Sanderson, was found dead earlier this week. The circumstances surrounding his death are unclear.
The energy crisis that's devastated Cuba for weeks now is getting worse, and that's adding to the record number of migrants trying to escape that country. Much of the country was already living with daily power outages even before last month's deadly fire at Cuba's main oil facility. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin joins us now from Havana. So, Ed, it's been more than a month now since that big fire we've been reporting on. What are you seeing there today? What are you hearing from folks who live there in Cuba?
Well, here in the capital, Havana, we've been spared the most of it. But frankly, speaking to people in the countryside, where 9 out of the 11 million Cubans live, things are grim. We spoke the other week to a lady in Artemisa province in the west of the island. She said that she never knows when the power's going to come on. Sometimes it comes on during the day, sometimes it doesn't. She never knows. And she said it's a miracle that her food doesn't go off in the fridge. Like many in the Cuban countryside, she doesn't have gas cooking. She has an electric cooker. And she told us that when she wakes up in the morning, if there's power, she cooks all of her meals that she needs to cook that day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because she can't rely on the power being on later in the day. Another person I spoke to was a medical student in Camagüey province, in a rural area towards the center of the island. He's had to go the last month without power for 12 hours a day. He's a medical student. He has to study. It's difficult, because he doesn't have the books. All of the books he has are on his computer. So when the power goes, he can't study. He also says it's very, very difficult to sleep at night, and he dreads the moment his fan stops whirring and the mosquitoes dive down in the heat. It's a long, restless night without sleep.
Yeah, you can understand how those conditions would force some people off the island, people trying to get away. Help us understand, Ed, how this new migration to the U.S. compares to what we've seen in years past.
This fiscal year, we are seeing record-breaking migration from Cuba to the United States. As you can see on this graph, the numbers have already eclipsed the two previous biggest migration waves in Cuban history. That's the 1918 Mariel boat lift and the 1994 Balseros, or rafters crisis, when tens of thousands of people took to the sea during another grueling economic crisis after the Soviet Union collapsed. Now, of course, migration on this scale, and we're talking about almost 178,000 Cubans that have been registered as arriving in the US, or rather having encounters with border protection on the US. That's a headache for the Biden administration politically. According to polls, concerns about migration are really quite near the top of people's concerns. But there's also a huge human element in this. Over this fiscal year, over 4,000 people have been picked up by Customs and Border Protections, and many of those people have been lost at sea. Just this last month, in August, 2 people were found dead.
Ed Augustin reporting from Cuba for us today. Ed, thank you.
A shark attack has claimed the life of a Pennsylvania woman who was snorkeling with her family in the Bahamas. Bahamian authorities say a bull shark attacked her while she was snorkeling at a popular beach. We want to warn you, some might find the video of her rescue quite disturbing. Here's NBC News national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
In the crystal clear waters just north of Nassau in the Bahamas, a deadly shark attack. The victim, whose name has not been released yet, is a 58-year-old woman from Pennsylvania. She had been snorkeling with family members in a popular area usually considered safe. Tourboat operators rushed the victim to a dock in Nassau, where a crew member appeared to perform CPR, a woman on the dock pleading for someone to bring fluids.
I need IV fluids right now.
The victim and her family had arrived in the Bahamas as part of a 7-day cruise on board the Harmony of the Seas. Royal Caribbean saying the family was on an independent shore excursion, not arranged by the cruise line, adding Royal Caribbean is providing support and assistance to the guests' loved ones during this difficult time. Bull sharks are among the most aggressive sharks in the sea. There have been as many as 6 reported fatal shark attacks this year. Bull sharks have been identified in several of those cases, including one that left 17-year-old Addison Bethea of Florida so badly injured her leg had to be amputated. 5 years ago, also in the Bahamas, Tiffany Johnson was attacked by what was believed to be a bull shark. She, like the most recent victim, was also snorkeling. At the time, she told me,
I remember thinking, this is not the end for me. I'm not going to die here.
Now, 5 years later, Tiffany, a mother of three, tells us she recently went back into the water. But not all shark attacks have that kind of survivor's happy ending. And now, one grieving family is left wondering if there was anything they could have done to prevent this tragedy at sea. Experts say there's likely little she could have done with a bull shark acting on instinct. The Bahamian authorities say they're going to review the medical procedures for an emergency among those tour operators just to make sure that they're up to snuff there. Meantime, the Bahamian Coast Guard has closed the waters off of Green Key near Nassau indefinitely.
There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big. When we're talking about November, how many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Apple wants you to upgrade. The company has just rolled out its new slate of products in a highly anticipated event. This year, the spotlight, of course, is on the iPhone 14 and its new series of Apple Watches. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is at Apple headquarters in Cupertino, California. So, Steve, give us the highlights. Everybody's wondering about this new phone. What are they offering?
Is he there?
I just told you.
Yeah, that's right. So we got 4 new iPhones. That's the big story here. The iPhone 14 line, which is, let's call it the regular iPhone, and then the
iPhone Pro. Now, what new features we have? The big one they're highlighting is a satellite communication service, meaning if you are in an remote area with no cell signal at all, you can connect to a satellite to create emergency contact if you need to call for help or something like that. And then, of course, on the iPhone Pro, the more advanced models, there's a new cutout on the screen. They're calling it a dynamic island, which it kind of shrinks down those facial recognition center cutouts, and it moves and shows you different indicators based on like your battery life or connecting things to your like AirPods. And it's a really interesting way and playful way, basically, to play with the screen. So those are the two top features for you.
All right, CNBC's Steve Kovac, they're going to want our money. I know it. Thank you so much.
Yes, exactly.
Well, healthcare workers have been quitting in droves since the start of the pandemic, and now an app could help with staffing shortages by offering more flexible hours. Here's NBC's Vicki Nguyen.
A newly released workplace survey of more than 11,000 nurses found more than half said they are stressed, frustrated, exhausted, and overwhelmed. A record number of healthcare workers left their jobs during the pandemic.
We do have a staffing crisis.
Katie Boston Leary is a nurse with almost 30 years of experience. She's now the director of nursing programs for the American Nurses Association. How is this nursing staffing shortage affecting patients?
Oh, it's a public health issue. We're seeing a slow deterioration of how care is delivered. You're seeing services that are being temporarily suspended because they don't have nurses to cover units.
But an app, ShiftMed, is helping to alleviate some of those staffing shortages. It connects screened and verified medical professionals with temporary jobs. They're a leader in a growing industry of app-based work for medical professionals. Jessica Constantine's workday starts like this, on her phone, looking for a shift to pick up. She's a certified nursing assistant who works when she wants and where she wants using ShiftMed.
I'm a mother as well, so I can look on the app and pick whatever I like and match it with my kid's schedule.
Jessica started working full-time with ShiftMed in March after years working a traditional schedule. She says she gets paid the same, sometimes more, through the app, and it's a lot more flexible.
I can work 16 hours on Sunday, I can work 16 hours on Saturday, work 8 hours on Monday, and I'm done. Hi, I'm Jessica from ShiftMed.
Today, she's working at Insight Memory Care, a facility in Fairfax, Virginia that specializes in patients with Alzheimer's.
Let me walk you around a little bit.
This is her first time at the facility, so it begins with an orientation.
This is the nurse's station.
She's quickly up to speed and helping the patients.
It's 117 over 77. You go, girl.
She says gigs where she gets to work with the elderly are her favorite.
What are you reading today? Daily Chronicle.
Morning, Patricia.
As the executive director for Insight Memory Care, Anita Irvin is Jessica's boss for the day.
Good job, buddy.
She says the staffing flexibility from this service helped them stay open during the pandemic.
Even if it was like at 5 o'clock that afternoon and I needed somebody the next morning, they were able to fill that last-minute gap for me.
ShiftMed also connects home healthcare aides like Travis Graham with patients outside of a nursing home or hospital. Today, Travis is at the home of Kate Partain.
The fresh air.
Yep.
Is wonderful.
Because of a stroke, she needs daily assistance with medical care and basic tasks.
Here you are.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis logs in every morning and chooses his shift.
You can work where you want, when you want, what state you want, how many hours you want.
And for Kate, it means having someone there every day, even when Travis takes a day off. How are these technologies helping with this crisis?
Well, it does help. It's one tool that does help with some of the situations that nurses have, because nurses more than ever want to determine when they work and where they're working.
Boston Leary says anything that gives nurses flexibility and, most importantly, an incentive to stay in the industry is a positive. But she warns this doesn't solve the underlying problem.
It does create a stopgap, but it's not a long-term fix. We have to look at the pipeline versus looking at tools to move nurses around, because it is a rob Peter to pay Paul situation.
The company says it is growing fast, with more than 100,000 medical professionals signing up for shifts at more than 2,000 facilities in 23 states. They say they hope to be in every state by the end of the year. Back to you.
All right, thank you, and thanks for joining us this hour on Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You can get your news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
If it's Wednesday, we're live in Battleground, Arizona, a state with critical races up and down the ballot, and a place that shows how completely the former president has transformed the state GOP. Welcome to a special Meet the Midterms edition of Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd in beautiful Maricopa County, Arizona. When you see those wonderful cacti, you know where we are. We are also at the heart of one of our perennial battleground states these days, electorally speaking. And it might be the most important county in the country when you're asking about, quote, swing counties. There's nothing like Maricopa. The road to winning control of Congress goes through states like Arizona. It has several competitive statewide races this November. And it's not the only reason we're here. The state also has become the epicenter for the election denialism movement, started by former President Trump. It's swept through the Republican Party nationwide. And here in Arizona, wow, has Donald Trump had an influence. Republican primary voters nominated 4 statewide candidates who have all questioned President Biden's electoral victory in Arizona, and not just on the margins. They've questioned it straight up front. Carrie Lake for governor, Blake Masters for Senate, Abraham Hamadah for Attorney General, and Mark Finchem for Secretary of State. Several have endorsed the sham audits of the state's 2020 results. Several have backed anti-democratic small d laws for deciding future elections. If elected, these individuals would be in power for the 2024 presidential election and could play key roles in certifying results in a state that could very well decide the presidency in any given election. So these midterm candidates made it on the ballot by winning a plurality of votes in last month's Republican primary. No majority votes here, without much say from independents, who were going to be perhaps the most important voting bloc in November's general election. And last night I talked to a group of independent Arizona voters, some of whom have supported Republican candidates in the past, and they don't like what they see in this current GOP ticket.
I think that that's the danger that we're living right now, is that there are some folks that are really trying, and they have some really good intentions and good platforms and things that they want to run by. But as a whole, I don't recognize that party anymore.
What makes it impossible for me to support them is what they're really promoting is not effective programs or strategies to fix our problems. They're promoting distrust. And somebody is going to have to tell me how you can practice universal distrust of everything we've taken 246 years to build and operate a democratic republic.
I think, a more perfect union, that necessitates compromise and discussion and listening, and I don't see that from a lot of the candidates on the ticket.
In 62 days, the election here in Arizona is going to tell us whether the Republican embrace of election denialism is too much for voters in this very purple state heading into 2024. Look, Arizona has had a long history of a fringe element in its Republican Party, but these candidates are a major departure from recent Republican winners in this state, whether we're talking people like Governor Doug Ducey, Senators Jeff Flake, John Kyle, and of course the late John McCain. None of those Republicans feel like they would be comfortable with where this ticket is today. So we've got a jam-packed hour. We're going to show you much more from my independent voter panel, as well as my interview with a retiring Republican state senator. live interviews with a couple of Democrats running statewide. It's everything you need to know about battleground Arizona for the hour. But first, joining me on the ground are two of the sharpest minds on the state of Arizona. From our shop, it's Vaughn Hilliard, an Arizona native, a Sun Devil who covers the politics of this state for us. And the Washington Post, Yvonne Sanchez, who's covering a lot of voting issues here in the state of Arizona and is essentially the Washington Post's expert on all things Arizona these days. So welcome to both of you. Vaughn, thanks. You thought you were leaving Arizona, and there's no leaving Arizona. We have dragged you back here. I think my biggest takeaway so far is the fact that Kari Lake, who many people around the country probably have thought, oh, is this more like Doug Mastriano or Tudor Dixon, Pennsylvania and Michigan, and she probably can't win. Oh, not only can she win, it seems like she's the favorite right now.
She's a real contender in this because for more than 2 decades, folks in Arizona, in the greater Phoenix area, have watched her on their television screens, make her the evening news at 9 and 10 o'clock at the popular station here. And suddenly, she could hit that sweet spot. You know, Donald Trump lost by just 10,500 votes here. And if she is able to galvanize those same new Republican voters that showed up because of Donald Trump, while also convincing a few extra voters here in Maricopa County, those conservatives who had a hard time voting for Donald Trump, that, hey, she's okay in terms of being a Republican to vote for. She could be the next governor of Arizona, but it's going to be taking some of those voters, like the ones you just talked to convince them that she's an okay candidate.
Yvonne, what have you learned? You've been covering the election issue here in Arizona. Who's the driver in this election denialism? Is it the people, or is it these politicians riding this wave?
I think it's both. I see both obviously see each other as means to an end. And I think Kari Lake's problem is going to be holding on to some of those voters that you highlighted earlier, and moderate Republicans who, for the first time, are really sizing up their candidates, and they are really thinking about voting for a Democrat for the first time in their lives. So, I mean, she is a very real contender. She clearly could win, but it's going to take a lot of coalition building.
Look, when we national reporters parachute in here, we're looking at it through the national lens. And so, obviously, I've called this the epicenter of election denialism. But, Vaughn, for the average Arizona voter, what's the top issue?
I think when you're talking to folks, this is the issue.
It really has. Even local, you feel that animate. You feel like people are this animated.
Well, because election denialism coincides and is parallel to Donald Trumpism.
Yeah.
And, you know, I got a text message the day after the election from a longtime LDS conservative here.
The most recent primary, right?
The most recent primary.
Here,
after Kari Lake, after Abe Hamadeh, after Mark Fincham, after Blake Masters, the entire slate of Trump-backed election deniers won their primaries. She messaged me and she said, what has happened to my state? She goes, don't California my Arizona, but also don't Trumpify my Arizona. Yeah. And that is where these folks here are lost. We saw, Yvonne and I, we've been at a lot of these county events over the years where you saw in Maricopa County, you know, years ago they censured John McCain.
Yeah.
You know, these folks have been here, but it is not until Martha McSally lost both of these Senate races that they were able to bubble up and maintain control of this Republican Party and now get these types of candidates into these positions and make the case, look, those more moderate candidates, they lost us the state of Arizona to Democrats. It's our turn.
You know, it's fascinating. He just centered it because it's a conversation that it's the question I get asked about Arizona from others who don't know the state. So, Yvonne, how do you answer this question, which is, how did, you know, if you look at it, the most successful Republicans to win have been in the mold of your sort of more establishment-leaning, dare I say, Mitt Romney-esque type of conservatism, whether it's Doug Ducey, Jeff Flake. I go back to John Kyle, who may be slightly to the right of a Ducey, but certainly to the left of a Kari Lake. What happened? How did that element of the party not squash the Kelly Ward, the ghosts of Kelly Ward, who they all tried to squash? Why did they fail?
So for a long time, John McCain was there trying to keep the party in order. He and his team, for a time, recruited precinct committee people to try to get the party back on track. Mm-hmm. John McCain's gone. Governor Doug Ducey has not been a fan of meddling or participating in party politics. You have no one there trying to keep things more moderate, more pragmatic. And so what we have then seen is the rise of Kelly Ward coinciding with the rise of Donald Trump. And people have treated her as though she is, you know, someone that they don't want to deal with. And guess what? She has grown.
Yep.
She has had the megaphone for a very long time. She has recruited precinct committee people. She has taken the party.
She's the captain.
This is the moment.
Huh? She's
yes,
field general.
She
right?
has led us to this moment. And this is going to be a test. Is this the model? Is this the way to lead the state party forward? Or do you go another
If I
direction?
could, I remember at early Trump rallies in 2015, Kelly Ward seeking cameras, coming to me. I had my camera out there. She was running against John McCain in that Senate primary there. Went on your show and suggested he shouldn't run because of his age.
Right.
She was fringe. Now she is the party apparatus.
She is the party, not just mainstreamed. She is the party. Look, I talked to a state senator who's decided, a Republican state senator, who's decided to walk away. And here's his take on what's happened to the party in his view.
Walk me through, you started to see the Republican Party here change before the 2020 election, before the pandemic. Tell me about it.
Well, I mean, it used to be you'd have some of the not so normal beliefs, but they weren't as ubiquitous as they are now. They weren't so prevalent. And now it seems like it's become more mainstream, and even at the local level. So at district meetings where people will say, oh, well, Agenda 21 is, you know, behind everything, and I'll joke and I'll say, well, have you heard about Agenda 21.5? It's even worse. Like, oh, I haven't seen that. And they'll probably go back and look it up.
They don't have a sense of humor.
That's right, yeah.
And that just flies over there.
That's right, yeah.
I'm not asking you to be an expert on the other 49 states, but why do you think Arizona's sort of statewide ticket is so much farther out there than so many other Republican tickets?
Well, I think what our Senate president did by dragging out the audit, by weighing in, and not only weighing in, but giving credence to something that shouldn't have been given any credence whatsoever. I think by having a continuous news cycle, you have people that normally would be more on the fringe and not as credible. Now it appears that, oh, well, this documentary, 2,000 Mules. Forget that they refuse to give over their data to our Attorney General. They've ghosted our Attorney General. They won't give him any data. But yet people still believe it because of people like President Fan that has fanned the flames of conspiracy theory.
Donald Trump seems to cause people to do and say things that they wouldn't normally do or say.
Yeah,
what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, for candidates, they think it's their ticket for higher office. And so they think that they need to appeal to a certain part of the Republican Party to get reelected or to get elected for the first time. And sadly, it's not even about, I have these strong convictions, and whether or not I win, this is what I need to say to get elected.
Do you think it's pretty, with some of these candidates, does it look pretty transparent that they don't believe what they're saying, they're just doing it to get a fast pass to the nomination?
With some of them, I'd say 100%.
What did you make of President Biden's attempt to call out this wing of the Republican Party? He calls them MAGA Republicans. Do you think do you accept his premise that there are two versions of the Republican Party?
The commander-in-chief who said he was going to be a unifier, calling a certain part of the Republican Party MAGA, semi-fascist, or whatever he called them, I thought that was uncalled for. And if you're going to unify, then I don't think that's a good way to do it.
So what do you do? What would be your? Let's say the president comes to you and say, "Look, we don't agree politically, but we agree about the democracy. Tell me what I should say."
Focus on the idea. Always focus on the idea. Don't focus on the man or the woman. Don't focus on particular people within the party, but focus on, here's an idea, here's why it's lousy, and let's talk about the merits or the lack thereof.
I've heard these complaints. There's been no policy debates.
Yeah.
You're not having a debate about, well, should government do this or that?
Yeah.
That's not what this is about.
That's right. It's about re-election. It's about what people who are running for re-election think that they need to say to their electorate that will get them to continue. I don't know how we get back to what we used to be, but I know it's not a cult of personality. I know it's not deficit spending, which was normalized under Trump. And I know it's not following down these conspiracy theories.
And it sounds like you're not ready to vote Democrat.
No.
So, I mean, it does seem like you feel a bit trapped here.
Yeah, that's right.
If you're going to save the party, you're also walking away. So you must have something that, I'm guessing that bothers you too.
A little bit, and especially who's going to replace me. That really bothers me.
For what it's worth, Vaughn and Yvonne, Paul Boyer did say to me he's read his Cicero, and so he knows he may have to come back. But I find him as very emblematic of sort of, depending on the direction we go as a country, depends on essentially Republicans who aren't ready to be Democrats, who don't like what Trump's doing. What do they do? That if I knew the answer, I'd know what's going to happen. But I feel like he is emblematic of this sort of, okay, the fork in the road moment.
I think he referenced who's going to replace him in the state Senate. It's a guy by the name of Anthony Kern, who was outside of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th here. And I think most would agree this is a conservative state still.
Yeah.
Doug Ducey won this in 2018 by 14 percentage points. But the issue for Paul Boyer, out of the 16 state senators last year, he was the only one who voted no to jailing Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, led by Republicans, because the Arizona State Senate demanded that they turn over all of Maricopa County's ballots. And if it weren't for him voting no, they would have jailed the Republican Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. That hits at the question, if these folks do win, without Paul Boyer into office, if Kerry Lake is at the helm, what does governing look like in 2023?
And I think that's Yvonne, where do you sense those Republican voters are going to do? Do they skip races? Do they vote? Like, I tell you, I talk to these folks and everybody's convinced, well, Mark Kelly can win those voters over, right? Yeah. That's what I always hear.
Yes.
He can. I don't, and then all of a sudden, there's some confidence in that there'll be enough votes against Fincham, that there's sort of this belief in the Secretary of State race, but not in the other two races.
No. And I think it's interesting to see Kerry Lake's strategy of not backing away from this, like Blake Masters, who is the Republican Senate nominee, has
But is
done.
she turning
She's
the
doubling
volume down? She is, but she's also not making as many appearances, it seems.
Perhaps not, but she hasn't completely shied away or removed things from her website that indicate where she stands,
Right.
On this issue. And so in talking to a lot of moderate Republicans like Paul Boyer and independent voters, when they go into that voting booth, I don't think they're going to be talking about who they voted for, but I suspect a lot of them are going to be voting for Katie Hobbs.
They just can't bring themselves to
They
say
can't,
it publicly.
and they probably will not acknowledge
Well, I got a sense, Vaughn, that, when he's leaving politics, he's got a family, he's got small children, and I think he knows let's assume he might want to say he's going to vote for the Democrats. He doesn't want to be used as a political weapon. I also got that sense from him.
Again, he's a very conservative man. He's been involved in politics. He was called to be involved in politics because he cares about conservative issues. Yeah. And I know you're going to have Katie Hobbs, the candidate for governor, on, as well as Adrian Fontes, the candidate for Secretary of State. And ultimately, this comes down to these candidates being able to make that case effectively and appeal to these voters that it's okay to vote for them. I think the hard part is can you tap into that? Because Mark Kelly and Kyrsten Sinema, they were two very, very unique candidates. And Joe Biden against Donald Trump, a very unique situation.
I just a recent history lesson. Look at all the statewide Democrats that have won here and notice how closely to the center they hew.
Yeah.
Someone reminded me today, Janet Napolitano sent a bill, to George W. Bush to help pay for the border. And so this is, you got to be a centrist Democrat these days because the state still has that conservative bent. Vaughn and Yvonne, thank you both. Great way to get started here in Battleground, Arizona. So coming up, an increasingly fragile democracy. And with this slate of election deniers that we just talked about on the ballot, I'm going to talk to the Democrat running to become the next Secretary of State and the current Secretary of State who's now running to be governor. You're watching a special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from outside of Phoenix.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. We are live here in Battleground, Arizona. As you heard at the start of the show, our panel of independent Arizona voters was very wary of the direction of the GOP, but they're also not yet sold on the Democratic Party. Take a listen. None of you are ready to identify as Democrats. Why?
There are a lot of components of, the Democratic Party's agenda that I really agree with.
Mm-hmm.
But I hesitate to jump into anyone's side because extremism is happening on both sides.
What could the Democrats do to persuade you to become a member of their party? What do they need to do? How would they need to reform?
I agree with what Amy had mentioned about the extremism. So that's my biggest concern with the Democratic Party, is that there are some factions there too. So like everything in life, it could go either way. Mm-hmm. And if we're not careful, and if they're not careful, that party is not careful, I think they can find themselves in the same situation.
Joined now by the Democratic nominee for Arizona Secretary of State, which, by the way, in this state is basically the next in line for governor. And if you're wondering, that's how Jan Brewer became governor. I believe it's how Bruce Babbitt became governor, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, joining me now is that nominee for Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes. Mr. Fontes, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Chuck.
Let me start. Let's address what those voters said about the Democratic Party. You've been an active Democrat. Make the case to those independent voters about, because the concern is, all right, I don't want that, but are the Democrats going to go too far to the left? Make your case to that voter saying, look, here's what I'm running to do.
Well, I'm from southern Arizona, and as you may know, south of the Gila River, everybody says, everyone's a Democrat until they get electricity and running water. There's a lot of independence in Arizona, no matter what party you identify with. I would encourage voters to go issue by issue and pick the party that has the most commonality with your core values, because at the end of the day, you're never going to agree with everything that anybody says, right? We are all going to be thinking a little bit differently on this issue or that issue. But at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want government to work efficiently. We want it to work well. We want it to be predictable. We don't want chaos and this wild-eyed fanaticism that we're seeing in some parts of particularly the political right, particularly my opponent. So what we want to do is make sure to let voters know, look, we're just going to call balls and strikes, make it predictable, winners win, losers lose, and then we move on to the next cycle. And that's really what election administration ought to be about, and that's what the Secretary's office is about.
So what do you think is a legitimate transparency issue that maybe Arizona doesn't do that they ought to do?
Well, I think that there are a lot of things that Arizona does surprisingly well. right? I think that there might be a little bit more room in some of our public meeting laws. I think we could really have more transparency in some of our public record laws, but that requires resources, right? And unfortunately, we've had a legislature here dominated by a faction that doesn't want to spend money on good, efficient government, the right technology, the right other kinds of resources necessary to move things forward and make government work at the pace of business, which is what I think folks really expect, given the technological world that we live in. We need to give that to them, but that takes a little bit of time and effort and money. We'd like to get there.
You were telling me earlier, hey, I'm a happy warrior. But happy warriors don't always say the following. A lot of times people say this is the most important election ever. I don't tell people that. I tell people that this is possibly the last election ever.
Well, we've seen what...
I mean, that's dark.
Well, it is dark, but we've seen what the Supreme Court did to Roe v. Wade. 50 years of precedent down the tubes. A fundamental right down the tubes in a heartbeat. They said it was stare decisis. What are they going to say about the Voting Rights Act starting the first Monday in October? This Supreme Court acted in a vindictive way, and we've got to be careful about that because the Voting Rights Act could be next. Here's what we need to do. We, the people, need to take it into our own hands here in Arizona and in states across the country and say, we want to choose our path, and our path includes inclusiveness, access to the ballot, making sure every secure vote counts, and just being fair.
This, call it a virus of believing in election denialism, can you cure it with facts? Can you, or do you think some people don't want to hear what the truth is?
Look, the John Birch Society has been around for a long, long, long time, and it's morphed into all kinds of weird things. We've got some new stuff, the Oath Keepers and all kinds of other stuff, flat earthers, you pick it. It happens. This is America. People can think what they want to think. But as long as the vast majority of us still believe in the same truths and we still understand the same facts as facts, we're going to be okay. I have great faith in the American public. I have great faith in Arizona's voters. I wouldn't be running if I didn't.
It is striking that the person, you had been essentially the same job for Maricopa County. Is that
more or less.
Recorder of deeds?
Yeah,
I mean,
more or
there's
less.
different aspects to it. The person that defeated you, a Republican, has basically become his own version of a bulwark against conspiracy theorists.
Yep.
Just walk us through. I mean, this is somebody that you campaigned vigorously against.
And he campaigned vigorously against me and the program that I built.
And yet but there is sort of a sense of, hey, this is how the system works well. Here's two people that vigorously campaigned against each other, but the facts have remained the same, and he saw the facts the same way you did.
Well, he saw the facts the same way I did once he actually saw the facts, once he got into office and he figured it out. This is what I want to do as Secretary of State. I want to invite the denialists into election offices around the state. Let them see the people who are actually running the elections. Let them actually learn about the systems without the conspiracies, just the facts. And I think just like Stephen Richer, who's an earnest guy and he's doing a great job after having politically defeated me, he's backed up my program and bolstered the program that I built here in Maricopa County that ran so well in 2020. And I think we can do that with more folks. Again, the truth will prevail. And if we don't believe in that, then we are lost. But I think we do. I think we believe in that.
The other thing that came through with my panel of independent voters is that they feel pretty disenfranchised for this reason, right? That's a closed primary system. You know, here you have a state that really is a third.
Sure.
And yet the third of independents don't get to participate in some of these nominating contests. We know there's a top 2 and a top 4 ideas that are floating around, ranked choice voting. We know how Alaska, California. This is a ballot proposition state. Is that something that you would support if it were on the ballot?
In 2019, I went to the Democratic State Party and I said, we need to open up our presidential preference election to independent voters. Now, my own party didn't back that up, but I wanted independents to be able to participate in the selection process for the Democratic nominee because independent voters are voters and because they're taxpayers. They support this whole system that they're really shut out of, and I don't think that's fair. If we get to the point where we can have a robust conversation about open primaries, for example, I think that's a conversation that I'd love to be able to host as Secretary of State, bringing in voters from all stripes.
Sounds like as a Democrat, you're not 100% for it, but you understand why independents would like to see this.
Well, no, I can't say that I'm not for it. I just don't know enough about what it'll look like. There's a whole bunch of different models out there. So as an election administrator, I can say, yeah, we can do it, but I also know there's 5 different really popular formulas for ranked choice voting. There's a lot of math there. But as an election administration professional, I already know those questions to ask. So I'm willing to say, let's have the conversation. Let's see what it could look like in Arizona. I'd be willing to host that. Now, there's some people in my party that don't like that.
No, I mean,
there's some people in the Republican Party that don't like that.
But the farther to the left or right you are, the harder it will be to win primaries that allow the independents in.
Well, you look, at the end of the day, independents are more than a third of our voters right now in Maricopa County. In fact, they're 3 or 4 points ahead of Democrats and maybe even up to a point ahead of Republicans right now. So we've got to pay attention to the reality out there on the ground. Government has to be responsive to the public, and this may very well be a way that we can do that.
Adrian Fontes, the Democratic nominee for Secretary of State, and, I got to quickly ask, how do you prepare to be governor? Is that something you do, or that's what the Constitution says? Well, because it is the number 2 slot.
You got to make sure and do your homework. There's a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with the Secretary's office. I do a lot of reading at night, Chuck.
Yeah, I bet you do. Well, stay safe on the trail.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, we got a lot more ahead in this beautiful and extraordinarily hot Maricopa County. Let's not beat around the bush there. But up next, we're still waiting for the Justice Department's next move after a judge granted the former president's request for an independent review of those classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Plus, what more we're now learning was reportedly in those documents. We got to update you on all of that. You're watching a special Meet the Midterms edition of Meet the Press Now. We are live from Arizona.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we await the Justice Department's decision on whether to appeal a judge's decision to allow what's called a special master to review the documents that were obtained from Mar-a-Lago by the federal government, the Washington Post is some new reporting on what some of those documents obtained in last month's FBI search included. According to the Post, people familiar with the matter say agents seized material on a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities. NBC News cannot confirm that report. The Washington Post did not say which classification markings, if any, were on that document. But as you will recall, there were some classified documents that were found that were deemed too classified for the actual FBI agents themselves to go through. They had to get somebody with a higher classification ranking. So let's bring in Ken Delaney. He's our justice correspondent here. So Ken, the big question to me is, when are they going to make this decision on whether or not to appeal? And if they're going to appeal, why haven't they appealed yet?
It's a great question, Chuck. It's one I've been asking all day. I'm hoping to get some information maybe in the next hour, who knows, on at least when we might hear about an announcement on this matter, on that issue. There's a number of steps they could take. They could do what's known as a motion to clarify, asking the judge to further explain some of the rather confusing aspects of her ruling, particularly around the idea that the notion that this special master would somehow be able to rule about which documents are and are not subject to executive privilege. That's something that a special master would never be asked to do. So it's not even clear how that's going to work. But no, we're waiting. The other option they have is to partially appeal only the part that enjoins them from using the documents, which a lot of legal experts say is really a questionable move by the judge. They could do that. They could appeal the whole thing, or they could choose not to appeal on the grounds that it would just take too long, and they could live with the special master process. We're just going to wait and see, Chuck.
Ken, what you understand? What is the downside of them accepting this ruling, and doesn't it create its own? I know they're worried about the appeals process and the length, but doesn't this create a precedent that justice will regret someday?
I'm not sure that it's precedential because it's just a district judge's ruling, but it certainly is a bad decision in the view of the Justice Department and a lot of legal experts. And it could open the door to other regular criminal defendants just asking for a special master when none is warranted. And the other thing is this judge bent over backwards to say that this case was special because it involved the former president, even though there's nothing in the law that makes a former president any different from any other potential criminal defendant or subject of an investigation when it comes to classified documents. So, yeah, there's a lot of really questionable aspects of this decision that are troubling to a lot of legal experts. But nonetheless, also troubling would be like a 3-month delay in the investigation while this thing went all the way up to the Supreme Court. So that's the thing that the DOJ is grappling with.
And who could they possibly find as a special master that would understand what's an executive privilege claim? I mean, I think there are 3 living retired Supreme Court justices. That's about the length of the list I can think of.
Right, and then they would have to get special clearance, assuming they would be asked to review these highly, highly classified documents. All right, well, we will be checking back in, and if it happens before the hour, Ken, then I'll see you here, and we'll find out what Justice is going to do. Ken Delaney at Justice for Us. Ken, thank you. Got a bit of breaking news from the campaign trail in battleground Pennsylvania. That Senate race between Democrat John Fetterman, Republican Mehmet Oz. After some heated back and forth on the matter, NBC News has now confirmed that John Fetterman is now committing to one debate with Oz. Fetterman has been recovering from a stroke that he suffered just days before the primary. He says he's been battling issues with auditory processing issues. And as you recall, in the last couple of days, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and some other sort of less political entities have been raising some questions about Fetterman's health, so this may not be surprising that they wanted to end that narrative before it was getting traction. And in Washington, D.C. today, for the first time since leaving office, former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama were back at the White House for the unveiling of their official portraits. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden hosted the event. As you know what happened with the last person who was supposed to host this event. Traditionally, presidents invite their predecessors to the White House for this unveiling. That didn't happen when President Trump was in office. Former President Obama reflected on how he wanted those portraits to be seen by future generations.
I've always described the presidency as a relay race. You take the baton from someone, you run your leg as hard and as well as you can, and then you hand it off to someone else, knowing that your work will be incomplete. The portraits hanging in the White House chronicle the runners in that race. Each of us tasked with trying to bring the country we love closer to its highest aspirations. And when future generations walk these halls and look up at these portraits, I hope they get a better, honest sense of who Michelle and I were.
After the break, the battle for governor here in battleground Arizona. What is at stake? Why the Democratic candidate Katie Hobbs is refusing to debate her Republican opponent. Katie Hobbs joins me next. You're watching a special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Tempe, Arizona, just outside of Phoenix and home of the Arizona State Sun Devils.
live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Turning now to perhaps one of, if not the most closely watched statewide race this fall, Arizona's current Democratic Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, taking on Trump-backed Kari Lake in the race for governor. But they're not going to be facing off on a debate stage, at least not yet. Hobbs has formally declined to debate Lake, instead proposing individual interviews with a moderator. Katie Hobbs joins me now, and I know you have actually a forum tonight, correct?
Yes.
With is it the Arizona Chamber or Maricopa Chamber?
It's Arizona Chamber of Commerce, yep.
Why not go one? I want to get this process out of the way. I understand her experience doing this. Look, I get that. But sometimes those are the breaks. Why not debate her one-on-one?
Look, there is nothing I would like more than a substantive debate on the issues and an opportunity to contrast the robust policy positions that my campaign has put out versus Kari Lake's lack of any position on anything or plans or solutions. And we are still talking to the debate organizers about how to make that work. But Kari Lake is a spectacle, and she made a spectacle during the GOP primary debate. And they so far haven't proposed a format that's going to change that. And it put Arizona as the butt of national jokes, and I don't want to participate in that.
Is there, how about a Lincoln Douglas style, no moderator, where somebody basically says, okay, the issue is abortion, you start first, 3 minutes, now you 3 minutes. Would you be willing to do something like that?
Well, we're willing to come to a compromise on a format that allows for a substantive discussion.
Let me ask about this larger issue. What do you, if we didn't have the issue of Donald Trump and election denialism basically just soaking up the attention, certainly national, what would you be running on as governor?
I am someone who is a born and raised Arizonan, and I've spent the campaign the last year plus on the campaign trail talking to Arizonans about issues they're concerned about, issues that our leaders have kicked the can down the road on for a long time. Our water crisis, fixing public education, affordability is on voters' minds. And we need leaders who are going to address those issues, bring people together to solve these problems. These aren't Democrat or Republican problems. They are Arizona problems that need Arizona solutions. And I'm running to bring the leadership that we need to tackle those issues.
All of that sounds like an interesting top line. So let me dig in on one of them. Education. What does that mean? What is it that you want to do to the public education system here that hasn't been done?
Every Arizona student deserves access to high-quality public education, no matter where they live in our state. And we've continued to take resources away from public education, divert them into voucher schemes that don't create equal opportunity for all students in our state. We need robust investment in public education, starting with preschool all the way through post-secondary education. And we need to focus on how we attract and retain qualified teachers, because we're losing them every day in our classrooms.
Some charter schools here are run by the public school systems. Where do you put charter schools in this conversation?
Our charter schools are public schools. What you'll see from me is a call for more accountability, and some of the same requirements that other public schools have. So they are part of the conversation of public schools, and they need more accountability.
What is that? The charter schools themselves with the accountability? Is that what you feel like is missing?
Yeah, and that's built into the system. A lot of the hoops that regular traditional public schools have to jump through, charter schools don't have the same responsibilities.
All right, let's talk about the water crisis, because you come here and you can't help but wonder, this is an extraordinarily fast-growing area.
Yep.
And, I keep wondering, when are you going to tell us you can't come?
Well, and we have to balance our growth with the needs that we have. And we've kicked the can down the road for a long time on water, and so we need decisive and aggressive action now. We need to put innovative ideas on the table for how we aggressively conserve water, how we can look at ways to increase our water supply.
What's one idea in conserving water that you think that the public can do? Is there like financial incentives? If you conserve water a certain much, you can get a discount on your bill, or what do you think?
Certainly, that's an idea. I think we need to look at larger scale. Bartlett Dam, which is on the Verde River system, they just increased their capacity. That water system is pretty healthy relative to looking at Colorado. And so some of the things that have worked there, and with Colorado, we really need to do more partnership with the basin states, because we're not in this alone in Arizona.
Another issue besides the election that has, I would argue, sort of been thrown on top is the abortion issue.
Yeah.
So you tell me, what role do you believe the position of governor will play here in this debate in the state of Arizona?
Well, what's clear is that the governor in Arizona is going to be the last line of defense to protect any remaining abortion rights we have left. And there's uncertainty right now. We'll have a court decision in a couple weeks on the Civil War era complete ban on abortion, whether that injunction is going to be lifted or not, and that's what Arizonans are under. During my time in the legislature, I fought back against the increased restrictions on abortion access, and I'll continue to do that as governor, and certainly veto anything new that comes to my desk.
If you're like the governor, you're going to have a Republican legislature, right? I mean, it's hard to imagine the way it's gerrymandered and all this stuff. I understand that. You're going to want to put in some protection on abortion rights.
Yeah.
But there's only going to be so far you can get a Republican legislature to do. Are you prepared to end up signing something into law that you today couldn't support? Whether it's 15 weeks or something like that.
Well, we do have a 15-week ban that will go into effect. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So no, I'm not prepared to sign any new restrictions. Certainly, in Arizona, we have a robust initiative process, and that is absolutely an option for voters. And if we had had more time this cycle, we could have got something on the ballot this cycle.
And is that what you think is the road you'd like to see Arizona go down, as a referendum in 2024?
I think that's going to be necessary. Yes.
You're the Secretary of State right now. There's a lot of people in this state, for various reasons, that question the integrity of these elections. How do you guarantee to the state of Arizona this is going to be a free and fair election?
This is going to be a free and fair election, just like 2020 was. We have rules and laws in place that were followed and are continuing to be followed. We have election officials who are committed to the integrity of the process, and they will continue to be. And every single allegation that was made about the integrity of the election was not true, and allegations that are continuing to be made.
Are you prepared for what Kari Lake's likely to do? We saw what she did before the primary, where she questioned the results before the ballots came in.
Yeah, it's absolutely clear that that is the playbook she's playing out of, and she's going to do it again, and we are absolutely prepared.
Final thing, last night, and these independent voters I talked to, they feel disenfranchised. They feel shut out from the process. They'd certainly like to see top 2, top 4, something like that, that allowed independents full access to the primary process and stay independent. Can you support something like that?
I think that's a discussion I'll be focused on after this election. There's folks trying to bring it to the ballot in 24. Certainly, I expect a lot of robust conversations about it.
This is, not everybody inside the party wants this, correct? Is that in the Democratic Party?
I haven't really talked to anyone in the party about it recently, so I'm not sure where folks are at. But I know that independents are a huge segment of our voting population, and we should be working to enfranchise them.
All right. Katie Hobbs, the Democratic nominee for governor, the current Secretary of State, which many people may not realize is actually next in line to be governor on that front. Katie Hobbs, stay safe on the trail.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you. And we have reached out to Kari Lake's campaign. We were not able to schedule an interview with her while we were here in Arizona. We even were willing to accommodate some of those requests that their team made. We're still working on it. Still to come. We've got more on what the sweeping changes to Arizona politics could mean for 2022 and beyond. You're watching a special Meet the Midterms edition of Meet the Press Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. We are live from Tempe, Arizona. And while we've been out here, Phoenix, the city itself, and nearly all of the American West, is experiencing one of the worst heat waves in recorded history. Sacramento and San Jose set all-time heat records yesterday with temperatures around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, which is just another day of the week sometimes here in Phoenix. And while the temperatures today are a few degrees cooler, millions of Americans from Montana to Arizona are under an official heat advisory. Yesterday, I spoke to the leader of a new office in the city of Phoenix of heat response and mitigation. His name's David Hondula. He's a climatologist, and he explained what his city is up against and how they are planning for this future.
We clearly don't have everything figured out here yet in Phoenix. People are getting sick and dying from heat at too high a rate. People in neighborhoods like this one ask and are concerned about their neighborhood being hotter than others. So we are still on our learning journey, but we are the hottest large city in the United States. I think we have a couple of strategies that are showing some promise. So we're really happy to be able to have that conversation with other cities and learn what they're doing. Yeah.
I have a lot more of that interview on tomorrow's show. We'll talk about cool concrete, cool asphalt, I think it's called. Anyway, but it wouldn't be a real Meet the Press trip to Phoenix if we didn't get to spend a few minutes with KPNX's Bram Resnick. He hosts Arizona's political show of record. It's the Sunday Square Off. Our own Vaughn Hilliard is back with us as well. Bram, nice to see you.
Good to see you, Chuck.
So every time we come back, Arizona gets somehow purpler, if that's possible. So whatever we want to call that. So here we are. Carrie Lake, look, how much did you know her as a colleague over the last 20 years?
I barely knew her at all in terms of face-to-face contact. In fact, the first time I think I got within about 2 feet of her was at a Trump rally in February of 2020 at the Veterans.
She was there as a journalist.
The Veterans Call. She was there to interview. Yeah. Donald Trump did not say a word to me.
Okay.
Hi, nothing, no contact. But you know, we're in the same business. It's a small world we live in.
It's a small world. Everybody's pretty friendly.
And you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah. Explain. You know, Vaughn's done a pretty good job explaining. I mean, you know, how well known in the market is she? How well known in the state, really?
Hey, look, she was an anchor for 20 years on one of the top-rated stations in Phoenix. Now, at the same time, you know, it pains me to say this, you know, as a TV guy, but over the years, that market has shrunk and shrunk.
Of course it has.
Shrunk.
We all know this in our business. Why do you think we're streaming?
All over the country. There you go.
This is where the viewers are.
Yeah, like markets all over the country. Yeah. So that audience has shrunk as well. One thing I'd add is people forget how fast this place is growing. It's 2 million people in 20 years. Yeah. The people who moved here in the last 10 years, say, have probably never heard of Carrie Lake. May not have turned on a TV here. They all came from somewhere else, right?
Right.
And so, you know, you have to keep that in mind when you try to judge how well known she is, especially outside the Phoenix metro.
All right. This Hobbs Lake debate issue. It seems as if, Vaughn, you've seen, and it was interesting, she's trying to find a format where I sort of understand it. I think Lincoln Douglas is about the only format she can hope for that might give her what she's looking for.
I think that the issue here is that Carrie Lake works under alternative facts, right? She does not argue on evidence. She does not argue on actual vote counting, what we know to be a legitimate Joe Biden election here. Katie Hobbs, though, is also turning down what would be a free audience. There is the PBS debate that Ted Simons, he is always known to be the go-to debate in the state of Arizona. She has made
the clean elections debate?
This is the clean elections debate on PBS, but also airs elsewhere. And that is the debate that every single election participates in. Katie Hobbs has chosen not to take part of that. Carrie Lake, on the other hand, said, debate me anywhere with any moderator here. It's kind of like the John Fetterman situation. Right. And this is tough. Carrie Lake is not an easy one to go back and forth with, again, because you have to counterpunch on the set of facts there. At the same time, you're turning down an audience that is out there watching and listening.
Bram, I heard an interesting in my podcast today, talking with a former Republican consultant turned journalist back and forth, Jim Sharp, KTAR, and he said to me, you know, the rumor going around is if Carrie Lake wins the governorship, it's Kelly Ward will be the chief of staff.
That is indeed the rumor going around.
Kelly Ward, currently the state party chair. People have been watching the show, have heard of. I mean, Kelly Ward, in some ways, is the avatar of this movement here in Arizona that has now become mainstream in the Republican Party. Kelly Ward is chief of staff with Carrie Lake as governor. What's that going to be like?
I think it would send shivers through people in the business community when it comes to having to deal with the legislature, because they need the legislature to do a lot for them. It would send shivers, it would thrill the legislature. As for what it would mean, who knows? Kelly Ward served 2 terms, if I recall, as a state senator from Lake Havasu City. Was back then known as Chemtrails Kelly. Now she is the leading avatar of the Trump party, which is what our Republican Party has become. I think it would be total chaos.
Where is the business community? You know, Vaughn, it's interesting to me. You know, I've always thought that if you were going to win the governorship here in Arizona, you had to be seen as pro-growth. You know, and maybe the debate was smart growth versus too fast a growth. But you had to basically be a pro-business Democrat or certainly a Chamber of Commerce Republican. What are they doing in this race?
Right, and that's where you saw Katie Hobbs upon launching her own bid a year ago. She started to try and take the pro-business angle here and understanding the growth is important here. At the same time, look, I mean, Doug Ducey and allies have, tried to remain relevant within the Republican Party here today. Of course, he's the chair of the Republican Governors Association, and they are putting money, millions of dollars, behind Kari Lake. This is a difficult tightrope. I know I was talking to one individual, one candidate, who is running for the state legislature as a Republican, and there is an understanding that from the business community, the only way that you're going to be able to get anything accomplished with Kelly Ward or Kari Lake at the helm is by working with them, because they are very cutthroat. And so if you don't have access, if you don't have a decent relationship, in 2023, you're not going to go and get much done without them by your side.
Can I add one thing? Or two things, actually. Very significant. Jerry Colangelo, known as the owner of the Phoenix Suns, former owner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, former owner of the Suns. Right now, it's a big developer. He is the only mainstream person who has come out and endorsed Kari Lake.
Did he really?
Kind of surprising. He is, other than some pretty... A lot of
Did he
sketchy
let Adam Silver know about this? I mean, is Jerry
he's out of the league,
still in charge of USA Basketball, though? I mean, he's been an important part of...
He's been an important part, an important player here. That was significant. I'd also add, on the flip side, today I got an invitation for a Katie Hobbs fundraiser that has many big names in the business community.
People that normally you wouldn't see at a Democratic fundraiser.
Might not see, including a lot of people on Team McCain.
Wow, that's fascinating. Bram and Vaughn, thank you both. Thank you for being with us this hour. We also want to thank our host today, the Top of the Rock restaurant, not making it up. The Marriott at the Buttes. That's right. They had a Top of the Rock restaurant. We didn't change the name. It was already here. It was meant for us here at NBC, right? For even more Arizona politics, be sure to get today's episode of the Chuck Toddcast. I talked to longtime journalist and host of KTR News, Jim Sharp. It's available wherever you get your podcasts. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's in for Hallie Jackson.
September 7th, and as if the weather could not get any worse out in California, listen to this. There's now a hurricane creeping up the Pacific coast. That adds a new layer on top of this extended heat wave. The state is basically right now at capacity on energy usage. We're live in L.A. as power companies are trying to avoid massive blackouts. Plus, a new report reveals at least one document taken from former President Trump's home may have included details about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities, while Trump's former Attorney General is now siding with President Biden's Justice Department on this. And the gang's back together at the White House today. Former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama celebrating the unveiling of their new portraits, how they used that opportunity to talk about threats to the democracy. Plus, with a new iPhone coming out, we know you've got one nearby, a look back at how the Apple device became game-changing, a staple for every American. It's within reach right now, right? You know where it is. One way it may have changed all of us, sleep habits, because this new study today unpacks how phone addiction is causing the youngest generation to lose sleep, how it's hurting Gen Z's health. Coming up later in the show. Good day, I'm Tom Costello, top of the hour. I'm in for Hallie, and I hope it's cool where you are right now, because California is teetering on the brink of a power crisis. The state just barely prevented a blackout disaster as record heat has sparked an all-time high in energy demand. At the center of this changing climate, listen to this, Sacramento, which hit an all-time high, 116 degrees. For context, that's hotter than any day in Phoenix this year. The California capital also had its longest dry streak and its wettest day ever in the last 12 months. And with 15 million people under heat alerts, California's energy grid is upgrading its emergency alerts. A handful of cities are reporting some power losses, but the worst so far has been avoided. It's part of compounding crises in the West. L.A. County is now under a 15-day ban on watering grass because of an ongoing repair to the major pipeline there, right in the middle of this ongoing drought. And 13 million Americans are right now under extremely critical fire risk. As the Fairview fire that we told you about yesterday, it killed 2 people. It's now twice as big, 5,000 acres. All that happening, by the way, as, a hurricane makes its way up the Pacific coast. You see some of the damage right there in Mexico. It could impact Southern California next. We're going to get to all of this with Bill Cairns in just a minute. He's got the forecast. But let's start with NBC's Steve Patterson in Los Angeles. Steve, you haven't melted down yet. It looks hot there. Such a risky situation in California right now, right? How has the state been able to avoid the worst so far when it comes to power?
So right here, this thing right here, there were 27 million text messages sent out last night at the height of what would have been a crisis, as you described. We surpassed 52,000 megawatts. That's the most energy that California has ever used in a single day. And we were at an emergency tier 3. If it went to 4, that would have meant rolling blackouts. And so they blasted out these messages. I got one. Everybody in the state got one. It came almost like an Amber Alert, the thing that takes over your phone. They estimated that when they did this, grid managers, that the power reduction dipped by, 2,600 megawatts. That saved us. We would have been in blackouts if people didn't do the right thing. And Californians last night stepped up, and they did. All that to say, we may have to do it all over again right now. We're already back into a tier 2. It could be another tier 3 by 4 or 5 o'clock tonight. We're expected to hit 51,000 megawatts again. That puts us right in the danger zone. So while we've seen tenacity, we've seen some heart from people here, how long can we keep this up is something that remains to be seen. And how long can we avoid these blackouts as this emergency is now expected to go into the weekend? Tom?
Steve, we're also learning more about the potential causes of that Fairview fire I mentioned. Southern Con Edison, is flagging an issue, and there's a lot of sensitivity right now about energy companies given PG&E's responsibility with the Camp Fire, right?
Yeah, I covered that campfire for years after an entire city burned down, for years after PG&E, pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter. 84 counts, 84 people died in that fire. In this fire, I want to make clear the investigation hasn't even begun yet. We don't know if they had anything to do with the fire, but they did issue a statement to indicate that something had gone wrong. They said, quote, "Our information reflects circuit activity occurring close in time to the reported time of the fire. With safety as our #1 priority, we continue to make progress on our wildfire mitigation efforts through grid hardening," and so on, as you see on the screen there. And by the way, that fire now, before we came on the air, expanded to 7,000 acres. So firefighters have their hands full in all this as well. Tom?
Steve, you do seem to be on the front lines of climate change right there. Is that the realization that's sunk in just among regular Californians?
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be. Climate change has made everything worse here, right? The ground is much drier. The mega drought spurred by climate change. The atmosphere supercharging the ground, spreading those violent winds, creating the wildfire, extending what would be a normal heat wave into this grotesque heat wave that we're in right now. It's all, just a terrible situation here in California, and really the entirety of the West. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Tom?
Steve Patterson, thank you. Steve Patterson in Los Angeles. Let's go now to Bill Cairns, our meteorologist. Bill, talk to us about Hurricane K. It could now impact, I can't believe we're saying this, it could impact Southern California.
Yeah, now a tropical system has rarely impacted Southern California. So it kind of has happened before. This isn't off the charts type thing, but this will be an interesting setup on the heels of what is an incredible heat wave. I mean, it's 108 right now, early afternoon in Fresno and Bakersfield. That's not the desert. The desert is 105 and 104, Vegas and Phoenix. So still, so we have this incredibly hot heat wave. 50 million people are impacted by this. Mostly the worst of it is California, Southern Nevada, and areas in Arizona. And then the gradual cooling occurs as we go towards the end of this week and into the weekend. You notice San Diego, 94, 93, 95, but they also could be dealing with high humidity levels, which will make it feel humid in San Diego. It doesn't happen often, and that's because of Hurricane K. It's a Category 2 storm, so you can see where it is here near Cabo San Lucas, and this is Southern California. So as we take it northwards, it will weaken as it goes into cooler water, but it gets pretty close here on that turn to Los Angeles and San Diego. So what impacts will we see from this? It's going to graze the area with some rain. It does look like the heaviest rainfall totals will be from Palm Springs, El Centro to San Diego, mostly the desert and the mountains, Tom. But, there's going to be a rare flooding situation in the deserts of Southern California.
Well, they could use the water, right? But talk about the fire risk. Who is in harm's way right now of fire? What do they need to do right this very minute?
If we have any breaking weather story late this afternoon towards this evening, it easily could be from fires. We have the ingredients are combined for a very dangerous day if, that's a big if, a fire forms in areas of Montana. We're under an extreme risk in Montana. We're also going to have what we call dry-based thunderstorms. No rain, just some storms with lightning, and that could easily spark some fires in this region. We already have numerous fires in northern Idaho, about 66 in total in the northern Rockies, and that smoke plume is now heading for the Midwest, Tom.
Bill Cairns, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's turn now to here in Washington, where just in the last few hours, former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama visited the White House to unveil their portraits, and in the process, Mrs. Obama appeared to take a shot at former President Trump's refusal to accept his defeat in the 2020 election.
Traditions like this matter, not just for those of us who hold these positions, but for everyone participating in and watching our democracy. You see, the people, they make their voices heard with their vote. We hold an inauguration to ensure a peaceful transition of power.
We're going to have more on the portraits in just a minute, but as we learn new details now from the Washington Post about one of the documents taken from Mar-a-Lago during last month's FBI search that contained, according to the Post, information about a foreign government's nuclear capabilities. The paper cites people familiar with the matter who also say the seized documents include details about top secret U.S. operations that are so closely guarded that many senior national security officials don't even know about them. NBC News has not independently verified the nuclear information, and a Trump spokesperson accuses the Wash Post of acting as, quote, the propaganda arm of the Biden administration. What we do know is the U.S. believes there are only 9 countries with nuclear capabilities. So this could be a document talking about one American ally, perhaps France or the UK, or an adversary like China, Russia, or North Korea. We want to bring in NBC's Ken Delaney. He keeps his finger on the pulse of all these things. Ken, what this Washington Post report doesn't say, there aren't many details about the level of security here, but to the intel community, the word nuclear carries a high classification and level of concern, right?
Well, it depends on what's in this document, Tom, but you're absolutely right. Anytime they hear the word nuclear, they get concerned. But look, the way this document was described by the Washington Post, it could include a very mundane, almost open source think tank kind of report about a country's nuclear capabilities, or it could mean a super highly classified esoteric document. We just don't know. Neither does the Post. They didn't say whether this document, or they weren't able to learn whether this document had classification markings on it. But what they did that was useful in their story separately is that they reminded us all of just how sensitive some of the other documents that had been seized at Mar-a-Lago or taken from Mar-a-Lago were. And we've known this for a couple of weeks, that this term special access program, this marking was on some of the documents. And what that means is a set of documents from a compartment, this highly classified part of a classified program that can only be seen by a small number of people inside the U.S. government, can only be created by the president or certain cabinet members. Documents like this are often kept in a safe within a secure room. So they're really, it's really subject to sensitive handling. And the idea that any of those documents were at Mar-a-Lago just boggles the mind. And it was just a reminder that whether this nuclear document fits that category or not, these are some very sensitive secrets that Donald Trump had in his possession.
Yeah, in a country club. Listen, either way, this document cannot be used in the FBI's probe until the special master would review all of this, right? But because it's part of that group of documents that was seized or were seized just a few weeks ago.
That's absolutely right. And this judge has ruled that the FBI cannot use any of the fruits of that search in its investigation. It's not clear exactly what that means, nor how much it's actually impeding the investigation, because they already had classified documents that were taken out of Mar-a-Lago in January and June, and they can certainly ask witnesses what they knew about classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. What did former President Trump know? They can certainly ask about why one of President Trump's lawyers misled the Justice Department about the continued existence of classified documents. But a lot of legal experts, Tom, have questioned the idea that this judge really can stop the FBI from investigating even part of this case. We are waiting to hear whether the Justice Department will decide to appeal any part of this judge's ruling.
All right, to that end, let's play some interesting comments from former President Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr. He was on Fox News today.
The opinion, I think, was wrong, and I think the government should appeal it. It's deeply flawed in a number of ways.
Talking about the special master decision, Barr also said he didn't think the special master would change much. But how much weight do we give his comments? He also found it egregious that some documents were being held in a country club. But he is Trump's former attorney general, right? And he seems to agree with the Biden attorney general.
Yeah, and I think he's absolutely right about the big picture here, which is whatever happens with this special master decision, it's not going to ultimately affect the outcome of this case, because once we've established that there were classified documents, it really doesn't matter what's in them. The statutes at issue in this that were cited in the search warrant of Mar-a-Lago, including the Espionage Act, could be implicated here, regardless of what's in the documents and whether they can use stuff from the search in August. That was Barr's point. He said this was a speed bump in the investigation, and I think the evidence suggests that he's correct on that, Tom.
NBC's Ken Delanian. Thank you, Ken. Turning now to COVID, Dr. Ashish Jha, the director of the White House COVID Response Task Force, just sat down with our Lester Holt and told him that it's crucial that people continue to get boosted. Here's that sound.
If you are someone who only has that initial 2-dose vaccine combination and have not had a booster shot to this point, are you in increased danger?
No question about it. If you have not had any additional shots beyond that first two, presumably it's been a year and a half since you got it, your protection at this point is far more limited. I think it's critical to go out and get this new updated bivalent vaccine. I really do think it's going to make an enormous difference.
You can see more of Lester's interview with Dr. Ashish Jha tonight on NBC Nightly News. His comments really coming as new concerns are raised about confusion about COVID vaccines. Healthcare providers are reporting dozens of mistakes, and experts are worrying that new boosters will add to the confusion. The CDC says 87 dosage mistakes were made when giving the Pfizer vaccine to children younger than 5. Now, that's a fraction of the 890,000 shots administered to that age group. The mistakes, though, highlight the challenge of administering multiple different versions of the vaccine. NBC's Cal Perry has been talking to doctors today. He's joining us as well. Cal, with the rollout of an updated booster later this month, what are healthcare authorities saying about possible confusion regarding the new boosters? And some of it has to do with the color of the tops of the vials, right?
Right, and as you laid out, it is a small fraction, right, of the ones that were mistaken in that mixing, and that's the first thing that they will point to. The other thing they're talking about in this booster, this new booster that is designed to protect against B4 and B5 variants, this is only approved for people 12 and older. They're looking at next month, maybe the month after, to approve it for children ages 5 and older. And when you look at the statistics, it is alarming. If you talk about folks who are 12 to 17 years old, we're running at about 60.5% pace of vaccinations. That drops to about 30% when you talk about that age group from 5 to 11. And so doctors are saying it is important to get that age group vaccinated. And as you heard from Dr. Jha, if you haven't had that vaccine, there is still a booster available for children ages 5 and up, just not this one yet. But doctors are still saying it is important to get done, Tom.
Cal is outside one of the nation's premier children's hospitals, and these new boosters are set to roll out just as flu season gets underway. So what's the guidance now from health authorities on the booster and the flu shot?
It was the first thing that I asked a physician this morning. First, take a listen to what he had to say. We'll talk on the other side.
We're encouraging pediatricians and physicians around the country, as well as pharmacists, to go ahead and give both at the same time if possible.
And they're hoping that that will encourage and that will actually increase those statistics that I talked about. As people bring their kids for that flu vaccine, they're asking folks to get both done. The other thing that I asked, because I've been asked this a lot by viewers, I have a son, 8 years old. He recently had COVID. I asked the doctor, should I get him a booster, or is he kind of covered by that natural immunity? And he said, no, when the booster is available, you should still get your child boosted. That natural immunity, just like the vaccines, Tom, will wane.
And he said get the flu and the booster shot, if necessary, at the same time. Cal, thank you. Cal Perry, just down the street in D.C. here. All right, now to a court decision out of Texas that HIV prevention groups say is shocking. They also say it just simply defies evidence and logic. After a federal judge ruled today that a government can't mandate coverage for medications that prevent HIV infections because that would violate the religious beliefs of a Christian-owned company. This is a lawsuit filed in 2020 challenging a provision of the Affordable Care Act that requires free coverage for the drugs Truvada and Descovy, which are taken by hundreds of thousands of people in this country, mostly gay and bisexual men. Civil rights attorney Kristen Gibbons-Fedden is with us now. Kristen, we know that HIV virus can affect anybody, not just gay and bisexual men. What exactly was the reasoning behind saying that health care, that the ACA can't mandate that insurance companies provide that kind of vaccine?
Well, it's all based on a constitutional argument. As you mentioned, the ACA requires private companies to offer certain preventative medications, such as that HIV prevention medication. However, the plaintiffs in this case said that, hey, that violates our religious freedom, our right to exercise our religious freedoms. And by doing that, they basically said that because they believe that HIV is solely associated with homosexuality, of which they believe their Christian beliefs tell them that they cannot exercise their right to religion, if in fact they have to provide these medications, because then they are providing medications for homosexuality. Then the shift, there's a governmental shift. The government then needs to prove that they have to force these companies to do this. They have to show that it's a compelling governmental interest and that this is the least restrictive means. And the court basically said, look, you can't say that this company is flawed in their right to exercise their sincerely held religious beliefs just because it's morally objectionable, right?
No, I got to say, you know, what's a head scratcher here is that, you know, how many stories have we done about the fact that there are plenty of women and children who've contracted HIV? It is not unique to the gay population in any way, shape, or form, any more than blood pressure medication is unique to African Americans.
That's absolutely correct. And quite frankly, my view is that this is completely flawed. But again, the way that the judge kind of couched his opinion is that you can't, and the law is very clear, you can't say that a person's sincerely held religious beliefs are flawed just because they're morally objectionable. However, I 100% disagree with the court, and I believe that this is a cop-out so that the private insurance companies don't have to abide by the ACA. And this is going to do way more harm than good.
Real quickly, and I don't have much time, is an appeal likely?
Oh, absolutely. I would imagine appeals likely because this federal opinion could have devastating results for other state laws and other precedent. So absolutely.
Yeah. Kristen, thank you very much. Great information. Thank you. We're going to have more after the break, including more on that presidential reunion at the White House today, then the legal loss and win for Elon Musk. A little bit of both. We're going to have more on the billion-dollar court battle over his bid to take over Twitter. And we now know the identity of the American woman killed by a shark in the Bahamas. We'll bring that story to you coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back. President Putin had some harsh words for the West today, mocking its response to the war in Ukraine. Putin insisted Russia is doing just fine, that the country has survived sanctions and it has not lost anything, his words. And he called Western attempts to cap Russian oil and gas prices, quote, stupid. Putin says Moscow will have more than enough customers in Asia, and he's planning to meet with Chinese President Xi next week. NBC's Keir Simmons is in London for us. Keir, Putin today said that they haven't lost anything, but the U.S. is now guessing that 80,000 Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded in the war. Thousands of tanks may have been lost already. What kind of a message was he really trying to send?
Well, inevitably, he's trying to send a tough message. That is President Putin for you, describing sanctions as sanctions fever. You have to read between the lines, Tom, ultimately. The fact that he is focused on sanctions, that he is angry about sanctions, suggests that sanctions are having some kind of an impact. There is the thought that ultimately what he is trying to do is to divide Europe, that he knows in the end it will be a long wait for sanctions to be lifted. So instead, his aim is to try to simply cause division. Would he like there to be some kind of a deal? Maybe. In a sense, there's already a stalemate in Ukraine over this conflict. So things have ground to a halt just inevitably. And as you mentioned, despite him saying that Russia has lost nothing, he has lost a lot.
Yeah, you know, you are one of the very few journalists to sit down with him for lengthy conversations in Moscow, and you know him as well as I think any journalist can know him. Is he angry right now? Is he?
If you can,
what's your reading his body language right now?
It's interesting, isn't it? He's clearly angry. I think another piece of body language that has been picked up on actually wasn't from a speech that he gave today at an economic conference in the far east of Russia, but actually from watching him with his military chief. He sat with his military chief waiting for a presentation with his defense minister, and they didn't speak to each other. Apparently, the atmosphere appeared to be frosty, which in a sense tells you as much as you need to know from body language without hearing him. Is he angry? He's clearly angry, and that is saying something, because ultimately President Putin is someone who, from his early days, people around him, friends, describe him as someone who was cold, who didn't give away emotion. So yeah, I think there's a lot going on there.
We're watching this nuclear power plant in Ukraine very closely, with it allegedly under fire from one or both sides. What's the latest on the ground there?
Well, the UN nuclear watchdog is urging both sides to stop the shelling. They're urging Russia to allow them to get in there and make it safe. Ultimately, though, again, Tom, it says a lot about the ruthless approach of President Putin, doesn't it? That effectively this nuclear power station is being used as a bargaining chip. It's part of his negotiations. What effectively he's saying is, if you don't give me what I want, then something could happen to this nuclear power station, and that would impact widely across Europe, of course.
Keir, thank you. NBC's Keir Simmons in London. We told you earlier about that family reunion of sorts at the White House today. President Joe Biden welcoming his previous boss, former President Barack Obama, and former First Lady Michelle Obama for their official portrait unveiling. The East Room was filled with friends, family, former Obama administration folks, and in fact, staffers, many of whom are current Biden staffers, too. Here's what the former President Obama said about his portrait artist, Robert McCurdy.
What I love about Robert's work is that he paints people exactly the way they are. His work is so precise that at first glance it looks like a photograph. And Robert also paints his subjects looking straight ahead. So it feels like you're face to face, forming a connection.
The portraits will be on display in the White House for visitors starting tomorrow. NBC's Carol Lee joins me now. Carol, I watched the whole thing. The whole thing was fun to watch, good-hearted, and a lot of smiles. At the top of the show, we talked a little bit about the politics in that we heard, in fact, Michelle Obama talking about juxtaposing, to some extent, the Biden administration, the Obama administration versus the Trump administration, right? Can you talk us through that kind of background? What's been happening?
Yeah, this happened. This normally would happen, Tom, during the Trump administration. It's usually a president's immediate successor that hosts this event. It's typically bipartisan. Republicans host Democrats. Democrats host Republicans. That didn't happen. Neither the Trumps nor the Obamas wanted that to happen. There's obviously a lot of animosity there in that relationship, but it happened today. And what we heard was Michelle Obama delivering a very impassioned speech, and she raised some of the elephants in the room, the issue of democracy, the issue of the inauguration, saying that there's the importance of a peaceful transfer of power, and hitting on the fact that traditions like this matter. That was, in her words, what she said, noting that it hadn't happened. So it was very striking to hear that from her, because she's not typically the one who leans into political dialogue as much as maybe the former president would, but she decided to do that. And she also talked very personally about how unlikely it would be for someone like her, with her color of her skin and her background, to become First Lady and have her portrait hanging in the White House.
It really was very poignant. But listen, First Lady Michelle Obama with an off-the-shoulder gown in that portrait, not something we typically see. So what were the reactions?
Yeah, it's not exactly. If you look at Hillary Clinton's portrait, she's in the pantsuit, right? And so it's very different. And it's just, I think the reaction is that it's a very striking painting, and that it kind of sums up her. She's very youthful. She's very, energetic, and she's always pushed the limit. The Michelle Obama arms were always going to be part of a Michelle Obama portrait. Presumably, they're one of her most famous assets. Then she has shown them in other photographs and portraits that have been officially taken. So it's just a different look than you've seen in some of the other First Lady portraits, which are a little more buttoned up. But that's how Michelle Obama has tried to communicate with the American public, is that she's accessible and she's out there and she's fun and youthful. And this is why this painting really reflects that side of her.
Well, it was a fun, a lighthearted event to watch. It's on NBCNews.com if you haven't seen it. Carol Lee, thank you very much. All right, let's now get you over to the 5 things our team thinks that you should know about tonight. Number 1, Steve Bannon is facing fraud charges in New York today around his We Build the Wall nonprofit group. He's accused of defrauding donors to raise money for a southern border wall. In a statement shared with NBC last night, Bannon said the charges are political. He called them, quote, phony. He is expected to turn himself into authorities Thursday. A That according to a person familiar with the matter. Number 2, a judge ruled that Elon Musk cannot delay the October trial over his Twitter deal, but the judge will allow new evidence from a Twitter whistleblower. Now, Twitter sued Musk for trying to get out of the $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. Musk is countersuing, saying, in fact, the company misled him in negotiations. The whistleblower allegations could bolster his claims that Twitter misled him about fake accounts. Number 3, a power outage at Austin's airport this morning caused flight delays, even well after electricity was restored. The delays in the long line so long, the airport shut down. Look at that. Had to shut down nearby roadways, snarling traffic. The outage lasted from about 5 to 8 a.m. local time in Austin. Number 4, Queen Elizabeth has postponed a virtual meeting with senior ministers today. It's called the Privy Council meeting. Now, the Queen is 96 years old and had to reschedule after doctors advised her to rest. Yesterday, she met with outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson at her summer estate in Scotland, not Buckingham Palace, a break from tradition due to her mobility issues. She then met with her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Number 5, and at the U.S. Open, American Francis Tiafoe from Maryland advancing to the semifinals after his straight set win today over Andrei Rublev. No U.S. male player has gotten this far at Arthur Ashe since Andy Roddick 16 years ago. A few hours ago, we learned the name of the woman killed in a shark attack while snorkeling in the Bahamas. She's now identified as Carolyn DePlacido from Pennsylvania, an employee of Gannon University. The university chaplain sent out a note calling her a powerful presence of kindness and friendship to colleagues and students. We also heard from the Bahamian police today saying they are investigating the circumstances of the attack. The family was on a cruise with Royal Caribbean. In a statement, they say the snorkeling trip was an independent shore excursion, so Royal Caribbean, was not the organizer. Kerry Sanders joining us now from the region. Kerry, such a horrific attack. What more do we know about what happened?
It is just horrible. Carolyn DePlacido, 58 years old, from Erie, Pennsylvania. She was on this cruise on the Harmony of the Seas, which was on a 7-day cruise with her family, at least 5 other members, according to the Bahamian authorities. When they went down to Nassau and made port, as you noted, they decided to take a little trip out snorkeling. This is a very common trip to take. People, whether they do it through the vessel with the cruise line or whether they do it on their own, go out a little bit past Rose Island, which is just east of Nassau, out to Turtle Key, and the water is just beautiful there. It is just crystal clear, and it is very rare for there to be a problem. The water is not that deep, but in this particular case, what was cited as a bull shark came upon the 58-year-old woman from Caroline from Erie, Pennsylvania, and attacked. And this is what sometimes happens, and it's just horrific. You know, she worked at Gannon University, which is a Catholic university in Erie, Pennsylvania, and the chaplain there said, in part, may the angels lead her into paradise. Nobody at this point has publicly said that they're blaming Mother Nature here, and according to investigators at this point, there is no reason to suspect that the tour operator did anything wrong. This may be just a horrible case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but our hearts go out not only for the horrific loss here, but for the family members who were there and saw the shark, and then had to bring her into the boat and try to save her from what sounds like it was a very nasty bite to her upper torso.
Oh, boy. Listen, you're our shark expert here at NBC, and often these shark attacks happen when humans are swimming near large schools of fish or prey fish, or when the sharks feel threatened. Is there any way to really prevent something like this happening other than ordering people out of the water if lifeguards see a shark nearby?
Yeah, like if people on the boat, the tour operator, had seen something, they probably would have said something. In this particular case, you know, it's the instincts of a bull shark, and there is nothing that could have been done here. It's not as if she had the power to somehow punch the shark or whatever. It appears, as is often the case, that the shark takes one bite, releases, and leaves. It just, in this case, it was a fatal bite. Tom?
Kerry, thank you. Kerry Sanders in Florida for us. Up next, with the newest, latest iPhone just unveiled today, we're going to tell you how Apple has managed to put 1 billion of their phones in your hands. 1 billion. Also ahead, why smartphones are keeping Generation Z up at night. So stay with us for that.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's a shocker for you. One thing that inflation will not be affecting: the prices of the new iPhones that you may be thinking about. Apple showed off its new line of iPhone 14s and other products today at its fall rollout. They're all about the same price as last year's models, which is really a big surprise to a lot of analysts who were predicting longtime customers would be willing to spend up to 15% more. Okay, where's your iPhone? It's in your hand, it's in your pocket, it's never out of reach, right? We're going to talk more about how this all plays out. But first, we want to talk about the influence, the evolution of Apple, specifically of its iPhone. Listen to this. There's more than 1 billion active iPhones right now in the world. That according to Apple. And in the U.S., iPhones account for more than half of all smartphones being used. That according to the Financial Times. So how did the iPhone become such a staple for the majority of us using a smartphone? Let's take a look. With about 113 million active iPhone users just in the U.S. But how did it get here?
We're going to reinvent the phone.
In 2007, Steve Jobs introduced the first generation of the iPhone, combining its hit iPod product with an internet-enabled and easy-to-use mobile phone. Apple had a hit. By the end of 2007, reaching about 1.4 million units in sales.
There's an app for that.
In 2008, the iOS App Store opened, kicking off what would become a very big market. Apple says it now supports about 2.2 million jobs. But over the years, the device and its parent company were not free from controversy. In 2010, Apple made headlines when 11 people died by suicide at a Chinese manufacturing company where iPhones are made. In 2017, we saw Batterygate when independent research found some iPhones were more likely to be slow after certain software updates. Apple responded by apologizing and then offering $50 off on battery replacements. But Apple's core customers have stayed loyal, with 90% of iPhone buyers remaining with Apple.
It's a luxury item.
You have the devices you have in your hand, but then you also have the digital world that it has created.
The cultural phenomenon has taken on a life of its own. All right, so let's bring in CNBC's Steve Kovac to talk about what we learned from today's launch. Steve, you're out there on site, and talk us through some of the biggest takeaways. What will we notice? Any big changes with the iPhone 14 or the smartwatch? Steve, can you hear me? All right, we're going to get back to Steve. Everybody wants to talk about this. We're going to get back to him in just a minute. But up next, the next generation as well. Gen Z is sleepless, and social media might be to blame. The iPhone might be to blame. Next, we're going to talk about that with Dr. Natalie Azar about the late-night smartphone habits keeping young people awake. Maybe not just young people. And we might have an idea of what they're watching. We have news on the corn kid taking over TikTok. You know him. He loves corn. When we come back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Each day, and because you cannot possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it all for you and for me. So this is what they tell us is going down in their regions right now. It's called The Local from our Northeast Bureau. Starting today, masks are now optional on New York mass transit systems, including the subway. The mask mandate was implemented at the start of the pandemic. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says face masks are still required in adult care facilities and other state-regulated health facilities. From our Southeast Bureau, look at this old film strip. The footage shows the first Army airplane test flight in Fort Myer, Virginia, of the Wright military flyer. It's the National Archives' oldest known government film, taken 114 years ago. The film was originally thought to be from 1909, but a close examination showed it was from 1908. From our Midwest Bureau, South Dakota now has an official corn ambassador. 7-year-old internet sensation Tariq, better known as the Corn Kid. He became famous last month for an interview on recess therapy. That's an Instagram account. He told the host when he tried corn with butter, everything changed, he said. On Saturday, Governor Kristi Noem's office tweeted an official proclamation naming September 3rd official Corn Ambassador Tariq Day. It included photos of Tariq at the Corn Palace, a corn-themed tourist attraction. Go on YouTube and watch that video. It's very cute. All right, let's get back now. CNBC's Steve Kovac to talk about what we learned from the launch today of the Apple 14, the iPhone 14. Steve, so what are the highlights?
Yeah, sure, Tom. So what we got today were 4 new iPhone models in the iPhone 14 lineup. 2, let's call them regular models, and for the first time that regular model gets the super size. They're calling it the iPhone 14 Plus. And then over on the Pro side, a little bit new stuff happening with the screen. They kind of shrunk down those facial recognition sensors to be a little cutout in the middle of the screen at the top, and it can they're calling it the dynamic island, meaning it can kind of change with software, and you can put little widgets up there and things like that. And more surprising, I know you're talking about this before, but no price increase. People were a little bit concerned that the price might go up on these new iPhones due to inflation and other supply constraints Apple's been having out in China. But iPhone prices are steady this year, Tom.
You know, Steve, I'm sorry. I still miss my BlackBerry. I cannot type on an iPhone. I just can't. People think I'm typing in other languages. But let me ask you this. It sounds like there's really no must-have feature with the new version, right? And people are surprised that they're holding the prices down. So how do you see the launch of these going?
Yeah, so Tom, this has been the story around the iPhone for the last, let's call it 5 or 6 years, where they make them, they pack them with so many features, it can last you longer than they used to. You might remember back in the day when the iPhone first came out, almost every year they were giving you some kind of whiz-bang feature that you had to run out and get. Yeah. Now iPhones can last you a good 3 to 5 years. So for someone who's upgrading from an older model from maybe 3 or 4 years ago, this is going to seem, you know, it's going to be like going from a bicycle to a Lamborghini. But if you bought the 13 last year, you probably don't need to upgrade.
Okay, well, that's good because I have a brand new 13 right here, actually. All right, now one change actually is that they're actually, they're shifting production in some cases away from China. Talk us through that.
Yeah, that's right. And I want to be clear here, Tom, that the vast majority of production is still happening in China. But as we saw with those COVID lockdowns earlier this spring and even rolling into today, they're starting to think about new ways to diversify their production. So one place they're looking to is India, where they already do make some iPhones, including the current iPhone 13. And right now they're going to start making the iPhone 14 there a little earlier than usual, Tom.
All right, Steve, thank you. CNBC Steve Kovac there in Silicon Valley for us. All right, today we're learning that a lot of us don't get enough sleep because the iPhone, we're stuck on our phones. New research from the American Academy of Sleep Medicine says 80% of us are losing sleep because we are liking stuff and swiping and scrolling on social media. It's hitting Gen Z really hard. 93% of those guys say they're losing sleep because they're staying up late on the apps. And experts say the viral videos trying to learn the latest TikTok dance, that's what Bert does here in the studio, and the endless memes, they're all easy rabbit holes to fall into. They're keeping a lot of kids up. And less sleep, not good for students, especially since they're back in school right now. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So, Natalie, it's not just Gen Z, right? A lot of us are spending too much time distracted on our phones. We're sleep deprived. How bad is this right now?
So, you know what, Tom? I mean, generally speaking, it's a bad thing. You said it yourself. It's not just Gen Z. I read that stat and I think, yeah, I'm guilty of it too. You know, it's like the day is finally over. You get into bed. Maybe you're going to read a book and everything like that. But you kind of just, it's like that sort of mindless relaxation, if you will. But if it's cutting into your sleep, that's not a good thing. We know that sleep deprivation and poor sleep is linked to, mental disorders such as depression, but also heart disease and obesity obesity and diabetes and stroke and you name it. And by the way, too much sleep isn't good for you either. You kind of have to have that Goldilocks amount. So it's a big problem.
And the blue light, too, right? They see too much blue light exposure. But I guess as I read through this, 18% of people in this survey say they've never stayed up past their bedtime because of social media. 18%. I'm thinking, boy, it has to be even lower than that. But what are some of your tips for a better night's sleep?
So here they are. And, you know, we talk about sleep hygiene a lot, but it is important, Tom. So we have some tips for our viewers. The first one is you want to try to get up at the same time every day. Even on the weekends, you're allowed to get a little bit of extra sleep on the weekends, maybe an hour, but generally same wake up time, same bedtime. You want to get 8 hours. That really is the amount that most adults need. You want to give yourself about 30 minutes to transition to sleep. And what that means is basically when you're done scrolling, when you're done reading your book, when you're done everything, it's time for lights out. You lie in bed and you got to wait. And you might need to wait up to 30 minutes to an hour, but you really need, the experts say, Tom, your brain is transitioning from being awake to getting those cues that it's time to be asleep. And it doesn't mean that the brain is quiet. The brain is actually active at night, but it does need to switch. Like I said, weekends you can get an extra hour. You can take a little bit of a cat nap, and you should also set a timer for the amount of social media that you use. You're using your phone, set the timer on your phone about 30 minutes or so, and don't go past it.
Yeah, I'm guilty of the weekend cat nap. All right, Natalie, thank you. Dr. Natalie Azar. Coming up, don't worry, darling. No, I'm not talking to my wife right now. It's the name of one of the year's most anticipated films, and the drama behind the scenes may be bigger than the movie itself. More on that when we come back.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.